an offer to feel truly alive appeared on the monitor screen. 21-year-old Lin Shu, who is unemployed, sadly shared how he is fed up with this kind of spam. He also noted that even short stories do not use this type of cliché. Unexpectedly, when I clicked on the cross, the message did not disappear, but on the contrary, the entire room was filled with the glow of the monitor. Seeing the digital portal in front of him, Lin Zhu began to slander that unfortunate message, thinking that it was a dream. But once inside the portal, the boy gradually began to realize that everything that was happening was real. An alert calling itself the God-level system congratulated the protagonist. But Lin Shu, trying to stop the system, was not very happy about receiving such luck. But ultimately, the main character moved to Earth in 2096 to the Starlight Academy. 30 years earlier, the planet was subjected to an alien invasion, but humans were able to fight back. But zombies and mutated beasts remained on Earth, and honorable warriors existed to defeat them. Ma Qiang, who is Lin Shu's neighbor, suddenly appeared and started shouting at him. Seeing the main character sleeping peacefully, the red-haired man became very angry. Ma Qiang grabbed him by the t-shirt and asked the boy how long he would starve him. But not having received an answer, the classmate threw the dark-haired man's body against the wall. The sixes who appeared began to praise the big guy for his demonstrated strength. Having kicked the main character Ma Qiang, he remarked how such a worthless person should bring him food. But this time he didn't bring food, which disgraced the red-haired man in front of Shujun. Stepping on the boy's hand, Ma Qiang added that if he dies, it will be because of his deeds. Lin Shu himself, writhing in severe pain throughout his body, began to wake up. Looking at the stranger, he wondered what was going on, since he had just been home. Looking at how the dark-haired man began to stand up, Ma Qiang was surprised that the trash was so tenacious. The next moment he decided to end this misunderstanding with a blow to the stomach. Finding himself on the floor, the protagonist began to realize that he had traveled through time. Lin Shu wondered who had arranged for such a dish like time travel. But suddenly the memories of this body began to be introduced into the head of the main character. One of the teachers could not believe that a non-entity dared to study at this academy. Everyone around this boy considered him a piece of trash who didn't even have a chance to exist. Having felt all the memories of this body, Lin Shu was at a loss for words. Eventually, the boy realized that he would have to clean up this mess in a new body. But in any case, the word endure does not exist in the protagonist's vocabulary. Noticing their classmate who had stood up, the trio began to make fun of him. Ma Qiang emphasized how what irritated him most was the boy's sudden stubbornness, which he decided to deal with again with one strong blow to the stomach. Once again, the dark-haired man began to defend his point of view, trying to stay on his feet. But at that same second, the red-haired man delivered another blow to the stomach, this time from his knee. Seeing his classmate not even thinking about falling, Ma Qiang decided to unleash a barrage of fists. The boy at the time replied that he wouldn't change his mind in the face of trash like the big guy. Wiping the blood that had flown onto his face, the red-haired man became seriously angry. Lin Shu himself wondered where his super ability of being transported to another space was. It was after this thought that the God-level system asked the boy if he wanted to use the accumulated power strike. Watching the boy fly in the clouds, Ma Qiang became even more angry. Yes, such a limit that he decided to use his skills against a classmate. But the red-haired man didn't expect that the main character could also fight back. The skill of accumulated power began to crush the opponent's bones under its power, after which the heavy body of the big guy flew across the entire room and crashed into the wall. Ma Qiang's henchmen were greatly surprised by this sudden turn of events. Following this, the duo rushed towards the red-haired man, trying to bring him back to his senses. Ma Qiang grabbed one of his men by the shoulder and asked him to carry him to the hospital. At this time, the main character, looking at the trio, asked them why they were still here. What they heard greatly frightened the duo, and they grabbed the redhead and rushed into the corridor. Finding himself alone, Lin Shu leaned against the wall and rejoiced at his victory. But if the hooligans had remained, the boy wouldn't have been able to pretend to be tough because of his wounds. As he sat down, the boy noticed a system window in front of him. For defeating an opponent, one spin of the wheel was awarded. Having seen which, the boy immediately decided to try his luck at the Wheel of Fortune. Lin Shu thought that, with such a condition, he needed money for treatment. And in the end, the main character was lucky. He got 10,000 alliance currency. After that, the dark-haired man went to the medical center where he received assistance. Upon seeing the boy, the nurse immediately greeted him as Little Lin. Hearing this, the main character asked how the woman already knew him, to which the nurse replied that it was impossible not to know Little Lin, the last in Starlight's ranking. Hearing this, the dark-haired man asked the woman to stop calling him baby. Putting her hand on Lin Shu, the nurse asked him if he was sure he wanted this, after which the blonde asked the boy to go further and undress. The main character himself asked why he needed to strip naked, to which the nurse laughed and told the young man to leave his underwear on, but he could always take them off too. Looking at the wounded body of the main character, the blonde noticed how badly he had been dealt with. Having decided to strip naked, the woman declared that Lin was not really a baby. The main character emphasized how unbearable this woman was. Finding himself in bed, the dark-haired man chose treatment for 9,800. Looking at his body, Lin Shu thought about how the previous owner had it worse than he could have imagined. But from that moment on, the protagonist decided not to allow any creature to oppress him. Thus, the boy's treatment began with filling the capsule with a special liquid. And so, in 5 hours, a completely new Lin Shu will appear in this world. Somewhere in the classroom, the teacher announced that only 20 people would be able to go into the sector. All warriors of the initial stage of the 29th group can take part. Suddenly, the teacher noticed Ma Qiang's absence and asked where he was. The seated duo described how the red-haired man is now receiving medical assistance. Hearing this, the bespectacled man asked the next question: what happened to the student? The bald man told how the big guy beat up Lin Shu and broke almost all of his ribs. What they heard shocked their classmates sitting nearby, because it sounded like a made-up story. One of the witnesses of that day intervened in this conversation, confirming that this was true. Realizing that this was true, the teacher concluded that practical training would have to be carried out without Ma Qiang. The main character suddenly appeared and asked if he could go then. Upon seeing Lin Shu, his classmates began to whisper, noticing how the aura around the boy seemed to change. Hearing the student's question, the bespectacled man said that the sector for practical assignments was too dangerous for that. The bully sitting at the desk said that a weakling like the guy had better not go to such a place. But the dark-haired man only laughed at such stated words. Then Lin Shu asked the bully if he could beat him, then he could go. Hearing such harsh words, the short-haired man was, to put it mildly, surprised. Seeing the bully's face, the boy asked him again if he would risk testing his strength. He couldn't stand it anymore and replied that if Ma Qiang was defeated, it didn't mean that they could do the same to him. The main character himself, looking at his opponent, activated the Eye of Analysis. Seeing Shujun's data, the boy noticed how he was even a little weaker than the redhead. After which, Lin Shu said goodbye to his opponent until they met at the training arena after class. Sometime after the training, a huge crowd of spectators gathered in the training arena. The fat man next to Lin Shu tried to dissuade him because his opponent had already reached the initial level. To which the dark-haired man responded by asking not to worry, since he had long wanted to beat all the rubbish out of him. Seeing the protagonist, Shujun was surprised that he had the courage to step into the arena. Rushing towards the boy, he added that he thought too much of himself for being a piece of trash. While blocking the blow, the main character noticed that the bully had some strength, because this blow caused pain throughout the dark-haired man's entire body. Lin Shu's anger gauge was only 20% full after just one hit. In an attempt to finish off the main character, multiple attacks were reproduced. The boy himself noticed the trick that by dodging and placing blocks, the anger gauge would fill up completely. As for her, the anger was already filled to 70%. While the spectators rejoiced as if the scum could only dodge, the teacher began to think. After all, even though his student is simply dodging, he does not give up his position at all. Returning to the fight, the bully was very angry that his opponent was only dodging. At the same time, the protagonist's anger meter filled to 100%. A message from the system appeared in front of the dark-haired man, asking if he wanted to use his accumulated powers. Shujun raised his fist and intended to finish off the upstart who had appeared. The dark-haired man himself activated the accumulated power strike skill. The fists touched, raising dust that had gathered in the arena around them. But a moment later, the hooligan's body went flying. The classmates who witnessed this spectacle could not believe that it was real. The short-haired man, bleeding profusely, also couldn't believe that the scum was capable of such a thing. After these words, the boy asked who the one the scum had defeated was. At this time, the teacher asked to take the student to the infirmary so that he would not miss the practical assignment. As for the main character, the bespectacled man noted how he really made others look at him differently. The dark-haired man himself asked if he could now go to Sector A20. Sector A20 is an extremely dangerous place, located in the northern part of the city. It is a radioactive contamination zone where a mutated virus is raging. Infected creatures contain anomalous crystal, which is a breed capable of providing assistance in improving a warrior. It was to this place that 20 people from the 29th group headed. In this practical task, the students had to meet enemies face to face. Only real combat practice can reveal true abilities. The fat man, listening to these words of the teacher, asked Lin Shu if he was afraid, to which the boy answered in the negative. The teacher added that 4 groups should be formed from the 20, after which the bespectacled man added that from this moment on, the students' survival depended only on them. And so, after some time, the 4 main characters left for Sector A20. A classmate addressed the boy as Trashlin, asking him not to interfere, to which the fat man walking nearby tried to protect the main character. The boy himself, not paying attention to these words, ordered them to be silent. The fog that had gathered in front of the 4 began to clear, little by little. The dark-haired man who detected the movement warned of the enemy's approach. It turned out to be a first-rank zombie, a carrier of the virus. Although this creature has low mobility, no one stops it from attacking people. Looking at the monsters, the protagonist noticed how even the first-rank creatures had higher fighting ability than him. But still, the dark-haired man, looking at his opponent, concluded that he needed experience. With this thought in mind, Lin Shu rushed towards the approaching enemy. And a moment later, the system congratulated the boy on his successful destruction, rewarding him with 200 experience points. The main character also raised his level to the second. Looking at all the received characteristics, the dark-haired man was delighted. But suddenly, the fat man called out to his classmate because more monsters had been exterminated. This was a suddenly appeared trio of the same first-rank zombies. Unexpectedly, one of the members of Lin Shu's group volunteered to destroy these creatures. Once at the right distance from the monsters, the cutting force killed those many. A classmate ran up and praised Zhang Yi for his skills with a blade. Following this, the brown-haired man, looking at the main character, assumed that he was very scared at the sight of the monsters. Lin Shu himself was very angry due to the loss of a lot of experience points. Having calmed down, the dark-haired man told the group to move on and not to clown around. Thus, the boys' group began to move further along the location. Seeing the cloud of dust in front of him, Lin Shu ordered everyone to stop immediately. At this time, the creature sensed the approaching people. The group member, hearing that the monster had appeared, was delighted because now he would be able to show off his skills. It turned out to be a first-rank zombie, only it had greater speed than its predecessors. Lin Shu himself said that one should not approach this monster. At one point, the first-rank zombie began to feel as if it was being touched by the overwhelming power in its body. Seeing the enemy, the swordsman emphasized how he would soon begin to attack. And the next second these words were confirmed, the massive body of the monster headed towards the group of people. Having learned the true speed of the enemy, the protagonist's classmate no longer wanted to show off his power. But it was too late, because a huge zombie carcass jumped straight at the man, after which the creature, aiming at the swordsman, showed its sharpened fangs. At that moment, Zhang Yi appeared with his blow to the monster's jaw. The force was enough to make the heavy first-rank zombie fall to the ground. Without wasting any time, the swordsman rushed towards the monster with the intention of finishing it off. Unexpectedly, Lin Shu shared how this zombie is the leader, which means it must be defeated with one blow. In order to prevent the monster from calling the others, but these words only angered Zhang Yi. After cutting off the zombie's arm, he declared that a loser like the protagonist shouldn't teach him. A second later, the brown-haired man, looking at his opponent, realized his mistake. After all, the zombie leader, as Lin Shu said, decided to summon monsters with his roar. The power of the scream was so great that the area around the creature began to shake. We didn't have to wait long, because at that very moment, a bunch of zombies appeared. Seeing the horde of monsters intent on tearing anyone apart, Zhang Yi became frightened, after which Zhang Yi, who was recently eager to fight, now runs away from the battlefield. The fat man, having made the same proposal to Lin Shu, also intended to escape. But the main character was thinking only about one thing, that if he cut out this entire crowd, he would gain a lot of experience. Looking at the dark-haired man who rushed forward, the fat man tried to call him back. But the boy, having shortened the distance, thought that everything would work out for him. Looking at Lin Shu in battle, the red-haired man couldn't believe that this was the boy he knew. He was struck by the sudden determination to fight to the death. The fat man couldn't think for long, because one of the first-rank zombies appeared. Continuing to think about his classmate, the red-haired man, with a smile on his face, hacked the monster to pieces, after which he shouted that he was ready to join this madness. The leader, who suddenly appeared, decided to remind everyone of his presence. The one-armed zombie, not paying attention to the fact that it only had one arm, attacked the man. Seeing this whole picture, the red-haired man called out to the main character. The creature at the same time tried to get rid of the little man with the help of its fangs. But with one movement, the dark-haired man, albeit with difficulty, was able to dodge. Under the enormous weight of his opponent, Lin Shu was angered by the zombie attacking from behind. Suddenly, many system windows began to appear in front of the main characters. Having received 3 additional levels in a row and 12 stat points, the boy was delighted. Thinking about his chances of survival, the dark-haired man put all his points into physical strength. Lin Shu grabbed the head of the first-rank zombie leader with his hands and intended to show off his strength. After which, with one sharp movement, the monster's head changed its position by 180 degrees. Without thinking twice, the boy threw the heavy zombie carcass off his body. Following this, the dark-haired man swung his blade and finished off the leader. At one time, the system awarded the boy 6 characteristic points. In addition, Lin Shu became a level 6 master and had a fully accumulated anger gauge. Lin Shu decided to immediately get rid of attribute points by investing 3 into speed and the same amount into endurance. But suddenly the main character learned about the existence of genetic locks. It is for this reason that humanity is unable to fully realize its potential. As for the main character, with the help of the god-level system, he will be able to become a being akin to a god. Poking his finger at Lin Shu's first genetic lock, he decided to open it. But the red window that appeared with the message about the absence of the 15th level surprised the boy. He was very surprised that a level was required to open the genetic lock. But still, the dark-haired man reassured himself that if he continued to destroy monsters, he would be able to reach the required level. Suddenly, the red-haired man asked Lin Shu if he was the one he knew. After all, the dark-haired one dealt with even the leader almost single-handedly. To which the main character assured his classmate that it was just the zombie leader, nothing special. After that, the boy suggested to his remaining companion that they go on further. And after some time, the duo found themselves in front of a sign prohibiting warriors of the initial stage from going further. After reading the inscription, the boy shared how it now became clear to him what kind of dangerous zone Teacher Lo was talking about. He himself thought about how he hadn't managed to gain more experience on the way to this place. Suddenly, the fat man called the main character and asked him to pay attention. There, the duo saw a third-rank alachronic python capable of changing color. Realizing that the boy in front of them was an evolved beast, they couldn't understand why the eye of analysis wasn't working on him. At one point, the alachronic python noticed the food that had appeared. Without waiting for long, the snake opened its mouth and rushed at the surprised duo. But in the end, the main character and the fat man were able to dodge the monster's attack. Having rushed into flight, the dark-haired man wished the same to his companion. Surprisingly, between the divided people, the snake chose Lin Shu. Thinking about his overweight classmate, the boy couldn't understand why they chose him. The red-haired man himself, after some time, noticed how he was able to break away. Thinking back to Lin Shu, the fat man realized that he had run into a dangerous area. Hiding behind one of the local ruins, the protagonist was glad that he was able to break away. However, he realized that he couldn't let his attention slacken, because this python knew how to match its coloring to the terrain. But the chief was torn away from these thoughts by a sudden order not to move. The gang that appeared asked the dark-haired man why he was hiding. Following this, the crossbowmen noticed that, judging by the clothes, the boy was from Starlight. To which the main character responded by assuring the gang that he was simply passing by. Lin Shu emphasized how these people officially bear the title of warrior. One of the adventurers, noticing the boy's blade, decided to pocket it. The boy was not very happy about this event, because then he would die. Hearing this, the same adventurer decided to kill the boy right then and there. But he was stopped by the main character, who pointed back to the group of adventurers. And there was the alachronic python, from which Lin Shu was hiding. Seeing the gathering of people, the snake chose to first eat the one who wanted to kill the main character. Seeing the evolved third-level beast, the group prepared for battle. The black-haired adventurer ordered his allies not to worry, as this creature could fetch over 1 million. Hearing these words, people's spirits rose in anticipation of the monster that had appeared. And so the group, consisting of first-rank warriors, rushed at the third-rank monster. The boy himself intended to get his blade back and get out of here as quickly as possible. At the same time, one of the adventurer's blows was able to reach the python's flesh. The alachronic snake had no intention of giving in to its enemy so easily. The bald swordsman was able to find himself riding on the body of a huge python. In response, the snake sprayed its green venom onto the resulting problem. The liquid was similar to acid, as it easily burned through the adventurer's clothes and skin. Realizing that with each passing second there were fewer and fewer allies, the leader ordered to focus on the monster's head. And after some time, the black-haired man was able to pierce the head of the alachronic python with his blade. Drawing his sword, the adventurer began to scream as the creature was finally defeated. But after that, the black-haired man noticed something next to him. It was Lin Shu, whom the black-haired man angrily asked if he was the one who brought this snake. Following this, the adventurer ordered the protagonist to quickly cut off the skin and extract the anomalous crystal. To which the dark-haired man suggested that there was something wrong with the adventurer's head. After all, he was left completely alone and wounded, which meant that all the trophies would be his, Lin Shu concluded. Hearing such words from the boy, anger completely filled the adventurer. After which, rushing towards the main character, the warrior intended to kill him. Easily dodging, Lin Shu noticed how the black-haired man's strength was already running out. The protagonist then swung his blade, splitting the enemy's arm in two. Falling to the ground, the adventurer declared that his Zhang family would not leave him alone so easily. To which the dark-haired man shared how he heard about this family for the first time. But all he knows is that they were going to take away his weapon and condemn him to death. Thus, the system congratulated the protagonist on receiving 2,500 points. After which, in addition, the boy received 1 spin of the Wheel of Fortune for the first kill of a warrior. Having received an additional 7 attribute points, Lin Shu distributed them between speed and endurance. And the boy decided to use the rotation when he found a place to rest. Looking at the anomalous crystal, he noted how he was seeing it for the first time. While searching the adventurer's belongings, the dark-haired man discovered 2 more second-rank ones. Having taken the necessary equipment, the dark-haired man decided to find Yang Tian and the rest of his group. After some time, the main character realized that he was in a danger zone. Realizing his mistake, the dark-haired man decided not to stay here for long. Suddenly, a very loud growl of some creature was heard in the middle of the forest. At that moment, Lin Shu felt like something bad was about to happen. And it was not in vain, because it was a 4th rank Thunder Panther. The dark-haired man hid and realized that there was no special information about this creature either. While thinking about escaping, the boy noticed someone's presence on the horizon. The eye of analysis suggested that this girl's name was Liu Ao, and she was a 4th ranker. The boy was surprised to see a man of such rank here. At this time, the blonde, having noticed the Thunder Panther, decided to deal with her. The monster dodged and rushed at Liu Ao, emitting electricity. But the girl, who had the 4th rank of course, was able to dodge. After which, the blonde attacked again with her blade, but this time successfully. The force of the blow was so enormous that the Thunder Panther's body was sent flying into a tree. Lin Shu, watching this battle, was thinking about how he would become as strong as this. Returning to the 4th rank monster, he was lying bleeding. Looking at this picture, the main character wondered if the fight was over. And a moment later, the wounded panther used its power to create an electric ball. Realizing that this was a trap, the blonde, covering herself with her blade, intended to parry the blow, after which a loud explosion thundered throughout the entire area, the force of which caused the earth to shake. Following this, Liu Ao appeared before everyone, flying off the steep cliff. Seeing this, the protagonist assumed that the girl died under the colossal force of the explosion. Looking at the panther, the boy noticed how the creature was able to pretend to be dead, and then deliver a dying counterattack to the white-haired girl, Lin Shu concluded. The dark-haired man was even happy with this outcome, because now he could get experience points. Intending to take advantage of the opportunity, the boy decided to finish off the panther. But suddenly, the main character felt danger nearby. Turning back, the dark-haired man was very surprised to see this. There, on a branch of one of the trees, was another Thunder Panther. As he ran away, Lin Shu thought about how he could have forgotten that Thunder Punters lived in pairs. At the same time, the cat was very angry that her mate was killed. Trying to escape from the panther, the boy shared how it was not he who killed her husband. After running 10 meters, the main character realized that he was on the edge of a ledge. Turning to Thunder Panther, the boy began to threaten her with the blade. But the cat didn't care much, because she wanted to finish off the man. Realizing that the chances of survival are already slim, Lin Shu decides to jump off the cliff. A moment later, the main character unexpectedly emerged from the water. Looking at the trees on the cliff, the boy assumed that they had softened his fall. But suddenly, Lin Shu's eyes caught sight of another floating thing next to him. This was the same white-haired girl who fought with the Thunder Panther. Moving towards her, the dark-haired man emphasized how the girl still looked alive. Walking out with the girl in his arms, the boy wondered how she was still breathing. Leaning the blonde against a tree, the boy wondered how such a beauty had ended up there. Judging by her appearance, he assumed she was 17 years old and already a 4th rank user. Suddenly, the chief's stomach began to rumble because he hadn't eaten anything since morning. The sudden appearance of the fish gave the boy hope for a quick meal. And so after some time, the dark-haired man was eating fried fish from the local river. Suddenly, the dark-haired man felt danger approaching from behind. Having dodged the blade, the protagonist asked what the madwoman was doing, to which the blonde asked what the boy did to her while she was unconscious. Hearing this, the main character told how he pulled a half-dead girl out of the river. Having learned of her rescue, the white-haired girl was, to put it mildly, amazed. Lin Shu, eating fish, added that the girl could relax because he would not force her to marry him. This made the blonde embarrassed and called her savior shameless. After which, the main character offered the recently fried fish to the girl. Looking at Liu Ao's face, the boy emphasized how in this place where they were, there were no medicines to be found. So, the best medicine at the moment is to eat something to help you recover, the dark-haired man concluded. Sitting by the fire, the main character told the blonde that his name was Lin Shu. To which the beauty in response also introduced herself by her name, Lo Ao. Then she added that she didn't like to remain in debt, let the boy say what he wanted, or she'll just kill him, the girl concluded, which surprised the boy. Following this, the main character declared that he wanted to become as cool as she was. Hearing this, the blonde emphasized that he had very weak inclinations. And so night came, Liu Ao went to bed, and the boy decided to go about his business. Looking at the Wheel of Fortune, he thought how the time had finally come to spin it. Looking at all the prize sectors, the dark-haired man asked the system to give him something worthwhile, after which Lin Shu pressed the central button and began to spin the wheel. The wheel itself contained a variety of prizes such as skills, currency, equipment, and much more. The main character himself prayed that he would get a good weapon, but in the end, Lin Shu won 10,000 local currency. The main character was very unhappy about such a poor win at the moment. But that wasn't all. The system congratulated the boy on receiving the Phoenix's Greatness Super Prize. Hearing this, Lin Shu's emotional state changed dramatically. The Phoenix's Majesty Skill Battle card is only available to warriors of rank 6 and above, and has varying levels of power. After listening to the system, the boy called it a scam because this was a bronze card, and for a spearman at that. But then the dark-haired man realized that this was not an ordinary map, because it could be improved. and such skills are even more valuable than those that have a diamond category, since they are capable of changing as they develop. Even the white-haired beauty woke up from such joyful giggles. She asked the main character why he was laughing like a fool. Hiding his new Phoenix's Majesty card, the boy assured that it was nothing. Suddenly, the girl asked Lin Shu, who was sitting next to her, if he had heard anything just now, to which the main character guessed from the sounds that people were approaching. Grabbing her blade, the girl assumed that this was a group of adventurers. Hearing these words from Loeo, the boy remembered his recent meeting with the adventurers. Following this, he stated that they needed to leave here quickly, because it was unknown whether they were enemies or friends. Looking at the girl writhing in pain, the boy realized how she had not yet recovered. He then invited the white-haired girl to climb onto his back, which Loeo was not very happy about. Seeing the displeasure on the girl's face, Lin Shu added that he could simply leave her if she didn't want to. And yet the beauty agreed, ordering the dark-haired man to shut up. After some time, a group of adventurers appeared, realizing that there was someone nearby. Hearing this, one of the warriors declared that if they met anyone, they would kill them immediately. Running through the trees, Lin Shu suddenly asked the girl if she wanted to lose a few centimeters, to which the white-haired girl assured the boy that her sword was very heavy. After an abrupt stop, Loeo asked the protagonist what was wrong. Lin Shu, using the eye of analysis, was in a state of surprise, and all because a second-rank winged red serpent appeared in front of the duo. Having learned all the characteristics of the monster, the protagonist told his companion about this creature. The boy himself began to think that even though this snake was of the second rank, its combat effectiveness was not that great. The dark-haired man was brought out of his thoughts by the girl's offer to take her blade. Having received the elegant sword, the protagonist was amazed by its enormous weight. Following this, he asked the owner of the weapon what materials it was made of. The girl, however, preferred to quickly urge Lin Shu to fight the creature. Once on the ground, Loeo added that the winged red serpents are highly mobile and dangerous at night. Because of this, the beauty asked Lin Shu not to get into trouble if possible. At this time, the scaly one, having noticed the people, rushed towards them with lightning speed. Seeing the true speed of the creature, the dark-haired man realized why the blonde had spoken like that. After this, the main character delivered a high-speed chopping blow from the left. Following this, Lin Shu, who was on the snake, delivered a spinning thrust, the force of which was enough to pierce the scaly skin of the monster's head. Realizing his victory, the dark-haired man laughed and remarked how easy this victory was. Loeo told the boy that he was unable to handle even one second-rank red snake. Hearing this, the dark-haired man said with displeasure that he could have died altogether. Suddenly, the scaly one's head moved away from the body and headed towards the boy. Without wasting any time, the winged red snake bit its fangs into Lin Shu. Throwing his head on the ground, the main character became very angry at her. After which, the dark-haired man crushed the scaly monster's firebrand with his foot. Although the boy received 2,500 experience, he made an oversight. In the future, he decided to always check the system reminders about the death of an enemy first. Following this, Lin Shu asked the blonde why, knowing about the monster, she didn't tell about the separation of the head from the body. Looking at his bitten hand, the boy felt severe pain. Remembering the data on the presence of poison from the eye analysis, the boy became upset again. But these thoughts did not last long, because then he felt an itch all over his body. The girl, looking at the boy, remembered another property of the poison. It is capable of arousing the sexual desire of the poisoned person. Realizing this, the white-haired girl ordered the main character not to approach her. The boy himself still couldn't understand what was happening to him. In any case, he was never able to control himself and his head. Having knocked down Loeo, the dark-haired man asked her how to remove this poison from her body. After which, without realizing his actions, the boy kissed the beauty, but the girl was not going to give in to the main character so easily, which is why she bit his lip. Having let the blood flow, the dark-haired man finally came to his senses. The girl said that if the guy didn't stop, she would definitely kill him. Jumping away from the girl, Lin Shu assured that all this was not intentional. Without wasting any time, Loeo pointed to the pond and said that the boy would be able to sober up there. Hearing this, holding her lip, she ran to the nearest body of water. Then a loud splash of water was heard throughout the area after the boy jumped. Thinking about what happened recently, Lin Shu couldn't believe that he was able to kiss such a beauty. The girl herself at this time could not understand why the dark-haired man had not returned yet. At the same time, the person standing behind was delighted with his find. Having noticed a stranger, she told him that if he did not leave, he would be killed. The blonde laughed at this statement because he believed that the girl was strong enough. Additionally, the group witnessed the Thunder Panther's death blow, sending it over the cliff. Judging by Loeo's appearance, the warrior immediately realized that she belonged to some rich family. Realizing that a battle could not be avoided, the girl rushed to attack the group of adventurers. But just one step was enough to stop the white-haired girl's blade. The warrior suggested that the beauty do without senseless resistance. After that, the blonde gave the command to his minions to restrain the girl. Trying to free herself, Loio reminded her how the punks knew her rich family, but still dared to attack. After listening to the girl, the adventurer reminded them how they were all deep in the ruins of the forbidden area, and when they're done with the girl, they'll break all her limbs and throw her to the enraged Thunder Panther. But suddenly the main character appeared and asked the punks if they were tired of living. Turning around in surprise, the blonde wanted to know who it was that had come. Pointing to the warrior, the boy said his real name was Zhang Liang, a second-ranked warrior. Following this, the dark-haired man began to list all the other members of the group. Hearing this, Zhang Liang became tense, because how could this person possess such data? The main character himself added that the adventurers have 5 seconds to disappear. Guessing the boy's true strength, Zhang Liang decided to apologize and leave the duo. The main character, picking up Lo Ao, asked her if she was okay. When the beauty asked how the boy knew these punks, he said it was a secret. At this time, the adventurers suspected that the dark-haired man, possessing such strength, would not leave in such a hurry. Enraged by this truth, Zhang Liang knocked down a nearby tree with one blow. He intended to grab the wounded girl at the border crossing of the forbidden area. After some time, the duo took refuge in the hollow of one of the trees. The boy told the girl about the supposed plan of these punks. After listening to Lin Shu, she shared how she never thought the boy would have such intelligence. To which the main character emphasized how the beauty was capable of cutting without a knife. And so the duo greeted a new day in a dangerous area. The boy was the first to wake up. The dark-haired man was surprised by the sight he saw. Lo Eo also woke up and noted the excellent weather, and the main character agreed. Then the girl shared how she honors the evolving beast nearby. Hearing this, Lin Shu asked the girl if she was by any chance born in the year of the dog. The blonde, not paying attention, told the dark-haired man to get ready for battle. As she handed over her blade, the girl noted how she would not be able to use it for another 2 days due to her wounds. Having heard the boy's words about his weakness, Lo Ao assured him that she would not allow him to die. After all, he needs to improve by fighting strong monsters. At this time, a second-rank fanged boar with ramming attacks appeared. Having seen the monster, the girl explained how its attacks were easy to predict. Seeing the man, the fanged boar rushed towards him, aiming his fangs. The next day, the system congratulated the protagonist on the destruction of the Black Panther. Lin Shu himself, through battles, had already reached the 9th level. He also emphasized how he was able to defeat the 30th beast in a row. The boy was frightened by the fact that the girl, at such a young age, knew the habits, methods of attack, and vulnerabilities of monsters. Holding the next anomalous crystal he had received, Lin Shu asked if the girl definitely didn't need that one. The beauty refused, since the dark-haired man had earned the crystal himself. Seeing the girl leaving, the boy was reminded of his helplessness in front of that group of adventurers. Hearing from the girl that it was his concern, Lin Shu reminded her how the girl had just recovered. The white-haired one told how she was now heading towards the Thunder Panther. This time she will not fail, Lo Ao assured the protagonist. Following this, the girl added that if the guy did not surpass her in strength, she would kill him. The dark-haired man was amazed by these words, because he had recently saved this girl. When asked where Lo Ao was from, the blonde answered that she was from the sacred region. Leaving the restricted area, the protagonist remembered that group of adventurers. Suddenly, he launched a blow, which he successfully dodged. After which, at the same moment, the dark-haired man launched a counterattack on the enemy. The attacker turned out to be one of the members of that very same group of thugs. Suddenly, the adventurer noticed that there was no beauty next to the boy. In the end, the warrior decided to deal with the boy first and then find out everything. The main character himself understood that there was only one first-rank opponent in front of him. A moment later, the adventurer sent his bronze skill White Snake Sting at the boy. Lin Shu, with his blade extended and his teeth gritting, was able to soften the warrior's attack. But still, this bronze-ranked power was able to inflict some damage on the boy. Looking at his opponent, the boy thought about how, if he had a spear, he could easily win. The warrior, calling the boy a worthless person, asked him how he dared to fool them. Without waiting long, the adventurer rushed towards the dark-haired man to finish him off. At the same time, after the blades touched, the anger scale filled to the end. The system asked Lin Shu if he wanted to use the accumulated power strike. And of course, the main character agreed, causing his leg to glow. The special skill, Castrating Leg, was aimed at the boy's opponent. Seeing the approaching foot, the warrior called the blow a childish trick. But while trying to stop the boy's leg, all the bones in the warrior's arm broke. Eventually, the leg was able to reach its destination. The force of the blow caused the adventurer's nose to bleed, and he fell to the ground. Lin Shu, without thinking twice, finished off his opponent on the spot. The system congratulated the boy on reaching level 10 and opened access to the Explosion of Anger ability. Having received a lot of stat points in addition to this, Lin Shu invested them into speed. Having finished with all the system bonuses, the boy shouted out Zhang Liang's name. And at that very moment, a group of adventurers surrounded the main character. Seeing the corpse of his ally, the blonde shouted out how the kid dared to kill one of their own. to which Lin Shu asked if he really should have just waited and stood there until he was killed. Zhang Liang became very angry at these words and ordered the 6 to attack together. Seeing the attacking warriors, the boy noted that attacking one rabbit with a crowd of lions is low. He himself understood that all he could do now was use his newly acquired skill, after which the main character activated the explosion of anger, the force of which caused dust to rise. The boy emphasized how his speed, strength, and endurance increased at once. The strengthening of the protagonist's aura was also noticed by Zhang Liang, who retreated. Then the dark-haired man decided to find out what speed he possessed with such an increase in strength. Seeing the boy's lightning speed, the blonde assumed that he was born in the year of the monkey. Realizing that the dark-haired man was hiding, Zhang Liang ordered his allies to find him and bring him back alive. At this time, Lin Shu realized that the explosion of anger would still last for 5 minutes. Having noticed one of the members of the group of adventurers, the dark-haired man was pleased that it was a spearman. Intending to take away the weapon, the protagonist suddenly jumped on the enemy. And so, a moment later, the red-haired man was struck down by an unexpected blow. Having picked up a new weapon, Lin Shu emphasized that he didn't need anything more. Baldy noticed the main character near the group's defeated ally. Contacting his boss, the adventurer told him about the boy's location. Heading to this place, Zhang Liang ordered the bald man to detain the boy. Hearing this, the adventurer rushed towards the protagonist with the bronze skill, Stormy Stream. The boy, twirling his new weapon, also had no intention of giving in to the enemy, after which the main character swung the bronze skill, Phoenix's Majesty. The enemy didn't even have time to come to his senses before his body was pierced through and through. The system rewarded the boy with 2,000 experience points for becoming a first-rank warrior. Zhang Liang, watching this spectacle, could not believe that his ally was defeated in one blow. Without thinking twice, the trio attacked the main character with all their forces at once. The blonde used the silver skill Blades of Madness. One of the adventurer group members activated the bronze skill Whirlwind Axe. Another first-rank warrior used the bronze skill Cross Slash. While repelling these many attacks, the boy thought about how the Phoenix's Majesty skill was energy-consuming. Reflecting that swing of the blonde, the boy charged his anger gauge by 60%. Fortunately, thanks to such enemy pressure, the gauge will fill up to the end soon. The ally asked the boss if the kid was really a first-rank warrior, to which the blonde suggested that the dark-haired man had a secret skill. At this time, the system asked the protagonist if he wanted to use the attack of accumulated power. The dark-haired man answered positively and directed a blow with the accumulated force. Seeing another spear strike, Zhang Liang thought that it was nothing to him. But the pressure of force radically changed the blonde's thinking in the other direction. The spear's penetrating power was so great that it shattered the blade of a second-rank warrior. To put it mildly, Zhang Liang was surprised because he thought this was just another ordinary attack. The boy was surprised that his opponent survived, and then he decided to finish him off. Following this, Lin Shu quickly closed the distance and used the Phoenix Majesty skill. Seeing the blonde's energy of strength, the thought flashed through my mind that this was a golden skill. But the next moment, the tip of the boy's spear pierced the blonde's side. Surprisingly, the weapon broke, unable to withstand the power of the Phoenix's Majesty. The boy himself realized that he no longer even had the strength to hold a weapon in his hands. Noticing the dark-haired man's suddenly changed state of fatigue, Zhang Liang's face changed to a joyfully sinister one, after which he shouted, "It seems that the heavens are in no hurry to take him away." Then the blonde man took out his small dagger for cutting up monsters and rushed towards Lin Shu. But at that very moment, a weapon flew between the two at deadly speed. A familiar face asked how a second-rank warrior had the audacity to attack Starlight's student. The blonde wanted to know who this woman was, but the nurse did not allow him to ask her name. Standing in front of the main character, the blonde gave the adventurers 5 seconds to hide. The boy himself, using the Eye of Analysis, was surprised that the nurse had a 4th rank. When Lin Shu first met Xiaoruo Shui, he thought he was an ordinary person, so he didn't use his Eye of Analysis. Turning to the dark-haired man, the nurse shared how surprised she was at his strength, to which the main character decided to first inquire how Xiaoruo Shui ended up here. The woman recalled how she is a nurse who must treat injured students. Recalling his previous treatment, Lin Shu assured that he just had scratches. The woman, having closed the distance, asked if the boy really needed help. Following this, the nurse grabbed the boy and wanted to at least take him to the exit to gather the students. The dark-haired man, hearing such a proposal and realizing what could happen, decided to refuse. At this time, at the students' meeting, the participants showed how much anomalous crystal they had mined. Teacher Luo noticed how after a few days of practice, the students' strength increased. Following this, the bespectacled man began to look around quickly, as if looking for someone. Turning to the fat man, the teacher asked him if he knew where Lin Shu was. He began to tell how they were attacked by a 3rd-rank python, and the boy ran into a restricted area. Hearing this, the bespectacled man was surprised, because that area is very dangerous. Hearing this, Zhang Yi guessed that such a scumbag as Lin Shu had already been killed. These words about his friend made Yang Tian really angry. He even intended to beat up the brown-haired man. But the teacher intervened in this squabble and asked the two to calm down. Afterwards, Shujun noticed how soon it would get dark, and it was useless to wait. A familiar voice asked who was here conjuring his death. The dark-haired man turned to Shujun and reminded him of his pain from past battles. Seeing the protagonist, Yang Tian called out to him with a smile and joy. Shujun wasn't very happy that the dark-haired man survived. As I walked through the crowd of people who had gathered around Lin Shu, I heard surprised conversations about him. Seeing the main character, Teacher Lo asked if he was okay. The duo standing behind were sure that the boy had been hiding somewhere in the bushes all this time. Hearing this, Lin Shu asked the two if they had killed a lot, to which the swordsman noted how Zhang Yi had killed 8 first-rank monsters. The nearby crowd was amazed by the number of creatures killed. The main character was only amused by the number of defeated creatures. After which the boy, opening his backpack, decided to show what a lot really is. Upon seeing the crystal, Teacher Luo counted 16 first-rank and 5 second-rank. But what surprised the teacher more was the presence of third-rank crystal and 3 of them. The nearby crowd of classmates was also amazed by the number. Realizing that he had been overtaken in the amount of anomalous crystal, Zhang Yi did not believe it. Therefore, pointing his finger at Lin Shu, the brown-haired man accused him of cheating. Listening to the nonsense of one of the students, Teacher Lo began to stand up, after which the bespectacled man asked Zhang Yi what the essence of the alleged scam was. After all, a single unit of third-rank crystal costs at least 400 to 500,000. Where would an ordinary student get that kind of money? And finally, the teacher suggested finishing and going to the tavern to rest. You can also sell all your anomalous crystal there to the tavern owner. Once inside, the students began selling their catch and rejoicing. When asked why he was last, the fat man reminded Lin Shu who had the biggest catch. After some time, the main character's turn reached him, and he laid out all his crystal on the table. Of course, the tavern owner liked the third-rank stones the most. While examining them, the man offered 500,000 per piece. Realizing that for just 3 yellow crystals the boy would receive 1.5 million, the crowd of classmates was amazed. Returning to the bartender, he asked Lin Shu for the alliance card number. Suddenly, the protagonist was pushed aside and ordered to get out of the way. Sun Chen guessed that the small fry gathered in front of him were the 29th group. Li Wen noticed how the newcomers had just completed their combat training, but everyone still had cowardly expressions on their faces. What he heard angered the fat man, and he asked again what the two had said. Lin Shu, using the eye of analysis, remembered how they say that in the first group, everyone had reached the initial stage of a warrior. And this is the same Sun Chen, who is now ranked 108th in the academic rankings. At that time, he put down the bag and told how it contained 10 pieces of first rank and 2 pieces of second rank crystal. Turning to the newcomers, he declared that only those who are capable of killing a second-rank monster are called strong. Following this, Sun Chen remembered how the biggest scumbag, Lin Shu, was in this group. Hearing this, the main character explained how he didn't care that they skipped the line, but throwing mud at him was another matter. After which the dark-haired man declared that now the thug should apologize to him, or he would teach him a lesson. Hearing such a statement from the academy's loser, Sun Chen became very angry. Without thinking twice, the blonde decided to punish the upstart in front of him with his fist. But the main character had no intention of retreating before such scum. Seeing that the loser was also trying to show something, Sun Chen was surprised by the loser's courage. Thus, the 2 fists touched, creating a splash of air around them. The big guy grabbed his arm and wondered where this guy got so much physical strength from. Without thinking of retreating, the blonde decided to strike again, but with his foot. The boy himself shouted out that all such tricks as this one were well known to him. After which, Lin Shu's knee went straight towards the blonde man's face. The 29th group, watching this fight, were rooting for the main hero. Ambal at one time noted that having such abilities is not bad, but now Sun Chen intended to show his strength against the newcomer. Following this, the enraged blonde activated the bronze skill, Swift Fist. The dark-haired man, dodging his opponent's blows, only increased his anger meter. Zhang Yi, who was watching this battle, couldn't believe that Lin Shu could become so strong in just 3 days. Without stopping, Sun Chen asked his opponent how long he would dodge, after which the blonde sent a flurry of swift fists at the boy. His classmates, who were watching this brawl, became worried about Lin Shu. Li Wen also noted how the main character overestimated his strength. At this time, Sun Chen, exhausted from numerous blows, was shocked, and all because the dark-haired man grabbed his hand, intending to do something. The system asked Lin Shu if he wanted to use the accumulated anger. He himself thought about how he wanted to punish this big guy for the edification of others, so that everyone else understands that it is expensive to deal with him. Following this, Sun Chen, with his arm torn out, decided to retreat just in case. Sun Chen's classmates, not expecting this, surrounded him and insulted the main character. But the 29th group was not going to just hand the boy over to be torn to pieces. Li Wen asked the blonde man if he had gone too far in the argument. Lin Shu noticed how his opponent used the bronze skill, to which the brown-haired man standing nearby declared that the boy had already gone beyond the limits. Suddenly the tavern owner interrupted this conversation and addressed the main character. He said that the money for 3 anomalous crystals of the 3rd rank had already been transferred. Hearing these words, Li Yuan thought that he had simply misheard. But afterward, he finally realized how this newbie was able to defeat 3 3rd-rank monsters. Then Lin Shu asked the brown-haired man if he was going to get even for his classmate. Suddenly, 2 teachers appeared at the entrance. The red-haired one asked those present if they were planning to start a fight. One of the gathered crowd accused Lin Shu of breaking Sun Chen's arm. The fat man standing next to them also told how the other group insulted them. Hearing all this, the bespectacled man decided to find out from the very beginning how everything was. Having found out all the details, Teacher Luo told the boy to apologize, although he was happy about this event. The main character, at one time, began to feign apologies to the duo. Lin Shu even asked the blonde man for the bill so he could give him money for his treatment. Hearing such an apology, 29, and even the teacher could not help but laugh. Although Teacher Zhang was angry at such an apology, he still accepted it and decided to close the matter. As he left, Sun Chen said that he would be taking part in a competition at the end of the semester. Understanding what he wanted, the blonde protagonist decided to compete with him. And he, gritting his teeth, said goodbye before their official battle at the academy. Thus the formidable first group, having failed, left the tavern. The remaining 29th group congratulated the main character on his victory. The bespectacled man suggested to his classmates to wrap things up quickly, since they still needed to measure their combat readiness. Tom wanted to see if the students were able to increase their strength by going through real combat practice. Once near the special equipment, Teacher Luo asked who would go first. The first to volunteer was Ye Qiu, a student from the 29th group of Starlight Academy. Walking up to the monitor and scanning the swordsman, the total ability was 450. Next up was Yang Tian, the fat man with the number 469. After some time, Zhang Yi showed up, scoring 675 points, which was the highest among all. Seeing that the brown-haired man was already a candidate for warrior, the main character thought about it. Teacher Luo praised his student, and now he can practice the cultivation technique. Having received praise from the teacher, Zhang Yi thanked him. Lin Su was thinking about the cultivation technique through which a warrior gains his true strength. But the protagonist was torn from these thoughts by the bespectacled man, who called him over. The dark-haired man himself was thinking about how he would now find out the amount of his strength at the present time. The crowd burst into laughter because they thought the main character was a real loser. Hearing a few kind words about his friend, Yang Tian began to defend him, reminding him of his recent clash with Sun Chen. Lin Shu, approaching the equipment, thought about how the entire academy would now know about his true strength. After some time, within the walls of the academy, Teacher Luo addressed the protagonist and Zhang Yi. He intended to discuss with his students their path of further development. After all, this duo has already reached the stage of warrior candidates, and therefore now they need to think about their type of weapon. Returning to the past that day, Lin Shu scored 676 points, which was 1 point more than Zhang Yi. Each of the boys' classmates was surprised by this turn of events. The teacher was only glad to have 2 warrior candidates. It was for this reason that now, looking at the boy, Zhang Yi could not hide his displeasure. The teacher began to explain how humanity was able to collect special material for special weapons. Therefore, only by choosing the most suitable weapons and combat skills can a warrior demonstrate his strength. After listening to the teacher, the main character immediately told how he had already chosen a weapon. It was a spear. Hearing this, the bespectacled man noted that, having learned to use it, the power was colossal. Reminding him how difficult it was to cultivate with this weapon, Teacher Luo asked again if he was absolutely sure of Lin Shu's choice. To which the main character, of course, agreed, because he already had one skill. Handing over a card with the boy's information, the teacher asked him to take it to the library. Following this, the bespectacled man asked Lin Shu why he decided to choose this particular weapon. Hearing this, the dark-haired man asked the teacher if he knew who was in the top 10 warriors. He said that in first place was a swordsman named Fang Hua, and in second place was also a swordsman. Interrupting the teacher, Lin Shu asked him if it was strange that there was no one who wielded a spear. Teacher Lo, having thought about it, now realized that this is how it is. And at that very moment, the bespectacled man was struck by the idea of choosing the main character. But he couldn't say anything because the boy said goodbye and ran out of the office. Thinking about how the spear weapon training time is much faster than all other weapons. Looking at his back, Teacher Luo concluded that this guy had serious ambitions. The next day, the boy was thinking about how he had taken all the basic cards. The only thing the main character lacked was a spear. Understanding this, the dark-haired man decided to go to the Academy's Hall of Military Valor. So, once there, the man behind the counter greeted the customer. Hearing about the purchase of a spear, the bearded man was surprised because there are not many such students. He then pointed to the back wall, explaining that he had recently made a new batch. Taking one of the samples, the bearded man said its weight was 20 kilograms. The boy, twirling it in his hands, called this weapon too light for him. Next came a spear weighing 35 kilograms, but it also turned out to be too light. Holding a weapon weighing 45 kilograms, Lin Shu again called it light. Hearing such statements several times, the bearded man behind the counter became angry. He, deciding to show one spear, assured the boy that he would not even be able to lift it, and all because the weight of this weapon is too enormous. Because of this, no one dared to buy it, so it has been gathering dust here for a long time. The finest space ore, weighing 65 kilograms, was used for its production. Not only is it heavy, but it is also strong and sharp. You can't rely on regular space ore to create such a model. This spear is called the Silver Spirit, which the boy held and said was just right. Laughing, the bearded man named the price at 1.5 million, but due to the long sales period, he decided to give a 20% discount. Realizing that the weapon would cost 2,200,000, Lin Zhu was horrified. At the time, the seller, seeing the boy's face, added that there were no more concessions. Realizing how more than half of all the proceeds from the stones went towards the weapon, the dark-haired man took out his wallet. Once in his room, the main character decided to start his training. All over the surface of the earth, there are all sorts of energy accumulations called sources. However, an ordinary person is not able to sense them. Only warriors can absorb the energy. Looking at his stats, he was surprised that his stamina had increased by 2 points due to the refinement technique. The system window that suddenly appeared offered to hold a drawing. While spinning the wheel of fortune, the main character this time prayed for money. But in the end, the system congratulated Lin Shu on receiving the gift for rapid growth. Having opened the gift, the dark-haired man was very surprised by the things he saw. The system asked the protagonist if he wanted to activate the training set. After hearing Lin Shu's consent, the system asked him to put on the equipment he had received. While getting dressed, the dark-haired man asked what exactly the program was up to. Having dressed completely, the boy noticed how well the train set fit. The system at one time launched a rapid growth program for the main character. Falling to the ground from the weight, Lin Shu couldn't understand what was happening. The training set had a total weight of 130 kilograms with all components. Realizing his constraint, the protagonist tried to refuse such training. After all, 130 kilograms of equipment is too much for him. But the system didn't think so. It punished the boy for intending to take off his equipment. Lin Shu, feeling the punishment, began to promise the system that he would still get even with it. A system window suddenly appeared. Upon completion of the training, the dark-haired man would receive 25 stat points. After which, the protagonist's opinion completely changed. His determination only increased. After some time, Lin Shu was finally able to lift his body with the additional weight. Suddenly, a woman's hand slapped the protagonist on the shoulder, causing him to stagger. And in the end, the boy couldn't control his body, causing him to collapse to the ground. Then he decided to ask who was so brave as to suddenly hit someone on the back. It turned out to be a girl named Ye, who asked the boy if he was okay. Following this, the girl suggested that the main character had fallen ill. Having recognized Shuang, the boy assured her that he was simply thinking about his own things. Stroking the girl's head, Lin Shu noticed how much she had grown up. The girl said that she would soon try to enroll in Starlight Academy. Having learned about the girl's choice, the main character assumed that she was only entering here because of him. To which Schwaner said that it was her personal decision to apply to Starlight. A voice suddenly appeared and asked Ye Shuanger if this was his neighbor. This man was the girl's classmate named Tang Ping. He also reminded her of all the rumors circulating about the boy standing next to her. Following this, the blonde shared how, after seeing Lin Shu, he was simply unable to wait to exchange experiences with that person. From these words, Ye Shuanger already intended to share her experience with her classmate. To this, Tang Ping replied that he had no desire to fight the girl. After which, the blonde asked the main character if he was scared or something. Lin Shu replied that if the boy really wanted to get into a fight, then he should remember his desire. Despite the additional load of over 100 kilograms, the boy should not have any problems. Having concluded his thoughts, the dark-haired man suggested that the blonde begin. Tang Ping was the first to decide to start, rushing at the main character with the intention of winning. Finding himself right next to his opponent, the blonde decided to attack with his foot, to which Lin Shu decided to show off the difference in strength in the same way. In the face of the influx of his opponent's forces, Tang Ping decided to abstain and retreat, and all because now he intended to show his technique to the senior student. It was a bronze skill called Swift Palm. Looking at the boy's lightning-fast movement, Lin Shu noticed the speed. He thought that if it weren't for the training equipment, he would have been able to dodge. The blonde began to attack the main character with a series of palm strikes. The other classmates watching this believed that a trash like Lin Shu would definitely lose. At this time, Tang Ping was thinking about how he didn't even have a second to knock out his opponent. The kid wanted to defeat the main character in the presence of Shuang. And to achieve this, the blonde was going to do everything possible, even if the enemy died. Unexpectedly, Tang Ping's strike was stopped by the boy's block. Then Lin Shu, without wasting any time, grabbed the hand of the young upstart. Watching Tang Ping's reaction, the boy emphasized how he had caught him. He, realizing his loss, had already begun to beg the senior student to stop. To which the dark-haired one replied that the young man should allow the elder one to teach him a lesson today. Having broken the arm of his impudent opponent, the protagonist kneed him in the face. Under the force of the blow, Tang Ping flew 10 meters before crashing into the steps. The classmates who surrounded him started asking the blonde if he was okay. And he, looking into the face of his opponent, declared that he would not leave anything so easily. To which the main character suggested that the impudent boy try to do it. Suddenly, another person appeared and sent Lin Shu flying. This man was Tang Ping's elder brother, a warrior candidate. Seeing Tang Tian, the boy remembered how he was the vice president of the academy's hand-to-hand combat club. At one time, the older brother intended to finish off the boy for breaking the younger one's arm. Lin Shu, seeing the rushing fist, knew that he would not be able to dodge it. And at that moment, the blood of the main character was shed. Suddenly, Ye Shuanger stood between the seniors, asking them to stop. But even at the sight of the girl, the blonde had no intention of stopping. Seeing the fist aimed at herself, the girl closed her eyes, waiting for the outcome. But the awakened protagonist could not allow Ye Shuanger to be injured. After pushing the girl away, Lin Shu took all the damage from Tang Tian's fist. Looking at the falling boy, the blonde said that he was trying too hard to become a hero. After all, he will soon be leaving for another world, concluded the vice president of the hand-to-hand combat club. Following this, Tang Tian stepped on the dark-haired man's left hand, causing him to spit out blood. The blonde didn't want to stop, because the right hand was next. Suddenly, Teacher Lo appeared on the horizon and ordered them to stop. But even after the teacher's words, the blonde intended to finish off the boy. Seeing this, Teacher Luo pointed out how everyone in the Tang family was trash. Finally standing between the two, the bespectacled man asked what Tang Tian was doing, to which he replied that the dark-haired man was the first to start beating his younger brother. Hearing this, Ye Shuanger burst into the conversation and told the truth about how it all began. After listening to both positions, Professor Lo concluded that who is right and who is wrong will be sorted out at the academy. At one time, Tang Tian said that next time the dark-haired man would not be able to leave so easily, to which Lin Shu shared how he was looking forward to meeting them in the academy arena in 3 years. Hearing this, the bespectacled boy told the boy not to do anything stupid. Listening to Shuanger's worries, the boy asked her not to worry. Then the main character asked the blonde man if he had the courage to go into the arena with him. Hearing such words from the last in the ranking, Tang Tian naturally agreed. After that meeting, rumors of the upcoming battle between Lin Shu and Tang Tian spread throughout the academy. Listening to the conversations about the recent events in the academy courtyard, the fat man could not believe it. At this time, the boy was surprised that one potion was able to almost completely restore his hand. The nurse explained how this medicine was truly valuable, so the boy should not create problems. Having heard the last, the main character asked whether he should endure all the mockery. Realizing that there was no way to change Lin Shu's mind, the blonde handed him the card. After examining it, the boy realized that this bronze card was the rending fist. However, the woman added that the dark-haired man does not yet have sufficient physical strength. But with the Xiao family's healing potion, muscle damage is no longer a problem. Having received all the gifts from the nurse, the main character thanked her. The woman herself stated that sooner or later, the boy would still become hers. After receiving medical treatment, Lin Shu went to train. Looking at his stats, he emphasized how he was able to improve his level through training. As for the rapid growth program, the training jackal should soon be full. And 3 days later, the very day of the battle in the arena between Lin Shu and Tang Tian arrived. All the people gathered around the arena supported only Tang Tian. The teachers sitting in the stands nominated their students as winners. At this time, Tang Tian asked the dark-haired man what he would choose, to kneel and beg for mercy or die at his hand. To which the boy said that he wasn't going to hold back either with such scum. And after these words, the blonde rushed into the attack, using the bronze skill Instant Cleave. The essence of Instant Cleave is precisely in speed, to strike down the enemy before he has time to react. Having extended his spear, the protagonist was still able to hold back such a sudden attack, but some damage managed to reach the boy's neck, creating a small cut. Lin Shu immediately identified that this was sword energy, and Tang Tian was only pleased with such insight. After which, carrying out a series of stabbing blows, the blonde asked his opponent to die. He, who at the time reflected the blade, had no intention of giving in to the enemy. Observing this battle, the fat man and Zhang Yi noticed the difference in strength between the two. Tang Tian himself couldn't believe that a loser like Lin Shu could withstand all of his attacks. The protagonist was thinking about how the strike of accumulated anger was not ready yet, and in this case, he intended to use his signature move, and thus, the dark-haired man activated the Phoenix's Majesty skill. Teacher Luo was amazed when he saw this skill, because this was the power of the origin. The power of Tang Tian's blade and the scorching flames of the protagonist's skill clashed in battle. The force of the two forces caused an explosion in the arena, raising a lot of dust. The main character who emerged was pressed into the stone block below him. As for Tang Tian, he stood there as if he hadn't even felt much resistance. Turning to the main character, the blonde declared that he still deserved credit for having managed to wound him. Lin Shu's fans began to worry about his well-being. But the dark-haired man stood up abruptly and asked the trio not to worry about him. At this time, the system congratulated the boy on completing the rapid growth program. In addition, gift attribute points were distributed and the accumulated wrath strike was filled to the end. Seeing what was hidden under the boy's clothes, Teacher Lo noticed that these were weights. Watching Lin Shu, the blonde man told him that the outcome of the battle would not change anyway. At this time, the heavy armlet reached the ground and due to its great weight, it raised dust. The fat man was surprised that the main character had been carrying such a weight on himself all this time. Lin Shu himself, turning to the blonde, assured him that they had been warming up until this time. Hearing this from the loser, Tang Tian was angry because he had been toyed with all this time. After which he rushed into the attack, intending to quickly finish off the upstart. Having slashed his blade across the dark-haired man's body, it turned out to be Phantom. Surprised by this outcome, Tang Tian opened his mouth. Then the blonde managed to notice a boy swinging a spear on the left. Tan Tian, holding his blade out in front of him, was still able to block the boy's attack. He himself thought how the opponent's strength and speed had increased significantly after removing the equipment. But at this time the main character did not waste time. Now it was his turn to take care of the opponent. The blonde told the loser that he would never be afraid of him. The trio watching this fight could not hide their delight for the boy. Lin Zhu, looking at his opponent, decided to use his main technique again. Only now Phoenix's majesty is combined with accumulated wrath strike. In response, the blonde man said that such an insignificant piece of trash like Lin Shu couldn't possibly possess a strong skill. But in the end, Tang Tian's blade couldn't withstand the boy's surge of strength. And under the force of the fiery spear, the blonde lost his weapon and was sent into the air. The crowd nearby couldn't believe that the academy's biggest loser was able to defeat Tang Tian. But that was not all, because the blonde man called out to Lin Shu. He, writhing in pain, told the boy not to think that it was all over. After these words, the vice president of the hand-to-hand combat club began to drink some liquid. After just a few sips, Tang Tian's height tripled, causing his clothes to begin to tear. The boy immediately realized that his opponent had used doping. The blonde, without hearing the main character's words, intended to take his life. Following this, Tang Tian activated the bronze skill Splitting Strike. The main character was able to dodge this blow by jumping back a couple of meters. Lin Shuno realized how low such an act was during sparring. After which, the boy, calling the blonde a rat, rushed towards him with a spear at the ready. Unexpectedly, the blonde was still able to grab his opponent's weapon. Tang Tian snatched the spear from his hands and kicked the protagonist in the stomach. But that wasn't all, because right after the boy, the big guy threw his spear back at him. Looking at the approaching danger, the dark-haired man decided to use his power. Thus, Lin Shu activated the bronze skill Tearing Fist. After the strike, the protagonist's weapon left the battle arena. Teacher Luo, who was watching this battle, couldn't believe that his opponent had stooped to using arpies. Having heard this name from the teacher, the red-haired man wanted to know what it was. He said that in the past, this substance was used to defeat monsters by shortening human life. The fat man asked Tang Tian if he had really gone to such extremes for the sake of victory. Addressing the judges, Teacher Lo said that the fight should be ended due to doping. Hearing this from the teacher, the commentator and the judge hesitated. Suddenly, Tang Tian's teacher asked if there was any rule prohibiting the use of arpies. Turning to the referee and seeing the gesture, the commentator declared that the fight could continue, which caused different emotions in two teachers of Starlight Academy. Suddenly, something caught Teacher Luo's eye that greatly surprised him. It was Tang Mubai, the head of the Tang clan, which is one of the shareholders of the academy. But the teacher still couldn't understand whether they would watch until Lin Shu was killed. Tang Tian once said that a boy without a weapon was no match for him. To which the dark-haired man asked him why the enemy decided that he could only fight with a spear. Following this, the boy activated the explosion of anger, which allowed him to significantly increase his strength for 10 minutes. After the ability ends, the owner will remain in a state of extreme exhaustion for 5 minutes. Seeing the boy rushing into the attack, the blonde told him not to overestimate himself. After which, the two fists made a piercing sound after their contact. That wasn't all, because after that, the two began to shower each other with a series of blows. The spectators watching this massacre were amazed that Lin Shu did not give up his position in front of Tang Tian, who had taken doping. At this time, the blonde also could not understand how the loser was not inferior to him, even under doping. At one time, the main character noted how well he felt without weights, and with additional stat points. He was thinking about how he could finally show off the true rending fist. Dodging Tang Tian's massive fist, the dark-haired man was able to strike his opponent. He also assured his opponent that now even a spear could not pierce his skin, to which the main character, smiling, explained how his target was the internal tissues. And at that moment, the big guy felt a piercing pain throughout his entire arm. The audience was, to put it mildly, surprised when they saw this blow from the main character. Tang Tian fell to the ground and couldn't believe how such strength could be achieved in just 3 days. The protagonist, approaching the big guy, emphasized how victory now belonged to him. Unexpectedly, Tang Tian suddenly pulled out a dagger and rushed at the dark-haired man. But the boy was able to easily dodge such a sudden attack, after which he intended to finally deal with his opponent. The hand that suddenly appeared had no intention of letting the boy use the skill. With a wave of his hand, the dark-haired man was sent into the air away from his opponent. Watching Lin Shu fly across the arena, the three of them became worried about him. After which the trio surrounded the main character, inquiring about his condition. And the owner of such power turned out to be the head of the Tang clan, who asked how the boy dared to attempt on the life of a man of the Tang family. Lin Shu was greatly upset by this outcome, but teacher Luo reminded him of the agreement that the fight could continue until the death of the participant. After remaining silent for a while, the head of the Tang clan said that he remembered the boy, after which the commentator announced the victory of the student of the 29th group in the battle. The next day, the teacher knocked on the protagonist's room. Recognizing teacher Luo, the boy asked why there was such a rush after his fight. The teacher himself shared that he had 2 pieces of news, one good, the other bad. Hearing this statement, Lin Shu asked to start with the bad one. The teacher began to explain how the academy had decided to punish him. This made the main character very angry, because it was unfair to him. Glasses told how the Tang family is one of the shareholders of the academy, and Lin Shu almost killed a member of this family. For people in power who consider themselves superior to others, this is a grave insult. That's why the Tang family pressured the academy to punish the boy. Having heard all this, the main character, clenching his fist, could no longer hide his anger. But having come to his senses, the dark-haired man asked the teacher what punishment they had assigned him. The punishment was the clearing of the Fortress of Light along with the army garrison. The Fortress of Light is a large military structure located north of Starlight City. The boy, hearing this, realized that this was a chance to get a lot of points. And in the end, the main character accepted his punishment. Teacher Luo was taken aback by this reaction and decided to remind him how dangerous this place was. But Lin Shu, thanking the teacher for his concern, said that he would accept the punishment. Following this, the dark-haired man asked the teacher about the good news. Reaching under his shirt, the bespectacled man shared how it had slipped his mind. Handing over a silver skill card, teacher Luo congratulated the student on entering the top 100 in the academy rankings. Having received such a thing, Lin Shu thanked the teacher without hiding his joy. Glasses said that the creator of this combat skill is a legend of the past named Boli Rui. After his death, Rui left behind quite a few skill cards, but only a few people were able to master these techniques. Putting his hand on Lin Shu's shoulder, the teacher emphasized how he was progressing by leaps and bounds. Let him go to the fortress and be sure to return alive, Lo concluded. To which the protagonist replied to the teacher that he could relax because he was not going to die. Since last time, the boy's combat uniform had turned into a mess, which is why he had to spend money on a new one. Suddenly, a blade was aimed at the dark-haired man's neck. Of course, the main character was able to dodge by simply ducking. After jumping back a few meters, Lin Shu asked the strangers who they were. One of the punks emphasized Lin Shu's excellent reaction. The boy himself, using the eye of analysis, realized that they were all first ranking. Out loud, Lin Shu reminded the thugs that they were now within the city limits. The bald man, hearing this, replied that if they carefully finish off the dark-haired man, then no one will know anything. Following this, the bandage activated the bronze skill Hurricane Piercing Strike, to which the boy, having dodged, calmed down after the bald man's words about murder. In response to the enemy's attack, the boy used the bronze skill Rending Fist. The force was enough to tear all the muscles in the arm from the inside. The dark-haired man concluded that the killers had only one ending, death. Understanding what would happen next, the bald man began to beg the boy for mercy. But it was too late, because the thug's head was separated from his body. The bandage's allies, watching this, were shocked by the death of their comrade. For defeating a first-rank warrior, the system rewarded the boy with 2,500 experience points. The thugs were amazed that the dark-haired man was able to whiten a first-rank warrior. But the group didn't have to think for long, because they decided to attack together. And after these words, the rest of the group rushed at the main character. As a result, the boy received 5,000 experience points for killing 2 Prevo-ranked ones. The remaining 2 were already afraid for their lives, because their enemy was strong. Realizing the hopelessness of the situation, the thugs decided to run away. Lin Shu assumed that it was the Tang family who had set these thugs on him. At this time, a distressed female voice was heard in the Tang clan's domain, because even 5 first-rankers couldn't deal with the warrior candidate. Listening to the woman, one of the thugs began to make excuses, saying that the boy was not simple. Suddenly, a familiar voice was heard in the room, which was also angry at the duo. It was the head of the Tang clan who ordered the thugs to leave this room. Following this, Tang Mubai asked the woman if she really thought that no one would find out about this. After all, if he hadn't sent people to clean up the mess, the Tang family would have become the target of an investigation. To which the woman replied that she could not remain inactive, since her 2 sons had been treated poorly. As a mother, she cannot allow this to happen anymore for the sake of her children. Listening to these statements, the head of the family said that Tang Tian himself was to blame. He then told his wife how he had already pressured the academy to punish the student, which is the clearing of the Fortress of Light, where the mortality rate of participants is 70%. The next day, a crowd of uniformed people gathered in front of the plane. Third-rank warrior Qinqiang asked the crowd if Lin Zhu was there, to which the main character, standing among the military, raised his voice. He himself thought about how there was another warrior standing before him, one who was not affected by the eye of analysis. Qinqiang continued, ordering those present to listen to him carefully. The big guy standing nearby asked the dark-haired man, but he was not mistaken in the place. Hearing the conversation, the soldier ordered them to stop and listen to him. Having heard that 40 warriors would be leaving, the same big guy said that there were only 39 here. Qinqiang couldn't stand it anymore and ordered everyone who was smiling to do 100 push-ups, to which the standing punks in uniform, of course, obeyed. Approaching the boy, the soldier told him that when carrying out a task, he was in the same position as the others. He also told Lin Shu not to let his guard down, because death always awaits unexpectedly, after which Qinqiang ordered everyone to put their equipment in order and prepare for the flight. And so, after some time, the plane, together with the main character, took off into the air. On board, most of the military, like the boy, were in the training compartment. The shaggy man, noticing Lin Shu, greeted him and introduced himself as Li Yi. Sitting down next to the dark-haired man, he asked him how it happened that he was here now. To which the main character, exhaling heavily, replied that he was simply forced to. The shaggy guy assumed that the boy had angered some big shot from the academy. Li Yi wanted to say something else, but a can of cola flew into his direction and stopped him. It was the same big guy who asked Li Yi why he was shirking his training. To which he replied to Jin Hai that the dark-haired man was his classmate from elementary school. Pushing Li Yi away, the big man asked him not to interfere with his affairs. Then the tattooed man asked the protagonist what he kept in this box. But the boy had no intention of letting anyone touch his things so easily. He asked the shaved man whether his elders hadn't taught him that he shouldn't touch other people's things. Jin Hai became angry at these words, noticing how new he was. The soldiers standing nearby also wanted to know what was so valuable in this box. The boy asked the tattooed man if he had heard the phrase, but curiosity killed the cat. Without further ado, the soldier decided to yank the box out of its place with a sharp movement. But when he picked it up, he wondered what was so heavy lying there. Loudly, the main character clicked his foot and hit the carrier with a sharp movement of his foot. From behind which, the next moment, a heavy spear appeared. Without thinking twice, Lin Shu grabbed the weapon and pointed it in front of Jin Hai's neck. Following this, the boy said that when the silver spirit comes into play, blood is shed. The soldiers standing nearby, watching this spectacle, were amazed. Lowering his weapon, the boy shared how he expected more from first-rank warriors. Having put the spear back into the box, the protagonist added that such a warrior turned out to be trash. Jin Hai had already endured these words, which caused him to rush at Lin Shu with his fists. But the boy, having punched him once, emphasized how the big guy was too slow. From such a blow, the tattooed man fell to the ground with a dull sound. The next moment, the warrior rushed towards Lin Shu, intending to deal with him. But the voice that suddenly appeared and ordered to stop turned out to be faster. It was Qinqiang who asked Jin Hai if he was bothering the newbies again. Another soldier told how the boy was the first to knock the tattooed man to the ground. Hearing this, the third rank asked if it was shameful to be knocked down by a high school student. He would do better to think with his brain about how to survive on the expedition, Qinqiang concluded. And after some time, a group of soldiers and the main character found themselves on the territory of the Fortress of Light. The soldier ordered the soldiers to split into 4 groups of 10 people. Lin Shu asked the long-haired man if he had been here, to which he received a negative answer. Jin Hai told the dark-haired man that he hoped he wouldn't let himself be killed, to which the boy shared how such trash shouldn't worry about him. Suddenly, the girl who was the platoon commander named Xu Wen ordered not to cause trouble. He doesn't want others to be in danger because of petty squabbles, after which the blonde ordered her people to move out immediately. The platoon's role is to patrol the area around the Fortress of Light, and clearing out local villages if necessary to ensure security. Jin Hai is surprised that the zombie danger level is only rank 1. Xu Wen noticed that their platoon was still only on the outskirts of the village. Suddenly, a pack of zombies gathered in one place appeared on the horizon. Only this time they had the second rank and the infection skill. At the sight of the monsters, the big guy walked towards them, saying how impressive they were, after which Jin Hai shared that he intended to crush the heads of these creatures. But the first to attack was a second-rank zombie with high speed. Trying to dodge, the tattooed man noticed how he had greatly underestimated his opponent. But at that very moment, he was surprised by the suddenly appearing tip of a spear. The system awarded Lin Shu 2,000 points for killing a rank 2 zombie. Jin Hai was greatly surprised and nevertheless thanked his savior. The boy didn't wait long and rushed towards his walking experience points. At one time, monsters would also be excited at the sight of a human being. A second later, the system again credited 2,000 experience points for killing monsters several times. The soldiers watching this spectacle were amazed by the strength of the high school student. The girl ordered her allies not to stand there like pillars, but to fight. After which, a detachment of soldiers rushed to reinforce the main character. With one powerful swing, Xu Wen was able to split the zombie's body into two. The two standing nearby also had no intention of giving in to the platoon commander in the number of monsters they had killed. Suddenly, the dark-haired man and the military felt a loud growl that could be heard throughout the area. The boy shared that this is the ability of the zombie leader, with the help of which he summons subordinates. Hearing this, the soldiers did not understand why they were so confused. It was already too late because a huge horde of zombies appeared in front of the platoon. Without thinking twice, the girl ordered her subordinates to use firearms. Thus, the men lined up, awaiting the command to fire on the enemy. And a moment later, a multitude of shots were fired into the crowd of infected. Without being distracted by system windows, the main character shot at the enemy. After gaining a lot of experience, Lin Zhu was promoted to the rank of first-rank warrior. He himself thought how he could now use the accumulation of anger 3 times a day. At this time, Xu Wen ordered everyone to prepare for close combat. Following this, she used the combat skill Heavenly Slash. The military, having received the order at the time, only rushed towards the monsters with enthusiasm. The boy, having overtaken everyone, thought about only one thing: getting experience points. A moment later, the 4 second-rank zombies were destroyed. One of the soldiers reported how the infected had already begun their attack behind them. Hearing this, the blonde began to realize that if they were surrounded, they would all die. Pointing to a nearby building, the girl said that they would all take shelter there. Then, the platoon began running one after another into the concrete structure. The shaggy man noted how good it was that there was a sliding door in this place. While fighting off the zombies, the girl suggested that the main character take cover quickly, but then the dark-haired man pushed Xu Wen away and told her to hide, after which he added that it was not his habit to force a girl to bring up the rear of the column. Hearing these words from, the blonde boy was amazed and wanted to rush to him again. But the platoon commander was stopped in time by the tattooed man, which is why she tried to break free from his grip. The girl began to ask her to let go, because the boy was fighting a horde of zombies alone. Jin Hai suggested that the blonde look at the main character. He activated the combat skill Phoenix's Majesty at the time, burning the enemy. Having seen such a skill from a newbie, the military's opinion about it changed dramatically. Then the tattooed man told Lin Xiu to quickly enter the building. Having let the last member of the platoon through, the soldiers closed the sliding door. The monsters outside began to try to break through the barrier in their path. The platoon commander emphasized how this door would not hold for long, after which the bald man told how he discovered a massive barrier gate to the 2nd floor. But the next moment, a crowd of infected poured into the concrete building. Addressing the main character, the girl told him to hurry to the 2nd floor. Finding herself behind the metal gate, the girl began to close it. Thus, the zombies once again found themselves behind the barrier, thirsting for human flesh. Juin told her subordinates to quickly go upstairs and conduct reconnaissance of the floor. And after a few seconds, the tattooed man and Li Yi were the first on the new floor. Once there, the long-haired man was confused by the surroundings of the room, and all because the space was completely covered with cobwebs and other things. Li Ti immediately assumed that mutated spiders might live in this place. At this time, some creature jumped from the ceiling onto the shoulder of the long-haired man. He, feeling a foreign object, began to ask those present what was on his back. Without thinking twice, Jin Hai struck the creature with his axe, knocking it down. It was a first-rank black spider, formed under the influence of radioactive contamination. Using the Eye of Analysis, the protagonist told his allies about this monster. After listening to the boy, the girl emphasized how they wandered into the spider's nest. Suddenly, one of the soldiers called out to the platoon commander in a frightened voice. After all, the entire ceiling was strewn with a multitude of approaching black spiders. Realizing the numerical advantage, the girl ordered everyone to go up to the 3rd floor, after which the entire platoon rushed up, leaving the tattooed man and Lin Xiu in defense. But on the 3rd floor, the same spiders were discovered, at the sight of which Xu Wen ordered to break through. Lin Xiu also shared how this building only had 3 floors, which meant the stairs led to the roof. Then the dark-haired man began to break through the path for his allies to the top. Finding himself in front of the door, the boy knocked it down with one kick. Following the boy, the military appeared, led by the platoon commander. Once in a safe place, the girl offered to restore her strength. At this time, many infected people were wandering around the building where people were located. Looking down, the protagonist's gaze caught something interesting. It was a 2nd-rank fanged dog that was fighting the zombie leader. A horde of dogs and a horde of infected clashed in a brutal battle. Watching this, Xu Wen couldn't understand what was going on below. But Lin Shu was of the same opinion, wondering why monsters fight monsters. Afterwards, the girl shared how now, thanks to this mess, they have a chance to get out. Lin Shu pondered the question of why the evolved monsters were attacking each other. At one time, Xu Wen ordered the soldiers to check their equipment. Those, not hoping for a chance of salvation, asked the commander if he really thought that everything would work out so easily for them. To which the girl answered negatively, since at first she intended to break through the encirclement. Remembering the few zombies outside, Xu Wen decided to deal with them quietly. The girl and the main character took on this easy role. Having dealt with the monsters, Lin Zhu reported to his allies that the horizon was clear, and a moment later, the platoon was finally able to leave the concrete building. Unexpectedly, the main character showed a stop gesture in front of the reconnaissance. There, the dark-haired man saw a horde of monsters of two types intending to get rid of each other. Suddenly, the fanged dog's gaze turned to the people hiding around the corner. Realizing this, the protagonist shared with his allies how they were discovered. The fanged dogs, having discovered a more important target, decided to get rid of that one first. But the swing of the protagonist's spear turned out to be much faster than the dog's fangs. The platoon commander was also no less skilled than the newcomer in destroying monsters. The rest of the platoon began a fierce fight with the infected and the dogs at the same time. And eventually, people were able to defeat the creatures. But that wasn't all, because a massive fanged dog, a third-ranked beast, appeared. Having seen him, the main character immediately determined that this was the king of dogs. After which the dark-haired man asked his allies to be careful, because he was approaching. In an instant, the monster's huge carcass disappeared from its location. The king of dogs rushed towards one of the gathered people, wanting to profit from them. Still, the bald man managed to hide from the monster's suddenly closing jaws. Without thinking, the man tried to counterattack, but Lin Shu ordered a retreat. But even a strong blow from the blade did not cause any damage to the fanged dog. Now the warrior realized how strong the king of dogs' fur was. At this time, the creature rushed towards the man, biting him on the hand. Seeing her people being killed, Xu Wen rushed towards the dog and ordered it to die. But the third-ranked creature, without any heaviness, was able to dodge. And then, opening his mouth, the king of the fanged dogs intended to rip the girl's head off. But the suddenly appearing spear of the protagonist stopped the monster's intentions. Hearing the gratitude, Lin Shu asked the girl to remain alert. The main character himself, emitting electricity, intended to show his strength, after which the dark-haired man activated the accumulated power strike. Lin Shu thrust the tip of the spear into the ground and began to tense every muscle in his body, to send the massive bulk of the fanged dog flying. Watching their new recruit fight, the military platoon's spirit was lifted. Eventually, the monster's heavy bulk crashed into the wall, raising a lot of dust. But the boy wasn't about to relax, because the system notification didn't appear. And then, among the settled dust, the wounded king of the fanged dogs appeared. Only this time, the creature decided to use its bloody massacre ability. This is a furious attack shrouded in a bloody mist. This is the hidden ability of this creature. Realizing this, the protagonist ordered his allies to flee in all directions. Unfortunately, the next moment, Lin Zhu's body was slammed into a concrete wall. Realizing that even with a small jerk to the side his body had received such damage, the boy was surprised. A nearby military platoon froze in anticipation of the start of a new round. And, at that very moment, the silhouette of the king of the fanged dogs appeared behind the boy's head. He rushed at Lin Shu and again used the bloody massacre ability. The main character did not dare to agree to such a repetition of events. Enveloping his body in flames, he asked his opponent if he thought he was stupid, after which the boy rushed towards his opponent, activating the Phoenix's Majesty skill. The force of the two forces colliding caused a powerful explosion, which was accompanied by the main character flying 10 meters. Ultimately, the system rewarded Lin Shu with 8,000 experience points for defeating the third-rank monster. Seeing the system window, the main character cannot hide the joy on his face. The approaching allies began to ask if the dark-haired man was okay. Then another second-rank hiding monster, a zombie leader, appeared. The boy noticed how the master of the roar appeared, calling the infected. At one time, the zombie leader pierced the head of the defeated king of the fanged dogs. Taking out the anomalous crystal, the huge carcass directed it into its mouth. The observing blonde couldn't understand what this creature was doing. The boy also wondered if monsters could evolve by devouring anomalous crystal. Using Lin Shu's eye of analysis, he learned that the zombie leader was currently in the process of evolving. Having learned from the boy about the possibility of danger, the allies became worried. Lin Shu added that they now needed to stop the creature before it did anything. The evolving zombie leader himself began to roar loudly, calling for allies. The infected did not keep us waiting long, as they immediately surrounded the people. Realizing the hopelessness of her situation, Xu Wen turned to the protagonist for help, to which he asked the platoon commander to simply hold off the approaching zombies while he dealt with the leader. After all, if the main undead is defeated, the rest will disperse. Having agreed, the girl wished the protagonist good luck in the battle with the leader. The dark-haired man, without wasting any time, closed the distance and then attacked the infected. But the skin of this creature turned out to be even stronger than that of a third-rank fanged dog. Thinking about this, Lin Shu decided to use the Phoenix Majesty skill, feeling the power of which, the leader decided to retreat for his own survival. In addition, he summoned his pawns, using them as a human shield. This made the main character seriously worried, because evolution would soon end. While thinking about how to get through the crowd, the boy remembered that he had one card. Having the first rank, the boy believed that he could learn the map very quickly. Following this, tons of teachings began to dissolve into the depths of the dark-haired man's consciousness. The defending soldiers were surprised that the boy was busy learning the map during the battle. At this time, the horde of infected bloodthirsty ones was getting closer and closer to Lin Shu. But at that very moment, the boy's training was over, after which he used the silver skill Pear-Colored Flurry. Noticing the slow speed and only 3 strikes from Lin Shu, this was not enough. After which, he intended to try again to obtain a better result. But this time, the Pear Blossom Flurry skill again consisted of 3 hits. The big guy watching the main character was surprised that he even had time to train. Now he understood why this boy was able to obtain his power at such an age. The girl emphasized that they, as military personnel, cannot give in to a high school student. These words greatly inspired the warriors, which gave them new strength in the face of danger. As he broke through to the zombie leader, Lin Shu realized his current limit of 5 hits. But this did not sadden him much, because the one he desired appeared before him. Without a second's hesitation, the protagonist rushed towards the main threat among the monsters. Seeing a man activating his skills in front of him, the infected began to cover himself with his hands. And at that very moment, a pear-colored squall fell upon the leader's carcass. Unexpectedly, the boy used the Eye of Analysis, and what he saw amazed him. And all because the boy's opponent managed to complete the evolution to the 3rd rank. Although the leader did not acquire the overall fighting ability of the king of the fanged dogs, however, his special ability called Stone Skin angered Lin Shu. Seeing this, the dark-haired man decided to fight to the end, after which the boy swung his spear and the leader rushed at the little man. But suddenly the creature kicked the place where the boy was standing. Lin Shu knew that if he didn't finish off the leader quickly, too many infected would arrive. Following this, the protagonist used his Anger Explosion ability. The warriors were greatly surprised by the sudden change in their ally's aura. The boy, meanwhile, intended to use a more powerful version of his skill. Then Lin Shu unleashed a stronger version of Pear-Colored Flurry, from the power of which, the leader of the infected could already feel pain. The dark-haired man noticed how, with the help of the explosion of anger, he began to feel the spear as a part of his body. Looking at his opponent, the dark-haired man was eager to test his power. The first thing the protagonist did was use deeper cognition, following which the bull activated the Pear-Colored Flurry skill. Zhu Wen noticed how the boy's first attack was half as strong as his current one, and a moment later, the system rewarded Lin Shu with 8,000 experience points for destroying a 3rd-rank monster. He also managed to raise his level to 13. Having received characteristic points, he increased his strength. And now the dark-haired one wanted to have some fun with the less dangerous walking experience points, after which the main character's system began to reward him with the experience gained for kills. And eventually, the battle between humans and first-tier monsters ended. The long-haired man, sitting on the ground, shared that if it weren't for Lin Shu, they would all have died. To which Jinhai laughed and replied that he hadn't fought so cheerfully for a long time. Shu Wen approached and asked the boy if he had used any drugs, to which the main character assured that he had used no doping. The girl noticed how the boy suddenly gained unprecedented strength in the middle of the battle. Lin Shu shared how he himself did not realize what was happening at that moment. And then the girl suggested that the main character was able to obtain profound knowledge, with the help of which even low-level bronze skills are able to compete with silver rank. And the most important thing is that only 1 in 1,000 warriors reaches the highest levels. To which the protagonist replied that this was great, since his bronze skills were comparable to those of a higher rank. Following this, Shu Wen ordered the military to gather their equipment. And so, by nightfall, the platoon found itself on the local roof of a high-rise building. The girl noticed how the meat of the king of the fanged dogs was at a high level. Unexpectedly, Lin Shu asked the blonde if she had heard of the sacred region, to which the girl explained how this place was the Shengyu Academy. Among the 5 higher education institutions, it occupies the highest position, and the most elite warriors are trained there. The minimum requirement is to be a first-rank warrior. Thinking back to his second-rank peer, Lin Shu thought that it would be easy. The next day, the platoon went on to clear out the surrounding areas. The girl reminded them that their task was to clean up, after which the mission would be completed. Suddenly, Li Yi reported about an unusual monster nearby. Looking up, Shu Wen saw a creature clinging to the wall of a high-rise building. It was a zombie crawler capable of climbing and scaling vertical objects. In addition, there were a lot of these second-rank creatures in the cleared area. Jinhai, having noticed the monster, decided on a very bad idea, namely, to shoot it. The dark-haired man tried to stop the idiot, but it was too late. The projectile never reached its target because this type of infected has a special speed. Seeing this, Lin Shu said that the crawling zombies should not be underestimated. The long-haired man became curious about why these monsters, despite having such speed, looked clumsy. The boy assumed that this was done specifically to lure them in. A blonde standing nearby ordered her allies to prepare for battle as they had been spotted. At this time, one of the infected, licking his lips, rushed towards the people. They opened fire at the approaching great danger. Numerous bullets hit the creatures' bodies, leaving them no chance of survival. Following this, Shuwen rushed towards the enemy with her blade drawn. Using her heavenly slash skill, the girl split the monster's body in two. The soldiers decided to follow the same example by taking out their melee weapons. Suddenly, one of the infected attackers appeared from the top of the building. Before he could react, the soldier felt the deepest pain from the bite. But that wasn't all, because a crowd of zombie crawlers appeared. Having reacted successfully, the military placed their guns in front of them. Lin Shu, realizing the severity of the battle, suggested moving to open ground. Hearing this, the girl ordered her subordinates to run forward down the street. Thus, the platoon found itself surrounded by zombies on the outskirts not far from the village. Understanding her situation, Shuwen said that if everyone wanted to survive, they had to fight. After which the military and the main character rushed towards the approaching zombie crawlers. And after some time, this horde of monsters was dealt with. Lin Shu noticed how he was dying from fatigue, but the points he received were worth it for him. Suddenly, the dark-haired man felt danger approaching from behind him. The boy's sensitivity did not fail him because he managed to dodge. Without thinking twice, the main character attacked the stranger with a stabbing blow. He turned out to be a third-rank warrior who specialized in secret assassinations. Having shown his weapon, the protagonist asked the stranger who he was. To which the white-haired man remarked that someone who would soon become dead did not need to know this. And only at that moment did the group of soldiers notice a stranger among themselves. When he saw the people, he shared that he didn't care about them because the target was the dark-haired one. To which the girl explained how Lin Shu was a soldier of the Federation. But the white-haired man was already tired of such boring conversations. He had no intention of clowning around here. Seeing the enemy's actions, the blonde used her heavenly slash skill. After which, two rather strong swings touched, creating a small explosion. And then, under the power of the white-haired man, the girl lost her grip and lost. Seeing how the commander was wounded, the entire platoon rushed at the new enemy. But he used the silver skill super speed rotation to create a whirlwind. Following this, the killer was amazed that the boy decided to run away. He also noted how the main character would not be able to run far. Having recovered, the soldiers wondered who this stranger was and why he needed the boy. Zhu Wen, who stood up, was amazed by the strength of this white-haired assassin. Unexpectedly, Jinhai shared that he was sure the boy had taken the stranger away for the safety of his allies. To which the girl replied that, of course, they would not remain inactive. After all, he dared to attack their man in the presence of military personnel from the city of Starlight. At this time, the stranger, as he said, was able to catch up with the main character. Suddenly, Lin Shu asked the enemy who said that he had escaped. He was just looking for a deserted place, so that no one would disturb him while the slaughter was going on. This statement made the white-haired man angry, and he promised to finish off the target. Suddenly, the dark-haired man asked the assassin if he was hired by the Tang clan. The stranger replied that there was no point in answering this question because the boy was already dead. Unexpectedly, he assumed that the boy was going to take revenge on this clan. Agreeing with this statement, the protagonist attacked the enemy. He, looking at the flashing tip of the spear, was surprised by the speed of the target. But the white-haired man still managed to dodge, after which he found himself behind the boy. He thought how his heart had shuddered for a moment from the determination of the cold fury that the boy had just released. At this time, Lin Shu was angered by such a strange evasion of his swing. Without thinking twice, the white-haired man decided to quickly finish his order. But a spear that suddenly appeared repelled the assassin's sudden attack. But that wasn't all, because the stranger had two such blades. Then the dark-haired man tried to pierce his opponent again, but he was able to dodge. Jumping back, the killer shared how he didn't expect the boy to have any abilities. Looking at the killer who had suddenly jumped, the main character was surprised by his speed. The white-haired man himself activated the silver skill Petal Fall. Lin Shu thought about how this skill of his opponent's was quite similar to his pear-colored flurry, after which the main character wanted to demonstrate it to his opponent. Thus, the boy used the pear-colored squall. But even after such numerous blows, the stranger managed to survive. He laughed and shared how it had been a long time since he had shown his full strength. To which the boy replied that the third rank is too weak, even compared to the first rank. Once again, the dark-haired one unleashed a barrage of pear blossom on the white-haired one. Blocking each blow, the assassin reminded the target that this wouldn't work on him. Afterwards, he decided to activate the silver skill Double-Winged Thrust. the power of which was able to overcome the reaction of the protagonist, which put him in danger. The killer's movements were honed to perfection, so much so that even the ground beneath his feet could not withstand the onslaught of his forces. The stranger himself, turning to his goal, declared that he had won, to which the main character shared how he was ready to argue on this matter. At that moment, the killer noticed a blood stain on his clothes and was taken aback. He, replaying the entire fight, emphasized how he dodged all 4 of the boy's blows. The main character himself, smiling, I thought, how if more people appear, system windows pop up. Lin Shu then told his opponent how he actually performed the 5 strikes. This made him very surprised, because now the end would come for him. And a moment later, the system rewarded the boy with 12,000 experience for destroying a 3rd-rank warrior. Leaning against the wall, the boy also gained level 14. Although he managed to regain his vitality after leveling up, his wounds are still bleeding. Understanding this, the protagonist took out a blade to get rid of the wounds as quickly as possible. Suddenly, allies appeared on the horizon, wondering if the boy was okay. Lin Shu himself noted how these people can be relied upon because they are ready to help even if a battle with a 3rd rank is required. Following this, the blonde watched as the dark-haired man collapsed to the ground next to the defeated killer. By nightfall, the main character woke up in a tent completely wrapped in bandages. Without thinking of continuing to lie there, the dark-haired man decided to find out the situation. Zhu Wen, noticing the main character, asked in surprise about his condition. Lin Shu responded positively and thanked him for the food he brought. Then the long-haired and tattooed guy noticed how strong the boy was. The girl said that he had seriously injured his shoulders and they had used ointments, but recovery was still required. Thus, the main character spent 1 month with his platoon. The long-awaited day has arrived when the military and Lin Shu can complete the mission. One of the soldiers shared how he does not envy those who will be carrying out the mission next year. To which Chu Wen noted that if it weren't for the boy, things would have been very difficult. Jin Hai and Luo Yi hugged the protagonist and said these words in agreement. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice asked the soldiers if they were soldiers of the Federation. One of the group's people recalled the annual period of cleaning up the infected, after which he asked the platoon if they would like to share their catch. Hearing these words, the blonde asked who had instilled such courage in the punks. The boy himself, using the eye of analysis, recognized the strangers of the 1st rank. However, among them there was one 3rd-rank warrior named Zhou Diaoyu. Having received this information, Lin Shu immediately shared it with his allies. This same 3rd-ranker, without waiting long, decided to finish off the soldiers. The dark-haired man assumed that this big guy had come specifically for him, and then the red-haired man pointed at Lin Shu, confirming his guess. At that moment, the blonde realized that the person in front of them was Lone Wolf Zhou Diaoyu. Hearing this from the commander, Jin Hai remembered how he had once single-handedly cut down an entire battalion. Having confirmed this, the girl added that it was no longer surprising why they dared to attack them. The red-haired man himself shared how, for him, cutting down a crowd of soldiers is no more difficult than cutting down dogs. The blonde became very angry at such harsh words. She intended to finish off this scum. But the main character stopped him in time and asked him to leave it to him. The boy immediately asked if it was true that the red-haired man was sent by the Tang clan. To which he said, don't compare him to that cretin, even though they are both 3rd rank. But the difference in their strength was too great, Lone Wolf concluded. Lin Shu dodged and guessed that the opponent's 2-handed sword was heavier than his spear. And the opponent himself was still a warrior of the 3rd rank, the boy remembered. Having handed over the main scum to the dark-haired man, the warriors decided to deal with the lackeys, after which a crowd of enraged soldiers rushed at the punks. At this time, Lin Shu decided to activate Pear-Colored Flurry. In response, the red-haired man held out his sword and blocked all the attacks. Jin Hai declared that the boy's childish tricks would not work on him, and now he intended to show the protagonist what real fighting skill was. After which, the red-haired man activated the Silver Skill Dark Star Slash. Having seen it, the main character immediately realized that he would not be able to stand under it. Without further ado, the dark-haired man decides to use his explosion of anger. And the next moment, a powerful swing of the blade was directed at the main character. Watching this carnage, the blonde called out to her ally. The tattooed man, addressing Lin Shu as his brother, also became worried about him. As for the red-haired one, he, while waiting for the result, wondered if he had managed to kill him. But in the end, Lin Shu was able to withstand the enemy's onslaught without losing his outer clothing. Surprised by this turn of events, Jin Hai assumed that the target was using doping. But even if that were the case, the red-haired man didn't care, because he was going to kill the boy by any means necessary. The main character himself realized that even with the active ability of Explosion of Anger, he could not match the strength. Unable to break through, the red-haired man noticed his opponent's impressive rebuff, and then he decided to offer the boy to enjoy one of his skills. Seeing and feeling the aura, the protagonist immediately realized that something dangerous was about to happen. And at that very moment, Jin Hai used the silver skill Triple/Whirlwind. Smiling, the red-haired man stated that this force should be enough for the enemy. The first cut from the redhead was enough to throw the main character into the wall. Lin Shu, shaking in pain, thought how the force of this attack was too much for him. At the time, the enemy did not think of stopping. He began to spin up again, using the skill /whirlwind, which was the second one. Realizing the danger, the dark-haired man realized that he needed to use his trump card, after which the main character activated a skill called Pear Blossom Flurry, to which Lone Wolf stated that such a weak attack would not work on him. But at that moment, Lin Shu's eyes lit up with a bright flame, because that was not all. The boy activated a combined burst of power using Phoenix's majesty, seeing which, the red-haired man changed his expression in surprise. And a couple of seconds later, a powerful fiery explosion thundered throughout the entire area. Suddenly, the body of a dark-haired man appeared from it, flying at high speed into the wall. Standing in scorched clothes, the red-haired man noticed his opponent's impressive attack. But unfortunately for the boy, each cut is capable of strengthening itself by absorbing the enemy's energy. And the blow that the boy used was very strong, because of which the red-haired man's power increased. A second later, Zhou Diaoyu used /whirlwind for the third time. Seeing the approaching blow, the protagonist thought how terrifying the power of this move was. But the dark-haired man decided to accept his fate of dying at the hands of scum. At that moment, Lin Shu felt the familiar feeling of being at the crossroads between life and death. This sensation allowed him to once again feel a comprehensible state of unity with his weapon. Coming out of his thoughts, the protagonist decided to show his opponent his true strength. By using deep knowledge, the protagonist gained unprecedented strength. It took the main character just one moment to create a hole in the enemy's body, looking at which, the lone wolf was surprised for the last time in his life. After which, the system rewarded the dark-haired man with 18,000 experience points. By destroying a third-ranked warrior, the boy was able to reach level 15. In this way, Lin Shu was able to defeat the killer of entire battalions. After some time, the main character woke up again bandaged in his bed. Zhu Wen, who was sitting nearby, told how the boy lay unconscious for the whole day. Following this, the dark-haired man asked why they were now on the transporter, to which the girl happily reminded her ally that they were able to complete the task. Having received the blue card, Lin Shu asked what it was. The girl explained how the boy's reward for the tasks was credited to this card, on which lies 3 million in alliance currency. Having received the award, the protagonist thanked the platoon commander and asked what he could do, to which the blonde, touching Lin Shu's hand, shared how she didn't even know, after which Shu Wen asked how about dedicating himself to her. Hearing this, Lin Shu replied that he was still a high school student and should not fall in love prematurely. Suddenly, the main character asked the girl what date it was today. Having learned that it was the 12th, the boy stood up abruptly because he had a final semester exam. The girl told how it was only dawn now and Lin Shu could make it in time. Once in the city of Starlight, all platoons left the transport plane, after which, Qinqiang began rewarding the participants of the cleanup mission. Seeing the award, the boy was taken aback because only military personnel can receive it. But after this, the commander appeared in front of the boy, handing him a star. At this time, the reeling military could not believe that this youth was able to kill third-rank monsters. At this time, Qinqiang emphasized how the dark-haired man was able to get close to the second rank. Having offered the boy the chance to become a military man, he decided to refuse. Laughing, the commander shared how he had already forgotten that Lin Shu was still a schoolboy. Zhu Wen, who was standing nearby, was thinking how this boy would soon be late for the exam. She intended to get her hands on the main character in the future. Suddenly, the blonde offered the boy to hug her too. Without clowning around for long, the girl herself hugged the shy protagonist, after which Shu Wen asked the boy to visit them in a free place. After some time, the final semester competitions began at Starlight Academy. Teacher Luo still couldn't understand why Lin Shu was still not there. Standing nearby, Yan Tian also couldn't understand why his friend hadn't shown up yet. The fat man asked the teacher where his brother had gone for a whole month, to which the bespectacled man asked the student to wait a little longer to receive an answer. This conversation was interrupted by one student flying across the entire arena and crashing into the next one. Number 208, named Tang Tian, was declared the winner. The spectators whispered among themselves that they had heard that he had undergone some kind of training on the path of death. And so the next participant, number 1024 Lin Shu, was called into the arena. The teacher and the fat man were frightened for the boy by this sudden announcement. Not noticing the participant, the commentator called the participant Lin Shu again. At this time, the waiting opponent, Chen Xiao, was thinking how he wanted to know what the boy was capable of. Once again, not seeing the participant, the man decided to start a 10-second countdown. Suddenly, a familiar voice asked the teacher not to bother counting. After all, he arrived, and when he saw Lin Shu, the audience began to be amazed, since they hadn't seen him for a long time. Even the teacher could not hide his joy at the appearance of the dark-haired man. The fat man noticed how the dark-haired man often liked to be late. Noticing the main character in the neighboring arena, Tang Tian was surprised that he did not die in the Fortress of Light. But there was nothing to worry about, he concluded, because the blonde was going to deal with it himself. At this time, the teacher asked the students to disperse and prepare for battle. Chen Xiao pointed out that if the boy could stand up to Tang Tian, then he would be able to show him something too. To which the main character replied that he couldn't be surprised by his opponent's level. These words made the blue-haired man both shocked and angry. Hearing about the start of the fight, the big guy rushed at the main character like a beast for meat, and he at one time caught the axe with his bare hands without any weight. Chen Zhao was, to put it mildly, surprised by this circumstance. Following this, the dark-haired man kicked his opponent in the stomach with a powerful blow. The blue-haired man could not withstand the force of it and fell to the ground. Chen Xiao quickly recovered and used the bronze skill 9 forms of falling leaves. Seeing this blow, the main character also decided to demonstrate one of his skills. It was the skill bursting fist, which had tremendous power. Thus, the enemy's axe crossed with the dark-haired man's fist. The big guy retreated and wondered why his opponent had such a hard blow. Without thinking twice, Chen Xiao declared that such a trash like this kid shouldn't look down on him. Following this, the blue-haired man used his silver skill, Star Waterfall. Having seen which, the audience was mesmerized because this skill is very expensive. The boy himself caught himself thinking that he liked the techniques more and more. The guy was glad that there was only one battle a day, so he didn't have to worry about the anger scale. And after these thoughts, the main character activated the accumulated power strike, the power of which was able to break through the enemy's skill, not giving him a chance. A second later, Chen Xiao's heavy body landed on the ground, making a dull sound. Ultimately, the protagonist number 1024 was declared the winner. Watching this fight, Teacher Lo was surprised that the boy had become so much stronger. After the fight ended, his classmates swarmed around the boy, rejoicing at his victory. When the fat man asked where he had been, Lin Shu replied that the red-haired man would not have survived there. At these words, Yang Tian asked his friend how he dared to call him a burden. Once in the stands, the protagonist began to consider his status. After which, a multitude of system windows appeared in front of the boy. At one point, the system asked the owner if he wanted to open the genetic lock in the event of unforeseen circumstances. Not daring to open it, Lin Shu decided to invest the acquired stat points into strength. Returning to the past, Zhang Lin, the head of the academic department of the Starlight Academy, watched the battles. He couldn't believe that Lin Shu was able to return to the academy alive. Realizing this, the man didn't know how to explain himself to the Tang clan now. Suddenly, the idea came to him to put a couple of his strongest opponents against him. The next day, the trio awaited the draw for the pairs of 100 finalists. The duo, looking at the screen, hoped that Lin Shu would not have a very strong opponent. But in the end, the main character's opponent was a certain Yagulin, about which the dark-haired man inquired of the knowledgeable trio. Yantian said that he is a third grader who ranks 4th in the rankings. Thinking of this, Zhang Yi emphasized that he would meet with Tang Tian. Putting his hands on the shoulders of his students, Teacher Lo concluded that they had encountered some tough opponents. At this time, another man named Yi appeared on the scene among the stately people. Noticing this man, everyone sitting stood up and greeted him. It turned out to be an old man with a long mustache, who also greeted him in return. One of the teachers suggested that the guest had come here to see the academy's students. The black-haired man asked Teacher Zhang to bring a table with information about the best students, to which Yi asked those sitting nearby not to bother, since he had come simply to enjoy watching the competition. Thus, the battle between Tang Tian and Zhang Yi was soon to begin. The blonde, realizing that the opponent in front of him was from the 29th group, had no intention of sparing him. Hearing this, the brown-haired man rushed towards his opponent, but Zhang Yi's swing of the blade passed next to the blonde without touching him. Following this, Tang Tian grabbed his opponent's hand, causing him to writhe in pain. The brute twisted the brown-haired man's arm and declared that they weren't finished with him yet, after which he shared how he was going to break all of his opponent's bones. But suddenly the blonde felt a sharply appearing alien presence. It was the main character with whom the blonde crossed his fists. Seeing a familiar face, Tang Tian was overjoyed. The boy ordered the blonde not to touch his classmates if he valued his life, to which Tang Tian replied that when they officially met in the arena, he would break all of his bones. After all, before killing a boy, he must know what pain is. Lin Shu shared how he also planned to get even with him once and for all. The referee suddenly appeared and asked the dark-haired man if he knew the rules of the arena competition. To which the boy asked him if it was not the teacher's responsibility to monitor the students so that they did not die in the arena. The referee was, to put it mildly, surprised by such impudence because this had never happened to him. Realizing his mistake, the teacher ordered the participant to be taken to the doctor for examination. At that very moment, a nurse appeared and told the boy to hurry up. Thus, the 208th number, Tang Tian, achieved his victory. Lin Shoja asked the nurse why he hadn't seen her in the past few days, to which the blonde asked in surprise if Lin Shu had actually managed to miss her. Then she added that she had been worried about the boy all this time. At this time, Zhang Yi couldn't hold back his tears, noticing how he couldn't even repel a single attack. Understanding this, the brown-haired man asked the protagonist to be extremely careful. Intending to finish off his first rival for now, Lin Shu promised revenge. After which, Lin Shu and Ye Gulin asked to go to the 9th arena. Looking at the main character's back, his acquaintances began to wish him victory. Seeing his opponent, he noted how he was something of a celebrity. In this fight, the boy's opponent will be Ye Gulin, a second-rank warrior. The Academy's talent, known by his nickname Starlight Tiger, also ranks 4th. Following this, the referee asked the duo to prepare for the upcoming fight. Hearing about the permission to start the battle, the red-haired man rushed towards the main character. But the huge hammer was never able to reach the main character because of its speed. Lin Shu noticed how the arena was made of a special rock, but the enemy was able to crush it. As for Ye Gulin, he emphasized what a nimble fellow he was. But he still intended to split his opponent's skull. The redhead even guaranteed that the main character would not feel pain. Yang Tian, who was watching the fight, was surprised by Ye Gulin's ferocious strike. A senior student from the first group standing nearby remarked on how unlucky Lin Shu was with his opponent. The fat man and the nurse were very angry at what they heard because they had confidence in the boy. To which the brown-haired man shared that it was obvious to anyone that Lin Shu was doomed to defeat. After which, the blonde replied that in that case, she couldn't wait to see it live. At this time, the red-haired man again raised his huge hammer over the boy. But this time too, the main character, with his great speed, dodged. Suddenly, the dark-haired man went on the counter-offensive with a lunge. Easily beating him off, Ye Gulin asked the boy if he had eaten porridge today. Lin Shu himself thought that he didn't expect such power from the opponent's hammer. Remembering the explosion of anger, the dark-haired man decided to use it at the very end as a trump card. The red-haired man rushed towards the main character and asked him to surrender and accept death. At 100, the main character used his skill Pear Blossom Flurry, seeing the speed of which Ye Gulin was greatly surprised. Trying to fight off all the sweat, the red-haired man tensed his entire body to block with the hammer. But in the end, the protagonist's spear was able to reach his opponent, from which the third-ranked warrior jumped back several meters. The first group watching this spectacle were shocked that Ye Gulin was able to be injured. Seeing the neighbors' reactions, the trio were reminded of how someone had talked about Lin Shu's loss. To which the brown-haired man replied that it was better not to rejoice prematurely, since the red-haired man had not yet taken things seriously. The fat man himself, laughing, noted the very good speed of the main character. After this moment, the red-haired man decided to take matters a little more seriously. Holding the hammer with both hands, Ye Gulin began to emit a red aura. The boy immediately understood how his opponent was using the accumulation of source forces. At the same moment, the opponent activated the silver skill Mount Taishan Collapse. Seeing the waves of origin energy emitted by the warhammer, Lin Shu was taken aback. Realizing that there was no chance to dodge, the boy decided to respond with everything he had, after which, the dark-haired man combined Phoenix Majesty and Pear-Colored Flurry. Seeing the combination of two skills, the teachers of Starlight Academy were amazed. Even the mustachioed grandfather could not believe that the boy in front of him was capable of something like this. A huge fiery explosion appeared before the spectators, filling the entire arena. The main character who appeared almost left the arena spitting blood. The red-haired man just laughed, emphasizing his opponent's skills. He also shared how he had not experienced such joy from a battle in a long time. Seeing his opponent's intentions, Lin Shu guessed that something truly powerful was about to happen. After thinking this, Ye Gulin activated the silver skill Fierce Tiger Descends from the Mountain. Looking at the beast's paw approaching with every millisecond, Lin Shu was surprised. The brown-haired man from the stands was only too happy to watch Ye Gulin's trump card. The trio started shouting at the boy to jump off the arena quickly, but eventually, the ferocious tiger skill was able to reach the arena slabs. The two had already begun to guess what Lin Shu's dead body would look like. As for the teacher, the fat man, and the nurse, they were horrified. Looking at the rising cloud of dust, Ye Gulin asked his opponent if he had finally died. To which the boy, standing knee-deep in the ground, remarked how he almost ended up in the next world. Seeing the red-haired protagonist, he was very surprised by this outcome. Seeing his opponent's reaction, the dark-haired man apologized for disappointing him. The main character himself declared that the warm-up was over, because now it was his turn to show his abilities in battle. Hearing this, Ye Gulin replied that the boy's techniques didn't work on him at all. Thus, the silver skill Hammerstorm and Pear-Colored Flurry were directed at each other. Having blocked his opponent's blows, the red-haired man could not understand what was wrong with his opponent. Why did he suddenly become so much stronger in the middle of the competition? With these thoughts, Ye Gulin rushed towards the boy and declared that he could not lose to him. The two watching the massacre couldn't believe that Lin Shu was fighting on equal terms. To which the nurse standing nearby confidently added that the red-haired man was destined for defeat. Not intending to lose to some newbie, Ye Gulin decided to use all his strength. After the fat man used the skill, the fierce tiger broke out of the cage. Activating the accumulated power strike, Lin Shu noticed how the enemy's strength was running out. And a moment later, the protagonist declared that his opponent had lost. Seeing the outcome of the battle, the trio began to rejoice at the name of the main character, rejoicing for him. The nurse reminded him of the brown-haired man's words, which turned out not to be true. Zhang Lin, the head of the academic department at Starlight Academy, also couldn't believe the outcome of the battle. And a moment later, Yagulin saw in front of him how the boy was declared the winner. Not intending to agree with this, the red-haired man threw the hidden projectile. Looking at the approaching mini-bomb, the dark-haired man realized that he would not be able to dodge it. In an instant, someone from the teaching staff rushed to help the dark-haired man, after which a huge explosion thundered in the middle of the arena, the power of which was even able to reach the red-haired man, sending him flying. Holding his wound, Yagulin asked his opponent who was alive and who was not. Following this, a mustachioed old man appeared among the clearing dust and covered Lin Shu. Looking at him, the protagonist thought about how he used the advanced dome source energy technique. Grandfather E inquired about the dark-haired man's condition, to which he thanked his savior. Hearing the positive answer, the grandfather put his hand under Lin Shu and told him to continue cultivating. Turning to Yagulin, he also noted how he tried to kill his comrade. The black-haired man who appeared asked Mr. Ye if he was okay. After which, bowing his head, the mustachioed man asked for forgiveness for such an incident. Looking at this picture, Lin Shu realized that this grandfather was not in last place. The nurse ran up and started pawing at the boy and asking if he was okay. The bespectacled man shared how, in connection with the incident, the remaining matches were suspended. Then the boy asked the teacher who this mustachioed old man was, to which the bespectacled man suggested that this was the scientific director of one of the 5 great academies. Looking at grandfather Lin Shu, he wondered how long it would take to achieve such strength. By evening, Lin Shu found himself at the dormitory looking at all his forgotten awards. Without thinking twice, the main character decided to spin the wheel of fortune. While waiting for his prize, the dark-haired man began to pray to Lord Lao that he would get the super prize. But in the end, the boy's prize was a silver card for the swordsman. Having received which, the main character was very unhappy with his winnings. Unexpectedly, the system detected an excess number of cards on the carrier. By using any 3 cards of the same rank, Lin Shu could obtain a better card. Then the boy decided to pull something more worthy out of another spin. By clicking on the system window, Lin Shu began to ask for a big prize. And finally, the system congratulated the dark-haired man on receiving the skill card category prize, from which the boy received 1 rainbow spear technique, piercing sun, and 2 sword skills. After reading the spear card's stats, the protagonist realized it was no different from the pear-colored squall. Suddenly, Lin Shu remembered the program he received from the system. Following this, the boy began to synthesize the recently acquired skill cards. After clicking the approve button, the system window suddenly started to glow. And a moment later, the system congratulated the owner on receiving the spear technique called Verdict. Upon learning the name, the protagonist noted how strong it sounded. Not wanting to waste time, the dark-haired man applied the received card to his forehead. Verdict is a skill that allows you to turn the enemy's combat skill, which was used to attack, against him. If there is a significant difference with the enemy's rank, using an attack is impossible. And after some time, the dark-haired man finished learning the new skill. The next day, the main character's opponent was a girl named Faye. Looking at her opponent, the girl was mesmerized by how Lin Shu looked in real life. The boy thought how he didn't expect to be caught against a girl. At one time, the enemy, without waiting for the main character, rushed at him. Using her cutting hoop, Faye caught the dark-haired man. Looking at the enemy, the girl noticed how he would not go anywhere else. After which, the girl suddenly kissed her opponent on the cheek. Following this, the protagonist's opponent shared with the judge how he could not fight his idol. The familiar trio nearby, expecting a colorful spectacle, were surprised. And in the end, the judge, amazed by these circumstances, declared Lin Shu the winner. The fat man wondered out loud why he was so unlucky in life. The nurse was angry at this turn of events, calling the girl a flirt. Yan Tian asked his friend what he felt, but the boy decided to send the red-haired one away. Suddenly, a very fast hand grabbed the main character by the collar. It was a blonde who kissed Lin Shu at that very moment, not intending to give in to the young girl. After which the boy asked the girl in surprise what she was doing, to which the nurse shared how she couldn't give up her little one to anyone else. Having learned about the dark-haired man's first kiss, the girl assured him that she would take responsibility for him. There are currently 25 participants left in the competition, with only 12 going on to the next round. At this time, Zhang Lin, the head of the academy's academic department, was thinking about how he had once again prepared Lin Shu as a worthy opponent. And at that very moment, the boy recognized his 2 opponents. Teacher Luo explained how one is ranked 10th and the other is ranked 12th. The dark-haired man immediately realized that these 2 would unite against him. But still, if they weren't that strong, he might be able to win, Lin Shu thought. After some time, the 3 participants found themselves in the 7th arena. Hearing about the beginning, the 2, without even having agreed, aimed at the main character. One of them used the silver skill, 9 Claws Judgment. Another one, rushing towards the boy, also activated the silver skill, All-Round Shake. Looking at the approaching enemies, the protagonist swung his spear, after which Lin Shu launched a fiery attack with the Phoenix's Majesty skill. But the dodging opponent, looking at the dark-haired man, clicked his tongue loudly, after which he used the silver skill, Lightning Whirlwind. The boy was amazed that his opponent had managed to repel the Phoenix's greatness. At one point, the long-haired man shared how his skill creates a high-speed rotation capable of repelling multiple enemy attacks. He then told how he studied all of his opponent's techniques before the start of the competition. Following this, the boy's opponent used the crosscut. The long-haired man's ally also decided to contribute to Lin Shu's victory. The black-haired man activated the silver skill of spinning the iron staff. The audience was amazed to see two such truly powerful skills. The nurse was unhappy with the two's militia against one boy. The main character himself asked his opponent if he had understood correctly that he could repel attacks, after which he added that he also has the ability to reflect other people's skills. Following this, the dark-haired man used his newly acquired skill, Verdict, and eventually the cross-cut technique was sent back. Looking at his ally, the fat man called out his name, Jiang Tao, but it was too late. And then Lin Shu released a combination of accumulated power strike and pear-colored flurry. Ultimately, the protagonist found himself the only participant in the arena. The judge ran up and declared the spearman Lin Shu the winner. The trio, sitting in the stands, happily noted the coolness and strength of the main character. Zhang Lin, however, was angry and amazed that the boy had even won here. Tang Tian appeared from behind and asked the head of the training department to make him Lin Shu's opponent, to which the man responded positively to young Mr. Tan. The blonde had no intention of giving the main character a chance to survive. Thus began the stage in which 6 participants would be determined. Hearing about the first fight between Tang Tian and Lin Shu, the audience remembered how this had happened before. However, the blonde man underwent special training, which makes it difficult to determine the final outcome. At this time, Tang Tian appeared before his opponent, Lin Shu. The trio began to encourage the boy to defeat the blonde again. Suddenly, Junior Tang appeared and declared that the boy would die in this fight. Now Yentian asked the boy if he came to see his brother lose. The blonde man, clenching his fist, became very angry at these words, after which he assured that when the fight begins, the trio's opinions will change. At this time, Tang Tian noted how this time he would definitely get even with the boy. Lin Shu himself, using the eye of analysis, noticed that his opponent was a second-rank warrior. But out loud, he replied that he also wanted to put an end to the Tang family because of their antics. Thus, the two massive weapons crossed under the pressure of enormous force. The boy wondered why the power of this blade was so high. Seeing the enemy's face, Tang Tian said that this weapon has its own name, Blood Demon. Even though the price of this sword is enormous, the blonde is ready to pay any price to defeat the boy. Having swung the blade, the blonde was still unable to achieve his desired goal. The main character lunged with his spear at the enemy from the front, but he himself thought that his opponent's technique was very familiar to him. At this time, Teacher Luo was surprised that the blonde possessed such a technique of movements. Standing nearby, Junior Tang said that the three of them had better continue watching the fight. And there, Tang Tian intended to use the silver skill, Slicing Arc, the power of which was still able to reach the main character, sending him flying. But that was not all, because the blonde intended to finish off the boy. Using the splitting fist, the blonde man punched the boy in the stomach. It took the boy just one moment to group himself with the help of the spear. He himself thought how the enemy's skill had become much more severe than before. At that moment, Lin Shu began to realize that this fight would be difficult. Tang Tian, who appeared among the rising dust, said that the dark-haired man was weak. In response, the protagonist used the fiery majesty of the phoenix. Having seen which, the blonde added that such technology no longer frightened him. After which he shared how many powerful skill cards were acquired along with the weapon, one of which was the floating cloud and flowing water technique. Lin Shu's fire began to engulf the enemy from all sides, giving him no escape. And in the end, the Phoenix's majesty was reflected back to the Tang Tian's in a matter of seconds. Lin Shu thought about how he had already encountered the Phoenix's majesty's ability to neutralize twice today. But the dark-haired man declared out loud that his opponent would no longer be able to repel his attack. And then the boy rushed at his opponent with a combination attack of pear-colored flurry and Phoenix majesty. In response, Tang Tian decided to check who it was by activating floating clouds and flowing water, again more strongly. In this way, two rather powerful techniques came into contact with each other. A moment later, the protagonist couldn't believe his eyes. The blonde was able to parry Lin Shu's attack once again, not giving him a chance. Without thinking twice, Tang Tian stood over the dark-haired man, intending to finish him off. This time he used the silver skill Life Drain. In response, the protagonist sent the recently acquired Verdict technology. But in the end, Lin Shu's spear was unable to withstand the opponent's onslaught, because of which he found himself under the residual blow of Tang Tian's blade. Seeing this picture, the two people standing nearby could not hide their concern. Lin Shu himself couldn't believe that his reflective skill hadn't worked. But at this time, the blonde did not intend to wait for the main character's reaction. Because of this, the demon slayer was able to penetrate the boy's body by a few millimeters. The dark-haired man wasted no time in using the blow of his accumulated power. A tearing fist was sent into the blonde's stomach, depriving him of his weapon. After that, Tang Tian said that the boy shouldn't have dodged because now he would know real pain. And after these words, the blonde's fist was able to reach the enemy's face. But that was not all, because a flurry of similar blows followed. The Trinity was already mentally begging the protagonist to surrender, since it was dangerous to continue the fight. But Lin Shu had no intention of giving in to a scumbag like Tang Tian. The judge had already burst into this fierce battle and ordered a stop. The teacher pointed out to the blonde that his opponent was already lying unconscious. Realizing that killing in public was a bad idea, Tang Tian decided to leave the arena. At this time, the main character wondered if this was the end for him. Suddenly, the system asked the owner if he wanted to activate the genetic lock. Realizing the danger, the boy intended to destroy the Tang clan, after which the initialization of the opening of the first-rank genetic lock began, after finishing which Lin Shu received many system windows. At this time, the referee began to announce the winner between Lin Shu and Tang Tian, but he was interrupted by loud shouts asking to look at the main character. Looking back, the teacher was surprised that the dark-haired man began to stand up. At the same time, the boy was surprised that every cell of his body was saturated with explosive power. Mr. E was surprised at how the boy was able to stand up without taking any medication. And finally moving to Tang Tian, he was more amazed by this outcome than anyone else. At the same time, the main character, without wasting time, rushed at the enemy, to which the blonde declared that his splitting blow was no match for the boy's tearing fist. Feeling the pressure of the protagonist's strength, Tang Tian couldn't understand where he got it from. And then one fact was revealed: the blonde's hand was entirely mechanical, looking at which, the main character could not hide his surprise. He told how after the last fight with the boy, his body became semi-mechanized, and although these changes allowed him to gain the strength of a third-rank warrior, this is now his limit. Having finished speaking, Tang Tian rushed at his enemy, asking him to die, but the main character still managed to dodge his opponent's heavy swing. Following this, Lin Zhu kicked the blonde in the stomach and replied that it was his own fault. The force of the blow was so enormous that the opponent's body ended up 10 meters above the arena. Then the blonde was surprised by his opponent's quick dash. The main character himself unleashed a hail of his crushing blows. The three who were watching were happy for the boy and continued to encourage him. Meanwhile, Junior Tang loudly begged the protagonist to stop. Unexpectedly, a judge was already rushing into this one-sided massacre and ordered Lin Shu to stop. Having lowered the blonde's carcass, the main character's name was announced as the winner. The trio was very happy with the outcome of the battle, because Tang Tian was defeated for the second time. Junior Tang was surprised by the dark-haired man's strength, because he was able to defeat a third-rank warrior. Mr. E called the winner a rather promising talent. But Tang Tian, who was lying on the ground, had no intention of accepting defeat so easily. Taking a strange syringe, the blonde intended to use it to kill the boy. Lin Shu, who reacted in time, was able to catch his opponent's hand. Tang Tian kicked and explained how there was a dangerous virus inside the syringe. Watching this scene, the judge ordered the blonde man to stop, because he was committing a crime. To which Tang Tian nervously laughed and said that he simply wanted to turn the boy into a zombie. Hearing this, the main character, smiling, concluded that the blonde man asked for it himself. In an instant, Tang Tian's hand holding the syringe rushed towards him. Having received an injection in the neck, the blonde man quickly began to turn into an infected person. Seeing how the enemy, writhing in pain, was gradually turning into a zombie, Lin Shu, picking up the spear point lying nearby, intended to finish off the monster. A moment later, Tang Tian was killed in his virus-infected form. Looking at his brother, Junior Tang tried to stop Lin Shu, but it was too late. At this time, a male voice addressed to the boy ordered him to return his son. This man turned out to be the head of the Tang clan, who intended to kill the dark-haired man. Still, the dark-haired man was able to react to Tang Mubai's high-speed strike. He, surprised by the boy's evasion, again aimed at him with aggression. Mr. Ye suddenly appeared and asked the man why he was so impudent. By simply grabbing the fist of the Tang clan chief, the old man stopped him without any heaviness. Looking at grandfather Tang Mubai, he wondered where a 6th-rank warrior came from in Starlight. But out loud, he said that he intended to detain the criminal and send him to the station. To which Mr. E noted how the boy acted for the good of the academy and killed the infected. The head of the Tang clan was speechless in response to this statement, after which the man asked his subordinate to take away his son's body. Grandfather also noted that, in order to prevent the spread of the virus, the body should not be disposed of. The director, taking the side of the 6th-rank warrior, asked Tang Mubai to leave the arena. As for the main character, he bowed his head and thanked the old man. Calling it a trifle, Mr. Ye declared that no one would be able to get through to the boy. At this time, screams were heard in the federal military unit on the territory of the dormitory. It was Jinhai, Luo, and several other warriors watching the victory of the main character. Shu Wen, who suddenly appeared, told how she received news about the appearance of an infected person on Starlight territory. On orders from their superiors, they will go there tomorrow morning to investigate. Hearing this, the tattooed man shared how he had been racking his brains over how to help Lin Shu. The girl standing nearby thought how she didn't expect to meet the boy so soon. The next day, there was a knock on the door of Lin Shu's dorm room. The sleepy boy opened the door and wanted to find out who had come to see him so early. Suddenly, Zhang Lin, the head of the academic department, introduced a dark-haired man to the people standing behind him. Showing his ID, the blue-haired man explained how Lin Shu was suspected of murder, to which Lin Shu replied that the old geezer had come to his senses a bit too soon. Hearing such words addressed to him, Zhang asked the student how he dared to speak to the teacher like that. Hearing this, the boy asked the man standing opposite how he dared to call himself a teacher. Having stopped this squabble, the blue-haired man ordered his colleagues to put handcuffs on the boy, to which Lin Shu pointed out that the holder of the Order of the First Star did not have the authority to detain him. Only the Federation Army had that authority. The trio standing opposite were taken aback by this statement. Suddenly, the head teacher intervened in this conversation, reminding him that the boy was a high school student who knew nothing. After these words, the protagonist advised those gathered to consider the consequences. But the Federation military that suddenly appeared were surprised by such impudence. Shu Wen emphasized how dare people attack a soldier who was awarded the medal. Hearing this information, Zhang Lin, who was standing nearby, was shocked. Without thinking twice, the blonde ordered her subordinates to target the potential threat. The holder of the Order of the First Star immediately began to justify himself by saying that it was his job and he could do nothing, to which Shu Wen replied that she would contact her superiors and report the abuse of authority, after which the girl switched to the main character and greeted him joyfully. The long-haired and tattooed men who ran were also glad to see Lin Shu again. Teacher Luo, who appeared, also agreed with the boy, noting how the Tang clan was a shareholder of the academy. The clan had no intention of letting the murder of a member of their family go so easily. And in this letter, the academy believes that the dark-haired man deliberately ended Tang Tian. That is why the academy's leadership ordered the main character to be expelled. But, unfortunately, Teacher Luo cannot influence this in any way because his powers are limited. Interrupting the bespectacled Lin Shu, thank him, noting how difficult the transfer to another academy would be. Hearing this, the blonde offered to join them, where the boy's skills were appreciated. Following this, the dark-haired man decided to join the Federation forces instead of studying. But a familiar voice suddenly appeared and said that the boy's decision was not mandatory. It was Mr. Ye, who was about to make another proposal to the dark-haired man. Handing over an envelope, the old man invited Lin Shu to enroll in his educational institution. The three people standing nearby were upset that some old man had beaten them. Having heard the duo's conversation, the blonde ordered them to be silent. Upon opening the envelope, the protagonist was surprised because it was an invitation to Shengyu University. Hearing the mention of one of the highest institutions, the people standing nearby swarmed around the protagonist. Dadak told how he is one of the teachers at this university, and now he is responsible for accepting new students. After listening to Mr. Ye, the protagonist recalled how he was expelled, to which the old man added that the boy could simply pass the entrance exam. After hearing this, Lin Shu assured Mr. Ye that he would definitely come. The boy himself thought about how lucky he was. Remembering his acquaintance, the protagonist decided to meet her in the sacred region. Then the boy asked the old man about the exact location of the university, to which he replied that when the boy reached the end of the path of death, he would be met and taken to Shengyu. Upon hearing about the path of death, everyone in the corridor was shocked. The road of death is not a road, but a special area, a place inhabited by monsters. According to rumors, the strongest evolved beast, which has reached the 10th rank, lives there. Also in that place are various secret laboratories, a relic of the war. Seeing the boy's reaction, Mr. E assumed that he was scared. Hearing this, Lin Shu assured the old man that she was simply excited about what was to come. He himself thought that the more monsters died at his hands, the more experience points he would get. After which, Lin Zhu shared how he first planned to visit the city of Heihai and obtain a warrior's license. Noting how the license could be useful, Mr. E wished the boy good luck. And then the friends who had gathered around him began to congratulate Lin Shu on getting such a chance. Following this, Shu Wen suggested that the protagonist celebrate this news. The bespectacled man, having received an offer to join, decided to agree, inviting a few more friends. By the evening, having drunk herself, she wished for her little Lin to fly to the sky. She also added that when the boy enters university, she will join him. Schwanner, who was sitting nearby, promised the boy to follow in his footsteps. The fat man, also sitting at the table, noticed how he admired the boy. He also noticed how the alpha woman in military uniform sitting next to him was only thinking about how to get along with Lin Shu. Having rewarded Yang Tian with a bump, the girl assured him that if he continued, she would make a cutlet out of him. Unexpectedly, Shu Wei offered the dark-haired man a ride home. Being between two strong women, the boy realized what real softness was. After some time, the dark-haired man found himself in the outer district of Starlight City. He emphasized that once he received his warrior's license, he would be able to buy a decent weapon. In his thoughts, the boy felt the aura of the people nearby. At that very moment, the main character dodged a sudden attack from behind. Without thinking twice, Lin Shu decided to use the exploding fist, from the force of which, the red-haired man, to the surprise of his allies, crashed into a tree, after which the two who rushed forward shouted that they would now avenge the young master. One of the punks said that on that day, even if the boy had wings, he wouldn't be able to escape. But after these words, the dark-haired man activated the tearing fist and broke his opponent. Looking at the falling body of his ally, the bald man realized the full force of their goal. The red-haired man, who had recovered, was surprised that someone with such a weak aura could possess such enormous power. The main character himself, laughing, turned to the three attackers. He wondered if those people were really from the Tang clan. A second later, a multitude of people appeared, thirsting for the death of the boy. In response to such pressure, the protagonist decided to use the Phoenix's majesty. The force was enough to blow away the hooligans with the pressure of the fire. Having finished with the small fry, Lin Shu emphasized that it was time for the big fish to show themselves. The man who appeared was surprised that such a crowd could not cope with a high school student. This man turned out to be the head of the Tang clan, who personally came to get even with the boy. Taking his blade out of its sheath, Tang Mabui called the dark-haired man a brat. Today, he intended to finally put an end to the killer of his dear son. To which Lin Shu replied that Tang Tian would not be lonely, because his father would soon be nearby. After these words, the head of the clan sent a slashing blow at the main character. In response to the enemy, the boy activated the pear-colored flurry skill. But Tang Mubai was able to dodge all the spear thrusts sent at him. Looking at the marks left by the blows, the fair-haired man was, to put it mildly, surprised. And a moment later, the man used the silver skill Moon Sickle Execution. While dodging it, the main character noticed impressive energy. The Tang clan chief was not pleased with the opponent's evasion, which is why he intended to show something stronger. It turned out to be the same skill, Moon Spear Execution, only in triple volume. In response to the approaching waves, Lin Shu activated Phoenix's majesty. Because of this, two different energies came into contact, raising dust around them. A moment later, an explosion thundered in the same place, heard throughout the entire area. Tang Mubai, who appeared from under the huge flames, was in good condition. This caused the main character's face to take on an expression of surprise. The man himself thanked his opponent for loading his blade with fire, and all because the clan leader intends to use the golden skill. A technique called Ninth Heaven Wind Dance was released at the dark-haired man. At the time, Lin Shu, realizing the approaching golden skill, knew that he would not be able to dodge it. So he needs to fight, the boy concluded, gritting his teeth in anger. Without wasting any time, the dark-haired man used his verdict ability. A huge wall of blue energy appeared before the fiery influx. Trying with all his might, the protagonist began to rejoice in his success. At this time, the head of the Tang clan could not believe what he saw. The spear, suddenly bent under the pressure of the enemy's energy, gave way, because of which Lin Shu was sent flying several dozen meters and crashing into a huge boulder. Rushing towards the enemy, Tang Mubai asked him how he would fight without a weapon. Getting closer and closer to the blonde, he ordered the boy to go to hell. But the main character did not want to agree to such a sweet offer. Activating the rage explosion, the protagonist directed it at the enemy. The head of the Tang clan was, to put it mildly, amazed by this. The boy himself noticed that it was his turn to attack the mustachioed man. Feeling Lin Shu's fist, the fair-haired man couldn't understand where such power came from, and in the end, the boy was finally able to catch up with his opponent. He fell to his knees, clutching his wound from the pain that filled his entire body. The boy, reaching for Tang Mubai's blade, emphasized how good it was. The head of the Tang clan said that the boy could not kill him, because then the whole family would hunt for the killer, to which the boy shared how he had always been indifferent to the life of the Tang clan. In addition, Lin Shu told how he received the notice of admission to Shengyu University. For now, a third-class family like the Tang clan can only dream of reaching such heights. And in the end, the system rewarded Lin Shu for killing a third-rank warrior. After such an exhausting battle, I noticed that if he had not used the anger explosion, he would have died long ago. But, be that as it may, the path ahead for the main character will be even more dangerous. After some time, the main character found himself inside the local ruins. Looking at his characteristics, he understood that he would soon become a third-rank warrior. Intending to use the Wheel of Fortune he received, Lin Shu was surprised. He was confused by the fact that instead of prizes, there were only question marks located all over the wheel. After spinning the wheel, the dark-haired man received a large amount of anomalous crystal. He received 3 pieces of the third rank, 5 of the second rank, and 10 of the first rank. Realizing that he could get a tidy sum from them, the boy moved on to the next spin. This time, the system congratulated the owner on receiving the legendary weapon Blood Moon. Having received them, the dark-haired man immediately noticed how they were made of soft metal. Putting on his gloves, Lin Shu realized that hand-to-hand combat was the only thing left for him. Following this, the main character decided to spin the wheel of fortune again. This time, the boy received a massive amount of combat skill cards. While examining them, he noticed one technique that specialized in the spear. Remembering the synthesis of cards, Lin Shu intended to get rid of the trash. And in a moment, the main character received the silver skill, Heavenly Support. Looking at the map, the boy realized that there was a chance of getting a gold rank. As for the new technique, it was similar to the accumulated power strike. Following this, the boy began synthesizing cards again, obtaining silver technology for the magic needle staff. Then I came across the silver whip technique skill, 5 lightning whip. As for the third synthesis, it turned out to be a failure. The main character was, to put it mildly, unhappy about this, ordering the program to restore his skills. Holding 6 silver cards, Lin Shu knew that he had 2 attempts to get gold rank. Having laid down the first batch of silver cards, the protagonist began to pray. But ultimately, the synthesis of silver-grade combat skills failed. Angry at this outcome, the protagonist began to demand the return of the cards from the system. But having received no answer, he immediately moved on to the second attempt to obtain the gold skill. This time, Lin Shu was lucky, and he got a golden card of the spear technique called Milky Way Fall. Although second-tier warriors are not able to refine gold cards, they can use them. After finishing the synthesis, Lin Shu remembered one more rotation. Having used it, the boy received rapid growth training for the second stage. The boy was very surprised when he saw how much weight he had to carry. But just a moment later, the main character put on his training gear. Feeling all the weight on the boy, the thought of how else he could go on with this was pressing. Somewhere in the local forest, a brown-haired man tried to hide from a huge bear. The protagonist suddenly appeared and saved a man from certain death. Looking at his gloves, he noticed how they greatly enhanced his physical abilities. The rescued man thanked the dark-haired man and gave his name as Lei Liang. Lin Shu, who was heading towards the huge bear, also said his name. Thinking about the strength of this young man, Lei Liang asked him if he was also heading to Heihai. Hearing the question from the first ranker, the boy answered positively and told how he wanted to get a warrior's license there. Suddenly, a small group of people appeared from the forest, wondering if the brown-haired man was alive, to which he replied that he had already killed so many monsters today that he had no strength left. Following this, Lei Liang introduced his savior to his allies, after which he told how they were all heading to Heihai and therefore the boy could join them. Unexpectedly, the brown-haired man told how there was another person in their group, but he was a little strange. Pointing to the tree branches, Lei Liang called this person a gloomy young princess. And the name of this red-eyed girl is Boli Haoli, the brown-haired man said. Having come down, the girl introduced herself again, after which she asked the boy his name. Looking in surprise at the girl who had come very close, Lin Shu gave his name. At one time, Boli Haoli noticed how the boy had the appropriate criteria to become her disciple. Following this, the girl asked the boy if he wanted to become a student. Lei Liang, who approached, told how their ally also asked similar questions during their meeting. Turning around, the main character refused and said that he had no plans to hire teachers. And after some time, the main character's new group came across a pile of bones, evolved birds of prey that live in flocks and attack people. At one time, the bald one from the squad suggested that the bones were from a bite of a huge monster, to which the girl, calling the shaved man stupid, noticed the bird tracks nearby. The ally was very angry at this insult, while assuring her that he would deal with her now. Ignoring the bald man, Boli Haoli began to praise the boy. At that moment, the group noticed a huge bird approaching. It turned out to be that same evolved second-rank bird. Not daring to simply stand still, the bald man threw his blade at the creature, the power of which was enough for the sword to deprive the winged one of its head, after which the shaved man arrogantly declared that it was as easy as pie. To which the main character replied that the hardest part would come later, and all because a huge crowd of the same birds intended to tear people apart. Activating his technique, Lin Shu emphasized how they would fight. In the next moment, the power of the protagonist's skill struck down many creatures, leaving them no chance of survival. Boli Haoli noticed more and more how suitable the boy was for the role of her student. Not intending to hear this any further, the dark-haired man asked the girl to stop. If she wants him to become her disciple, then let him first demonstrate his own strength, Lin Shu said. Hearing this, the girl immediately rushed at the birds, intending to show her student her power. The protagonist, looking at Boli Haoli, who was rushing to attack, asked her to stop. But the girl, breaking through the blood and flesh of monsters, decided to stop. Seeing the full strength of the red-eyed Lin Shu, he couldn't understand where she got such a murderous aura from. At one time, Boli Haoli fought further forward through the man-eating birds. Having finished with the monsters, the girl asked the dark-haired man if he now wanted to become her student. At the same time, the group could not hide their surprise, because Boli Haoli turned out to be very strong. Noticing the girl's blades, the bald man asked where she bought them, to which the red-eyed girl told how her mother forged this weapon. Lin Shu himself understood that all the power lay not in the blades, but in the strength of this girl. While searching the dead bodies of the birds, the red-haired man noticed that none of them contained the anomalous crystal. Showing a bag full of cores, Pauli Howley asked if this was what was being discussed. The main character, who was watching this picture, was amazed by the speed of the red-eyed one. Following this, the girl handed over the bag and asked if the student needed it, after which she added that this was a so-called gift from the teacher, to which the main character recalled how he did not agree to become a student. Without hiding her displeasure, the girl said that in that case, she would swallow it herself, and a second later, the bag filled with anomalous crystal was thrown away. Looking at the contents, the protagonist was surprised that the girl was able to absorb so much energy at once. The nearby allies were saddened by the girl's choice. In the evening, while sitting at the table, Lin Shu noticed how the red-eyed girl had no manners. The allies told the two not to rush, as there was enough meat for everyone. Suddenly, the boy asked the fourth-rank warrior if she was from Starlight, to which he received a negative answer. Noticing the girl's high level, the dark-haired man again could not determine the abilities of the person next to him. Suddenly, everything seemed to swim in Pauli Howley's eyes. As she fell to the ground, she shared how it felt like all the strength had been sucked out of her. Looking at the girl, the main character began to inquire about her condition. But a moment later, Lin Shu felt the same as the princess next to him. Looking at the so-called allies gathered around the fire, the dark-haired man realized that they had done this. The four stood up and told each other how they just wanted to save up some money. As for the poison, it was a kind of sauce, a drop of which was enough to exhaust a second-rank warrior. Upon hearing this, the protagonist realized that this could only be purchased on the black market. Realizing this, Lin Shu realized how the squad was clearly not afraid of large expenses, to which Lei Liang emphasized that without this drug, they would not have had a chance of winning. The bald man, putting his blade to use, shared how he was captivated by the boy's expensive gloves. He was also struck by the fact that the dark-haired man had refused the crystal, which meant he had a lot of valuables. After which, the shaved man switched to Boli Haoli, who was lying nearby. The bald man was going to take away her favorite blades and equipment, to which the main character noted that the four of them would not be able to do this, and all because an uninvited guest came running to the smell of fried meat, who, upon seeing a multitude of walking food, began to writhe in anticipation of his meal. Without thinking twice, the wolf bit the nearest person with his sharp fangs. At that moment, Lei Liang realized his mistake of letting his guard down. Then the techniques Crazy Slash, Swift Wind Execution, and Ripping Axe were sent at the monster. But he was able to dodge without any heaviness and began to close the distance. Remembering the monster's extreme agility, the brown-haired man ordered his allies to surround the wolf. But even after some time, the battle between the Trinity and the creature did not end. Remembering the main character and the girl, the trio began to run away, hoping that they would be left alone. Lei Liang jumped into the bushes behind the boy and noticed how he would have to become food. But Lin Shu, who suddenly activated the skill-tearing fist, didn't think so. He, using the Eye of Analysis, said that it was no coincidence that this monster had the third rank. Seeing the boy recovering, the brown-haired man asked him how this had happened. Hearing about the second rank, the brown-haired man noted how such warriors usually already had a license, to which the main character shared how all this time he had not had the money to obtain a warrior's permit. A moment later, the blood wolf's massive paw was caught by Lin Shu. Looking at the training kit, the boy understood how it prevented him from realizing his strength, after which he shouted at Boli Haoli and ordered her to stop pretending. At one time, the girl was surprised by the student's insight and decided to help him. Shaking herself off, the red-eyed woman told how she went to Heihai not to obtain a license, and to fulfill the duties of examiners, concluded Boli Haoli. The blood wolf, without thinking twice, rushed towards the new main target, to which the girl shared that she really liked this kind of zeal. Having cut off the tail in an instant, the girl noticed the enemy's dexterity. At this time, the protagonist called the technique of Pali Haoli worthless if she, aiming for the neck, cut off the tail. Smiling, the red-eyed girl assured her student that she wanted to set an example. Having changed the aura around herself, Boli Haoli asked the protagonist to watch carefully. And a moment later, using the autumn frost technique, the wolf was cut into many pieces. Seeing this picture, Lin Shu was amazed by the simultaneous distribution of origin energy to the legs and the blade, after which the girl switched to the robbers lurking nearby. They, at the time realizing what might happen next, were very scared. Realizing the danger, the trio fell to their knees before the princess and begged for mercy. But in response to this, Boli Haoli swung her blade and took the brown-haired man's life. The remaining two, bowing their heads, began to beg for mercy again. This time the girl decided to let the bandits go because she only wanted to kill Lei Liang, because he was the only one who underpaid her student in kindness in return for saving him. Seeing the regret on the boy's face, Boli Haoli told him not to show mercy to the murderers. To which the main character, thinking about experience points, replied that he wanted to get even himself. Noticing how they ended up alone, the girl suggested that Lin Shu discuss their affairs. Hearing this, the dark-haired man asked if she was talking about romantic affairs. Having punched the main character in the face, Bolly Howley reminded him that she was his teacher, to which the main character called the girl standing opposite him a gloomy little loli. Without clinging to the boy's words, the girl noticed how limited his strength was at the moment. Looking at the face that was hiding something, Bolly Howley wanted to find out more about the student. But at one time, he began to ask the red-eyed woman a lot of questions. After listening to everything, the girl told how she was Heihai's examiner and a 4th-rank warrior. As for Bolly Howley's age, she didn't want to answer, because it's the main secret of all girls. However, she said she wanted to give the boy a chance to become stronger on the way to the city. Now the girl asked Lin Shu if he had a teacher. Having received a negative answer, the girl invited the main character to fight. Thinking about the chance he had to teach the loli a lesson, Lin Shu decided to agree. Having heard the consent, the princess began to call the dark-haired man to her. She began to prepare for her attack by tensing every muscle in her body. The dark-haired man appeared above Pain Howley in an instant and activated the tearing fist. Looking at the girl's outstretched fist, the main character was amazed that she wanted to resist with the same force. And eventually the fists of the two touched, causing the kidney beneath their feet to begin to crumble. But a moment later, Bolly Howley sent the protagonist flying. Approaching Lin Shu, the princess asked him if she had been able to convince him. Seeing the interest in the protagonist's eyes, the girl told the boy to call her teacher. The dark-haired man himself thought how, despite her age, she was surprisingly strong. As a result, the main character, although he was embarrassed, nevertheless called Bolly Howley a teacher. Hearing a quiet sound, the girl told the boy to repeat it, otherwise she hadn't heard. In response, the main character asked the princess not to overdo it. Following this, the princess assured the student that she would not tease him anymore. And now she intended to show why the dark-haired man's blow could not withstand hers. The reason is that Lin Zhu's method of using the power of origins is fundamentally flawed. After asking the student to watch carefully, Bolly Howley sent a small stone forward. The force was enough to cause the huge boulder to crack. She also added that despite the fact that after the infusion of the power of the sources, the hardness of the stone increased, it still remained a stone. After infusing the power of the origins, its hardness can increase by a maximum of 50%. But if the student pours energy not only into the stone, but also covers it from the outside, the result will be much better. This time the stone easily destroyed the cobblestone. The boy asked that if you want to realize the power to the maximum, doesn't it require pouring it into the weapon? To which Bolly Howley explained how the cultivation technique allows warriors to use the energy of the origins as they wish. As for weapons, when infused, the higher the power of the origins, the more power the weapon can release. Looking at the blade of the teacher, Lin Shu asked why he couldn't see anything on it. The girl noticed that the dark-haired man had never had to use the power of the origins before his own eyes. Having suggested that he try it, the main character decided to do so. And after a few seconds, the boy opened his eyes and was able to notice the energy on the sword. Looking with the naked eye, he can see only a faint glow. But by pumping up this ability, you can determine the enemy's strength with just one glance. Although the blade of Pain Howley is quite cheap, if she covers it with the power of origins, its sharpness will increase. However, if the princess pours the power of the origins exclusively into the weapon, it will wear out quite easily. After listening to the teacher, Lin Shu asked her why warriors then strive to obtain high-quality weapons. To which the loli decided to explain how each weapon has different indicators. When using the power of origins, low-ranked weapons are much easier to damage. At that moment, the boy realized that the girl, using her knowledge, had defeated him. So, in addition, before the fight she promised to lower her rank to first. But the source power used by the girl turned out to be much higher than the first rank. Realizing her mistake, Bolly Howley said that becoming her disciple would not result in anything bad for the boy. Following this, the princess suggested that the protagonist try to wrap the blade with his source power. Having received the weapon, Lin Zhu began to try to completely cover the sword with energy. In his toga, the dark-haired man was only able to wrap a fifth of the blade with difficulty. Bolly Howley emphasized how this is not something that can be learned on the fly. She herself wondered how the boy had managed to cover a fifth of the surface on the first try. Thinking back to the fight with Tang Mubai, the boy now realized why he had felt something strange back then. Following this, the main character decided to continue trying to improve himself. Thus the morning of the next day arrived, on the way to the city of Heihai. At this time, Bolly Howley was doing something strange. Feeling strange movements associated with his body, the main character woke up. Seeing the boy suddenly wake up, the girl was taken aback for a second. Jumping back to the wall, Lin Shu began to ask the princess what she intended to do with him. Angry at the boy for his bad thoughts, the girl hit him a couple of times. She also told how she noticed the boy wearing strange equipment and decided to find out what it was. Having dealt with this situation, Bolly Howley suggested that the protagonist begin today's training. Pointing to the mountains, the girl told them how to get there. The main character himself was, to put it mildly, not happy with this decision. Once outside, the princess told the boy not to make such a face. Looking at the quickly departing Boli Haoli, the boy did not understand how he could maintain such a pace, but the suddenly appearing man-eating birds helped Lin Shu pick up speed. Realizing that there was no way to hide from the monsters, the boy accepted the fight. The running princess told the protagonist to keep running and to stand his ground. Lin Shu's next task was to fight during a 10-kilometer race. After listening to the girl, the dark-haired man decided to continue doing so. Boli Haoli told the student to think of it as a kind of test of speed, accuracy, and reaction time. So, in addition to all this, Lin Shu had to extract the abnormal crystal. At one time, Boli Haoli, noticing several man-eating birds in front of her, grabbed her blades. After which, at that very moment, the girl finished off the monsters that appeared. Having collected the anomalous crystal, she emphasized how she did not see anything heavy in it. Seeing such an example, the main character, thinking about his own, made a weak old face. And in a second, he intended to show his skills in front of the princess. After some time, the main character fell to the ground without a drop of strength. Turning to Boli Haoli, the dark-haired man asked her to let him rest for a while. Suddenly the boy became curious why out of the two of them, only he was being attacked. To which the princess told how, while the student was sleeping, she rubbed something onto his clothes. Surprised by what he heard, the protagonist grabbed his training kit. Having sniffed it, the dark-haired man felt a rather strange smell. Having finished resting, Boli Haoli told the student to run in one breath all the way to the mountain. Leaning against a tree, the protagonist recalled how no more than 2 minutes had passed. Not intending to wait any longer, the princess, putting her blade Lin Shu's neck, ordered him to get up. And finally, the dark-haired man, having listened to the teacher, stood up heavily. Looking at the rapidly growing meter that was filling up, the boy realized that it would be full before he reached Heihai. But the newly appeared man-eating birds reminded the dark-haired man about training. According to Lin Shu, despite some questionability in the methods, he does not deny the effectiveness. The main character began to feel how his speed, accuracy, and reaction were increasing. By evening, Lin Shu, with great difficulty, was able to cover a long distance. Boli Haoli was surprised that the dark-haired man was so tired. Noticing the ruins ahead, the princess suggested spending the night there. But at the same time, the red-eyed one was able to block the incoming arrow. Seeing the two, the girl emphasized how they followed for 5 hours and still decided to attack. To which the long-haired man shared how surprised he was that she had managed to find them. But in general, they planned to finish off the boy with one blow when he was completely exhausted. Lin Shu himself thought that if it weren't for Boli Haoli, he would have been finished. As they closed the distance, the girl reminded him how the Yin and Yang brothers were known for attacking warriors for the purpose of robbery. Pointing to the duo, the red-eyed woman concluded that the Federation had declared them wanted with a reward of 50 million. After listening to the end, the long-haired man shared how he had not expected that the young lady was familiar with them. After which, 2 fourth-rank warriors rushed at the two standing in front. After learning the rank of his opponents using his eye of analysis, Lin Shu was shocked. Boli Haoli asked the student to open his eyes wider and observe. The main character, looking at the energy of the girl's origins, noticed how it was larger than that of the long-haired man. At one time, Luo Yin declared that the girl would say goodbye to her life. But a moment later, the long-haired man received a strong kick to the stomach. Looking at this picture, Luo Yan intended to finish off the young upstart. Having crossed the weapon towards the fat man, I felt strong resistance from the girl. With a lunge, Boli Haoli forced her opponent to take a small step back. Suddenly, the long-haired man called out to his brother, suggesting that he use their technique. The two exchanged glances and, realizing what to do, headed towards the red-eyed one. Luo Yan emphasized how the strength of their combined skill was capable of reaching the level of a 5th-rank warrior. And then, a hail of arrows rushed towards the duo, not giving them a chance to dodge. Seeing this sight, Lin Shu was shocked, as this was the first time he had seen a collaboration skill. At one time, the princess called this technique a children's trick. A moment later, the red-eyed girl activated a defensive combat skill, thereby surrounding herself and the boy with a dome. The protagonist wondered if Boli Haoli was really a 6th-rank warrior. The boy had also heard how high-level warriors, having reached a certain level, were able to force their body. And at that moment, Lin Shu realized that this girl might actually be his aunt. The surprised duo thought about how weaklings usually walked along this road. Switching to Boli Haoli, she warned her opponents of her turn. Using the gold rank 13 moon slashes, the girl finished them off. The main character, who was watching this spectacle, was amazed by the girl's strength. Looking at the still-living 4th-rank warriors, Lin Shu decided to finish them off. After which, with his blade, the dark-haired man finally finished off the murderers. Seeing this, the girl assumed that her student had strange hobbies. The main character himself was amazed because he did not receive a single experience point. But after some time, Lin Shu received a total of 4 million experience points. Looking at the happy boy, Boli Haoli asked him if he was by any chance suffering from brain fatigue. The dark-haired man ignored these words and asked the princess to leave the enemy half-dead next time. The red-eyed woman was surprised by the proposal and declared that the student should kill himself. and the fact that they came across criminals for whom a reward was offered was an accident. The boy himself thought about how the girl thought that he wanted to take her reward. Suddenly, a system window appeared in front of the main character, indicating an error. And a moment later, the system took away the points received, because the owner inflicted less than 40% of the damage on the enemy. But still, due to the program's error, it saved the boy's level and gave him 3 spins of the Wheel of Fortune. Watching the student's face change several times, Boli Haoli decided to ask if he was okay. Having received a positive answer, the princess said that the run would continue until dark. By nightfall, Lin Shu asked the girl if she had never tried fried meat at such a young age. Afterwards, he added that the red-eyed one doesn't have to hurry, because no one will take her food away. Hearing Boli's ignorant address, Haoli declared that there would be another training session. Looking at the dissatisfied face, the girl reminded how they would arrive in Heihai tomorrow, to which the main character, remembering that the girl was an examiner, assumed that she was trying to fail him. The teacher at the time replied that this was not so, and asked the student to get up quickly. Today, the dark-haired man continued his training in controlling the power of the origins. First, the princess told Lin Shu to coat the blade with origin energy. Having seen the result, she then added that now let it cover the entire body. Approaching the student, the red-eyed one was glad to see a thin layer of source energy. Without waiting for long, Paoli Haoli decided to test the student's progress with her fist. From this blow, Lin Shu was sent flying towards a thick tree behind him. Having shaken himself off, the boy asked the girl if she wanted to kill him or not. To which the red-eyed girl asked the student if he hadn't felt the increased protection. After these words, the main character realized how he could truly feel something. Approaching the student, Boli Haoli explained how the defense would become stronger as he developed. But then the girl suggested that the boy move on to a special part of the training. Looking at the red-eyed girl, the main character immediately realized that a beating was about to take place. Not wanting to listen to her student, the princess punched him in the face. Already the next morning, Boli Haoli realized her mistake in hitting the boy in the face. The protagonist asked her how she was going to make amends. Before he could finish talking about paying with his body, Lin Shu received another punch in the nose. Stopping suddenly, the princess announced the start of today's training, which consisted of the fact that the boy had to run to Heihai before evening. Seeing the main character's slowness, the girl decided to help him with a kick. And a moment later, the main character started running towards the city. At this time, inside the rich mansion of the Tang clan, the old man sitting there couldn't believe it. That some pathetic high school student from Starlight Academy was able to defeat Mubaya. The man who approached suggested that the boy had not fought alone. Usadai was more confused by the fact that the boy had managed to achieve a lot in a short period of time. And realizing that the main character was heading to Heihai, the old man remembered that he had an acquaintance there. With tears in his eyes, the old man vowed to destroy the upstart. Having moved to the main character, he was finally able to find himself inside the city. The princess invited her student to look around the Hall of Hidden Treasures. Seeing the displeasure on the dark-haired man's face after calling him a student, she reminded him how he called her a teacher. And a few moments later, the girl greeted the duo in the Hall of Hidden Treasures. Their assortment includes combat skill cards, anomalous crystal, weapons, and equipment. Heading towards the counter, Pain Howley told the student to follow her. Finding herself at the shelves, the girl was surprised because there were only silver cards there. When asked about the presence of diamond rank cards, the girl was surprised and answered negatively. The trio standing nearby noted how cards of this level were useless to warriors below rank 6. The princess herself told the main character to look at the cards that would suit him. The Trinity, however, did not calm down at the time, calling the couple newcomers or country bumpkins. Lin Shu replied to the red-eyed woman that all the cards here were sharpened for swords and blades. The girl was surprised to learn that the dark-haired man had a spear as his weapon. He told how he broke his spear while fighting in the vicinity of Starlight, and after receiving his warrior's license, he was going to buy himself a new one. Suddenly the princess, pointing to the many cards, asked everyone to pack them all up. After receiving the card from Boli Haoli, the girl behind the counter asked her to wait. She also announced the total price for the 8 cards purchased as 2 million. Having paid, the red-eyed woman asked the protagonist not to lose her welcome gift. Looking at the cards, Lin Shu asked the girl if she had gone too far, to which the girl shared how she chose all the cards at random, since she did not see the student's spear dance. Thus chatting, the couple left the Hall of Hidden Treasures. The 3 remaining in the room were crying because they envied this boy. By the evening, the main character began to wonder who this girl was if she spent 2 million on him without a second thought. But still, the dark-haired man was tormented by another question. How old was Boli Haoli really? But first he decided to study 3 hand-to-hand combat cards. Having acquired the Fist of Power skill, the boy noted how he could use it to increase the power of the Rending Fist. And using Flaming Palm after hitting a target with Rending Fist will create the element of surprise. Lin was interrupted from these thoughts by a sudden knock on the door. Expecting to see Boli Haoli, the boy chuckled and headed for the door. Approaching, someone asked Lin Shu who was there, and the man at the door identified himself as a courier. Hearing this, the main character opened the door, and the courier greeted him. But then suddenly a small knife appeared from under the blanket. Seeing the approaching danger, the main character was, to put it mildly, shocked. But ultimately, the weapon was unable to penetrate the layer consisting of source energy. Without thinking twice, the boy used the silver skill chain of strike. The small-sized one still managed to leave the gurney with delicious food. Without wasting any time, he intended to quickly finish off the dark-haired man. Once again, the small blade was unable to penetrate Lin Shu's layer of energy. What made the short one so amazed for the second time? Following this, the protagonist activated the Silver Skill Flame Brigade. Having received minor damage, the killer decided to retreat. Trying to get rid of the fire, the short one realized how much they had underestimated the enemy. But he didn't have to think for long, because he received a ripping fist in the face. After which, the system awarded 150,000 experience points for the destruction of a second-rank warrior. At this time, the second of the assassins managed to recover, thinking about how their target specialized in the spear. A second later, the dark-haired man rushed towards the second opponent. This time, Lin Shu activated the combined accumulated power strike and power fist, the force of which made the killer feel as if he had been pressed to the ground by an impulse. But in the end, the system rewarded the owner with experience points for destroying a second-rank warrior. The already undead killer went into the wall, crushing the one beneath him. Looking at the defeated enemy, the protagonist thought how the hiding skill was very good. Following this, the dark-haired man suggested that this was the Tang clan's tricks again. The unexpected voice of Boli Haoli noted how quickly the boy dealt with it. She was more struck by how the boy was able to hide vital points in an instant. After which, the main character asked the princess how long she had been there. She shared how she ended up there from the moment the killer raised a gun against the student. Hearing this, Lin Shu declared that no good teacher would sit back and watch quietly. To this, the princess responded that she was confident in the strength of her student. When Boli Haoli came down, she told the boy to pack his things, because he needed a tidier room. Lin Shu doesn't have to worry about that, they'll clean up here, the princess concluded. The next day, the protagonist headed to the Heihai branch of the Warrior Alliance. The assembled crowd could hardly wait for the warrior license exam to begin. The girl behind the counter explained how the certification would begin at exactly 9 o'clock. At this time, Boli Haoli told the boy to stand in line while she reported her arrival. Looking at the back of the departing princess, the protagonist realized that she really was an examiner. Suddenly, a thug appeared among the crowd, wanting to get to the front of the line. Looking at him, the crowd began to whisper, because he was famous in the city of Heihai. In fact, this brute already has the title of warrior, but he still comes here. Suddenly, the main character appeared in the fat man's path, and he ordered him to get out of the way. In response, Lin Shu grabbed the thug's hand and asked him to stand in line. The mustachioed man became angry at such unprecedented insolence towards himself and did not intend to tolerate it. He noted how his warrior license would be revoked again this year. People nearby assumed that this was the end for the boy. Without thinking twice, the fat man sent his heavy fist towards the main character. He, having used the tearing fist technique, had no intention of giving in. Having punished the upstart, Lin Shu declared that such a scumbag would not be given a license this year. After which, looking back, the dark-haired man asked who was next. At that very moment, the crowd began to assure the boy that they were decent people, and after some time, the certification process for obtaining a warrior's license began. One of the examiners called out the next person in line, named Lin Shu. He reflected on how the average fighting capacity of those passing through was 800. The boy wondered if this equipment would be able to reveal his true strength, after which, special equipment began to calculate the boy's combat effectiveness. Having received the result of 1,499, the dark-haired man exhaled. After all, if he had gained just a little more, then a second ranker without a license would have been laughed at. Afterwards, the certification participants were asked to proceed to the next strength testing room. In this hall, the examiner was Boli Haoli, who asked those present to line up. And again, the main character was amazed that the princess was an examiner. The test will be considered passed if the force of a single blow reaches 1,000 kilograms. The first participant asked the short woman if she really was an examiner. Having answered positively, the red-eyed woman asked if there were any problems. But the crowd that had gathered wanted to know if the examiner could gain 1,000 kilograms herself. As they got closer, the trio guessed that the little one didn't even have a first rank. After these words, Boli Haoli, without hiding her anger, decided to demonstrate her strength. Following this, she told those present to open their eyes. At the same time, a number consisting of 5 nines appeared on the screen. Everyone in this strength testing room was shocked by this outcome, but there was still one who suggested that the equipment was broken. The girl, having counted the result at 900 points, asked the participant to leave the room. The brown-haired man didn't want to calm down. He believed that it was all a setup. In response, Boli Haoli once again called the participant's result unsatisfactory. Hearing this, the brown-haired man rushed at the examiner with his fists. The girl was able to break his arm without any weight at the time. And then she said that if the impudent man does not leave the hall forever, something more serious could happen to him, Bully Howley concluded. Realizing his mistake, the brown-haired man apologized and headed for the exit, not daring to stay there any longer. Following this, the princess asked the crowd if there were any further doubts about her powers. Having learned that the next participant was the main character, the girl was delighted. Lin Shu himself recalled how he asked the girl not to call him a student in public. Unexpectedly, the main character, just in case, asked if she really was an examiner. Having answered positively, the girl shared how she is a 3-star member of the Warrior Alliance. This surprised the boy greatly, as the Alliance's hierarchy has 5 stars. 5-star members are essentially the leaders of the Alliance. 4 stars are heads of various states, and 3 stars are at least outstanding warriors. After letting the main character pass, Bully Howley asked if his teacher was cool. Without thinking twice, the dark-haired man delivered a single blow to the punching bag opposite. The boy's result was 1,999 kilograms, to which the crowd remarked on how the participant had achieved such a result without any effort. At one time, Bully Howley was dissatisfied with this result of her student, and after some time, while in the reception room, Lin Shu was congratulated on becoming part of the Warrior Alliance. Having a license, the boy can store his money there. Looking at the map, the main character thanked the woman. Bully Howley appeared and asked the student if he had received a license. Realizing that this was the case, she explained how their paths would diverge due to a new assignment. Having heard a satisfactory answer, the girl was surprised because she expected a different reaction. Understanding what the red-eyed woman wanted, the main character fell to his knees and began to ask her not to leave. Having punched the boy in the face, the princess told him how she did not see a drop of sincerity. At one time, Lin Shu told how he was now heading to Shengyu University, to which the girl noted that going there was quite dangerous. Throwing down the heavy box, Bully Howley reminded him how she had promised the boy a gift after the certification. She also shared how she convinced the head of the local Warrior Alliance to part with this item. Despite its effectiveness, this weapon is very good, the princess concluded. The main character himself was very surprised to receive such a gift, because it was a high-ranking weapon. The girl added that this weapon originally belonged to the master of the art of wielding the spear, Bully Ruyu. Hearing this, the dark-haired man asked if Bully Rui was the head of the local branch. Having received a negative answer, Lin Shu put forward another hypothesis, namely that Bully Howley is the daughter of Bully Ruyu. Having answered negatively again, the princess remarked how the boy could write novellas with such imagination. Having heard about another assumption, the girl, unable to bear it, decided to hit the student. And after some time, the main character finally decided to try to pick up the weapon. The girl decided to talk about the weight of the spear. She named the figure of 500 kilograms, which was quite a lot. Looking at the student, the princess explained how this spear was forged from iron aerolite. Having heard about this material, the boy remembered how he was discovered in a meteorite that fell to the ground. A huge black stone remained in the crater it formed after its fall. A group of people took it and, using all their skill, forged 12 units of unique weapons. Knowing all this, the main character asked the girl if she would really give him such an expensive weapon. Bully Howley once reminded him that she was the boy's teacher, after which, after saying goodbye, she told him what to do if Lin Shu came looking for her. Then let him look in the heavenly city. Having heard this, the main character was amazed. After all, this is the largest city in the entire world that was raised into the air using levitation techniques. They don't let just anyone in there. For people who want to get in, the minimum threshold is the 5th rank. Thinking about what kind of girl this was, Lin Shu headed towards the exit to the street. At the same time, loud insults were heard in one rich-looking mansion. The powerful man could not believe that 2 second-rank warriors could not deal with 1 first-rank warrior. Listening to all this, the long-haired man told how the target demonstrated very enormous strength. But the man didn't want to hear this. He knocked over his cup in anger and expressed his dissatisfaction. After which, he noted how he simply wanted to provide support to the Tang clan, but now the kid had become his target too. Having moved to the boy, he was at one of the stations in the city of Heihai. Approaching the worker, the main character learned that his train had already departed. Following this, the boy asked if the train departed 3 times a day. To this, the girl reminded how the path of death is an extremely dangerous place, which is why this path is unprofitable. Thus, the dark-haired man received a new ticket, only for tomorrow. Walking along Lin Shu Street, he noticed that he was being followed, and he immediately realized that the Palace of Deification was involved. Understanding all this, the main character, picking up the pace, decided to hide in one of the alleys. But eventually, a small group of people caught up with the dark-haired man. Finding himself surrounded, Lin Shu asked the people if they were tired of following him from the station. He also noted that all the warriors who came were of the 2nd rank, but there was one of the 3rd rank. It was at this moment that the rapid growth system was finally completed, which made the boy very happy. Looking at the enemies that appeared, Lin Shu learned all the necessary information. Unexpectedly, Fang Zhen, a 3rd-rank warrior, was glad that the boy was willing to fight. But at that very moment, the main character threw off his training suit. After which, I threw the 50 characteristic points I received into strength. The group of assassins were amazed that the dark-haired man had been wearing such heavy equipment all this time. The leader of this gang had no intention of delaying. He wanted to finish off his target quickly. But the main character, finding himself behind Fang Zhenyam, asked where he was hitting. Following this, the silver skill Swift Fist sent the third-ranked warrior flying. Seeing how the leader was defeated, the group did not intend to tolerate it. The main character himself, with his silver skill, Target of Blows, turned out to be faster than the gang. Having finished with one, the dark-haired man had already finished with the second one in the next second. The two assassins who rushed at Lin Shu ordered him to die immediately. And after that, he used the skill Flaming Palm, which set the limbs of the couple on fire. Without further ado, the main character finished them off with one kick. The rest of the punks, seeing this whole spectacle, were frightened. Around the same time, the third-rank warrior also recovered and was surprised by the boy's strength. In the end, the long-haired man rushed at the main character, deciding to put an end to it. Having created numerous clones, Fang Zhen surrounded the protagonist, not giving him any room to move. Using the rending fist, Lin Shu began to search for the real body of the third-rank warrior. But even after defeating a dozen clones, the boy still couldn't find the real one. Suddenly, the dark-haired man noticed an enemy approaching sharply from the wall. Having failed to eliminate the boy, the long-haired man clicked his tongue loudly. The boy himself, clutching his small wound, decided to retreat back. At the time, it took the enemy just one moment to be over the target. Having extended his blade third, the high-ranking warrior activated the golden skill. Called the Execution of 1,000 Illusions, it sent countless clones rushing towards Lin Shu. The shaggy one, approaching the dark-haired one, shared with him how this skill would cut him to pieces, to which the main character was only glad that such an event had occurred. By activating the Eye of Analysis, the protagonist intended to find the real killer. Dodging the numerous clone swipes, Lin Shu checked each one. Eventually, Lin Shu was able to discover the real Fang Zhen. To his great alarm, the long-haired man began to ask the boy how he had managed to find him. To which the main character, clenching his fist, shared how he is a kind of crook. And after that, the dark-haired man used a combination technique of the swift and tearing fist. Such a swift blow was sent at the enemy, giving him no hope of blocking. At one time, a third-rank warrior, realizing his approaching death, decided to drag the boy along with him. Using the special skill of the killers, a purple sphere began to appear in the stomach of the long-haired one. Looking at this picture, the boy was surprised that the enemy would decide to end the fight like this. And a second later, a huge explosion thundered in the same alley, heard throughout the area. As for Lin Shu, he was thrown into the wall of the building by the blast wave. He thought that if he had not known the power of the source, he would have already been finished. And a second later, the rest of the punks appeared, noting their luck. Approaching the target, the killer emphasized how he would never run away with that look. Remembering the loss of his leader, the shaved one decided to cut the boy into pieces in honor of him. The main character himself asked why the punks thought he wouldn't get up. Following these words, the dark-haired man activated the Rage Burst activation, at the sight of which the Trinity was greatly amazed. In this way, Lin Shu was able to gain additional experience for second-rank warriors. After some time, the boy found himself in his hotel room. Lin Shu noticed how after activating the anger explosion, it felt like there was not a drop of energy inside his body. Remembering his departure to the Death's Path tomorrow, the boy decided to gather some information. Upon learning that he had to pay 10,000 to obtain the information, Lin Shu was shocked. But the dark-haired man still decided to pay, since he still had several million on his card. He eventually learned how the Death Road's landscape was entirely composed of black rock surfaces. Among the evolved third-rank beasts, rock snakes predominate. Seeing the huge variety of creatures living in this territory, Lin Shu was surprised. For example, Atom Smasher, an evolved rank 5 beast, has incomparable strength and the ability to provoke attacks. The Cockatrice, an evolved rank 5 beast, is particularly strong in long-range attacks with rocks and other projectiles. Having received enough of the necessary information, the main character decided to finish. Suddenly, he became interested in how much the spear that the good-for-nothing teacher had given him cost. Having visited the required website, the boy saw the price for a weapon made from meteoric black iron. The figure of 1 billion greatly shocked the protagonist. At the same time, Bully Howley, who was on the way, accidentally sneezed. Moving to the mansion of a friend of the Tang clan, surprise was heard there again. The man was amazed that even a third-ranked warrior was defeated. Without further ado, he ordered his subordinates to announce a reward for the boy among the hunters. Hearing this order, the red-haired man asked if they would not do this business. To which the man remarked that if they found out that the Ascension Palace had failed, their reputation would be ruined. Returning to the main character, he was already on a high-speed train heading to the Death Road. While surrounded by a large number of people, Lin Shu pretended to look at his phone while looking through his characteristics. But suddenly, a familiar number started calling my smartphone. It was Teacher Lo. Having picked up the incoming call, the boy immediately heard a question about where he was heading. Following this, the bespectacled man told how a reward had been placed in the student's name on the hunter's network. Hearing this, the main character became wary, because this site is very well known. Money can be used to order a murder, and even renowned hackers cannot hack this site. The teacher asked the dark-haired man to be on his guard, because there would be many who wanted to cause him trouble. After finishing the conversation, Lin Shu decided to visit the hunter's website himself. There the boy saw a cash reward of 10 million for his head. At the same time, the cup on the table suddenly began to swing violently. Lin Shu wondered why the train suddenly started shaking. Hearing a noise from the neighboring carriage, the protagonist guessed how something had happened, but at that very moment, the instigator of those strange sounds appeared in the middle of the train. Having counterattacked, the main character, unfortunately, was unable to reach the enemy. Using his knee, Lin Shu was eventually able to deal damage. Feeling the strength of the protagonist, the killer fell to the ground clutching his stomach. Looking away, the boy wondered who had the idea to hijack the train. After all, in such a confined space, warriors using large weapons are at a disadvantage. But still, this group, knowing about all the shortcomings, prepared well. The main character didn't have time to think for long. The first enemy rose up behind him. Lin Shu grabbed the assassin's hand and immediately used the fire palm skill, after which a fiery shroud engulfed the enemy's limb, causing him to writhe. Then the main character finished off the killer with the rending fist. Having finished with one splinter, the dark-haired man noticed another one that had appeared. He was a big guy in a red robe who demanded money in exchange for saving his life. Suddenly, a boy appeared with his ripping fist and finished the killer's sentence. Following this, the boy asked the man if he was okay, to which he responded positively and then thanked his savior. Then Lin Shu asked his new acquaintance who the attackers were. He said that it was the Black Tiger criminal group, which specializes in robberies and scams. Seeing the approaching pair of bandits, the man told the boy to stand behind him. But the main character, rushing forward, had no intention of obeying his friend. And after a few moments, the long-haired man saw how Lin Shu easily defeated this couple. He wondered if all today's youth were really that harsh. Suddenly, fighters of the Allied Hi-Hi forces appeared next to the train. Having learned about which, the group was going to get away from the crime scene as quickly as possible. Fortunately, at about the same time, the retreating aircraft took a salvo of shells, after which, an explosion, visible throughout the surrounding wasteland, occurred near the high-speed train. The long-haired man, delighted by this, noticed how his savior rushed further along the carriages. He, trying to destroy each killer, muttered about his experience points. Military personnel armed with guns had already managed to get on the train, at the sight of which the long-haired man asked them not to shoot because they were passengers. Following this, the man noticed how late the arriving soldiers were, since the boy had already dealt with everyone. At one time, the military asked passengers to present their travel tickets, seeing which, the soldiers lowered their weapons because they were civilians. The conductor who approached apologized and assured the duo that the group was no longer a threat. Hearing this, the long-haired man asked, "What about those who died due to negligence in the performance of their duties?" Bowing her head, the girl assured that the company would pay compensation to their families. Lin Shu himself stated that if you chose the path of death, then be prepared to die at any moment. Having heard about the dark-haired man's direction, the long-haired man shared how he was also heading there. Having heard about the cooperation, the boy asked what he could give in return. Introducing himself as Tianji, he told how he had already been on the path of death 3 years ago and had managed to avoid many dangers. Lin Shu liked this, after which he asked the long-haired man the reason for going to this place. He told how he was going to find one plant, but he needed strength. Heading to his place, Lin told the man to find him when they got there. Thus, the duo found themselves in Iron City, the only place on the death road where people live. A voice suddenly appeared and remarked how the death's path was no place for young people. He also added that the boy could give him all his valuables for safekeeping. Lin Shu was surprised by such impudence, after which he asked if they were trying to rob him. Suddenly, a huge creature with an equally huge mouth appeared next to the duo. A second later, the second-rank beast latched onto the bandit who had recently demanded things from Lin Shu. Watching this, the boy said that any carelessness would result in death. The second-rank monster, having finished his meal, looked at the two standing next to him, after which the dog rushed at the main character to eat him. The boy, seeing this, asked the creature if it really thought that he was weaker than that thief. Following this, Lin Shu used his silver skill, Tearing Fist, which was enough to defeat a second-rank monster. Tianji noticed how all sorts of animals kept appearing in this place. Having received this information, the protagonist suggested to his partner to go further. At this time, the observing duo began to talk about how every year, young nuggets appear heading to Shengyu. The redhead shared how she wanted to join forces with that boy in a group. An old man standing nearby wondered why today's youth were rushing towards their own death. Baldy, hearing this, asked his grandfather what kind of monsters lived on the path of death, to which the bearded man replied that there were so many of them that it was impossible to list them all. Having knocked the smoking pipe out of the old man's hands, the bald man asked him to answer kindly. The two who were watching this commotion noticed how this old man, although he seemed weak, was actually very strong. Using Lin Shu's eye of analysis, I learned that this grandfather was a fourth-rank warrior. Returning to the big guy, he asked the bearded man how long he would ignore him. But the boy who appeared did not allow the old man to be harmed again. Holding his sore spot, he asked the boy if he wanted problems. The main character gave the punks a choice. They either leave on their own or go to another world. Recalling the recent killing of a second-rank monster, the group became thoughtful. Moving forward, the squad told the dark-haired man to be more careful. After finishing with the troublesome warriors, Lin Zhu asked the old man if he was okay. Having heard a positive answer, the boy was about to take his leave, but his grandfather stopped him in time. He noted how rare it is to meet people like the main character among young people, after which the grandfather said that an insect plague was expected in 500 meters. Having thanked his grandfather, the protagonist headed towards his ally. After walking 500 meters, the boy decided to take the advice and go further by a detour. Noticing the familiar duo behind him, the bald man said that a stupid warrior would turn off the smooth main road. At the same time, the big guy's ally froze in surprise, looking at something. These were rocks that were covered with something truly terrible. The cover turned out to be a huge swarm of black locusts, which are second-tier monsters. In an instant, the insects swarmed around the nearest person in their path, and a moment later, only bones remained of the man. Realizing the full danger, the red-haired man ordered his allies to retreat quickly, but eventually, the black locust was able to reach the red-haired one. Thus, the group of upstarts was surrounded on all sides by insects. Tianzhi, who was watching this spectacle, remarked how good it was that they had taken their grandfather's advice. Lin Shu himself said that it is better not to bully a person who appears weak. Not intending to stand still, the duo decided to move on. Walking through the gorge, the dark-haired man noticed how it was completely impossible to find the road because of the pillars. But this is not a problem, because usually those who pass through the path of death leave their marks. And a second later, a pair appeared, looking very frightened. The girl, realizing that the main character and his friend knew the safe route, became very angry. To which the protagonist asked a counter-question, asking why they should worry him. The redhead was, to put it mildly, surprised by this answer and wanted to say something. But at the same time, the long-haired man called out to the main character and beckoned him to him. Observing the duo, the group decided to follow them, assuming that they were familiar with the area. And after some time, the couple was able to leave the gorge with the help of Tianji's knowledge. Following this, the long-haired man said that the forest ahead was called the Azure Thicket. But a moment later, Lin Shu noticed a group of people appearing behind him. Following this, the protagonist, using the eye of analysis, was able to notice the approaching insects. The long-haired one was very upset at the sight of the monsters, but the boy, on the contrary, was only happy about the experience points that appeared. A group of warriors were frightened when they saw a swarm of black locusts. The boy noticed how the sight of the insects made the group of warriors' knees tremble. But this was not surprising, because given their small size, a huge number of monsters are very strong together. But not for Lin Shu. At that very second, the dark-haired man activated Phoenix Majesty. For destroying the black locust, the system rewarded the boy with 5,000 experience points. Although the monsters didn't give much, their numbers compensated for this shortcoming. Thus, many system windows appeared around the boy. And after some time, Lin Shu was able to finish off the horde of second-rank monsters. Having collected all the anomalous crystal, the boy noted how one could earn quite a lot by collecting such a huge amount. At the same time, the group of warriors nearby was still surprised. Tianzhi thought that with the help of the boy's strength, he could achieve what he wanted. The dark-haired man called out to his partner and asked him to hurry, because they had a long journey ahead of them. Once in the forest, Lin Shu asked the long-haired man what plant he needed to find in the thicket, to which he responded in the negative, adding that they needed to get to Black Lake. Looking through the phone for tasks related to the location where the two are. The main character was hooked on the task of collecting salt crystals, for which they paid a lot. Hearing about this, Tianji said that these crystals were at the bottom of the lake he needed. Hearing this, the boy replied to his partner that their paths were very intertwined. Suddenly, the main character felt a thirst for blood next to him. Throwing aside his partner, Lin Shu, with a sharp movement, managed to dodge the threat. Standing on his own 2 feet, Lin Shu warned the long-haired man about the presence of a sniper nearby. Dodging numerous projectiles, the boy began to break forward. A few seconds later, Lin Zhu, holding his spear at the ready, began to climb up the tree trunk. Having run to the very top of a huge tree, the main character was able to spot the sniper. At the time, he was very scared when he saw the boy who suddenly appeared. And a moment later, the system rewarded the owner with 15,000 experience points. After finishing off the second-rank warrior Lin Shu with the system, he discovered more warriors. Moving towards the long-haired one, he dodged the shells, noticing how even the Black Tiger group had gotten here. Taking hold of the blade, Tianzhi used the skill Shimmering Slash, the force of which was enough to hit a nearby sniper. Having finished with one warrior in a couple of seconds, the long-haired one finished with the second one. Dripping with sweat, Tianjai noticed the main character standing behind her. He was terrified of the boy, because while he was dealing with one, he was able to kill 6. Lin Shu, who had arrived just in time, asked if the Black Tiger Group's base was located in this area. To which the long-haired man shared that he didn't know for sure, but the azure thicket attracts many unclean warriors. Following this, the boy wondered how to navigate this forest if all the trees were the same. Taking out one thing, Tianjai declared that this was their landmark. A compass is useless because of magnetic fields, but it does indicate the direction of strong magnetic fields. The closer to the center of the azure thicket, the stronger the magnetic field. After walking several dozen meters, Lin Shu explained how he felt about a high-ranking monster. Noticing the wet soil, the long-haired man said that there was light precipitation here, and after taking a few more steps forward, the main character became wary. In front of him was an evolving third-rank creature, the royal leech. Embarrassed, Lin Shu remembered how they say that leeches are afraid of salt. After inquiring about the availability of salt, Tianji rummaged around in his backpack a bit and took out some salt. Having received the required substance, the protagonist threw it at the third-ranked monster. Feeling the salt on its body, the royal leech began to writhe frantically. And having noticed the people, without thinking twice, the monster rushed at them with the intention of killing them. The force of this creature was enough to make a massive tree fall. Then the huge carcass of the monster rushed at the main character again. In response, Lin Shu used the Phoenix Majesty spear skill. Looking at the leech engulfed in flames, the boy emphasized how these creatures fear the loss of internal moisture. But then the duo saw before them a picture of how the creature began to burrow into the ground. Having lost sight of the third-rank monster, Lin Shu and Tianjia became wary. The boy himself, with the help of the Eye of Analysis, was able to discover the location of the royal leech. Suddenly, the main character thought about how the newcomers had gotten into trouble again. This time, that person turned out to be a third-rank warrior named Wang Er. Upon seeing him, Tianji immediately said that this was a hunter, one of those who rob ordinary warriors. He asked the big guy why he had wandered in there. The red-haired man, hearing the question, replied that he had come here to get valuable things. At the same time, the main character, using the Eye of Analysis, noticed the royal leech, after which he shared with the hunter how if he took one step, he would most likely be left without legs. Hearing this, the red-haired man emphasized how the two were the first prey that dared to threaten him. And finally, having taken one step, the red-haired man's foot fell into the monster's mouth. Realizing that it was a third-rank royal leech, the hunter was horrified. The creature began to spray its newly emerged food onto its leg. Feeling the pain, Wang Er began to cut the monster into pieces, wanting to get out. Watching this quickly ended battle, Lin Shu was surprised because the leech was defeated. But that wasn't all, because the next moment, the third-rank royal leech larvae appeared. Covered with which, the red-haired man began to try to get rid of them. But from the pain, Wang Er fell to the ground, thereby allowing more monsters to climb on top of him. And a few moments later, the royal leech larvae finished off the hunter, sucking out all the juices from him. Lin Shu, who was watching this spectacle, thought that despite their size, these beasts were third-rank beasts. Without thinking twice, the main character was going to collect as many experience points as possible. Having reached the required state, Lin Shu activated the pear-colored flurry skill, the strength of which was sufficient to partially destroy the royal leech larvae. While destroying the monsters, he shared how he didn't think that such a small thing could be worth so much. The main character, without ceasing to use his skills, killed the larvae. The system never stopped showering its owner with experience points for every destroyed monster. Tianji, who was nearby, noted how less than a minute had passed before his ally had destroyed everyone. Having finished with the small stuff, the protagonist realized that the royal leech was still alive. The creature, split into two parts, transformed into two monsters. Lin Shu dodged and sent back his Phoenix Majesty technique. Having cut the third-ranked creature into many pieces, the boy looked back. Having noticed the still living part, the dark-haired man immediately rushed at her. Grabbing the spear with both hands, the protagonist intended to finish off the monster. Thus, the system rewarded Lin Shu with experience points, which were used to reach a new level of 17. Rejoicing at what he had received, the protagonist intended to extract the anomalous crystal. While browsing the quests on the Alliance website, the boy noticed one about collecting royal leech skins. Along with the new level, the boy gained 17 stat points, which he invested in strength. Having finished his business, the main character called his partner. And after some time on the road, the duo found themselves on the shore of the Black Lake. Having seen it, the boy asked if it was true, to which Tianjai answered positively. Dipping his hand into the water, the boy emphasized how icy the water of this lake was. Realizing everything, the long-haired man fell to his knees and began to beg Lin Shu for help in finding the plant. He said his daughter had contracted a deadly virus that gradually destroys the immune system. In recent years, he has been searching for a cure and finally found it. Bowing his head to the main character, Tianji once again asked him to look for him. The boy lowered himself to his partner and reminded them how they had only come here with the long-haired man's knowledge. Realizing that he agreed, Tianji handed his ally the necessary equipment for diving. As for the salt crystals, the long-haired man told how they appear rarely, to which the main character asked his partner not to worry because he would definitely bring the right plant. Thus, Lin Shu found himself in the Black Lake in a few moments. As I moved forward, I noticed that I had never encountered a small fish. Having descended to the bottom, the dark-haired man did not notice a single salt crystal. Suddenly the boy noticed something white in front of him. He assumed it was the crystal he was bored with. But after this, the main character realized that in front of him was an evolved beast. It turned out to be a huge sky gazer, an evolved beast of the 4th rank. Looking at the approaching claw of the monster, Lin Shu realized its speed. Without thinking twice, the protagonist decided to use the explosion of anger. Having slipped out from under the fish's attack, the boy activated the rending fist. After which, a strong blow was directed at the huge firebrand of the sky gazer, from the force of which the carcass of a 4th rank monster was sent to the bottom. The boy himself thought that because he was underwater, the ripping fist was unable to show itself. The boy also realized that the system notification about the destruction of the monster had not arrived. After descending to the bottom, Lin Shu was delighted to find salt crystals. He was also pleased to see a nearby salt coral that Tianji needed. Approaching the finds, the protagonist concluded that everything had been found. But at the same time, the enormous sky gazer appeared, having recovered from the blow. The dark-haired man dodged and was shocked to find that his exploding fist was useless. Without wasting any time, the protagonist hit his opponent on the head again. Lin Shu then began to dodge the enemy's tail and claws. The fish wasn't going to leave the man so easily after everything that had happened. Lin Shu, who had dodged again, knew that he wouldn't be able to activate the anger explosion, as it would be easy to catch him again. So the best option is to get to the shore, the dark-haired man concluded. The huge gazer, following the boy, intended to eat him. Suddenly, the fish's claw was able to close together with the protagonist's clothes. Having performed a diversionary maneuver, the dark-haired man threw off his clothes, after which he rushed to the shore, thinking that his combat equipment was strong enough not to tear. And after a couple of seconds, Lin Shu was able to find himself out of the water along with his opponent. Tianji, who was watching this scene, was amazed to see a huge fish. At one time, the main character threw the huge looker onto the shore. Once there, he asked his opponent if he had enough chances on land. And a moment later, the system congratulated the owner on the destruction of a 4th rank monster. Tianji, who ran up with the boy's things, began to congratulate him on his victory. Lin Shu himself shared how he was able to find crystals and salt coral. Having taken out the plant, the main character asked his partner if it was it. He, seeing the coral, responded positively, thanking the boy several times. Having put it in a special case, the long-haired man added that now his daughter would be saved. Having thanked the dark-haired Tianji once again, he decided to repay him. Shaggy said that this was a battle card that he had inherited from his warrior ancestor, but he had no way of mastering it. Receiving this thing, Lin Shu replied that he could not accept such an expensive one, to which the man added that a salt crystal costs about the same, and for him this is vitally important. And in the end, the boy accepted the gold card from his partner. Jiten, realizing that his paths with the boy were diverging, gave him a couple of tips on how to move forward, after which the two said goodbye, intending to meet again sometime in the future. The boy himself decided to fry the recently obtained fish in battle. Looking at the new card called Silent Steps, Lin Shu remarked how good it sounded. Then the main character moved on to the study, feeling how his body became light and smooth, like a swallow. Having finished his study, the protagonist saw an approaching thunderstorm in front of him. Sitting in the pouring rain, Lin Shu thought that he should find shelter. Suddenly, a girl ran out of the forest thicket, warning of an approaching high-ranking beast. Using the eye of analysis, the boy recognized that this was a 3rd-rank warrior named Wang Xiaohui. Having reduced the distance, the dark-haired man asked the girl to get up faster. But right after that, the girl saw the boy's fist approaching. In response to this, the girl immediately reacted by jumping to the side. Looking at the boy, the 3rd-ranked one asked him why he attacked. Having named the girl's real name, Lin Shu said that he was sure that she was a hunter. Wang Xiaohui herself was, to put it mildly, surprised by the rogue's knowledge. She also stated that prey like the boy would be destroyed in a couple of moments, after which the girl raised her hand and signaled to her allies that the theft had begun. The first to attack the main character was the fat man with his katana at the ready, but the boy easily dodged the killer's high-speed swing. Lin Shu grabbed his spear and activated the Pear Blossom Flurry skill. After the blows, the system awarded the owner experience points for the destruction of a 2nd-rank warrior. The next in line was a strange trio who attacked the dark-haired man from behind. The battered man used a skill called 5-Link Lightning Chain. The bespectacled man nearby activated the skill Fist of Mad Color. As for the last one, the red-haired one decided to use Stylish Slash. Looking at this gathering, the main character tried to understand what was going on. But one skill used, called Verdict, was able to return the damage to the sender. Following this, Lin Shu was able to finish off the trio with the pair-colored flurry technique. The girl watching this could not believe that her opponent was able to win so quickly. But this only further provoked the third-rank warrior. Wang Xiaohui shared her thoughts on how the opportunity to take the head of a strong opponent is exciting. The boy crossed his arms and thought that the girl had impressive speed. Wang Xiaohui's many strikes were repelled by the protagonist's spear. Stepping back, the girl emphasized how the boy possessed quite a bit of strength. Following this, the assassin used the skill Fallen Dragon's Punishment, after which, purple energy, similar in shape to a dragon, headed towards the boy. At one time, Lin Shu was able to dodge such powerful hostile energy. But a moment later, that grin disappeared from the boy's face, as he barely managed to dodge the approaching blades. That wasn't all, because a huge squall hit the dark-haired man, giving him no way out. Feeling Lin Shu's pressure, he couldn't understand why those weapons wouldn't let go of him. Wang Xiaohui was only happy to watch such a colorful spectacle. Realizing that there was no point in parrying the blades, the boy decided to finish off his opponent himself. But the boy's spear never reached its desired target. Dodging the attack, the girl thought about how risky her opponent was. She shared out loud how she did not appreciate the main character at his true worth. Following this, Wang Xiaohui activated the sickle-slash technique. In response, the boy used a combination of accumulated power strike and pair-colored flurry. The impact of these two skills caused a loud explosion to be heard throughout the entire area. Wang Xiaohui was surprised that all of the enemy's parameters suddenly rose. As a result, the system congratulated the owner on the destruction of a third-rank warrior. After some time, the boy was finally able to leave the azure thicket. Realizing that he couldn't live without water, Lin Shu decided to drink his special drink, with the help of which the dark-haired man was able to gain new strength on his path. However, an almazan worm, a fourth-rank monster, appeared in front of the boy. Without daring to waste time, the boy sent the Phoenix's Majesty skill at the enemy, the force of which was enough to make the worm fall to the ground dead. The main character was greatly surprised by such a quick victory, as he had expected something more from the monster. Suddenly, loud laughter began to come from behind Lin Shu, getting closer and closer. It was a group of people noticing that there was an almazina worm in front of them. One of the warriors stopped and asked the boy if he had killed the monster. Another one suggested that the dark-haired girl was just passing by, and he decided to make some money for free. The main character himself declared in front of a group of punks that this was his prey. Ignoring the dark-haired scum, he told his allies to collect all the valuable materials. The girl who appeared turned to Chen Kun and reminded him how the boy had said that this was his prey. To which the bald man, calling the girl stupid, suggested that such images flatter the handsome boy. After these words, the girl declared that she would no longer tolerate Chen Kun's insolence. The boy was amazed that a conflict had started among the group. But at the same time, the almazina worm, located behind the duo, began to slowly rise. The blonde began to shout at the duo, asking them to turn their attention back. But when Chen Kun turned back, it was already too late. The main character himself was unhappy that the monster ate his experience points. The fat man, holding the blade to his sword, asked the boy if he knew that the worm was dead, to which the main character repeated once again that it was his prey, and it was up to him to decide. Hearing these words, the fat man rushed at the main character to kill him. But Lin Shu's weapon turned out to be much faster than his opponent's blade. The nearby warriors were amazed by the dark-haired man's sudden actions. Having noticed the people, the main character asked them if they would attack, to which the girl said that she had met the two by chance and decided to go on together. Suddenly the blonde called out to the main character because the mob was approaching him, to which Lin Shu asked the monster with displeasure whether the previous roasting had not been enough. And after that, the boy used the Phoenix's Majesty skill again. Only this time, the damage from the main character's equipment turned out to be more enormous. The observing group was amazed by the power of the boy's technique. At the same time, the system congratulated the owner on his victory over a fourth-rank monster. Thus, the almazin worm was defeated, causing the monster's enormous carcass to fall to the ground. Lin Shu himself extracted a large anomalous crystal from the creature's dead body. The group continued to show no surprise at the dark-haired man's strength. The group leader warned the allies to go to the boy to talk. Approaching him, the girl asked if her brother wanted to keep the worm's teeth, in exchange for which the girl was ready to exchange for other materials. Hearing this, the protagonist allowed the group to take all the teeth, considering it as gratitude for her recent words. Deeply surprised by this outcome, the girl thanked the protagonist. And then she told her allies how they were allowed to take the teeth. The blonde who approached suggested that this stranger had taken a liking to her friend. Peering out from behind the worm's massive bulk, the group realized the boy was gone. The main character himself, having walked a couple of dozen meters, fell into a huge hole. Within a few seconds, Lin Shu descended along the walls of the tunnel to the very bottom. In this way, the boy was able to reach the solid floor below. As he rose, he wondered where he had fallen, whether this was the worm's cave. But looking ahead and seeing the strange symbol, Lin Shu wondered where it was. Moving forward, the protagonist assumed that he found himself in the ruins left over from the wars between humanity and aliens. Upon discovering the strange depression, Lin Shu immediately realized that it was some kind of switch. Opening the heavy gates, the boy felt the monster approaching. This creature turned out to be the yellow rat, which is a third-rank beast. But it was not one individual, but a whole horde of the same monsters. Realizing the approaching danger, Lin Shu activated pear-colored flurry. At one time, the system began to shower its owner with a multitude of system windows. And finally, after some time, Lin Shu finished with the third-rank monsters. Although the yellow rats didn't pose much of a threat, killing so many of them had left the boy exhausted. However, the protagonist's efforts were not in vain, because he obtained many stones from this horde. The boy himself suggested that these rats were scared off by something more dangerous. Thinking about this, the dark-haired man headed in the direction from which the horde had come. Suddenly, a blade rushed towards the boy, but he was able to block the attack. This was the same girl whose group Lin Shu had given the worm's teeth to. The two, looking at each other, began to realize who was in front of them, after which the boy asked the squad if they had scared off the yellow rats. To which the girl, admitting her mistake, replied that they really didn't do it well. Following this, she introduced herself to Jiang Yin and also named her allies. In response to this, the main character also identified himself, inviting the group to join forces with him. Thus, the detachment moved further along the tunnel, determined to find at least something. Having learned from the boy that these were ruins, centuries had passed, the girl was surprised. The boy told how he found out about this from the seal he found on the wall. Looking at the notch, Lin Shu asked the group if she looked familiar. Having taken out the anomalous crystal, the boy shared how he got it on his way from the yellow rats. Having met them, the boy was surprised, but suddenly the thought occurred to him that these monsters were the key to the passage. The protagonist then inserted the anomalous crystal into the recess, which was a perfect fit. Then, to the surprise of the entire group, the heavy door began to open. Once inside, Lin Shu noticed how abnormal crystal was widely used in the last century. In those days, people used it not only to enhance energy, but wherever possible. Looking at the room they found themselves in, the boy immediately determined that it was a laboratory. But having gone even further, the group was surprised because in front of them was a real mutant. During the alien invasion, Earthlings began trying to create a new species by combining human DNA with monsters. The strength of the new people turned out to be unusually high, and ultimately research in this direction was curtailed. As Lin Shu recounted this, he shared his surprise that such terrifying creatures had not disappeared in a century. While the group was just standing and listening to the main character, a vine appeared on the leg of one of the squad members. That man turned out to be Peng Yu, who was knocked over in a second and pulled into the depths. Seeing this, the allies called out to their blue-haired one, but the speed of the vine was enormous. Looking at his group members, Pei Yu began to beg them for salvation. At one time, a vine lifted a man to the ceiling, which greatly frightened him. But a moment later, the blue-haired man fell silent forever, his stomach pierced by a vine. Trying to save his new ally, the protagonist used a spear to cut up the plant. The group that ran up tried to find out from their ally about his condition. But it was already too late. Realizing this, Lin Shu suggested that the detachment move on. Suddenly, Peng Yu, who had been lying down, stood up and began to move strangely. Looking at the blue-haired boy, the boy immediately determined that he had become infected. The two standing behind called out to their allies, as they had found a way out. Suddenly, an explosion thundered in the middle of the room, and a mutant appeared from the flames. But what was terrifying was that there were so many of these creatures. The completely transformed blue-haired man began to catch up with his former partners. The protagonist with his spear turned out to be faster than the infected's murderous hand. Following this, Lin Shu told about the virus that Peng Yu had contracted. Moreover, even if the head is cut off, the infected person's body will continue to move. And to deal with them, you need to deprive the infected person of the ability to move. The emerging vine decided to remind the protagonist of its presence. Looking at it, I assumed that it was an evolved plant. Lin Shu stood in front of his allies and asked them to be more careful, after which, a huge number of vines rushed into the crowd of people. In the end, the vine was able to reach Jiang Yin and surround her. But the main character, who arrived in time, was able to save the girl with the help of a spear. While watching the vines, Lin Shu emphasized how difficult it would be for them to deal with them. Suddenly, the boy had an idea, which he immediately decided to implement. Using the Phoenix's Majesty skill, the vine was completely engulfed in flames. Without waiting long, the dark-haired man sent the same skill at the enemy again. Sensing danger, the vine was about to break the tanks to release more mutants. Understanding this, the protagonist asked the shaved man to stop the plant. Thus, the entire group began to fight against the evolved vine. But the plant was still able to successfully release mutants from test tubes. This creature is of the third rank. In addition, it has many features. Realizing the danger of what was happening, Lin Shu told his allies to retreat. The amphibian's hand suddenly appeared and rushed towards the boy, but fortunately, without success. Stunned by his reaction, Lin Shu noticed how close he was to death. Following this, the dark-haired man activated the pear-colored flurry skill. The mutant suddenly reacted and sent the main character flying 10 meters. Looking at the dust rising near the wall, the girl called out to Lin Shu. At the same time, the monsters, having recovered from their long hibernation, headed towards the people. Looking at the crowd of approaching amphibians, Zhang Yin activated Solid Severance. The attack that was launched hit the 3 monsters, but they were unable to cause any damage. Realizing the strength of her opponent's skin, the girl was amazed. But at that very moment, a rather familiar vehicle appeared behind the girl. It was the Phoenix's greatness skill that made the mutants stop in fear. Covering the girl, the main character told her to leave first. He himself thought about how there were still many dangers in these ruins that needed to be protected. In this case, Lin Shu decided to use the method that his wayward mentor taught him. Using the energy of the source, the dark-haired man used the pear-colored flurry. This time, the protagonist's onslaught was enough to compete with the mutant. Rejoicing at his progress, the boy destroyed a 3rd-rank amphibian. Having received more than half of the experience points for destroying one creature, he was surprised. Looking at the mutants that appeared, Lin Shu was so happy that he laughed. Despite the hard covering, insensitivity to pain, and the fact that they are far from easy to deal with, in front of so many experience points, the main character couldn't resist. Moreover, due to the limited space, it is not so easy for them to surround it. Thus, the system began to reward the owner with 500,000 experience points for each monster killed. Lei, who was watching this picture, was amazed by the strength of the main character. But after that, the blonde saw how the monster still managed to strike Lin Shu. Rather than continue to simply stare, the group decided to help their ally. The boy who stood up abruptly had no intention of giving his experience points to anyone. Thus, the main character gained a new 18th level. Having received 12 characteristic points, he decided to put them into strength and the remaining 6 into endurance. Having acquired new strength at that very moment, Lin Zhu decided to test it. And in just a few blows, the 3rd-rank creature was defeated. Zhang Yin, who was watching the boy, emphasized how he only increased his strength as the battle progressed. Suddenly, a loud sound was heard, causing Lei to ask what it was. The boy assumed that it was some kind of roar of an evolved beast. The mutants, hearing this loud sound, simply ran in different directions. Seeing the reaction of the monsters, Lin Shu emphasized how the creatures seemed to have been summoned. Determined to forget about these monsters, the group of people moved further down the tunnel. And after some time, the squad came across a door into a dark room. Walking inside and looking around, shaved, I immediately realized that this was an armory. Looking at the huge number of laser guns, we realized how much money could be made from them. Hearing the allies' conversations, Lin Shu decided to remind them that they didn't even know where the exit was. Suddenly, the blonde, hearing some sound, asked her partners to listen too, after which the 4 put their ears to the door located in the other part of the room. The main character himself heard someone behind the door frantically ordering someone to be killed. After discussing what she heard, Zhang Yin immediately realized that there were more warriors in this laboratory besides them. Understanding this, the group decided to find out for themselves what was going on outside. Having thrown open the door, the 4 saw a very bright and huge explosion in front of them. After the rising dust cleared, the squad saw a massacre between warriors and monsters. Having seen it, people asked many questions. Looking at the monsters, Lin Shu noticed how people were fighting the mutants that they themselves had recently fought. Suddenly, a warrior from the thick of the carnage flew at the main character. Thanking the people for his soft landing, the muscle man assumed that they were newcomers. But after this, the trio nearby recognized a man named Qin Feng. Taking a closer look, he himself was, to put it mildly, surprised to see Zhang Yin and her group here. The girl, without wasting any time, asked her friend what was going on here. The jock said that in the depths of the large hall, there is a road leading to the surface. But to get there, you need to defeat the 6th-rank monster in the center of the room. A 6th-rank beast, a huge creature 10 meters tall, shaped like a sea anemone with writhing tentacles. Its tentacles possess incomparable hardness and are easily capable of piercing even sheet steel. After listening to the muscle man, the girl was surprised that the warriors had enough courage to go after such a monster. To which the man explained how there were more than 100 warriors in this place. To which the protagonist replied that even so, attacking a 6th-rank monster was very dangerous. To which Qin Feng stated that it would be better to take his life into his own hands and try to obtain the 6th-rank abnormal crystal. In addition, they have Lu Qiang, a 5th-rank warrior who has the latest bombs with him. Following these words, the rocking sound thundered, an explosion audible throughout the area. The monster was indeed injured by such a powerful explosion. And then the boy realized that those attacking vines at the very beginning belonged to this monster. At the same time, the warriors decided to split into 2 groups to finish off the monster. And then a huge crowd of people rushed towards an equally small horde of monsters. Seeing this, the protagonist shared how these mutants are controlled by a 6th-rank plant. Suddenly, Lin Shu felt an overwhelming thirst for battle arise within himself, causing him to think. A nearby mutant, noticing a small group of people, rushed at them. But at the same moment, the main character, putting forward his spear, struck the enemy. Zhang Yin was also involved in the battle with the third-tier mutants. Looking back, the boy noticed how his allies were drawn into the fight. He also noticed how the condition of Zhang Yin and her squad became the same as that of the rest of the warriors. They all seemed to be overcome with euphoria, and their abilities also became stronger, Lin Shu thought. A few seconds later, the main character realized that all the mutants in the area had been killed. The girl who appeared told the boy how the 6th-rank monster was already on its last legs. All the other warriors understood this, and they were very happy about it. Thinking about obtaining the 6th-rank anomalous crystal, the warriors decided to finish off the plant. Suddenly, Lin Shu stopped the girl who was about to rush towards the monster like everyone else. He also told how he noticed that when they found themselves in this room, everyone became extremely excited. The boy suggested that the bomb was emitting a gas that increased adrenaline, but also had a detrimental effect on the body. Moreover, now Liu Chang can just sit and wait until the monsters and warriors kill each other. After which, the evolved 6th-rank plant let out a piercing roar again. Now the warriors realized that their common enemy was only pretending to be dead. But that was not all, because the swift vines began to pierce the bodies of the little people. Shouting out to their ally, the warriors asked if he was okay. The already infected version of the man only growled something in response. In addition, there were a lot of such mutated ones. One of the warriors tried to reason with his closest comrade, but it was too late. A group of boys standing to the side remarked how good it was that they didn't go on the attack. Lin Shu himself said that, be that as it may, judging by the state of the plant, it would not last long. At this time, Liu Qiang kept telling the warriors to kill all the monsters, after which the bald man used the skill blade that cuts through the mountain. The force of this blow was enough to cut a 6th-rank monster in half, and after a couple of seconds, a huge ripped-open carcass fell to the ground in front of the warriors. At the time, the adventurers, realizing their victory, understood that they already had the 6th-rank anomalous crystal. Liu Cheng, who was standing next to the monster's corpse, had no intention of giving such a treasure to anyone. Watching this picture, the protagonist emphasized how such trash does not deserve crystal. Breaking through the plant's shell, the bald man declared that if anyone came near him, they would die that very second. Overjoyed at receiving the abnormal crystal, Liu Qiang began to laugh out loud. But still, the bald man was able to sense the boy approaching him. Thus, the protagonist crossed weapons with a 5th-rank warrior. Lin Shu also told how he understood the enemy's entire plan, in which he intended to get rid of everyone with the help of gas. And then the people nearby realized that they were acting on the instructions of the bald man. Understanding the full meaning of what had happened, the warriors did not intend to simply give the crystal to Liu Qiang. But the big guy himself realized that now everyone present was against him. Lin Shu himself realized that the verdict skill could not be used against a 5th-ranked person. However, the boy understood that Liu Qiang had spent a lot of energy killing the plant. But in the end, the protagonist's skill was able to work against the enemy. Thinking only about one boy, the bald man had already forgotten about the other warriors. At the time, they intended to show all their dissatisfaction and get rid of the bald one. At the same time, one of the adventurers ordered the boy to move away from the anomalous crystal. Using the pear-colored flurry skill, the boy was able to silence the enemy. Looking at the moving vine of the 6th-rank plant, the boy was surprised. I was delighted to imagine how much experience points I could get from this monster. Without thinking twice, Lin Zhu activated the Phoenix's Majesty skill and headed towards the enemy. Thus, the system awarded the owner with experience points in the amount of a 7-digit number, consisting only of 8s. Lin Shu himself thought that this was too meager a reward for a 6th-rank monster. And after a couple of seconds, the boy realized that the reward was small, due to the fact that he had dealt less than 40% of the total damage. Then Liu Cheng appeared, not wanting to let the boy get the abnormal crystal. Having stood up, the boy nevertheless decided to accept the fight against such a restless opponent. The dark-haired man thought about how a 5th-rank warrior was now beyond his capabilities. And then an idea came to him. First he used the accumulated power strike, after which, combining it with the pear-colored flurry skill, the boy directed all his power at the bald man. Liu Cheng, holding the blade in front of him, could not understand where the boy got such a surge of strength. The main character himself shared out loud how he couldn't believe that the warrior in front of him was a 5th-rank warrior. Following this, Lin Shu decided to bestow his strongest skill upon the enemy. Upon learning that the boy's previous attack was not the strongest, Liu Qiang was even more surprised. Creating a furious aura around himself, the boy began to prepare for an attack. But this turned out to be one of Lin Shu's deceptions, designed to surprise the enemy. At the time, the bald man was very angry at such insolence from the boy. The main character himself, running up to the door, intended to unlock it as quickly as possible. But the approaching 5th-rank warrior had no intention of letting the boy go so easily. Through the enormous weight, the dark-haired man began to unlock the gate. At the same time, Liu Qiang, having gotten close to the dark-haired man, decided to put an end to it. But the protagonist, who moved away in time, forced the enemy to head into the room. Thus, the 5th rank warrior, surprised by this outcome, found himself inside, after which the main character, throwing a familiar bomb, lost the bet to catch Liu Qiang. He, looking at the grenade that was about to activate, was very scared, and after a few moments, the system rewarded the owner with 12 million experience points. In addition, the main character was able to reach level 19. As he stood up, the boy suggested that if he hadn't grabbed the bomb from the armory, the outcome would have been different. Lin Shu then invested 10 attribute points into strength, 7 into endurance, and 2 into speed. The allies who ran up asked the boy about his condition. Having received a satisfactory answer, Zhang Yin asked about Liu Qiang, to which the main character, pointing to the burning room, told how he blew it up. Upon learning that Lin Shu had defeated a 5th rank warrior, the allies were surprised. The boy himself suggested to his friends that they go out, since no one would bother them anymore. As a result, after such a massacre, only the main character's group remained alive. To begin with, the warriors decided to treat their wounds and then head out. Looking at the corpses, the boy noticed how many valuable things could be extracted, and after 1 hour, Lin Shu's group decided to move out of the laboratory. Baldy wondered if they could leave the ruins by going straight ahead, to which Qinfeng suggested that it would most likely work, since before he got here he had walked around all the ruins. After some time, the group came across a huge iron door. Without thinking twice, the squad decided to do everything they could to open the obstacle in their path. Looking through the slightly opened crack, Lin Shu was surprised at what he saw. And all because this room turned out to be a real control panel. Zhang Yin offered to help her friend figure out the local technology, but he replied that he didn't understand it. The main character reminded us how everything in these ruins works on anomalous crystal. Opening the panel, the boy saw in front of him as many as 20 recesses for crystals. Following this, Lin Shu began to insert 1 crystal at a time, waiting for the effect. But even when the boy put in 10 pieces of the anomalous crystal, nothing happened. And yet, with grief for the flames, Lin Shu filled the entire power supply with abnormal crystals. But even after using 20 pieces, why didn't anything happen? Having hit the block in anger, it began to sparkle, sucking energy from the crystal. Seeing this, the protagonist assumed that his fist was healing for the ancient power supply. Lin Shu told the girl, who ran up, how he found the energy source for the control panel. While examining the equipment, Qinfeng explained how there was a central portal here. When asked if it could be turned on, the red-haired man replied that he could do it. Having pushed the necessary lever behind the trio, a portal installation appeared, with the help of which the group will finally be able to move to the surface. Realizing that the crystal's energy would not last long, the squad decided not to waste time, and in a moment the entire group found itself among the sand. Looking at the blue sky, the boys' friends could not hide their joy. Suddenly, the main character noticed how their carts with the warriors were diverging, which is why he decided to say goodbye. Hearing this, Zhang Yin asked the boy where he was going, to which the main character replied that he always moves forward. Hearing this, the girl wondered what the chances were that the dark-haired man was heading to the same place as them. Seeing the look on her friend Lei's face, she suggested that she catch up with the boy, to which she asked him to shut up. After some time, night fell, and Lin Shu decided to stop and rest. As he rummaged through his backpack, he intended to examine the crystal more thoroughly. But there, the main character saw a huge crystal-shaped creature eating an anomalous crystal. Seeing such insolence, the boy asked the 6th-rank crystal if he was stunned. In response, he didn't even stop eating the crystals, which made the boy even more surprised. Having got the guest, the protagonist assumed that the creature had secretly snuck in and eaten the 6th-rank crystal. Having brought the creature closer to his face, Lin Shu declared that he would open it and take out his crystal. To his surprise, he understood and began to move strangely, as if trying to escape from the grip. The main character, grinning, was only glad of this peculiarity of the guest. Then the boy got the idea to look for information about this creature on the internet. But nothing was found for this request, to which Lin Shu suggested that it was an alien creature. At first glance, its surface appears to be solid, but in reality, it is not. Deciding to keep this weirdo for himself, the protagonist gave his new companion the name Gun Gun. The next day, the system congratulated the boy on destroying the 3rd-rank scorpion. While the boy was busy fighting, Gun Gun's role was to assemble the crystal. The dark-haired man decided to give this anomalous crystal to his new companion. Despite its plump appearance, Gun Gun possesses extraordinary speed. Following this, the boy joyfully pointed forward to show the pet the oasis. Finding himself in such a good place in the middle of the desert, Lin Shu immediately decided to wash his face with cool water. Remembering how he had saved water in recent days, the boy could not hide his joy at the sight of the whole lake. Suddenly, someone decided to kill the boy, but he, by putting out a spear, was able to block the attack. The boy immediately understood who owned this terrifyingly ferocious sword technique. That person turned out to be Lo Ao, who looked very exhausted. The blonde was also surprised to see the main character in this place. But the beauty could no longer stand on her feet, after which she fell, exhausted, into the boy's arms. Holding the blonde, Lin Shu began to inquire about her condition. The dark-haired man looked at his hand and saw blood, which made him very scared. Having laid low Ao on the ground, the protagonist shared that he had medicine with him. Then Lin Shu turned the girl over, and there he saw a huge wound. The blonde ordered the boy to let her go, to which the main character replied that he was not going to let her go because she was seriously injured. Thus, the boy donated his valuable restorative liquid to Lo Ao. Having provided first aid, the main character asked the beauty who had wounded her so. But she did not answer this question because due to powerlessness, she did not dare to answer. But having found all her strength, the girl asked Lin Shu how he ended up there. Hearing this, the boy invited the blonde to guess and receive a reward, to which she turned away and didn't even want to guess what happened to the dark-haired man. Realizing that the conversation was not going well, Lin Shu told him how he was heading to Shengyu University. Remembering her last words, Lo Ao was surprised that the boy was accepted there. The main character asked the beauty not to imagine anything because he was not going there because of her. Suddenly, the dark-haired man told how he felt the presence of strangers. Lo Ao immediately said that they came for her and asked Lin Shu to leave here. At one time, he asked the blonde how a man could leave a girl and save himself alone. Thus, the girl ended up on the main character, who asked her to hold on tighter. Having ordered Gun to get the solution, Lin Shu asked the girl to drink it. At one time, the blonde was amazed to see an evolved 6th-rank beast. The boy said that it was his pet and that his companion shouldn't even think about coveting his crystal, Lin Shu said. To which Lo Ao replied that she didn't need the insignificant 6th-rank crystal. The main character shared how he had already drunk from this bottle. But this didn't bother the girl at all. She noticed that the boy wouldn't be able to hide far with her in his arms. After all, her pursuers are already close, Lo Ao concluded, looking at the crowd of warriors. The red-haired man declared that he would not let the girl go so easily, since she had killed more than 100 members of the Black Tiger group. Nosati, aiming his spear for a throw, asked the blonde to slow down, after which the spear pierced the ground in front of the protagonist with Lo Ao on his back. The dark-haired man, not intending to slow down, simply changed his route. But after a couple of meters, bandits appeared, intending to finish off the duo. Using Lin Shu's eye of analysis, he learned that all the 3rd-rank warriors present were at their peak. Realizing this, the boy could not understand how the girl managed to kill 100 and still managed to escape with a wound. The red-haired man, touching his mustache, emphasized how the boy was wasting his energy in vain. The blonde kept saying that they would all die. The bandit leader lamented how his men had recently wounded and exhausted the beauty. Let her not even hope that such a weak chick as this boy will be able to stop them. Following this, the red-haired man invited the blonde to rush to him for a hug. I don't intend to listen to this anymore. The girl asked Lin Shu to put her down. The main character himself noted with displeasure how he was not taken into account at all. Looking at the beauty, the bandit leader ordered his allies to kill the boy and leave the girl. After all, it would be too annoying to kill such a beautiful blonde, he concluded. Listening to the order, one of the bandits rushed at the main character with the intention of finishing him off. Without wasting any time, the dark-haired man threw off his backpack and took out his spear. Following this, Lin used the Phoenix's Majesty skill, sending flames towards the enemy. Seeing such a strange technique, the red-haired man was, to put it mildly, surprised. At the same time, on the other side of the battle, Lo Ao was fighting 3 bandits at once. The bandit leader, remembering how seriously the girl was wounded, could not understand where she got so much strength. Suddenly the spearman shouted at the beauty, warning her that he was coming towards her. But the protagonist, who appeared in time, successfully stopped the long-nosed man's weapon. Having covered the blonde, Lin Shu asked her if she was okay. Having received a positive answer, the duo decided to split up and get rid of the bandits. Nosati, looking at the boy, decided to communicate with him using a weapon, after which he activated his skill called Meteor Strike. In response, Lin Shu called his opponent a shameless braggart. Following this, the dark-haired man used the Phoenix's Majesty skill. The collision of 2 powerful skills caused a fiery explosion. The huddled big-nosed one was surprised that the kid could do something, to which the protagonist stated that this was only a tenth of his strength. But at the same time, behind the main character, a pair appeared who intended to finish it off as quickly as possible. Lin Shu responded skillfully and used the verdict technique. One could not forget about the big-nosed one, who at that time was aiming his spear. The main character, using his improved agility, was able to get out of the way of the bandit's attack. He, blocking the boy's spear, wondered why the enemy's weapon was so heavy. Having seen the main character's spear up close, the big-nosed man realized that it was the Black Ray. Hearing this name, the boy was surprised that the bandit knew about him. He was only glad to fight against this weapon, because if he won, he could take it. The main character once again repelled the enemy's attacks, not giving him a chance. Finding himself at a distance, and recalling the last words of the long-nosed Lin Shu, he decided to give him his weapon, after which the dark-haired man threw his spear straight at the enemy. At the time, Nosati was only glad to get his hands on such a high-class weapon. But a moment later, his expression changed to one of surprise, because the weapon was very heavy. Rejoicing at his successful trap, the protagonist used the chain of strike skill. Then he, calling his opponent stupid, declared that he was unworthy of wielding this spear. Suddenly, a red-haired man appeared between the two, preventing his ally from being finished off. At the same time, on the other side, the bandit leader was still amazed at the girl's strength. One of the bandits, using a blade, activated the skill thousand-fold recognition. Only Lo Ao was able to easily avoid every piercing attack. Following this, she used the technique of limitless flower fall to finish off the enemy. Suddenly, the main character shouted to his ally, because the gang leader was behind her. After dodging, the beauty asked Lin Shu to keep quiet and watch himself. At this time, the main character himself was fighting with two bandits at once. Jumping back, he thought that the bandits' actions were unusually well coordinated. At the same time, the big-nosed man declared that it was time for the boy to die, after which the bandit, using the meteor strike skill, attacked the boy. Looking at which, the main character was amazed by such a surprise. Realizing that he has no choice, Lin Shu decides to activate the explosion of anger. Noticing the boy's increased strength, the bandit was, to put it mildly, surprised. The main character himself intended to put an end to this scum that had gathered around him. A moment later, the dark-haired man activated the pear-colored flurry technique. As a result, the system congratulated the owner on the destruction of a third-rank warrior. The remaining two still couldn't understand why their enemy's strength had increased. Without thinking twice, the long-haired man sent the Red Lotus Wrath technique to Lin Shu. In response, the boy decided to demonstrate the true power of the fire attribute. After these words, Lin Shu activated Phoenix Majesty once again. Only this time, the enhanced version was able to absorb a third-rank warrior. The remaining bald one, standing in a stance, intended to show something quite strong. That something turned out to be a skill called Mountain Crushing Slash. But the main character was able to repel the onslaught of attacks without any heaviness. The next second, he ordered his enemy to accept his death. Thus, Lin Shu had already received his third reward for eliminating a third-rank warrior. Now the main character decided to switch to another enemy. On the other side, the bandit leader still couldn't finish off the wounded girl. Seeing how the girl could barely stand on her feet, he was about to finish. But the main character, who suddenly appeared from above, had other thoughts on this matter. The red-haired man, amazed by the boy's arrival, still managed to dodge. Looking at the red-haired man waiting for something, Lin Shu guessed that he was waiting for his three. And after some time, the leader of the bandits realized that his henchman had been defeated. Then he declared in front of the two that he would destroy everyone in his path. Calling the couple to hell, the big guy activated the Thunder Charge skill, to which the main character explained how he had saved a special power specifically for this purpose. It turned out to be a blow of accumulated force, from the force of which the red-haired man's axe began to crack. And once again, a system window appeared in front of the boy with a congratulatory message on the destruction of a third-rank warrior. Having collected all his things, the dark-haired man headed towards his ally. Having finished with the bandits, Lin Shu inquired about the girl's well-being. Following this, he offered the girl to drink another bottle of medicine. She once shared how she didn't expect the boy's pace to be so fast. Hearing these words, Lin Shu chuckled, reminding him of how exceptionally talented he was. Lo Ao stood up abruptly and told the boy how she was going to Sheng Yu. At one time, the boy asked the blonde to wait, because after the fight, she needed to rest. But the beauty was not going to wait for the dark-haired man to rest. After some time, Lin Shu noticed how the surrounding forest seemed normal. A voice suddenly appeared and declared that the two would not be allowed through so easily. It was Zhang Yin's group that was stopped by Kong Haochen for no reason. Mechnik said that eliminating competitors in advance is a completely reasonable step. Hearing this, the girl asked him if he wanted to make an attempt on their lives, to which Kong Haochen replied that he hoped the squad would simply turn around and leave. Remembering the obstacles they had gone through, the group of people had no intention of returning. Lo Ao, who was nearby, asked the boy if he knew this squad. Having answered positively, Lin Shu headed towards the crowd of people and noticed how lively it was there. Seeing a familiar face, Zhang Yin couldn't hide her joy. Lin Shu himself told Kong Haochen to turn around and leave. When the girl learned that the boy was also an applicant to Sheng Yu University, she was surprised. Returning to the swordsman, he emphasized how the boy was quite tactful. He added that he could only skip the deuce if the beauty became his girlfriend. Without further ado, Lo Ao waved her blade and drove away the impudent man's hand. The bald man who approached noticed how the girl was a fourth-rank warrior. Only this didn't frighten Kong Haochen, but all because she looked wounded. Suddenly, this conversation between them was interrupted by the protagonist's voice. He asked the two if they had heard of the Black Tiger Group, to which the swordsman responded positively and further inquired about their connection with them. The dark-haired one decided to tell how they went against them and were now dead. Baldy didn't believe these words and reminded him that this group consisted of a whole 100 warriors, of which at least 5 people are third-rank warriors at the peak. After ordering everyone to remain silent, Kong Haochen replied that they could not simply believe it. Hearing this, the protagonist suggested that the swordsman's group check it out for themselves. to which Kang Hyochin emphasized how smart the boy was. Grabbing his blade, the upstart intended to test the dark-haired man. The main character himself stated that after this test, the swordsman would go to the next world. Having dodged Kang Hyochin's attack, the boy activated the tearing fist technique, the strength of which was enough to inflict damage on the enemy opposite. Feeling the pain, the swordsman ordered his squad to finish off the boy, but at the same time, Loeo declared that if he made even one move, he would be in danger of death. Unwilling to tolerate such insolence towards him, Kang Hyochin's ally ordered him to be released. The main character, standing nearby, decided to give the squad 3 seconds to disappear, and in the end, the swordsman decided to stay alive and leave. He himself, moving away from the strong duo, looked at them with displeasure. Left alone, Zhang Yin began to thank the protagonist for saving her. The girl also thanked the blonde who was next to Lin Shu. The dark-haired man waved it off and said that there was nothing wrong with that, they were doing their own thing. The boy, turning to the beauty, learned that if he continued to move forward, he would reach the end of the path of death. Suddenly, Zhang Yin asked the two if her group could join them, to which Lin Shu of course gave permission, which the girl was very happy about. While eating, the boy noticed people nearby who were also heading to Shengyu. Then the boy became interested in how many people enter university every year. The girl shared that she didn't know the answer to this question, but 5 worthy candidates had been selected from her city. Hearing this, the main character was surprised because he was the only one chosen from Starlight. Following this, Zhang Yin said that she heard that a person from the Heavenly City had been enrolled this year. Hearing this, the blonde called his name, Zhuo Qiqing, adding that they studied in the same academy. Upon learning that the beauty was familiar with him, Zhang Yin's squad was surprised. Lei began to praise her new little sister, emphasizing how cool she was. Hearing so much flattery directed at her, Loeo became very embarrassed. And after some time, a huge number of people gathered at the cliff. The boy noticed how the third-rank warriors were among the weakest here. Zhang Yin was amazed that the path of death ended in a steep cliff. Facing the wind, Lin Shu noticed how his guess was almost correct. This space is used to allow aircraft to park. And after some time, a man named Sima Cheng appeared from the ship. The location of the university serves as an artificial selection to weed out the weaklings. Hearing these words, the nearby crowd of warriors became alarmed because they had lost many comrades along the way, to which the university professor reminded him that Shengyu does not accept weaklings. After these words, the warriors could no longer bear it and rushed at the man. At one time, the main character wondered how such untalented people got here. One of the warriors approached the man and told him to say goodbye to life. But at the same moment, several high-speed attacks struck the third-rank warrior. Looking at the defeated warrior, the opinions of the other warriors changed dramatically. The teacher ordered the special forces standing behind him to descend. Once on the ground, the men in uniform began shooting at every rebel. Numerous shots were fired at the Shengyu Academy's opponents. Simi Cheng stated that this is the outcome that awaits anyone who disregards the rules. Now the man asked those gathered to take out their acceptance letters, after which, everyone present took out the papers they had received for admission to the university. Following this, the man asked those present to tear off the reverse layer and attach the notification of enrollment to your body on the chest, after which Simi Cheng emphasized how it was time for the final test. Only those who present 3 notices have the right to board the vessel. And then, waving his hand, the Shengyu University professor wished everyone good luck. At that very moment, the big guy demanded that the girl give him her acceptance letter, to which the beauty replied to the shaved man that he overestimated himself too much. And a moment later, an explosion of her skill warmed up around the blonde, affecting many warriors. Having received many notices, the girl offered to take them to Lin Shu. But having received a negative answer from the main character, the beauty gave them to Lei. The blonde was only too happy to receive a ticket on board the ship. Having moved to Zhang Yin, some hand-to-hand fighter took the notice from her. But the friend who showed up decided to help her and give her the extra notices. In response, Zhang Yin replied that she would try to get her ticket on her own. Suddenly, Kang Haochen appeared with his minions, intending to rob Zhang Yin. The swordsman, aiming his blade at Lei, intended to take the notices from her. But Zhang Yin, who had stepped in at the right moment, did not allow the impudent man to achieve what he wanted. At the same time, the teacher, looking at the 2 future university students, praised them for their speed. After handing over his 3 notices, Zhuo Qiqing noted how long it had been since he had seen Luo Ao. Having received no answer, he rushed inside the plane and emphasized how the girl remained the same. Simi Chung invited the girl to go inside, but she preferred to wait for her friend. Having moved to which he flew at full speed straight towards Kun Haoshan. In this way, the main character was able to obtain 3 notifications for a ticket. And all this with the help of the movement skill silent step, which allows you to gain speed. Having received a stack of notices, Lin Zhu suggested that his comrades take them. But the approaching crowd had no intention of leaving the boy so easily. The main character himself noted how he didn't like this gang from the very beginning. One of the warriors decided to use his god sickle skill. But the pear-colored squall turned out to be much faster than the enemy's actions. Next in line was the blue-haired man's technique, forced advancement. Having grabbed the weapon of the impudent Lin Shu, he said that weaklings cannot use a spear, after which the dark-haired man decided to show off his true spearmanship. In response to this, the blue-haired man pressed on his weapon and tried to do the same. However, it was already too late, and all because the boy's spear turned out to be stronger. The next second, the system awarded the owner with experience points. The warriors' nearby allies gathered with all their might to attack the main character, and then the skills Pegasus Sword, Dragon Cleave, and Star Nebula Command were sent at the enemy, to which the protagonist stated that the amount of waste would not change the outcome. Following this, Lin Shu used his skill verdict, which repelled all attacks. The protagonist, who had gone on the offensive, added that in his next life, Kun should be more careful. The swordsman himself, looking at the boy, began to repeat how he no longer needed notifications. But in the next second, Lin Shu gained a lot of experience points from the third-rank warriors. Having dealt with the upstarts, the boy received a total of 1 million experience points. The rest of the participants watching this spectacle were amazed at the boy's strength. The comrades who ran up began to praise and thank the main character. After finishing receiving the notifications, Lin Shu headed towards the plane. Noticing that she had not gone inside, the boy was surprised and assumed that she was waiting for him. But Lo Ao didn't answer at the time and left the dark-haired man behind. Thus, the final test ended successfully for Lin Shu. The teacher announced that from that moment on, all those who had passed became fellow students. Lei also noticed how recently the man forced them to rip each other's throats out. Simi Cheng then added that the students still had time to catch their breath before they reached the university. The boy, looking around, noted that there was not a single porthole on board, to which the girl decided to say that Shengyu University is the most mysterious. In such aspects as the qualification and strength of teachers and scientific research power, it ranks at the highest level. Hearing this, the main character agreed, because those who are considered geniuses in ordinary establishments, they wouldn't even be fit to be trash here. They were simply taken and disposed of in one fell swoop. The university rejected the lion's share of those who arrived, not even knowing whether those whose notices had been taken away would be able to return safely. After 3 hours of flight, the teacher told the new students about their arrival at the university. Standing before the huge, majestic gates, Simi Chung greeted the new arrivals. Noticing the bird, one of the warriors immediately realized that it was a 9th-rank fire Xuan Niao. Seeing the students' emotions, the teacher assured them that they had no need to worry. This beast was Shen Yu's friend. The main character himself was also, to put it mildly, amazed to see such a majestic creature. The man added that first, all arrivals must undergo scanning. A nearby teacher asked applicants from the southern regions to go one by one to the equipment. The first warrior, standing before the special installation, held his breath. But in the end, a card with a university symbol and the number 6 emerged from the equipment. Patlati explained that this card serves as a pass and is needed to receive a monthly currency of 500 points. Hearing the teacher call them applicants of the Southern Warrior, the student asked if there would be more applicants, to which the long-haired man responded positively, adding that there would be more students from the northern regions. Having received the card, the main character asked the blonde if she knew what the number meant, to which the girl shared how the number is the group number. The boy himself thought about how, with the help of his camouflage skill, the equipment was unable to calculate the real strength. Following this, the teacher asked the students who had received the cards to move on. Zhang Yin's group arrived and asked what group the boy was in, to which he showed his card and discontentedly named the number 10. At the time, the squad was only glad of this circumstance because they were also in this group. Although Lo Ao, who was nearby, didn't say anything, her displeasure was evident on her face. Suddenly, Simi Chung pointed to the people who had arrived, calling them scientific directors. The group they are assigned to is determined by the number on the card. After these words, the main character noticed how his paths with the beauty diverged. In response to this, the girl replied that the university was not big, which made the boy think. Zhang Yin called out to the protagonist and asked him to hurry. The leader of the 10th group turned out to be a man named Nan Zhengjun. The boy himself thought about how his eye of analysis was not even able to determine the rank of this person, which meant he was strong. Following this, the leader led his group to the building that belonged to the 10th group. To assign a seat to yourself, simply insert your card into the equipment on your desk. The daily schedule of classes, in addition to the basic theory, also includes combat training and practice. Today, the newcomers need to choose a person who will take on the responsibilities of the group leader. In response to Lin Shu's question, the long-haired man spoke about the duties of a headman and the additional points he received. Having heard the last one, everyone present wanted to become a class monitor because 500 extra points is good. But after this, Nan Zhengjun asked his disciples to sit down in their seats first. Realizing that there would be no unanimous vote on the candidate, the long-haired man decided to hold a vote. The main character himself thought about how he was obliged to obtain the privileges of the headman. The others who decided to vote for themselves thought the same. But after the voting, Lin Shu turned out to be the winner, which made one of his classmates unhappy. Hearing about the unfairness of the choice, Nan Zhengjun asked what would be fair then. The blue-haired man declared that the strongest in the group should become the headman. Having agreed with this proposal, the teacher noted that they would not have time to conduct the fights. Therefore, the long-haired man decided to use equipment to determine the winner. Following this, he shared how the one with the highest score will win. The red-haired hunk was the first to volunteer, agreeing with this approach. Without waiting long, the warrior delivered his heavy blow to the special equipment, after which, the number 9,800 kilograms appeared on the screen. Seeing this result, his classmates began to be surprised, noticing how strong Wo Li Ping was. At the time, the teacher said that this was a pretty good result. The boy himself, heading towards the equipment, declared smugly that he would become the headman. But before his blow, the boy asked if they would charge him for a day if he broke the device. After this question, loud laughter echoed through the room. Classmates laughed at the boy's words. The main character himself, having learned that he could hit with all his strength, decided to do just that. And then the main character applied a combined technique to the equipment. As a result, as the main character said, he broke the device, which the teacher did not expect. The red-haired hunk standing behind him was, to put it mildly, surprised, remembering the boy's recent words. Nan Zhengjun thought that, although the disciple had used the skill, this equipment was not so easy to break. Zhang Yin shared that she had no doubt that the boy was number one. Following this, the teacher emphasized how no one else had any objections. Having explained the additional functions of the map, the teacher decided to finish for today. But suddenly, Zhang Yin asked the long-haired man where their dorm was, to which he replied that Shengyu University does not provide housing to students. They must earn it themselves using points. For a standard 50-point apartment, the monthly payment is 50 points. The rent for the Bamboo Grove cottage is 500 points, and it also has a training room. Looking at the picture of these apartments, Lei Lei called them the best. The boy reminded them that they still needed to leave some currency for even the most ordinary food in the cafeteria. So only a fool would spend so many points for a luxury home, Lin Shu concluded. But just a moment later, the main character received a blow to the back of the head for these words. It was Lo Ao, who asked the boy who he called a fool. Hearing this, the dark-haired man assumed that the girl was one of those. In response, the blonde asked the boy if he had chosen a place to live. Having received a negative answer, the beauty immediately took the card from the boy, after which she decided to rent a 2-story cottage with the boy. Understanding this, the protagonist said that if they did this, they would become cohabitants. But the beauty wasn't going to listen to this anymore. She warned the boy that if he said even a word, it would be the end for him. And after some time, the main character found himself on the sofa of his cottage. Having sat down, the boy decided to find out what tasks there were on the university campus. There were things like a sparring partner and cleaning toilets. As a result, the main character did not like any of the possible tasks. But after that, Lin Shu learned how the university had its own exchange office. Remembering all his loot, the boy became very inspired. After which the main character went to this desired place, with the help of which the boy could earn money. Noticing the newcomer, the nearby senior students began to whisper. Judging by the main character's appearance, they concluded that there was no point in pinning their hopes on this year's applicants. The old man behind the counter noticed Lin Shu and explained how the sale was carried out using points. To which the boy responded, taking out the first lot, and asked how much it cost. The old man was once amazed to see the skin of a 4th-rank royal leech, and he offered 10,000 points for it. The senior students nearby could not understand where the newcomer got this kind of material, but the main character was just beginning to raise the bar for his treasures. The bespectacled man offered 100,000 for the salt crystal, which is a rare item. After this, the warriors began to envy the main character even more. Following this, Lin Shu asked the esteemed one to evaluate the following thing. Seeing the flesh of the evolved 6th-rank plant, the old man could not hide his surprise again. As for the senior students in the area, they were amazed at the boy's possession of such a treasure. The red-haired man standing nearby assumed that the newcomer had simply picked it all up somewhere. Thus, the old man behind the counter named the figure for the transfer, 610,000 points. Having received the currency, the protagonist asked the old man if he accepted combat skill cards. To this, the grandfather responded by refusing to tell how Shengyu University independently produces equipment and maps. With a displeased expression on his face, the protagonist declared that he wanted to acquire a 6th-rank anomalous crystal. The man named a price of 80,000, and the boy agreed. Finding himself in a deserted place, the main character noticed how the same thing happens every time. Looking back, Lin Shu told the watchers to leave, noting how this place was ideal for a robbery. The senior student who came out identified himself as Nakajima Daisho, and he told how he noticed that the boy had earned a lot of points, and he just urgently needed 10,000 points, so he wanted to ask the newbie for them. To which the protagonist asked how he was going to do it without card readers. In response to this, Nakajima Daisho, calling the newcomer stupid, explained that there was a translation function. Upon hearing about the new feature of his card, the dark-haired man emphasized how convenient it was, after which he declared that the trio should transfer all their points to him. This statement made the fair-haired man angry, and he decided to explain to the boy how he was going to rob him. But after that, Lin Shu said that he was going to take points away from the three. Without waiting long, Nakajima Daisho decided to finish off the boy. But the main character at one time activated the silent step movement technique. In this way, the boy made each of the three of them sweat. Turning around, the trio did not hide their surprised expressions. Nakajima Daisho was amazed that the newcomer had the technique of movements. The main character himself asked the senior student how he was doing with his technique. A moment later, Lin Shu struck the first enemy with the chain strike skill. The next one in line was defeated by the dark-haired one with the skill Flaming Palm. Seeing his men defeated, Nakajima Daisho activated the Great Serpent Fist technique, which, to put it mildly, surprised the main character. The blow sent the dark-haired man flying back several meters. The boy himself told the enemy to be glad that they were not outside the university grounds. After all, then this trinity would already be dead, thus becoming his experience points. Seeing how the boy decided to use his fist, Nakajima Daisho decided to test his strength. And a moment later, two strong blows touched each other, raising dust. And of course, the senior student's arm couldn't take it, which is why he started screaming in pain. Following this, the fair-haired man asked his comrades to carry him immediately to the hospital. Hearing this, the main character asked who managed to let them go. After which, Lin Shu demanded 10,000 from each, and then the matter would be closed. Hearing this, the trio began to get indignant, because it is very difficult to earn so much. Approaching Nakajima Daisho, the dark-haired man then offered to break his arms and legs. And the next second, the opinion of this trio changed dramatically. Then the boy asked the punks how the transfer was done. Nakajima Daisho explained that you need to press the button on the side and place the card face down. Then the fair-haired man asked the boy for his ID, so he could transfer points to him. And in the end, Nakajima Daisho transferred the currency with great dissatisfaction. The main character was only happy to receive 30,000. Without intending to stay there any longer, the boy thanked the senior students for the points. Nakajima Daisho, however, had no intention of leaving the boy unpunished so easily. The two nearby were still discussing the dark-haired man's unprecedented increase in strength. The fair-haired man intended to spend 5,000 to have the elders punish the upstart. Returning home, the main character saw Lo Ao training. Having offered the girl something to eat, she once told her how to use delivery. Hearing this, Lin Shu told the beauty to choose whatever she wanted, because he would pay for it. And after some time, coming out of the shower, the blonde saw a table full of delicacies in front of her. The guy, who was already sitting at the table, offered the beauty a good meal. Having calculated that there was at least 100 points worth of food here, Lo Ao asked the dark-haired man where he got so many points from, to which the main character replied that if she kissed him, then he would tell. But seeing the blonde with the sword in a bad mood, Lin Shu apologized to his older sister. Lo Ao was not happy with being called older sister at the time. Realizing his mistake again, the protagonist began to apologize on his knees. In revenge, the beauty simply ordered the main character to get out. Once in the training room, the blonde wanted to find out what the boy was now capable of. In response to this, the protagonist asked Lo Ao why she decided to test him. He himself thought how the beauty was following the example of one little girl, after which the girl asked the boy how he dared to relax during the fight. And a moment later, the blonde lunged, aiming at the main character, from which the boy barely managed to stay on his feet. Seeing the boy's condition, the blonde asked him when he had managed to get wounded, to which the main character told how he was attacked by a trio in the evening, but she obediently transferred the points to him. Upon learning this, Lo Ao threw the dark-haired man some medicine to heal his wounds. At one point, the main character replied that he was not sick, and therefore there was no need to transfer the medicine for the sake of a scratch, to which the girl called the boy sick, showing exactly where. Following this, the girl decided to skip training for today. The main character himself decided to absorb the energy from the recently purchased 6th rank anomalous crystal. He felt as if energy was continuously flowing into his body, and in an incredibly abundant amount. However, this crystal contains a colossal amount of energy, which the boy's body can barely cope with. The warrior's body is a receptacle, and only by strengthening it can one accommodate a greater amount of source energy. Suddenly, something caught the protagonist's eye, distracting him from his training. It was Lo Ao, who decided to go somewhere at such a late hour. The boy himself assumed that the blonde had gone on a secret date, but remembering himself, this option was discarded. At the same time, the wounded Nakajima Daisho asked his six whether he had placed an order with his superiors. The long-nosed man arrived and told how he brought Kaido to the fair-haired Aram. The man was surprised that a senior student got a scolding from some newbie. Suddenly, this same thug was given a kick in the ass to get out of the way. From the force of the blow, Kaido fell to the ground along with his own weapon. Looking back, the fat man asked who was so brave that he dared to kick him. This impudent person turned out to be Lo Ao, who called herself a newcomer. Having learned that even here a newcomer was involved, the fat man intended to deal with him. He didn't care what year the girl was in, because it was all over for her now. But at the time, the beauty was not going to let someone attack her so easily. Eradicado now realized the difference in strength with this newcomer. The girl declared that if the fat man made even one move, death awaited him. The thugs nearby emphasized how murder is prohibited on university grounds, to which the girl suggested that the hooligans test whether she had the courage to break the ban. And at that moment, Arata realized that standing before him was Loeo, that same talented newcomer. Hearing this name, Nakajima Daisho, who was nearby, was amazed. After all, this girl belongs to a famous clan from the Heavenly City. Realizing his mistake, the fair-haired man decided to bow his head before it was too late. Following this, the fair-haired man began to beg for forgiveness because he did not understand who he was dealing with, after which Nakajima Daisho added that he would never stand in her way again. When Loeo left the room, the fat man fell to the floor and exhaled heavily. Turning to Nakajima Daisho, he accused him, who at the time responded that he did not know about such connections of the newcomer. The next day, Lin Shu, who had changed into his university uniform, became interested in where the beauty was. But the main character never found the girl, but he did notice the food on the table. Already at breakfast, the boy thought about how the girl leaves for university early. When the main character went out into the street, he was met by a rather familiar group of 4. The guys who were clinging to Lin Shu wanted to know how he slept last night. After some time, the theoretical assignments of the 10th group were finished. The teacher explained that one can attend this type of class at one's own discretion. Upon hearing this, all the students were delighted, since their absence would not affect their credits. Nevertheless, the long-haired man decided to remind how tests are held monthly, and exams are held every 6 months. So if students' grades are at an unacceptable level, they will be punished. Following this, Nan Jungjun explained how the training hall was located above this place. Having handed the headman the access card, the long-haired man asked him to clean up after himself after finishing the training. Then the teacher asked the main character for a card so that he could get 500 class monitor points. Having learned that the boy's score was 640 points, the long-haired man was amazed. After which, Nan Jungjun decided to ask the student where he got so much money. Nearby classmates were amazed by the amount of currency the boy had. Even the red-haired one asked the teacher how this happened. Without thinking twice, the big guy accused the boy of hacking the university system, to which the teacher ordered everyone to be silent, adding that all of the boy's points were received in exchange for materials. Having learned that there was an exchange center on the university campus, the student decided to drop in there later. The main character himself was thinking about how many fools ended up in his group. The long-haired one praised the main character for his success in getting so many points. Then, noticing Nan Jungjun's translation, he assumed that the boys were senior friends, to which the main character replied that yesterday he met 3 acquaintances at the exchange center. They were worried that he wouldn't have enough points for everyday needs. While handing over the map, the teacher asked his student to be careful. Nan Jungjun then explained how the freshman meeting would be held next week, for which he will select the 5 strongest of his students. And after some time, the main character's group found themselves in the training room. Suddenly, Li Ping suggested to the headman that they exchange their accumulated experiences. Xia Zhenyin immediately realized what the red-haired man was trying to achieve, which is why she asked him to calm down. But the big guy continued to stand his ground, once again suggesting that the boy stretch his legs. He himself thought about how sure he was that Lin Zhu had used some kind of trick yesterday. The main character himself stated that he would not fight the warrior, because he was too weak for him. But after such words, Li Ping could not stand it, and decided to attack the dark-haired man. To which the main character called the opponent's technique too slow. And then Lin Shu activated his skill called Pear Blossom Flurry. The redhead eventually went flying several meters into the air. The classmates nearby also decided to measure their strength against the class leader. Without wasting any time, the protagonist's friends decided to help him in the battle. But the main character, having overheard the conversation, declared that he alone was enough for everyone. Having recovered, Li Ping again rushed at the main character, wanting to win this time. The boy, using one skill, Verdict, was able to repel the attacks of his classmates. Following this, Lin Shu rewarded the red-haired man with the next skill, Chain Strike, from which the trio rushed across the floor several meters towards the wall. The dark-haired man approached Li Ping and asked him if he had enough. He, out of breath at the time, began to slowly approach the boy. After which, surprisingly, he asked the headman for forgiveness, noting how he had completely lost. Zhang Yin, standing nearby, not remembering what she had said before, shared how she had always been confident that Lin Shu could handle it. Then the main character asked all his classmates again if there were any dissatisfied people left. Then the boy reminded them how the equipment had placed them in the weakest group, meaning they needed to train harder than anyone else. Then the main character's group went to the gravity room. The boy noticed how this room made training more effective, so the boy decided to take advantage of the faster growth with his group. After entering, the protagonist thought about how the cultivation technique had a great impact on growth. Unexpectedly, the girl suggested that her classmates take a look here. And there on the screen were the prices for the minute use of gravity. The redhead calculated that doubling the increase would cost 120 points. The boy who approached asked Zhang Yin if she still had the flesh of a 6th-rank plant. But in addition to the ability to exchange points, they can be earned by completing tasks, the young man shared. And today the main character decided to pay for today's training. This made my classmates rejoice at having such a class leader. At the same time, the double gravity boost training was launched, because of which the aura inside the room changed dramatically to a sharper one. And a second later, everyone present felt an enormous weight. The boy himself thought about how, being in such a state, every cell in the body is constantly in a state of exhaustion. Under such conditions, the cultivation technique for absorbing the energy of the origins of the anomalous crystal will be much more effective. An hour later, Lin Shu's classmates were surprised that he didn't even bat an eyelid. Thus, the group decided not to linger there, thereby leaving the boy alone. The main character himself only decided to open his eyes and find out what had happened 3 hours later. The dark-haired man looked around and, not seeing anyone, decided to try triple amplification. And then the triple gravity training was launched, from which the boy even fell to the ground, feeling a strong heaviness. However, this training was very cruel in Lin Shu's opinion. Feeling the most severe pain, the boy did not stop rejoicing, because judging by the system window, his experience points were rapidly increasing in quantity. At the same time, while in the training hall, Zhang Yin noticed that the boy had not shown up for 5 hours. Hearing this, Lele suggested that her friend go and check on the dark-haired man herself. Suddenly, a classmate appeared and told him that Lin Shu was currently training under triple gravity. Hearing this, the others could not hide their surprise. Returning to the boy, he finally finished sucking the energy from the 6th-rank anomalous crystal. Under the triple force, his speed and reaction slowed down significantly. Suddenly, the boy saw on the screen a system of training in gravity conditions. Without thinking twice, the main character decided to activate and test it. And the next moment, they started shooting lasers at the boy. The cannon was just starting to gain momentum, trying to hit the main character. But he, using the silent step movement technique, did not intend to get caught. And 30 minutes later, to Lin Shu's delight, the training ended. After leaving the gravity room, the boy thought about how he spent 820 points. Zhang Yin, who appeared, emphasized how the dark-haired man had been training for 5 hours. The main character assured his friends that he was fine and added how he needed to go away. The red-haired man standing nearby was amazed at the headman's resilience because even after 5 hours of gravity, he looked very good. As he left the exchange center, the boy thought about how he had spent 80,000 again. Realizing his large expenses, the dark-haired man wanted to find a way to earn more money. Looking ahead, Lin Shu guessed that this was the competition tower he had seen on the university map. The competition tower consists of 100 floors, and based on the ranking, students can become the masters of the floors. The weekly ranking and floor distribution are updated based on the battles that took place in the competition tower. In order to motivate floor owners and applicants, the university offers various rewards in the form of points. At this time, a couple of warriors were looking at the rankings and talking about how strong the first years were. Having noticed the main character, the duo assumed that he was another newcomer who would achieve nothing. Having registered, the protagonist decided to immediately head to the arena. At this time, the judge announced the victory of a second-year student named Euler. Then the curly-haired man called the next pair, Lin Shu, a first-year student, and Euler, a second-year student. To which the main character asked in surprise whether there were no other contenders before him. At this time, the gathered crowd began to laugh at the newcomer, who still did not understand anything. The judge was surprised that his combat capability measuring equipment showed a result that did not reach the 3rd rank. At one time, Euler asked the newcomer whether he would fight with weapons or bare hands, to which the main character, noticing that it was only the 1st floor, stated that he would not need it yet. The second-year student was so angry at this statement that he decided not to hold back. And after that, Euler activated his skill called Ripping Fist. Upon learning that the enemy had the same skill as him, Lin Shu became interested. The senior student shared how surprised he was that the newcomer knew how to dodge. But after this, Euler unleashed a barrage of crushing blows on the enemy. Once again, the boy, using the silent step movement technique, was able to dodge. The enemy was amazed, because even with a huge box on his back, the boy was so agile. Lin Shu himself shared with the enemy that he also possessed the skill, Tearing Fist. And then the main character decided to demonstrate it in practice against an opponent. The nearby crowd was talking about this newcomer, but they were still sure of his defeat. The judge, using his knowledge, shared how this skill is somehow different, and all because it was a combination attack with the swift fist skill. Thus, the two rending fist techniques met in the arena. But in the end, the main character's blow turned out to be an order of magnitude stronger than the enemy's blow. Then, to the surprise of the entire audience, the judge announced the first-year student as the winner. The seniors nearby were shocked that Euler lost to a newcomer. The judge, however, suggested that his equipment had broken down, preventing him from properly assessing the boy. After some time, Lin Shu found himself on the second floor, where he again won. The third floor was also easily passed by the main character without using a spear. On the fourth, the judge declared a freshman named Lin Shu the winner. The warriors watching from the first floor were surprised by the newcomer's rapid growth. The same curly-haired judge was already convinced that his equipment was faulty, and thus, the main character found himself on the fifth floor facing a hand-to-hand fighter. The blue-haired girl was surprised that the boy even started the fight with bare hands. After so much time, Lin Shu decided to take out his spear. Following this, the boy used Phoenix's majesty, emitting flames, under the power of which the girl found herself outside the arena. The next two floors also turned out to be easy for the boy with the spear. After some time, the judge could not believe that the boy was already on the 20th floor. This time, the main character's opponent was a 5th-rank warrior named Becker. Using Lin Shu's eye of analysis, he noticed that a serious battle was brewing. The main character's opponent told how today he will defeat 2 talented first-year students. He wondered how long the third newcomer could last, to which the dark-haired man replied to his opponent that they had nowhere to rush. Following this, the two crossed arms, not giving each other a chance to win. At the same time, one student suggested that another student named Qi Qing watch the live broadcast. Seeing the main character, he asked his friend if the boy was with their group. Hearing that he was with the 10th, Qi Qing at first did not believe what he heard. He himself wondered why such a strong student was assigned to the 10th group, and a moment later, the fair-haired man remembered how this boy was his friend's friend. Returning to Lin Shu, he noticed how his opponent looked quite relaxed. But, be that as it may, he had already managed to discover a pattern in his technique of movements. The second-year student once again used his ghost dance movement technique. The protagonist, using silent step, had no intention of giving in to the enemy. Becker was amazed that the boy was able to predict his place after the slope. And after that, the main character was able to hook his opponent. He, without wasting time, decided to counterattack, thinking that he couldn't lose to a newcomer. Becker thrust his blade forward and rushed at his enemy, wanting to finish him off. Lin Shu was able to block the blow, but was sent back a couple of meters. Stopping, the boy thought about how his opponent possessed powerful energy. The spectators were captivated by the spectacle taking place in the arena. At one time, Becker shared how an opponent managed to infuriate him, which is why he decided to give it his all. Rushing towards the boy, the second-year student declared that he would add several holes to his body, and only a few blows were able to reach the main character's body, causing him to feel pain. While dodging, Lin Shu thought about how even the opponent's residual energy could still cause injury. The second-year student became curious about how long his opponent would be able to avoid attacks. While parrying the blows, the dark-haired man noted that he hadn't met such a serious opponent for a long time. Thus, the two began to rush from side to side of the small arena. Becker himself could not understand where so much confidence came from in the boy's eyes. Realizing that losing would cost him a lot, the sophomore decided to show his strength. Following this, Lin Shu's opponent used the golden skill 3 feet of ice, to which the protagonist intended to crush the ice flows with the help of the Phoenix's majesty. As a result, Becker's powerful technique was able to break through the boy's flames. At one time, he noted how badly things were going for him. Then, amidst the rising dust, Lin Shu appeared, trapped inside a huge piece of ice. The spectators were surprised by such a skill of a 5th-rank warrior. But the main character wasn't going to lose so easily. Using the explosion of anger, the boy intended to break the block of ice. In response to the participant's question, the judge replied that the victory would be counted if the opponent was inactive for 10 seconds. Deciding not to wait for this time, Becker came up with the idea of simply throwing the ice off the arena. But a moment later, a majestic fiery phoenix appeared before him. The audience was surprised that the boy was able to use the skill while in the boulder. Lin Shu himself was glad to be out of the cold ice. After which, the main character delivered 3 whole swings of the Phoenix's majesty skill, from which the surprised enemy tried to quickly hide. This is the result the protagonist was trying to achieve in order to launch a sudden attack. And in the end, the boy, using the accumulated power strike, was able to get rid of the enemy. After which, the judge declared a freshman named Lin Shu the winner. The local judge asked if the boy was going to challenge the next floor, to which the dark-haired man responded with refusals, adding that he also intended to come tomorrow. As a result of today, the main character managed to take a leading place among the first-year students. Having learned that Qi Qing was in second place, the boy was very happy, because now he could earn money while being at the top. The bald man next to Qi Qing noticed how he overtook him. At one time, the fair-haired guy decided to take note of the interesting guy. Returning to the main character, he was now in a state of severe exhaustion. A voice suddenly appeared, noting how Lin Shu had overextended himself in the last battle. This was a trio who intended to do something with the participation of the main character. The blonde guessed that Becker was exhausted after 2 battles in a row, to which the main character decided to agree with this opinion because he did not want to find out anything. Following this, the blonde declared that as senior students, they were obliged to rein in the arrogance of the younger students. In response to this, the protagonist asked the trio where she got the idea that no one would protect him. After these words, the curly-haired man intended to give the weakened boy a beating, but the hand of this senior student was stopped in time by the appearance of Lo Ao. The main character himself noticed how his protection, which some people thought was absent, arrived. The girl, having broken the curly-haired man's arm, asked him whether he hadn't heard her words. The duo, seeing how their ally was neutralized, decided to attack the blonde. Lo Ao, having finally finished with one hooligan, decided to switch to the remaining ones. The boy, watching from the side, was amazed at how well-honed the beauty's hand-to-hand combat skills were. At one time, the girl activated her skill called Tearing Fist, after which the beaten duo fell to the ground. The protagonist was still amazed by the blonde's strength, because her Ripping Fist skill seemed much more ferocious to him. In this way, Lo Ao dealt with the hooligans who attacked the boy. After this, Linju thanked his savior and asked her how she found him. The girl said that she watched the broadcast in the tower and immediately determined where the dark-haired man could be. Then, to the main character's surprise, the beauty asked him if he could go. To which the boy began to tell how he had spent all his strength and was unable to take even a step. Without thinking twice, Lo Ao picked up the dark-haired man, noticing how problematic he was. Lin Shu, however, was shocked to remember how he was a man and why he couldn't force a girl to carry him. In response, the blonde assured the crippled man that this was how she was repaying her debt. Walking through the university square, all the students nearby assumed that they were a couple in love, but they were still infuriated by the fact that the beauty was carrying the boy, and not the other way around. Looking closely at the blonde, Lin Shu noticed how truly beautiful she looked. After which, unable to restrain himself, the main character kissed Lo Ao on the cheek. And only after this did the dark-haired man realize what he had just done. Realizing the danger of what was happening, the boy began to apologize to the blonde. But the beauty, calling the rescued man a fool, threw him to the ground. Finding himself on which, Lin Shu began to furiously beg the girl for mercy. Already at dinner, the dark-haired man was thinking about how Lo Ao didn't beat him after the sudden kiss. He was torn from his thoughts by the blonde's sudden question about whether he was okay. Having come to his senses, the protagonist shared how he already felt better. Hearing this, the girl asked Lin Shu to quickly finish eating and go to the training hall. He himself thought how the girl would now try to knock everything out of him. After some time, the two began to exchange experiences with each other. While in the competition, Lin Shu noticed how the beauty was now demonstrating much more strength than yesterday. The higher the warrior's rank, the more difficult it becomes to advance further. Understanding this, the protagonist became interested in how Lo Ao was improving. Having felt the girl's power, the boy noted that this is how her husband would die. With one swing, the blonde knocked out the boy's spear and ordered him to shut up, after which the main character found himself losing against the blonde. The girl shared how the boy's spear technique, in her opinion, was worthy, to which the main character haughtily asked Lo Ao if she had forgotten who he was. Having released the wooden blade from her hands, the beauty remembered how the boy had the skill Rending Fist. Knowing this, she suggested to Lin Shu to find out whose blow would be more powerful. Without thinking twice, the blonde activated the Ripping Fist skill. Twisting, the tench asked his opponent what his opinion was. But after this, the main character witnessed truly fast movements. Finding herself behind the boy, Lo Ao decided to use the Ripping Fist again. And as a result, the beauty forced the dark-haired man to go to the other end of the training hall. As she walked towards Lin Shu, the blonde asked him not to rely on his eyesight. And after a while, the boy again tried to avoid the ripping strike. Using the movement technique Silent Step, the protagonist retreated. The girl was amazed by Lin Shu's amazing sensitivity and insight. The dark-haired man himself, noticing his turn, intended to show his Rending Fist, at the sight of which Lo Ao became very interested. The main character, seeing the girl standing like a pillar, told her to start resisting, but realizing that the beauty did not dare to move, Lin Shu began to stop himself. And as a result, the protagonist's fist lightly touched a part of Lo Ao's body. Realizing the mistake he had made again, the dark-haired man began to justify himself. But in the end, Gun watched the boy's colorful punishment. The next day, Lin Shu's comrades asked him why he was so beaten. The bald man told the boy how to defeat the girl without using force. Lei, who was nearby, decided to rein in this advisor. Leaping appeared and began to congratulate the headman on taking first place in the tower rankings. One of the crowd remarked on how the boy was able to reach first place. And after this, all of the main character's classmates began to beg him to teach them how to fight. To which Lin Shu responded positively, but first everyone had to undergo 5 hours of gravity training. Thus, after the theoretical lessons, the 10th group found itself in a gravity room. The red-haired man, writhing from the weight, thought about how he couldn't move his finger any longer under the double amplification, while at this time, the elder wields the spear with such ease. And after some time, the 5 hours in the gravity room ended to the delight of the students. Now, Lin Shu was about to move on to triple gravity enhancement. Hearing this, my classmates, heading for the exit, told me how they had urgent business to attend to. Once alone, Lin Shu thought about how everyone needed to blossom into a threefold increase tomorrow. The bald man who appeared brought Lo Ao and said that she was looking for the headman. Approaching the main character, the blonde told him how she had no points left on her card. Hearing this, Lin Shu thought that he was not yet the blonde's husband. The classmates who showed up began to stare with interest at their classmate's girlfriend. Having noticed them, the protagonist reminded them of their lack of free time for training. After the proposal to carry out a threefold increase, the door quickly closed. And at that moment, the five-fold gravity boost training was activated. Surprised by such suddenness, the main character fell to the floor. The girl standing there asked Lin Shu if he couldn't even withstand such a small boost. At this time, the first group was also conducting training in the gravity room. Qiqing, realizing that Lo Ao was not there, asked his classmate if he had seen the girl. Xiaoqi told how she went to the 10th group to see her boyfriend. Hearing this, the fair-haired man asked his classmate to gather several people and teach the 10th group a lesson. Returning to the main character, he noted how a quadruple increase was his limit. Lo Ao, who was nearby, was not pleased with this result, so she decided to activate one function. It turned out to be training with electric voltage of 10,000 volts, at the sight of which the main character could not contain his surprise. The approaching beauty told how she has been training in this type of room since she was a child. But the girl was even more angry because the boy called her not a human being. Hearing the reminder of his words, Lin Shu tried to find something to say. But it was already too late, because 10,000 volts engulfed the main character's body. Outside, Zhangli noticed how the more beautiful the girl, the uglier she was. Lele, who overheard this quote, asked her boyfriend if she was ugly or something. And after this, the warriors standing nearby witnessed a love showdown. Returning to the main character, he noted how he already smelled of fried meat. As he fell to the ground, he felt as if all the strength had been sucked out of his body. The girl, having thrown a couple of crystals, called them payment for using the boy's points. Lin Shu grabbed the item and began to wonder if he could really get such a valuable reward for a trifle. Hearing this, Lo Ao offered to return the crystals to the dark-haired man, but he noted how he could not refuse the gift. After 2 hours in the gravity room, Lin Shu was already able to stand under the influence of electricity. With this type of training, the dark-haired man was able to reach level 20. Without thinking twice, the boy invested the 20 stat points he had gained into stamina. After leaving the training hall, the protagonist remembered how the freshmen's meeting was supposed to start any day now. At the same time, the red-haired man could not understand why Park Jae-joon attacked them, to which he shared how he simply informed the 10th group that they were not allowed to walk along this road. Hearing this, Li Ping reminded the hooligan that they could only use it to get to the exchange office. After these words, Park Jae-joon invited the red-haired man to go between his legs. But a moment later, a powerful kick was sent through this path. It was Lin Shu who asked if anyone else had any objections. The 10th group was very happy to see their leader. A student from another group standing nearby rushed at the boy with his fists. The short-haired man activated a golden skill called Wolf Fist. In response, the boy decided to use his ripping fist, from the force of which the classmate's technique quickly dissipated, leaving him wounded. The protagonist told his opponent that it was a bronze skill. Seeing that the boy intended to continue the fight, the long-haired man stood up and asked him to stop. He, identifying himself as a student of the 3rd group, added that there had been a misunderstanding. He himself thought how, despite the boy's aura, the power of his blows was unusually great. Following this, Lin Shu decided to forgive the student's mistake, but only if they crawled under the red-haired man. Hearing this, the hooligans became very angry, calling this proposal bad. But the protagonist's skills instantly brought the assembled crowd to its senses. Park Jae-joon, who had sneaked in, outlined how they would resolve the issue the hard way. And right after that, the golden skill Thunder Palm fell upon Lin Shu. Shaggy explained how one touch of this skill can kill a 3rd-ranked warrior. Suddenly, the system asked the owner if he wanted to use absorption. Having answered positively, the boy received a measly 1,000 experience points, after which he noted how the student's skill turned out to be not particularly strong. Seeing the boy intact, Park Jae-joon asked his opponent why he was still okay. To which the main character, having given the long-haired man a hard time, concluded that his ability was worthless. Suddenly, in the midst of this carnage, a teacher appeared and ordered everyone to stop. Seeing the beaten Park Jae-joon, he became wary. At one time, the bespectacled man noted how everyone got what they wanted, so that's where it needs to end. Then the teacher ordered that the beaten men be taken to the hospital as quickly as possible. Li Ping approached and thanked the village elder who had appeared on time. The boy asked what started the conflict, but the red-haired man himself didn't understand. While in the medical center, the teacher asked the student who sent them to bully the 10th group. To this, the long-haired man replied that this gathering of students simply happened to be his. But the bespectacled man understood that the 3rd group was used as cannon fodder. After all, the young man they attacked was called Lin Shu, and he was ranked first among the freshmen. Having learned this, the long-haired man now realized how Xiaoqi had set him up by setting him on such a person. The outgoing teacher reminded that if the fourth group loses to the 10th, they will be punished. At this time, inside the exchange office, the old man behind the counter greeted a young man he knew. Grandfather was curious about what the dark-haired man had brought here this time, to which the protagonist explained how he intended to acquire golden skills in spear techniques and hand-to-hand combat. Taking out a tablet, the mustachioed man explained that the entire assortment was located here, and a moment later, the boy showed a card that he liked. Seeing this, the old man told how those who took this skill suffered greatly from learning it. The Thunder Ripping Fist is an advanced version of the Ripping Fist that, in addition to the ripping effect, also creates an electrical discharge. But even those warriors who already wield the Rending Fist will have to endure an extremely powerful electrical discharge. Ultimately, the protagonist decided to purchase this battle card. Besides her, Lin Shu decided to acquire the skill leg of the fallen hero. Thinking back to his recent training with Loeo, the boy remarked how the Thunder-Tearing Fist suited him perfectly. As Lin Shu walked outside, he thought about how he needed to learn new skills before the freshmen's meeting. At the same time, Zhuo Qiqing appeared and asked the main character if he was Lin Shu. Hearing his name, the boy asked the blonde guy what he wanted. Zhuo Qiqing once stated that the dark-haired man's victory over Becker was not an achievement. Switching to Loeo, he asked the protagonist to cut off ties with her. Hearing this, Lin Shu guessed that Qiqing was involved in the attack on his group. He once noted how the boy would not be able to reach Loeo, even if he became a 9th-rank warrior. After listening to the fair-haired Lin Shu, he declared that he should not bother with his affairs, because only he himself decides what to do and how to act in a given situation. The red-haired man who approached asked the young gentleman if this boy was taking on too much, to which Zhuo Qiqing replied that he still didn't have much time left to show off. Finding himself alone, the boy thought how, of course, an ordinary family would not be able to raise someone equal to Loeo. But this has nothing to do with him, the main character concluded, praising himself. Entering the cottage, the girl told how she had already eaten, but Lin Shu's food was still on the table. Remembering how the freshmen's meeting would start in 2 days, Lin Shu asked if it would really be possible to choose between the two districts. Following this, the boy asked the blonde if she had made her choice, to which Loeo assured the boy that he would find out for himself when the time came, which made Lin Shu wonder how the girl had learned to stir up intrigue. And 2 days later, the long-awaited day of the freshmen's meeting arrived. Having noticed the main character, the 10th group called him over. Lin Shu thought about how he woke up today, but the blonde was no longer there. At the same time, the teacher arrived, intending to introduce the group to the beauty. The long-haired man appeared before his students and told them that she was now a new member of their group. Nan Zhengjun was about to tell him something, but the girl stopped him in mid-stride, after which the teacher asked to make friends with the new member, and not to offend him. Having learned about Loeo's transfer, the boy asked her why she did it. Nan Zhengjun was surprised that the beauty already had acquaintances in the new group, to which the bald man emphasized how this blonde was their headman's girlfriend. Pushing away the annoying Lin Shu asked the girl why she transferred. Zhang Li, who stood up, said that it was all in the name of love. Not intending to listen to this anymore, the main character and the beauty drove the bald man away. Loeo herself stated that she decided to transfer because the first group was not interested either. The main character himself recalled how he had recently reflected on the topic of competition in Loeo. But now this was no longer relevant, which the dark-haired man was only glad about. And after some time, the meeting of first-year students began. The man introduced himself to the students as Director Boli. Today he intended to test the students' strength. The boy himself, hearing a familiar surname, assumed that this was a member of the family of his wayward teacher. Even at such a distance, the protagonist felt superior strength. At one point, Principal Boli asked the students to pay attention to the screen. The story is about how students are given the chance to choose their own location for the test. First place is the Emerald Grove. Despite the presence of high-ranking evolved beasts, the level of danger is not high. The second place is the Ruins. The area is an abandoned city, occupied by high-ranking monsters. Hearing about the second location, Li Ping was surprised and added how easy it was to say goodbye to life there. In the past, a terrible virus outbreak occurred in this area, and the soldiers who carried out the cleansing were infected to the last man. The rest of the classmates who heard this also did not want to go there. Nan Zhengjun approached and asked the dark-haired man to distribute them among 2 locations. After these words, the main character asked all his classmates for attention because they needed to decide who would go where. At one time, Loeo immediately made her choice. She wanted to go to the ruins. Hearing this, the dark-haired man asked the group who also wanted to go there. Lin Shu immediately stated that no one is forced, everyone has a choice. Zhang Yin raised her hand and shared how she too was going to go to the ruins. Zhang Li and his girlfriend, Lei also intended to go there. And if these 3 go, then the last member of the 4 will also go with them. In this way, 6 people were collected, which meant finding only 1. This man turned out to be Li Ping, who, despite his fear, nevertheless decided to go into the ruins. The main character was only glad to find the last member of their squad. And then Lin Shu announced that everyone else could go to the Emerald Grove. Sitting on the plane, the main character asked the red-haired man how he was. Those sitting nearby asked him why he decided to go to the ruins at all if he was shaking so much. To which the red-haired man, not intending to hide his fear, told how he had already been in that place. Zhang Yin was surprised to hear this from Li Ping. He began to tell how his classmates once bet him that he would not dare to undergo combat training in the ruins. As a result, the red-haired man, wanting to show himself, went there with his friends. On the very first day of their stay in the ruins, all of Li Ping's friends were bitten by animals. And then they turned into zombies, but the red-haired one managed to escape. Lin Shu, hearing about the zombie transformation, assumed that all the animals there were carriers of the virus. To which Li Ping responded positively, because after a day, the bitten person becomes a monster. After some time, students from Shengyu University reached the ruins. Before letting the students go, the teacher decided to tell them about some details. Specifically, in the event of a bite, students must return within 24 hours and receive medical assistance. And finally, the teacher decided to wish everyone good luck in getting through the ruins. Upon learning that the person from the 10th group was telling the truth, the students became alarmed. The main character himself, pointing in the direction, suggested going there, after which the main character's group of 7 people set out. After walking several dozen meters, the detachment was able to reach the border of the abandoned village. Suddenly, a 4th-rank zombie appeared, whose special feature is high speed. Having noticed Loeo's enemy at that very second, she saved her friend from danger. Lei exhaled and thanked the blonde for saving her life. Zhang Yin also shared her surprise at how the local infected set up ambushes. Intending to move on, the beauty told her allies to be more careful. After walking for a long time, a zombie suddenly appeared behind the main character. A moment later, the system congratulated the boy on destroying a 4th-rank monster. Having received 150 experience points from one infected person, Lin Zhu was dissatisfied. But at this time, while the main character was thinking, the infected one targeted him again. A moment later, the zombie impaled himself on the boy's spear, causing him to start writhing. The red-haired man asked the headman why he let the zombie roar, since the screams would attract other infected. This is what the boy is trying to achieve, the main character shared with his friend. And after a few seconds, Lin Shu's group saw a crowd of infected people in front of them. Seeing which, the red-haired man suggested to the headman to run away as quickly as possible. The boy himself had no intention of running away from his walking experience. The girl who appeared next to him shared that she couldn't understand why Lin Shu was so drawn to death. Hearing this, the main character asked the beauty if she was worried about him. The 4 remaining behind had no intention of giving in to the loving couple. At this time, the main character activated his Phoenix's Majesty skill, after which the system began to reward the owner with his earned experience points. Watching this spectacle, the comrades noticed how the elder's firepower had increased. But Loeo, who was nearby, was not going to give in to the main character. The bald man noted how the dark-haired man's wife would be even stronger in his opinion. Suddenly, in the middle of this entire battle, one detached infected appeared. But at that very moment, the main character saved the red-haired man from the zombie. Following this, Lin Shu stated that he needed a real partner to fight with, not a coward. After these words, Li Ping lowered his gaze and thought for a few seconds, after which he rushed at his opponents, saying that he would destroy everyone in his path. After some time, the group found themselves among empty buildings without a single monster. Noticing the huge dent, Lin Shu guessed that a powerful beast had gotten in there, causing the other monsters to flee. Following this, the protagonist shared how he discovered the owner of these lands. Rushing forward, the boy and Lo Ao decided to find out what kind of monster it was. And a moment later, a huge creature appeared, breaking through the building. It turned out to be a golden-backed buffalo, an evolved 5th-rank beast. Having learned the enemy's level, the protagonist tried to warn the girl, but she had already climbed onto the back of this creature at one time, intending to chop it down. Having struck, the blonde was unable to pierce the monster's flesh, and it in due course threw the man off itself. Worried about the beauty, the main character rushed to her rescue. After making a few jerks, the dark-haired man was able to catch the girl in his arms. Turning to that Lin Shu, he asked if she was okay. To which the girl explained how, by using energy, she reduced the force of the blow by 90%. But at this time, Goldenback Buffalo did not intend to wait for the two to finish their conversation. Without thinking twice, Lo Ao pushed the boy away and asked him not to interfere. And then a high-speed lunge was sent at the huge enemy. As a result, the golden-backed buffalo was left without its eyes. Lin Shu, who was watching this, noted how strong the blonde was. The part of the squad that arrived in time also shared their opinion about the girl, Lin Shu. The main character himself stated that they did not need to approach the creature, and following his words, the dark-haired man activated the Phoenix's Majesty skill. Seeing this, the squad was greatly inspired, and their comrades also decided to show what they were capable of. In this way, a combination skill was sent at the enemy. A huge amount of power surged through the golden-back buffalo. But still, this huge creature managed to survive, despite being completely wounded. Seeing how the monster was about to break through, the boy warned his comrades. After which, Lin Shu jumped on his opponent with the intention of knocking him to the ground. And as the main character said, the golden-backed buffalo had a broom stuck in his nose. The beauty arrived in time and struck her blow, thereby depriving the beast of its head. The boy was surprised that the blonde was able to pierce the skin of this buffalo. She herself noted how the main character was able to fry the enemy's back with his attacks. Having learned of his involvement in the skin piercing, the main character was only glad. But at the same time, an uninvited group of people appeared. One of them, named Jiang Ya, claimed that the boys' group had finished off their prey. Appearing before the main character, he introduced himself as a student from the 4th group. Following this, Jiang Ya thanked the 10th group for their support. Upon learning that they wanted to take the anomalous crystal, Zhang Yin called it a real robbery. To which the brown-haired man responded that it would be more correct to call it the return of his own trophy. He also told how he had recently fought a long battle with this monster. The bald one from the same squad called the main character's group a bunch of renegades. Upon learning that they had fought, Lin Shu remarked on how weak they were, as they had only left a few scratches. Afterwards, he added that if 3 such impudent people die in the ruins, then nothing will happen. Following this, Loio rushed at the red-haired student from the 4th group, but he managed to dodge it, which made him ask in surprise if the girl wanted to kill him or something. To which the protagonist reminded his opponents that they were currently outside the university. And that means that killing is permitted, concluded the protagonist, rushing into battle. In response to this, Zhang Ya called the enemy squad a bunch of madmen who had encroached on their abnormal crystal. Lin Shu suggested that the brown-haired man leave all the anomalous crystal he had received to them. He himself could not believe that the members of the 10th group were such strong opponents. After all, he intended to make money off these simpletons and leave. Without thinking twice, Zhang Ya decided to use the golden skill, Twilight Shadow. The main character was surprised by the sudden disappearance of the enemy. He found himself behind the boy at the time, intending to finish him off. Turning around, Lin Shu noted how his opponent could never match the lasers in the gravity room. After Zhang retreated, I couldn't understand how the opponent knew that he had appeared behind me. To which Lin Shu, who had approached, stated that he still didn't know much. After which the dark-haired man brought down the thunder-sundering fist on the brown-haired man, the force of which was enough to send a classmate flying. After finishing off his opponent, Lin Shu noted that the paralyzing effect was quite good. At the same time, on the other side, Lo Ao attacked the enemy. Putting the blade to the red-haired man's neck, the beauty declared that if he moved, he would not live. Moving to the rest of the 10th group detachment, they fought with all their might. Baldy irritably shared how surprised he was that the 3rd-ranked attacked the 4th-ranked warriors. And they even dared to laugh at his warhammer, he concluded. But at that very moment, the 4th-rank warrior's weapon was knocked out by an incoming spear. Then his own heavy hammer fell on the bald man's feet, causing him to wince in pain. The boy told how he simply decided to make sure that little hammer was effective. After these words, the bald man declared that the main character had picked the wrong guy. The 4th-rank warrior activated his skill, Fist of Collapse. In response, Lin Shu decided to use the thunder-tearing fist. Thus, 2 strong blows touched, raising dust around them. And in the end, the bald one lost, falling along the ground for several meters. The rest of the enemy squad was shocked by the defeat of their allies. Zhang Yin, who was nearby, ordered her comrades to act. After this command, the remaining opponents were also defeated. And after some time, the entire defeated 4th group found itself together. Jian Ya, realizing his mistake, began to beg the protagonist for mercy. In response, Lin Shu offered the losers to give up all their anomalous crystal and points in exchange for lives. The brown-haired man was ready to give up the points, but not the anomalous crystal, because then the test would end for them. Having heard the refusal, the main character declared that in that case, they would finish off the beaten ones and take them away themselves. After these words, the squad changed its mind and was ready to give everything they had. Moving on, Zhang Yin was surprised that the enemy group had 2 5th-rank anomalous crystals, to which the protagonist remarked that they should not loosen their grip, since they still had a whole week of testing ahead of them. Noticing Lo Ao's strange behavior, the boy asked what was going on. The beauty shared how she can't shake the feeling that they are being watched. Noticing a red glow in one of the building's windows, the blonde told her ally to hide. And at that very moment, a laser beam flew past the main character. Using the absorption ability, the boy got rid of the wound and received 2,000 experience points. Having received such a small number of points, the protagonist called her worthless. But after this, the main character endowed all his comrades with the silent step movement technique. Lo Ao rushed forward and declared that she would go into the building and deal with the shooters. At this time, a sniper warned the allies of the impending danger. The rest of the group found themselves below, hiding behind the walls of the former buildings. Not intending to sit still, Lin Shu asked his comrades to take cover while he went to help the blonde. Dodging the shots, the main character was surprised that there were shooters in the neighboring building. Understanding this, the main character decided to first deal with this part of the snipers. The remaining allies began to notice how well suited this couple really was. Zhang Yin also told how they were attacked by people who had no connection with the university. At this time, the rustling of branches was heard near the detachment of the 10th group. Having heard this, Zhang Yin decided to find out who they were. To which the bald man who stood up said that they were his own. They were the 10th group from Northern University alone. Realizing that 2/10 of the group had met, the red-haired man began to chuckle. Having received the digital brothers, the girl asked them how they ended up there. The same bald guy told how they themselves recently ended up here looking for shelter from snipers. The Southern 10th group told how their headman and his beloved went inside these buildings. Upon learning that only 2 had gone to fight against the group with guns, those present were surprised. At the same time, a sniper appeared on the horizon in the middle of the sky. The main character's group, who was watching this, was only happy to watch this spectacle. At this time, Loio dodged a barrage of lasers directed at herself. The shooter couldn't understand one thing, why all his shots didn't reach their target. But in a moment, he will never have to think again in his life. The boy watching this from another building was mesmerized, but a sniper's laser flying nearby tore him away in time. Rushing forward, he realized that under such fire he could do nothing. The boy noted how his opponents were well-trained warriors. But still, the main character found a way to finish off these shooters. Unexpectedly, the dark-haired man decided to use the thunder-tearing fist. And all because the iron roof is a good conductor of electricity. Having shortened the path to the enemy, Lin Shu noted how his title of Thunder King was not taken out of thin air. And after that, the dark-haired man used the Phoenix's Majesty skill, the power of which all the snipers under attack could not withstand. The Northern 10th group, watching from the side, could not believe that this was a member of the 10th group, just like them. Returning to the boy, the golden-haired man fell to his knees before him and began to beg for mercy, deciding to give up all his crystal. But the main character finished off the sniper with one merciless swing of his spear, after which he stated that exchanging his life for something that can be taken away after murder is stupid. Looking at the phone, Lin Shu's guess was confirmed. These people came here to collect the posted reward. While searching the shooters, the boy got hold of 2 anomalous crystals of the 5th rank, the same number of the 4th rank, and 10 of the 1st rank. Having gone downstairs, the protagonist asked Lo Ao if she had been able to deal with everyone. In response, she showed a bag filled with 2 anomalous crystals of the 5th rank and several of the 4th and 3rd rank. Following this, the rest of the group appeared, inquiring about the condition of the duo. In response, the main character told how they were able to find a lot of things. Following this, Lin Shu inquired about those standing behind him. At the same time, the bald man greeted Lin Shu, introducing himself as a member of the 10th group of Northern University. Having learned that they were the 10th group, the protagonist thought about it. At one time, the bald man asked the boy if they could make a deal. He intended to offer information in exchange for 2 5th-rank anomalous crystals. And yet the boy was interested and decided to find out this information. Baldy said that he knows the location of the spatial hack. Having learned about this information, the main character called it truly worthwhile. But still, the boy was interested in how he could trust the bald man's words, to which he offered to give up his card as collateral. Besides, they are also in the 10th group. And the leader of the 10th Northern group also thinks that they have enough strength. Lin Shu placed his hand on the shoulder of the man standing in front of him and remarked how well said. The boy added that he didn't need to give the card, but he was willing to pay even more. Realizing that they would receive 3 5th-rank anomalous crystals, the bald man was shocked. The main character shared that he does this only because they are both from the 10th groups. Having received a good payment, the leader of the Northern group asked for the dark-haired man's ID in order to send him the coordinates. After which, the 10th group of the Northern University said goodbye to the 10th group of the Southern University. Zhang Yin approached and asked if these people could be trusted, to which the boy replied that he believed them, because in their eyes, one could see the determination not to give up. And after this, the main character's group decided to move further along the coordinates. And after some time, the squad was able to reach the location of the spatial rift. Zhang Yin emphasized how there was not a single evolved animal to be seen in the area. Hearing this, the main character noticed how extremely saturated the energy of the origins was here, after which the detachment of the 10th group continued on its way. The boy noticed how the rift was located in the center of a huge building. Once inside, the boy noticed an abundance of cobwebs, seeing which Lele assumed that they were in an insect nest. Suddenly, a hand appeared unexpectedly and grabbed the blonde. At that moment, Zhang Li skillfully reacted and saved his girlfriend. This something turned out to be a very ordinary human corpse. But suddenly, the girl noticed how the so-called corpse was moving, after which a blue-winged scarab cub, a second-rank creature, appeared. Looking around, the girl assumed that every corpse contained such an insect. Lin Shu, having received 10,000 experience points, asked his allies to avoid contact with corpses. Thus, the detachment of the 10th group began to slowly move forward. The boy himself thought that if these were cubs, then there must be an adult specimen living somewhere. And after some time, the 10th group came across a spatial rift. Zhang Yin shared how she saw a spatial rift for the first time in her life. The main character, looking at the ceiling, felt some kind of creature. It turned out to be an adult blue-winged scarab, possessing the 6th rank. Following this, the protagonist suggested that his allies behave more quietly. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yin invited her friends to look at the strange stones. It looked like some kind of metal, and in addition, it had extraordinary hardness. The boy also noted that the heat resistance is also high. The girl then suggested that these stones came from a spatial rift. The boy suggested going further because he felt the source of the heat there. As they moved further, the entire group felt an extreme change in temperature. Looking down, the entire squad saw a majestic fiery flower in front of them. The blonde immediately realized that this was the red lotus flame. Seeing the boy's lack of understanding, Loio explained that this was an extremely rare concentration of energy. It looks like a flower on the outside, but the energy it contains is far beyond the limits of what an anomalous crystal possesses. But being the owner of the fire attribute, she can bring great benefit, but she can also bring death. And in order to pick it up, you need a special container for transport. And then Lin Shu realized that they had come here in vain, even though there was such a treasure here. Suddenly, a strange voice with great discontent was heard from behind. Zhang Yin immediately identified it as the 2nd group from Northern University. The red-haired man who appeared asked the duo named Li Mo and Hua Ming to prepare the equipment. And then the main character noted how this group of people brought equipment with them. Following this, the dark-haired man told how he turned out to be faster than the other group, to which the red-haired man noted how prepared they came. So, in addition, the 10th group must remain silent in front of the 2nd, the red-haired man concluded. The northern group even offered the weaklings a 4th-rank crystal, which made Lin Shu laugh. But the red-haired man who approached asked what the students would do without equipment. But Lo Ao, who had rushed into battle, declared that they would simply cut out all the unnecessary ones. Having taken the blow, the leader of the opposing group could not believe that the girl had such strength. And after that, the red-haired man ordered his allies to begin the attack. The main character's squad intended to finish off their opponents. Blocking another blow from the blonde, the redhead thought about his opponent. And then he realized that in front of him was the famous Lo Ao, who should be in the first group. The student wanted to inquire about this, but the girl did not allow it. Turning his attention to Lin Shu, the leader of the opposite group was astonished. Following this, the red-haired man asked a warrior named Hu Ming to deal with Li Mo's enemy. For now, Li Mo had to work on extracting the red lotus fire. The main character noted that if he were in his place, he would not touch this plant. But the guy with the scar under his eyes noted that no one would listen to advice from a 10th grade student. And finally, Li Mo collected the plant and placed it in a container. Lin Shu himself emphasized how the creature protecting this treasure woke up. Following this, the student from the 2nd group shouted to the class monitor that he had completed the task. But at that very moment, an adult blue-winged scarab appeared above him. And in a couple of seconds, this recently happy student found himself without a head. Upon seeing the monster appear, the 2nd group immediately realized that it was a 6th-rank monster. But that was not all, because there were a huge number of such creatures. At that moment, the redhead began to realize that even with their combined forces, they would not be able to cope with such a number of monsters. Without thinking twice, the leader of the opposite group ordered his classmates to run outside, after which the 2nd group from Northern University began to leave the building. The remaining protagonist suggested that it was time for them to leave too. But when the group reached the exit, it turned out to be blocked by stones. Zhang Yin immediately realized that this was the work of the very same group that had hidden itself. Taking on the role of distraction, Lin Shu told the allies to look for a new exit, after which the main character, using his speed, ran through the crowd of scarabs. Grabbing the container, he thought how this flower was the best bait. Calling upon the creatures to follow him, Lin Shu activated silent steps. To his surprise, another blue-winged scarab appeared in front of the dark-haired man. Lin Shu dodged the insect's attack and accidentally dropped the plant, after which a huge amount of flame suddenly engulfed the boy. The system, having detected an external energy source, activated the absorption ability. The main character himself understood that if he did not manage to absorb all the energy, death awaited him. At this time, the white-haired one began to cut through the crowd of blue-winged scarabs. Looking at the boy immersed in flames, Loio shouted his name. The dark-haired man, being in agony, could no longer bear the cruel pain. But a moment later, the blonde rushed towards Lin Shu and hugged him. Following this, she talked about how her energy relates to the ice type. She also added that she used the power of the ice-type origins to help the boy. The main character himself noticed how, with the help of the girl, his absorption increased. Zhang Yin was thinking about how Luo Io, despite the flames around the boy, still rushed forward. Thinking about this, the girl decided to rush into battle against the blue-winged scarabs. Remembering how Lin Shu had saved her many times, she decided to repay him. Even if she has to risk her own life, she still intends to buy herself enough time. After which the girl, attracting the attention of all creatures, rushed to run. The allies who were watching this immediately realized that she was trying to buy time for the boy. Understanding this, the duo also decided to help the main character. At this time, the dark-haired man's absorption gauge was filled to 95%. And in the end, Lin Shu was able to obtain 310 million experience points. Without thinking twice, the main character invested the acquired characteristic points into strength. Loio assured her in her arms that everything would be fine, since she had simply overspent a little on the energy of the origins. Handing over a bottle of medicine, the boy told how he intended to help his comrades. At the same time, fighting silhouettes could be seen among the rising dust. The protagonist shared how he needs to use up his excess energy. Having moved to Zhang Yin, the blue-winged scarab was still able to catch up with her. But a moment later, a dark-haired man appeared with unprecedented strength behind his shoulders. Having repelled the insect attack, the boy asked his comrades if they were okay. In response, the girl asked the same counter-question, to which the boy answered positively. Lin Shu himself felt a red-hot energy inside himself that was difficult to contain. The next second, Lin Shu saw a crowd of scarabs in front of him. Rushing into battle, the boy noted how his fire was capable of burning even the stars, after which the main character activated the skill Hotter Than the Starry Sky, the power of which was enough to strike down a crowd of blue-winged scarabs. Lin Shu, having received 10 million experience points, was very happy. The nearby Trinity was amazed by the strength of their elder. During the attack, the boy suddenly had the idea to use the fire energy raging within him, which ultimately turned out to be that very skill. Thinking about this, the protagonist used the Phoenix's majesty while fighting the insects. But even after increasing the energy in his body, this skill is still unable to burn the scarabs. After using Hotter Than Starry Sky and Phoenix's majesty several times, the boy feels a significant weakening of his ardor. But the main character was still angered by the fact that the blue-winged scarab's shell was so strong. But just for this occasion, Lin Shu had an unlimited supply of origin energy. Seeing the dark-haired man single-handedly confront a crowd of 6th-rank monsters, the squad couldn't hide their surprise. But still, something about the boy Zhang Yin's condition did not give him peace. He pays no attention to defense at all, concentrating entirely on attack. To which the girl who stood up said that if Lin Shu were stopped, his body would be filled with energy. But they still have time to think, said Loeo, suggesting that the allies deal with the spatial monsters. Rushing into battle, the blonde turned insects into ice with one swing. At one time, the main character rushed at motionless monsters, after which the system rewarded the owner with 10 million experience points for destroying a 6th-rank monster. Lin Shu was only happy about this, as he could earn a lot of experience points. The girl noticed how the scarab's shells became weaker due to temperature changes. Realizing this, the protagonist concluded that with the joint efforts of the married couple, they could destroy everyone. The girl, hearing this, declared that if Lin Shu allowed himself to talk like that again, she would lose her life. The red-haired man was amazed that their headman even at such a moment managed to arrange amorous squabbles. And in the next moment, the dark-haired man rushed into battle with the Phoenix's majesty at the ready. At the time, the beauty had no intention of giving in to the boy and continued to turn insects into ice. The boy, taking advantage of the moment, pierced the shell of the blue-winged scarab. But one time, after the protective layer was broken, a huge number of cubs appeared from there, at the sight of which the main character could not hide his surprise. The comrades warned the headman that they would be dealing with small things, which he was only glad about. Suddenly, an adult blue-winged scarab appeared behind Li Ping. He, amazed by such suddenness, tried to call out to the headman for help. But at one time, he still managed to save his comrade from losing his life. The scarab grabbed the boy's spear tightly and lifted him up along with the weapon. The main character noted that, as a warrior, he cannot give up his spear. And in the next second, Lin Shu finished off the scarab with Phoenix Majesty. Looking at the burning insect, the girl noticed how they were not as strong on the inside as they were on the outside. Following this, the dark-haired man counted the last 3 adults. After some time, the 10th group was able to finish off the annoying insects. Zhang Yin, breathing heavily, shared her difficult feelings with her allies. The squad noted that they never thought they would be able to deal with so many monsters. A boy who was far away asked his friends why they left him, to which the red-haired man decided to remind him how the headman was a huge furnace that could explode at any moment. The boy noticed how his friends didn't complain when he saved them. Lo Eo asked the protagonist to waste the restorative solution. Following this, Lin Shu declared that they were heading to the city center, as he needed battles. Looking at their leader, the tired group assumed he was joking. And after some time, the main character's group found itself in a foggy part of the city. Once in the place, Lin Shu asked his comrades to remain on guard. At the same time, a strange piece of flesh wrapped around Zhang Yin's legs. And a moment later, Lin Shu saw the girl rushing back. Grabbing his ally by the hand, the protagonist saved him from danger, just in time. But at the same time, a whole herd of infected appeared in the fog. They turned out to be 4th-rank zombies, possessing tentacles ideal for tying up prey. Without thinking twice, the main character ordered everyone to be careful and not wander far away. The main character himself rushed into the attack using the Phoenix's greatness skill. Looking around, the protagonist noted how there was no end to the infected. But after this, he decided to find out the situation from his comrades. Looking back, the dark-haired man wondered where everyone had gone. Realizing the loss, Lin Shu began to shout out the name of each member of his squad. As a result, the main character only attracted all the infected's attention to himself. Following this, the dark-haired man, using the greatness of the Phoenix, began to break through the monsters. And after some time, the main character finished off the remaining remnants of the infected. The boy wanted to know his location, but without a signal, he couldn't. Realizing that there was nothing to be gained here, the boy decided to set out on his own to search for allies. Jumping aside, the main character asked who this brave man was. This man turned out to be the head of the second group of the Northern University, to which Lin Shu shared how he wanted to find those on his own. Not noticing the other 6 members of the squad, the red-haired man assumed that they had died. Lin Shu told the enemy how his allies had obtained a large amount of 6th-rank anomalous crystal. Hearing this, the headman of the opposite group did not believe the dark-haired man. And then he was struck by the boy's suddenly changed aura. Upon learning that he had absorbed the red lotus fire, the enemies could not understand how the boy had survived, to which the main character asked the upstarts to put him on the same level with them. After these words, the red-haired man from the second group harbored a grudge against Lin Shu. Having surrounded the dark-haired man, the enemy squad intended to take away his remaining energy. Lin Shu also noted how 4th-rank warriors would no longer be able to compete with him. The red-haired man rushed at the boy and ordered his allies to kill the upstart. At one time, the main character dodged the attack without any heaviness. The bald man who appeared decided to use his mountain-crushing blade. In response, Lin Shu sent out the skill Pear Blossom Flurry. Having felt all the terrifying energy of the boy, the bald man was amazed. The dark-haired man, seeing his opponent's surprise, asked him not to rush to conclusions. And a moment later, the bald man felt an even more powerful technique called Phoenix's Majesty. Looking at their comrade, everyone else was horrified by the power of the main character. The red-haired man immediately realized that the power was achieved with the help of the red lotus fire. Realizing his weakness, the headman of the second group began to call out to his superior. The strangers who appeared emphasized the pitiful sight before them. Lin Shu, using his eye of analysis, knew that there were 4th-rank students and 1 5th-rank student in front of him. A student named Katsuya Hodak showed up and shared how he wanted to take part in the massacre. The red-haired man started laughing and noted that his job was hunting. Hearing this, the boy now understood why some participants died during the test, not at the hands of the infected. Katsuya Hodak agreed with these words, adding how he gets a great opportunity to hunt every year and get rid of your ardor with the help of pathetic students. After listening to the 5th-rank warrior, Lin Shu noted how he could clear the Northern University of trash by defeating those. Hearing this statement, the red-haired man asked Katsuya Hodak to destroy the boy in the most disgusting way possible. Laughing at this proposal, the 5th-rank warrior agreed, and after that, the red-haired man ordered his allies to attack the boy. At this time, Li Ping still couldn't get rid of the feeling of movement behind his back. Intending to get rid of this, the red-haired man ordered the zombie to die. But immediately after this, a loud sound of someone striking iron was heard throughout the fog. It was Zhang Yin who asked her comrade if he wanted to kill her. Realizing his mistake, the red-haired man told how he thought they would run into another infected person. In response, the girl asked Li Ping if he had seen Lin Shu and his girlfriend. Having received a refusal, Zhang Yin emphasized how they were left to guess. Returning to the main character, he used the greatness of the Phoenix to destroy the enemy. After one fire skill, the dark-haired man immediately activated the next one. Katsuya Hodak asked the red-haired man if this boy was really of the 4th rank, to which he told how this young man had absorbed the red lotus fire, which is why he had become so strong. Hearing about the rare flower, Katsuya Hodak was overjoyed because after victory, they would be able to absorb what the boy had not absorbed. And a few moments later, the next enemy in line was set on fire. Following this, Katsuya Hodak forbade his comrades from using the unabsorbed energy, since by doing so, they would be helping the boy. But in its current state, without an external energy source to act as a suppressor, it will soon be torn apart. Understanding this, the Northern University group decided to avoid direct confrontation. Looking at the dark-haired Katsuya, Hodak declared that the energy would be his. The main character himself was upset that the enemy was able to see his condition. The boy understood that if things continued like this, he would suffer an organ rupture. The red-haired man who arrived in time intended to suddenly finish off the boy. But then Lo Ao appeared and skillfully saved the boy from the attack. Seeing the blonde, the main character could not hide his surprise. Then he shared how ashamed he was when a girl saved him. Turning to Lin Shu, the beauty asked him if he really considered himself a hero, to which the main character replied sheepishly that he was not so green anymore. Having noticed his opponent's classmate, Katsuya Hodak noticed her beauty. The red-haired man standing nearby explained how this girl was able to use the power of the origins. Katsuya Hodak said that he himself saw an unusual icy aura around the girl, after which he noted how the beauty suited him, because he was unusually hot. And following this, the Northern University group rushed at the duo. Then the two powerful blades clashed, producing an iron ringing sound. Katsuya Hodak couldn't believe he couldn't handle some girl. The girl, however, immediately switched to another nearby opponent. Following this, the red-haired man told his comrades to be more vigilant. The next order was to concentrate all forces on one low AO. But at that very moment, the familiar pear-colored squall appeared. Thus, the two, being together, did not intend to give in to their opponents. And then Katsuya Hodak realized that the girl had opened up on purpose so that the dark-haired man could hit his comrade. Suddenly, Lin Shu jumped into the sky and shared how he wanted to show off his newly learned skill. It turned out to be a golden skill called Milky Way Fall. The majority of the enemy crowd at Northern University came under attack. The two people nearby couldn't believe that the boy had such power. In his turn, the main character told how the turn of the biggest scum came. Then the combination attack of Phoenix's Majesty and accumulated power strike was activated. Looking at which Katsuya Hodak could not understand why the boy's strength had increased so suddenly. Noticing the headman of the second group standing nearby, the red-haired one shared how he did not intend to die. After which, by exposing the body of the red-haired Katsuya, Hodak managed to avoid the flames. But there Lo Ao appeared before him, already finishing with the rest of the students. At that moment, Katsuya Hodak began to realize that his entire group had been slaughtered by the two from the 10th group. But at the same time, Lin Shu appeared behind him with his fire palm. He, reminding him how the red-haired man had thirsted for the energy of the fire lotus, decided to share it with him. At one time, Katsuya Hodak revealed that he was a member of the Moonwing Legion, and if they dared to kill him, the duo would be finished. Having heard this name, the main character shared how he heard it for the first time. Realizing that nothing could stop the boy, Katsuya Hodak decided to take advantage of the chance to escape. After which, the red-haired man cut off his own hand to free himself from the boy's grip. Having received his freedom, Katsuya Hodak wasted no time in running away from the duo. The main character himself was shocked by what had recently happened. Throwing away Lin Shu's limb, he asked the blonde if she had heard of the Moonwing Legion. Lo Ao also said that this is one of the strongest mercenary groups in the world, who takes on all kinds of work, including contract killings and attacks on small countries. This legion is led by a warrior of the 9th rank, who does not forgive even a sidelong glance in his direction. Rumor has it that the king of a small African country once killed a member of this legion, and the country was eventually razed to the ground within a week. Remembering Katsuya Hodak's words, the protagonist realized that he was mired in a problem. The girl, seeing the boy's face, said that if they come, then let the boy kill them. Lin Shu himself couldn't understand where the blonde got so much confidence even in front of 9th rank warriors. Following this, Lo Ao noted how the boy would not live to see this meeting. Looking at the dejected boy, the beauty said that he could avoid death if he absorbed an anomalous crystal of the opposite type. Noticing the fog, the boy assumed that it was created by an evolved monster. In that case, the beauty suggested that Lin Shu go to the center of the darkness. But at the same time, the main character felt someone approaching. It turned out to be a pack of red-eyed dogs, which are evolved 5th rank beasts. Upon seeing which, Lin Shu asked the beauty to be more vigilant. And then the duo rushed towards the crowd of enraged monsters in front of them. At this time, Katsuya Hodak, holding the main character's hand, insulted him. The red-haired man suggested that now he would find the cybernetic arm useful. As he boarded the plane, the red-haired man was going to leave a gift for last. He chuckled and said that everyone in the ruins would die. After which, the white chatal rose into the air, heading towards the center of the ruins. At that very moment, the main character noticed an airplane that suddenly appeared above him. Seeing which, Lin Shu assumed that it was a small aircraft. And a moment later, the boy saw a full-scale bombardment of fog in front of him. A moment later, an angry rank 8 icebird appeared. Having seen it, the boy could not believe that such a powerful creature had been hiding in the fog all this time. Lo Ao noticed the fog dissipating, which meant that this bird was the one emitting it. Looking at the icebird, Lo Ao noticed how the right creature with an abnormal ice-type crystal had been found. At the same time, Zhuo Qiqing was asked what rank this beast belonged to. The fair-haired one also explained how the icebird is an 8th rank beast. Hearing this, everyone nearby was amazed at the monster's power. Zhuo Qiqing also told how he sent information to the Hunters Guild. At the same time, Lin Shu noticed how all the creatures in the area were fleeing. Realizing this, the duo decided to climb to the top of the building and wait out the wave. Finding himself on the roof, the dark-haired man assumed that all the people in the fog were no longer residents. Remembering his comrades, the boy became curious if they were okay. At this time, several flying machines appeared above the heads of the duo. One of them landed next to the main character and the blonde. After the door opened, several high-ranking warriors appeared. The bespectacled man noticed the boy in front of him and noted his strange state. An old man standing nearby told his comrades that first-year students from Shenyu University were currently undergoing combat training in the ruins. But still, it seemed to the old man that this boy looked as if he was possessed by something. Unable to ascertain the level of grandfather Lin Shu with his analysis eye, he guessed that he was of the 7th rank. After this, I asked the two how long ago this bird had appeared, to which the main character told how this beast was recently awakened by someone using a flying machine. Hearing that the ice bird was awakened deliberately, the grandfather became interested, after which, ordering his people to follow, he rose into the air. At one point, the bird, having noticed the people, let out a shaking cry. The old man ordered to open fire with laser weapons at the huge target, after which, one laser beam flashed through part of the city and crashed into a bird. The protagonist, observing the battle, immediately identified the army's attitude. Then the grandfather, announcing the bird's injury, ordered his charges to rush into battle. Lin Shu was surprised that the 8-rank monsters were dealt with so quickly. A girl standing nearby told them that there were soldiers of the Alliance army in front of them. At the same time, the ice bird was still alive and let out its cry again, due to the force of which some of the troops lost control of their device. The old man was amazed that the creature could deliberately pretend to be weak. Without wasting any time, the old man ordered his allies to continue firing laser cannons, but the 8th rank evolved beast had no intention of giving up so easily. The next second, many cyclones were sent into the laser installations. The girl noticed that the real performance was about to begin. The big guy who showed up was only too happy to rush at the strong opponent. Many warriors appeared before the ice bird, intending to destroy it. The same brute ordered the allies not to weaken the pressure on the enemy. He himself dealt a crushing blow to the back of the 8th rank beast. But a moment later, the big guy was driven out by the bird's powerful cyclone, the power of which was enough to drive a high-ranking warrior into a building. The boy now realized how powerful creatures of such rank were. At one time, Loeo noted how people would fight for about 3 days. When the main character asked why it took the girl so long to tell, just like when she was 10 years old, her family fought against a rank 9 creature for a whole week. Hearing how old the girl was when she went to fight the 9th rank monster, Lin Shu was amazed. But in the end, the dark-haired man concluded that the blonde was from a family of some gods. From the moment the battle between the warriors began, the bird had already flown a whole day. The main character was already bored of sitting and watching the battle. At the same time, one of the warriors noticed how exhausted the ice bird was. The boy himself noted, as even a fool would notice, that the bird still had a lot of strength. Suddenly, a laser beam flew at the evolved beast. These were Alliance troops again, only with more powerful equipment. Following this, a barrage of laser beams fell upon the bird, creating one large explosion. The boy, realizing that the battle would soon be over, suggested moving forward, to which the girl asked not to rush, because those who rush into trouble will get all the bruises on their own heads. So the duo decided to wait until those hiding in the shadows began to act. At the same time, the ice bird fell to the ground with all its weight, thereby raising a lot of dust. The nearby warriors began to rejoice at their victory over the 8th rank monster. The big man noted how, according to the agreement, they would take the anomalous crystal, and everything else from the bird belongs to the remaining part of the warriors who also participated. Having reached the anomalous crystal in the body of the dead bird, people began to be amazed. After all, having acquired such a type of treasure, you can live the rest of your life in clover. But still, there appeared someone who did not dare to agree with such a division. Looking at the impudent fellow, the brute only grinned. And at that very moment, a laser beam flew at the resistor. The big guy looked up and became very wary. Hatem heard an order from the plains to leave the anomalous crystal, but the warriors had no intention of giving up such treasures, and so they had to open fire again. The laser shot, aimed at the enemy, created a huge explosion. But the thug didn't intend to give up his ticket to a rich future so easily either. Thus began a full-scale battle for the anomalous crystal between the recent allies. At the same time, the beauty told the main character to get ready to move out. Suddenly, rather familiar voices were heard behind the duo. It was Zhang Yin and the others, whom the boy was glad to see. The girl told how they were looking for the two inside the fog, but ended up in the bird's domain. Having learned that his comrades were okay, the boy suggested that they leave the area. Hearing this proposal, Zhang Yin realized that the boy and Luo Ao wanted to stay. To which the main character responded positively, adding that he needed to finish one thing. And then the girl realized that the two wanted to get the 8th rank crystal. The blonde told how Lin Shu would not last long without this stone. Having learned about the headman's problem, the comrades were unhappy that they could not help in any way. The main character asked his friends to quickly return to the beginning of the test. Zhang Yin and the others decided to leave anyway, as they would be useless. Moving down to the epicenter of the carnage, there stood a thug among a huge number of corpses. Zhuo Qiqing, who was nearby, also noted how soon their exit would come, and what he has in his hand will be a trump card for his first group. The red-haired man was very surprised when he saw the familiar-looking grenade, and all because it is a paralyzing smoke grenade, which works even against high-ranking warriors. After ordering his comrades to return, Zhuo Qiqing intended to take the anomalous crystal. The big guy standing in the middle of the battlefield felt something approaching. It turned out to be the same paralyzing smoke grenade that had astonished the thug. Having inhaled a little smoke, he could not understand why he could not move. At the same time, the duo also set out to obtain the anomalous crystal. Lo Ao, reminding about Gungong, suggested using him to search for the stone. Remembering his pet, the main character asked him for help. And after some time, the couple, under the command of Gungun, found themselves at the bird's body. Having obtained the 8th rank anomalous crystal, the protagonist could not hide his joy. Without thinking twice, the duo decided how to get away from the scene of the incident. By this time, Zhuo Qiqing had reached the corpse of the ice bird. But to his surprise, there was no crystal there. He could not understand who had gotten ahead of him. Returning to the brute, he was able to get rid of the effect using the skill Hurricane Speed. Noticing the blonde man near the dead bird, the big guy asked how he dared to take his crystal. Rushing to Zhuo Qiqing, he ordered him to hand over the anomalous stone. The student himself was angry that he had been beaten to the punch and even set up. Using the paralyzing smoke grenade again, he was able to avoid the fight. At this time, the duo managed to hide in the sewers from prying eyes. Laughing, the boy remembered the loser who, by throwing a smoke grenade, only helped his competitors. Lin Shu shared how he never thought that he could obtain an 8th rank crystal so easily. But after this, the main character got a completely different thing instead of the desired stone. Lo Ao asked the boy what was wrong with his eyesight if he couldn't tell the difference between a bird's egg and a piece of crystal. The main character himself shared how confident he was that he had taken the stone. The girl added that the rank 8 ice bird egg could be incubated. And then Lin Shu began to imagine himself as the rider of a huge bird. But the boy was pulled out of his thoughts by a beauty who threw an abnormal crystal. Having received the anomalous crystal, the protagonist was glad that he had been with Lo Ao all this time. At the same time, Zhuo Qiqing was wondering what kind of scum had stolen his crystal. Then he shared how to find the stone without much difficulty. For such cases, the fair-haired man has a brand new detector in stock. The size of the dot on the screen depends on the rank of the anomalous crystal. Having noticed the largest dot, the fair-haired man noted how the thieves had not gone far. Without thinking twice, Zhuo Qiqing and his comrades rushed in pursuit. Returning to the main character, he was in the process of absorption. Suddenly, the system congratulated the owner on reaching the 22nd level. Lo Ao, standing nearby, noticed the guests appearing in the sewers. Due to the death of the monster, the 8th ranked creatures decided to return. But in the end, I decided to deal with the obstacle that had appeared. A few moments later, all the infected were defeated by the girl. The beauty herself was glad that the influx of infected had finally ended. Looking at the boy, Lo Ao thought how the energy of the red lotus had already stabilized. The voice that suddenly appeared was glad to find the thieves of the 8th rank anomalous crystal, the owner of which turned out to be Zhuo Qiqing and his comrades. Having noticed the girl, the fair-haired man asked her nicely to give him the stone. A nearby ally noticed that their stone was already being absorbed by the boy. Hearing this, Zhuo Qiqing became seriously angry. Intending to detain his friend, the student ordered his comrades to take the stone. Without thinking twice, the duo rushed at the main character, which surprised the blonde. Rushing towards the impudent men, the beauty declared that if they touched Lin Shu, they would die. But at the same moment, Zhuo Qiqing appeared and took all the blonde's attention. Having closed the distance, the blonde man declared that he would take his crystal. The duo ended up close to the main character in order to take away the crystal. But at the same time, Lin Shu asked the couple where they were going. Feeling a piercing pain, the duo began to scream frantically. The main character himself finished absorbing the 8th rank anomalous crystal, and at the same moment, the dark-haired man sent the Phoenix's majesty at his opponents. Seeing such a powerful skill, the students of the first group could not hide their surprise. Following this, the protagonist activated a pear-colored frost squall, after which, picking up the blonde, he headed for the exit through the hole. The remaining two in the sewers couldn't believe that the boy had gotten away. Zhuo Qiqing was very angry because the bright dot disappeared from the detector. Following this, the fair-haired man declared that the blonde would not go far from him. Having moved to the main character, he was in an abandoned house, trying to absorb the energy of the crystal to the end. The system congratulated the owner on gaining 3 levels, and he now had the 25th level. The boy's overall combat ability reached the level of a 5th rank warrior. Without thinking twice, the dark-haired man decided to change his rank to a 5th rank warrior in order to gain more bonuses for his characteristics. Suddenly, the blonde shared her surprise, because the boy had already completed the absorption. It would have taken any other person at least 3 days, but the boy did it in 1 day. In response, Lin Shu replied that he had incomparable talent. Realizing that the absorption was complete, Lo Ao suggested leaving the territory of the ruins. Once on the road, the boy asked the beauty if she wouldn't even praise him, to which he refused. After some time, the protagonist's comrades met with the opposing group. Lin Shu appeared and asked what was going on here. Seeing the boy, Zhang Yin told how the students from the first group of Northern University took their crystals. Having noticed the boy, the muscleman assumed that this was the same Lin Shu who was in first place at the competition tower. Understanding this, he introduced himself as Ouyang Han, and the girl next to him was called Tian Zixia. And then the main character remembered these names on the freshman leaderboard. After which, the dark-haired man noticed how the two were below him. In response to this, Ouyang Han offered the boy a fight, and if he won, he would return all the crystal. After which, the spearman and his ally began to prepare for battle. Hearing this proposal, the boy added that if they win, they will take all the anomalous crystal of the two, and even if the opponents refuse, they will simply collect stones from the corpses, Lin Shu concluded. After these statements, Ouyang Han rushed at the enemy. The boy, having learned that the opponent was using the same type of weapon, laughed. At this time, Tianzixia said that she heard that her opponent was in the first group, but transferred due to weakness, to which the beauty replied that she would not be angry at any nonsense said by her rival. Returning to the short-haired man, he assumed that the boy already had the 5th rank. The dark-haired man responded positively, asking his opponent about his good height. He can't be compared to rabble like them, Lin Shu declared, after which the opponent activated a golden skill called Global Tremor. From there, the main character went flying, breaking through the walls beneath him. Lin Shu noted that although they were both 5th rank warriors, there was a big difference between them. Appearing before his opponent, he said that he had deliberately set himself up, but his opponent had disappointed him. Using the pear-colored squall, he noticed how it was his turn. Ouyang Han was amazed that the boy was able to deal so many blows in 1 second. Ultimately, one blow from the protagonist was able to hit the enemy. This made him very angry, because some scum from the 10th has no right to do this. After these words, Ouyang Han declared that he would send the boy to hell. The two then clashed in battle using their skills. Reflecting the barrage of blows from the boy, the short-haired man declared that he could not rely on his own strength. After these words, the main character decided to demonstrate another skill. This technique turned out to be the recently acquired pear-colored frost squall. Feeling that, Ouyang Han remembered how the boy had recently used the fire attribute. The power of this icy energy impressed the wounded short-haired man. The boy asked his opponent to evaluate his combination of ice and fire. Ouyang Han began to realize that without his right leg, he could not dodge. Realizing the danger, the spearman decided to use the gravel wall skill. Thus, the tongues of flame crashed into the gravel wall. The boy asked his opponent if he really thought he could avoid the flames by turning into earth. To which the short-haired man told the main character that he would tear him to pieces. As he charged, he explained how he had originally intended to use this technique against Zhou Qiqing, but the boy had turned out to be a faster opponent. After which, Ouyang Han used profound knowledge and absolute extermination strike. At the sight of which the boy thought that even using verdict, he would not be able to reflect this power. Realizing this fact, the protagonist decided to use one skill. Lin Shu was curious about what kind of strength he had achieved after absorbing the 8th rank abnormal crystal. Having experienced the skill fall of the Milky Way, the enemy began to spit blood. But the main character also had a hard time withstanding his own ability. Seeing their classmate, they rushed to his aid. Ouyang Han knelt down and declared that he was more interested in what was happening in the area. Looking towards the other fight, the short-haired man thought that Tian Zixia was no match for Luo Ao. Understanding this, the leader of the second group ordered his comrades to help the girl. The beauty looked at the approaching enemy and became very wary. But Zhang Yin, who had appeared with everyone else, had no intention of giving in to the number of enemies. Thus, the 10th group of the Southern University clashed with the first group of the Northern University. Addressing the boy, Ouyang Han stated that even without a weapon, he was no match for him. Following this, he activated the golden skill Sand Gravel Fist. Upon seeing this, Lin Shu decided to use the Thunder Tearing Fist. As a result, two strong blows clashed with each other, not intending to give in to each other. But in the end, the main character defeated the short-haired man by breaking his arm, and the beauty successfully dealt with her combat opponent. Looking at the opposite group, the protagonist noticed how she lost. Ouyang Han accepted his loss against the 10th group. The boy reminded her that it was time to pay the bills, deciding to take all the anomalous crystal, to which the short-haired man replied that they could only give up a third of the entire catch. After these words, the main character decided to finish off the first group and take them himself. But Ouyang Han stood his ground. He intended to even die, but to take a couple of members of the enemy group with him. And eventually, the dark-haired man agreed to these conditions. He himself thought that the students in front of him were far from weak, and that if it came to a battle, everyone would suffer. Then Shinzixia threw down her backpack, assuring the boy that it contained a third of the loot. Having received what he wanted, the protagonist thanked the opposing group for their cooperation. After which, the first group from the Northern University headed away. After his opponents left, Lin Shu himself fell to the ground spitting blood. The comrades who ran up began to inquire about the headman's condition, and he assured them that he was fine. And then the main character suggested that the group quickly return to the base. After some time, an airplane from Shengyu University appeared on the territory of the ruins. The first group, upon arriving at the base, first decided to take the leader to the medical module. Zhuo Qiqing appeared and mockingly suggested that the opposing group had encountered a serious enemy. Throwing several bags on the table, the fair-haired man declared that a result of 258 points was bad. After all, they counted anomalous crystal at 280 points. After which, Zhuo Qiqing noted how the first group of Southern University took first place in this competition. But then the 10th group from the Southern University appeared. Shinzixia noted that it was still too early to rejoice, because there was still one more group. Realizing that this was about the 10th group, the fair-haired man laughed and called them a bunch of losers. Eventually, the number 280 points appeared on the screen. The appraiser shared how, by rough estimate, there is even more here than in the previous group. Zhuo Qiqing didn't intend to believe it. He assumed that it was a blind chance that couldn't be counted. Realizing that first place was taken by two groups, the fair-haired one wanted to know how the prize would be divided. He said that this was the first case, which meant he needed to get instructions from the director. Zhuo Qiqing himself remembered the 8th rank abnormal crystal, with which the 10th group would have undoubtedly won. As for the crystal, the blonde-haired man intended to remind him later. Lin Shu thought that if he knew the outcome of the competition, he would not have completely absorbed the crystal. In just 1 week, out of more than 100 students who took part in the competition, only about 60 remained. The teacher was glad to see his students in full force. He also told how their classmates at the Emerald Grove took 16th place. After this, the boy began to wonder if they were really so mediocre that they wouldn't ask about their results. To which the long-haired man responded by suggesting that they had taken a place somewhere around 10. After which, Lin Shu told how the 10th group took first place with 280 points. Hearing this, the teacher and his classmates standing behind him were speechless. Realizing that this was true, they rushed to the squad and began praising them. Following this, the dark-haired man said that the first South had gained the same amount. But this did not bother the shaggy man, because the first place divided is still the same first place. After this, Director Boley began to announce the students' achievements. Upon learning that the 10th Southern group took 16th place in the Emerald Thicket, which surprised all the students. But that was only the beginning, because the bearded man moved on to the prize places of the ruins location. Upon hearing about their place, the 10th group began to shout with joy, and the students standing nearby could not believe that they were able to achieve first place. The director then explained how they had prepared one set of awards for first place, but there were two groups. Without wasting any time, Zhuo Qiqing proposed a duel between the group leaders. The nearby students supported the fair-haired man's proposal. The main character also agreed to this battle. The match between the 1st and 10th groups was agreed upon. This had not happened since the founding of the university. The teacher of the first group shared that he had no objections. Turning to Teacher Nan, he said that he need not worry. He would instruct Zhuo Qiqing to be more gentle. To which the long-haired man responded that he had nothing against Lin Shu's decision to fight. After all, he will also instruct the boy to give it his all and trample the enemy. Having received consent from both sides, Director Boley asked the participants to enter the arena. Finding himself on which the fair-haired man told the boy to attack faster. Lo Ao said that if the dark-haired one loses, then he should go to Starlight. Having received these words, the main character began to rise to the shouts of his name. Shinzixia, who was standing nearby, was surprised that the boy dared to fight. Zhuo Qiqing, standing in the arena, decided to remind him about how the boy stole his abnormal crystal. In response to this, the protagonist asked his opponent since when he became his. After all, he had noticed it, so he would have taken it all for himself, Lin Shu concluded. After these words, the fair-haired man rushed at the main character, intending to finish him off. He, noting how the boy had become a 5th-rank warrior, added that he was still no match for him. The boy, in response, decided to use the greatness of the phoenix, at the sight of which the fair-haired man emphasized how scorching the flame was. He also understood that if he was exposed to it, he would undoubtedly get burns. And a moment later, the boy asked his opponent how he liked the smell of fried pork. Rushing towards his opponent, Zhuo Qiqing intended to punish him for his ridicule. The boy was amazed when he saw the blonde guy's high speed. Realizing that there was no point in dodging, Lin Shu used the verdict skill, after which a bright explosion thundered in the middle of the arena, and the duo separated again, throwing each other several meters away. Zhuo Qiqing asked his opponent what he had just done. Realizing that the boy was able to keep up with his rhythm, he decided to use the technique of movements. Director Boley, who was watching the fight, read the information about the two boys. Switching to Lin Shu, he was amazed by the boy's rapid growth. The bearded man began to call the main character a talent that had no equal. But the bearded man was more struck by the presence of the black ray that belonged to Boley Haoli. The protagonist, using a spear, sent a pear-colored flurry at the enemy. In response, the blonde man decided to use the divine strike of sparkling glitter. The boy didn't understand his opponent's technique, but he knew that if he slowed down, it was his only way to win. Following this, the dark-haired man activated pear-colored frost squall. Upon learning that the boy could use ice energy, the director called him a genius. At the same time, the fair-haired man could not believe that the enemy possessed the frost attribute. after which he asked the boy if all his fighting skills were fire type. In response to this question, the protagonist used Phoenix's majesty, under the power of which Zhuo Qiqing took flight. Writhing in pain, the fair-haired man began to guess where the boy got the frost attribute from. Then Lin Shu told him how he obtained it after absorbing the 8th rank abnormal crystal. Hearing this, the fair-haired man called the main character scum. He considered the boy's consumption of the anomalous crystal to be a waste. Seeing the sudden increase, the boy assumed that he had a skill similar to anger explosion. Hidden origin technique is the compression of origin energy for extraction during combat. The greater the amount of compressed source energy, the stronger the eruption of force at the moment of extraction. At the same time, Zhuo Qiqing rushed at the protagonist using the soul slash skill, and eventually the fair-haired man was able to reach the boy. Watching the battle, Lo Ao told her frightened comrades to take a closer look. Ouyang Han, who was nearby, noted how the protagonist's aura could still be felt. However, Zhuo Qiqing's blade was able to reach Lin Shu's neck and even cut it. But it turned out to be a clone, which after its disappearance created a smokescreen. And at that very moment, a dark-haired man appeared with the pear-colored flurry skill at the ready. Without thinking twice, Zhuo Qiqing wanted to block the enemy's attack, but he had already disappeared, after which Lin Shu appeared again, striking the blonde man. The spectators were surprised that the leader of the 10th group was able to pierce his opponent's left shoulder. Following this, Zhuo Qiqing grabbed the spear, intending to do something. Looking at the main character, he laughed and said that it was not so easy to defeat him. And then the main character was amazed by these words, after which it dawned on him that he had used some kind of toxin. Realizing that he had been exposed, Zhuo Qiqing shared how he was ready to win by any means necessary, and after a few seconds, Lin Shu released his spear and headed towards the ground. The headman of the first group had no intention of stopping once he took out his spear. He added that he does not intend to leave his opponent at a disadvantage. Following these words, Zhuo Qiqing used the skill Black Dragon Death Fist, after which the boy felt colossal pain. Realizing that the poison's properties were not life-threatening, the boy realized how he would not be able to dodge it. Then, once again, a hand-to-hand combat technique called the Black Dragon's Fist of Doom reached the boy's chin. But that was not all. Zhuo Qiqing intended to send another such blow, after which the students assumed that the battle was over, in favor of the head of the first group. The blonde guy himself noted that even if the boy survived, there would still be a blow for him. At this time, Lin Shu began to see the faces of his comrades in his mind. And then the system offered the owner to open the second stage of the genetic lock. After activating it, the main character felt unreal pain in every cell of his body. He thought, it was not for nothing that the system said that there was a risk of death when opening it. Zhuo Qiqing, who was watching the boy, couldn't understand what was happening to him. And then the teacher of the 10th group suggested giving the student first aid before it was too late. But Director Boley said that this would not be necessary, because the student would be fine. He himself thought how similar this pain was to that which came when breaking through the redivided boundaries. Returning to the protagonist, the system congratulated him on the successful opening of the genetic lock. Looking at his opponent, the boy asked if it was fun beating him up. And after that, the dark-haired man activated the skill Tearing Fist. In response, the blonde man decided to use the Black Dragon's Fist of Doom again. And after that, dust rose up in the arena area. As a result, Zhuo Qiqing appeared under the power of the main character, finding himself in the air. Having crashed into the stands, the leader of the first group could not find where such power came from. Standing up, he declared that their fight with the main character was not over yet. But Lin Shu, who had appeared, noted that the fight was not over until the opponent turned into a mess. Without thinking twice, the dark-haired man decided to use the Wind God's leg. Following this, the skill Thunderclap Fist was activated, after which the blonde man's carcass went back into the wall of the stands. Looking at the beaten enemy, the protagonist noticed how victory was his. The teacher of the 10th group and all his students were very happy. Director Payne, who descended, called this battle truly brilliant. Turning to the main character, the bearded man called him an outstanding talent. But the teacher of the first group stated that Lin Shu had used a prohibited drug. This assumption was supported by the first group itself, calling the boy a fraud. In response, the dark-haired man emphasized how they don't know how to lose at all. The director said that if we refer to the teacher's logic, then his student also achieved enhancement with the help of a prohibited drug. In response, the blonde man said that his student used a technique, and the opponent used an unknown weapon, to which the bearded man reminded how warriors' skills can be deep and multifaceted. Zhang Yin, standing nearby, and the others began to call the first group rotten because they could not accept their defeat. Realizing that there was nothing left to prove, the teacher told the students to take Zhuo Qiqing to the medical center. Following this, Director Boley announced the first place of the 10th group in the ruins area. The entire 10th group, together with the teacher, was incredibly happy about this. After some time, the main character's group found themselves in the combat skills hall. The red-haired man pointed out how it was not dangerous to lay out so many high-ranking cards. To which the girl, calling it normal since they were under protection, suggested not to waste time. Walking through the hall, the boy noticed one card that had become covered in cobwebs. Shaking it off, it turned out to be the Heavenly Dragon Charge skill intended for a spear. Having noticed the boy with this map, Loeo noticed how unusual it was, because no one had been able to study it at the university. Hearing this, the protagonist was surprised that this map was so difficult to understand. The blonde noted how, in order to study this card, it must be comprehended in combination with others. Having received one of them, the boy was amazed, because it was the Tyrant Spear technique. The man who appeared noted how knowledgeable the girl was. Grandfather agreed with her words. A couple of years ago, several students tried to study this skill map, but they did not succeed. However, they were unable to even read the information from this card, which surprised the boy. The same old man noted that if the boy intended to study, then he needed more maps. Hearing this, the protagonist remembered how he was told that he would not be able to learn the Ripping Fist, but he did. And yet, in the end, the protagonist declared that he wanted to take on the Heavenly Dragon's onslaught. While in his cottage, the boy intended to master the skill card. At that very moment, a patched skill card fell into the protagonist's hands. It turned out to be the same technique of the Tyrant Spear that amazed the main character. The beauty who appeared shared that this was a gift for the main character. Realizing that he had received this card, the boy asked about the girl. The white-haired one told how she didn't find a single suitable skill in that establishment. The boy himself wondered where Loeo came from, if he could throw cards around. After receiving the thanks, the girl explained how she thought Lin Shu's extreme weakness would affect her. Without thinking twice, the dark-haired man decided to start studying his map, after which, many movements left their imprint on the boy's mind. Thus, the main character acquired a golden skill called Tyrant Spear. It was then that Lin Shu realized what an uncompromising spear technique this was. But the defense in the Tyrant Spear technique consists of attacking the enemy. Without thinking twice, the protagonist decided to move on to the Sky Dragon's onslaught map. Lin Si wanted to know how incomprehensible this skill was from what people said. Putting it to his forehead, the boy decided to activate the golden skill Heavenly Spear Charge. But in the end, nothing happened to the main character, even after several minutes had passed. 10 minutes later, there was still no reaction to the boy's anger. Holding his head, Lin Shu wondered why this card didn't react to him at all. Standing on one hand, the boy assumed that he needed to have a stance. Having tried all possible stances, the boy was still unable to achieve the result. After throwing the card, the protagonist was angry at such a reward after getting first place. Suddenly, the system sensed an unknown source and suggested activating the absorption ability. And of course, the boy, having submitted the card, decided to take advantage of this offer. To Lin Shu's surprise, he found himself among some burning ruins of an old building. After which, a rider with a spear appeared among the corpses. And a second later, with the help of an unprecedented force, nothing was left of the main character. Lin Shu regained his sight and was surprised to find himself immersed in the illusion of a skill card. Looking at his spear, the protagonist thought how the new skill couldn't even compare to the diamond one. With these thoughts, the boy activated the new skill, Heavenly Dragon Charge. Having released it, the main character felt pain, from which he even began to spit. The boy was thinking about how he couldn't fully form an attack and how he almost died. At the same time, someone rang the doorbell of the cottage, which scared the boy. He became curious about who she was dragging to visit at such a late time of day. Opening the door in front of him, the main character asked who was there. This man turned out to be the red-haired brute that Lin Shu wanted to see. Noticing blood on the boy's face, he asked if he was wounded. Following this, the red-haired man suggested that the dark-haired man was a victim of domestic violence, to which the boy responded by asking why they had come to see him. To which the guest introduced himself as Ma Bao Huo, adding that he was the owner of the 25th floor of the competition tower, and he came here to give the boy a competition on his floor. Having heard the refusal, the big guy said that, being the best first-year student, he couldn't refuse. To which the main character responded by calling himself the biggest weakling at Southern University. But then the big guy grinned and assured the boy that he had no reason to refuse. After all, if Lin Shu defeats him, he will be able to obtain the diamond movement technique. After this, the main character declared that as a warrior, he was obliged to accept the fight and his decision was in no way connected with the diamond technique. Having received the desired answer, the red-haired man said that he would wait for it on Monday. In addition, the boy will have to climb the tower again because the results are updated every week. Left alone, Lin Shu thought that he was willing to work hard for such a card. Ouyang Han, who appeared on the street, asked the elder whether the boy had agreed. To which he told how the boy, upon seeing the card, agreed like a sweetheart. Calling the boy a country bumpkin, the short-haired man intended to take revenge on him. Returning to the main character, he began to use his accumulated spins. He thought about how lucky he had been lately. The main character's first prize was a golden combat skill card. The boy was only glad, but he didn't need the cane technique at all. Without thinking twice, the main character decided to move on to the next spin, after which the boy asked the system to continue. This time he got a useless gold combat skill card again. Next was a silver card suitable for the blade. at the sight of which Lin Shu began to blush and think about failure. Unexpectedly, the main character received a mysterious gift. The system asked the owner if he wanted to open the prize he had received, to which the main character, having refused, still saw the opening of the gift in front of him. This time the system congratulated the boy on receiving a healing-type prize. At one time, the main character, on the contrary, began to blame the system for his failure. After opening the jar, the boy emphasized how it smelled quite nice, after which Lin Shu thought that the system was treating him well after all. After taking one pill, the main character felt a pretty good effect. Having received the restoration of Lin Shu's body, he decided to continue using his new skill, and after that, the boy began activating Heavenly Dragon Onslaught. But in the end, once again, halfway through, his body couldn't bear the weight. Still, the boy intended to master this skill by the evening with the help of pills. At this time, Lo Ao, who had just come out of the shower, heard the boy's screams. Hearing numerous repetitions, the girl assumed that he had failed, but she wanted to give credit to the efforts of the main character. Looking at her laptop screen, the girl saw an incoming message. There was a text message with photos attached. The man she was looking for was found in the dark forest. Seeing this, the blonde thought about how she had finally managed to find it. Returning to the main character, he didn't even notice how he fell asleep during training. As he stood up, he noticed that he had vomited several liters of blood, but was still able to master the skill. Now he intended to go to the competition tower to meet Ma Baohuo. Entering the kitchen, the boy noticed the food and shared how good it was to have a wife. Realizing that this was said out loud, the protagonist became wary, expecting consequences. After some time, the head of the 10th group at the Southern Institute greeted the head of the group. It was the same 4 guys that Lin Shu knew. Suddenly, the protagonist asked his comrades if they had seen Lo Ao. Hearing such a sudden question, the shaved one asked the boy. He had already managed to miss him. After hitting Zhang Li on the head, the protagonist ordered him to shut up. To which the 2 standing nearby asked the bald man not to drag them to the next world. And even after half a day, the beauty still hadn't shown up, which surprised the boy. Zhang Li approached and began to mockingly suggest that Lin Shu's wife had abandoned him. Ignoring the dark-haired man, he told his friends how he was heading to the competition tower. The assembled 10th group began to whisper about how their headman would take first place again. The crowd gathered at the competition tower noticed the main character. She started whispering about how the 10th group managed to take first place. Even though the boy was in first place among the first-year students, the students still considered him arrogant. And all because today, he intended to challenge the owner of the 25th floor. The main character was only happy that such a crowd of people came to stare at him. Situated on the first floor, the audience waited for the main character to appear. They began to assume that the dark-haired man would fly out faster than meeting Ma Baohuo. At the same time, Lin Shu was thinking about how long it would take to reach the 25th floor this time. A few moments later, the boy's first fight ended in his favor. On the second floor, a freshman named Lin Shu won again. Having climbed to the 3rd floor, the protagonist managed to end the fight in one blow, not giving his opponent even a second to attack. And after some time, the main character reached the doors of the 15th floor. To the excitement of his comrades, the boy replied that he had reached the level of a 5th-rank warrior, which is why he was so fast. But starting from the 15th floor, all students will be 5th rank. The swordsman who appeared asked the boy if he had challenged the tower of competition. Even without receiving an answer, the bandage rushed at the boy, noticing how such people irritated him. At one time, Lin Shu decided to use the thunder-tearing fist. And so, with just one skill attack, the owner of the 15th floor was defeated. Having literally walked over the enemy, Lin Shu asked for forgiveness, sharing that he was running out of time. The protagonist's comrades in the stands were amazed by his strength. After some time, the main character was able to reach the 20th floor. Lin Shu, greeting Becker, remarked how they met again. Without thinking twice, the 5th-rank warrior rushed at the enemy, intending to crush him. The boy, looking at his angry opponent, reminded him of his victory, to which Becker remarked that the boy had gone too far. Last time, his ice ability caused a lot of trouble. So once again, the 5th-rank warrior decided to resort to his 3 feet of ice skill. In response, the main character explained how he too now has a frost attribute. Following this, Lin Shu activated pear-colored frost squall, seeing which Becker remembered how the enemy recently possessed a fire type. After which the dark-haired man decided to demonstrate the greatness of the phoenix. The main character's fire skill was enough to break his opponent. He, having risen to his feet, was amazed that the boy possessed opposite attributes at the same time. And finally, the judge announced the dark-haired man as the winner of the next floor. Standing nearby, Ouyang Han noticed how the owner of the floor was defeated again, only much faster than last time. Becker himself, turning to the boy, told him that he would need to defeat 4 more strong fighters. After all, starting from the 20th floor, all the owners are masters who are not so easy to defeat. But after a while, Becker was amazed by the lightning speed of the protagonist. And all because Lin Shu had already reached the 25th floor of the competition tower. The spectators standing nearby also could not contain their surprise, recalling the assumptions about when the boy would fly out. Moving towards the duo, the red-haired man emphasized how his opponent had become stronger again in just one evening, judging by his aura. Thinking about this, Ma Baohuo turned to the judge and asked him to take the skill card for safekeeping. Upon seeing the diamond card, the spectators were surprised that the red-haired man used it as a pledge in a bet. Ma Baohuo himself decided not to wait long and rushed towards the enemy with his hammer. Having failed to reach his goal, the big guy noted that for such a kid, he had impressive speed. The boy once thought about how the opponent's blows uncompromisingly covered a wide area. Ma Baohuo had no intention of giving in to the main character by taking aim at him. In response, Lin Shu asked his opponent, who said that he would also submit. Following this, the dark-haired man activated the skill tyrant's spear, directing it at the big guy. The red-haired man, feeling the boy's strength, was surprised that she was so daring. And after this thought, the boy's first attack was missed, which hit the opponent's cheek. Having felt the main character's weapon, Ma Baohuo decided to use the golden skill, Power of the Terrified Tiger. But the dark-haired man still managed to dodge the enemy's fast hammer. And then the two powerful skills collided, creating an air wave. Ma Baohuo was once again amazed that the boy, being a 5th-rank warrior, had such power. As a result of this confrontation, the two found themselves at opposite ends of the arena. Viewers now understand why Lin Shu is called the best freshman. The main character himself, turning to his opponent, asked him to continue attacking. Without thinking twice, Lin Shu activated his skill called Phoenix's Majesty, at the sight of which Ma Baohuo noted how the temperature of this fire was enormous. Realizing that dodging was pointless, the red-haired man decided to use the dome. This is a defensive ability, available only to 6th-rank warriors. The boy responded by noting how the turtle's shell turned out to be quite strong. Ma Baohuo responded by saying that the difference between the 5th and 6th ranks was the presence of the dome. Additionally, the redhead can compress this technique to make it fit close to his body. In response, Lin Shu reminded him how the dome required a huge amount of source energy, after which he sent a pear-colored frost squall at his opponent, because of which the red-haired man's speed noticeably decreased despite the protective barrier. The boy had no intention of stopping. The next one was a strike of accumulated power combined with a pear-colored flurry. And then Ma Baohuo realized that the boy had managed to make holes in his dome. The protagonist himself then activated profound knowledge with the 3rd pear-colored flurry, at the sight of which the enemy realized that this was another special version of the skill. And a moment later, the red-haired man was hit with a multitude of fierce blows, after which Ma Baohuo's defensive technique crumbled, and he himself was sent flying. Spectators, looking at the lost hammer, wondered how it would fight. The two standing there, hearing these questions, noticed how the elder one was proficient in something completely different from this weapon. At one point, the main character, noticing that the enemy was unarmed, declared his victory, to which the big guy told his opponent how the war hammer was not his primary weapon. Compared to the hammer, he much prefers to beat his opponents with his fists. Following this, Ma Baohuo activated the Wild Monkey's Wrath skill. The girl standing nearby was amazed that the red-haired man had rapidly increased his strength. Hearing this, Wu Yanghan said that these gloves were extremely rare, and the skill was passed down from generation to generation. Lin Shu thought about how his opponent's skill was very similar to his anger explosion. However, he did not know if the opponent had any limitations or side effects, after which, Ma Baohuo's gloves and the protagonist's black ray clashed in battle. A moment later, he realized that his opponent's fist had managed to meet his spear. Thus, the boy took a strong blow, from which he ended up in the air. But that wasn't all, because the red-haired man was going to finish off the main character with one more blow. Concentrating his power in his hand, Ma Baohuo activated the Bloody Mess skill. Lin Shu's comrades, who were watching this spectacle, became worried about him. After another barrage of blows, the protagonist found himself in the air again. Without wasting any time, the big guy decided to use the Iron Fist of Fury skill, from the force of which a stream of red blood splashed out of the dark-haired man's mouth. All the same comrades could not hide their ardent concern for the state of the headman. But then Zhang Yi decided to remind them that their boy had one extremely unusual skill. And after these words, one truth was revealed. The beaten Lin Shu turned out to be just a clone. The red-haired man couldn't hide his surprise at this realization. But immediately after this, the main character's spear appeared behind the red-haired man. While trying to block the weapon, Ma Baohuo noted that he had never seen such a strange skill. The boy himself thought that in order to win, he would need to use the explosion of anger. Without waiting for Lin Shu for long, he used his technique as he wanted. At the sight of which, the girl recalled how Wu Yanghan said that having such a type is extremely rare. At one point, the main character then activated the Milky Way fall skill. And then the red-haired man took on many crushing blows. Having recovered, he emphasized how now he had become truly interested. Ma Baohuo then decided to fight his opponent with all his heart, first activating Bloodlust. Seeing this, Lin Shu thought how even after being wounded, his opponent's strength had only increased. And at that moment, the main character realized that he had only one option left. After which, a huge red silhouette of a warrior with a spear appeared behind the boy. It was a newly acquired skill called Heavenly Dragon Charge. In response, the red-haired man decided to use Heavenly Chaos. But once again, the target of the attack turned out to be only the clone of the main character. Realizing this, the red-haired man began to frantically look around, expecting a sudden attack. Afterwards, to Ma Baohuo's surprise, he found himself in a very strange place that was not an arena. And then suddenly a spearman on horseback appeared behind the red-haired man, after which the main character's skill, Heavenly Dragon's Charge, was activated. At that moment, Ma Baohuo realized that he had entered an illusory realm. Thinking back, Lin Shu realized that the real version was heading towards him at full strength. But the big guy didn't dare give in to his opponent so easily, waiting for death. Thus, Ma Baohuo activated the golden skill Heavenly Chaos again. After which, a huge explosion occurred in the arena due to the collision of two attack skills. The spectators, covering themselves with their hands, were amazed by the power emanating from this pair. Ma Baohuo, who appeared among the dust, shared his surprise that the boy had such a strong skill. After the red-haired man fell, the judge declared the protagonist the winner of this confrontation. The 10th group began to shout out the name of their leader, rejoicing at his victory. But amidst all this joy, Ouyang Han was angry at the red-haired man. The boy ran up to Zhang Yi and assured her that he was okay. The dark-haired man then received the diamond combat skill card he desired, looking at which, Lin Shu could not hide his great joy. But then a familiar voice asked the main character not to rejoice prematurely. This man turned out to be Ouyang Han, who declared that sooner or later he would settle the score with the boy. Then Lin Shu guessed that the short-haired man had provided this map for the competition. Understanding this, the boy pointed his finger at the man opposite and declared that he had no chance of winning. But still, if Ouyang Han wants to give a skill next time, he won't mind. Realizing the current hopelessness, he finally said that they would see who would laugh last. After such a hard day, the protagonist was heading home through a side street of Shengyu University. Suddenly, Qin Zixia appeared in front of the boy and greeted the dark-haired man. Seeing this, Lin Shu assumed that the short-haired man wanted to give him the skill again. In response to this, the girl asked if it was strange that Lo Ao had not shown up for a long time. Following this, the girl told how she accidentally overheard Lo Ao asking the teacher for a day off, a half-month's leave to go into the dark forest to save someone. Having heard all this information, the main character was amazed. Shinzixia reminded her interlocutor that the dark forest was a dangerous place where it was impossible for warriors below the 6th rank to survive. And then Lin Shu realized that the girl was telling him this, that he had gone to help Luo Ao and had not returned. In response, the girl asked the dark-haired man if he would leave his beloved in trouble, to which the main character declared that he would return alive with Lo Ao. The next day, the boy, walking down the corridor, was thinking about the information he had received from the Alliance website about the Dark Forest. In the last century, a huge spatial rift appeared in this forest, through which many monsters seeped. At this time, a huge crowd gathered in front of the main entrance to the academic building. Realizing that the 10th group had misunderstood them, one of the students tried to say something, but the main character, who appeared amidst shouts, did not let him finish. At this moment, the loud sound of heels was heard among the crowd. It was Xiao Roshui who happily greeted Big Lin. The dark-haired man was at one time struck by the blonde who appeared familiar. The girl, without waiting for long, rushed to the main character, noticing how long they had not seen each other. Li Ping, who was watching this spectacle, was amazed by this incomprehensible situation. Another group of students standing nearby also couldn't understand what was happening. Xiao Roshui told them how she knew Lin Shu, but they didn't know that much. Having escaped from the blonde's grip, Lin Shu asked her what she was doing at Shengyu University. Hearing this, the girl told her friend how she was a second-year student, after which the dark-haired man remembered that Xiao Roshui worked as a doctor at Starlight Academy. She shared how at that time she was replacing her older brother due to family circumstances. After all, nowadays the patient is placed in a medical bay, and the problem is solved. When the boy learned that there was such an irresponsible doctor at the academy, he was shocked. Hugging the protagonist, Xiao Ruoshui asked him if he missed her. Then the girl began to list all the dark-haired man's achievements. However, she also heard that a certain girl from the first group transferred to the 10th for Lin Shu's sake. Realizing that something was wrong, the main character began to justify himself and calm the blonde down. Having learned about the boy and the girl living together, Xiao Ruoshui invited him to move in with her. Li Ping, standing nearby, could not hide his joy for the headman, because two beauties were fighting for him. Here, a bald man named Guo Tansen asked his classmate to move on to the matter at hand. Hearing this, the blonde asked the student if making up for lost time with Lin Shu was really irrelevant. However, Xiao Ruoshui decided to invite the protagonist to go on a mission together. The blonde and her squad are going to go to the dark forest. The animals of this forest have a common weakness, a fear of fire, which is why the boy's fighting skills will come in handy. Upon learning of this offer, the boy asked what the reward would be for this. Xiao Ruoshui asked the boy with displeasure if he was not able to help her out. And after that, the blonde named Lin Shu's share as 200,000 points. Remembering his intentions to find Luo Ao, the protagonist decided to agree because then he would be able to help Xiaoruo Shui, after which the main character responded to the girl with a positive answer. Having received consent to participate in the mission, she named a meeting place at the main gate of the university. After which, having said goodbye, the girl asked the main character to be there at noon. The boy's classmates were stunned when they learned that he was planning to go to the dark forest. Lei came over and said that she would tell Luo Ao everything when she returned. At one time, the main character told his classmates to reach the 4th rank by the time he returned. After some time, a loud commotion was heard in the faculty building. It was the long-haired man who did not want to give his consent to Lin Shu's task. The boy assured the teacher that he would be fine since he was going with the older students, to which he shared how he could not vouch for himself that he would return from there. And then the main character decided to ask why Lo Ao was allowed then. The teacher explained how the rector himself, and not he, had decided this issue. After which, Lin Shu declared that he would go to the dark forest and return with Luo Ao. And in the end, the long-haired man decided to agree with his student's decision. Finally, the teacher asked Lin Shu to be as careful as possible. The next day, a joyful Xiaoruo Shui greeted the protagonist. Ma Bao Huo, who appeared, also greeted the boy. The blonde said that she taught the big guy a lesson, as was required since the last meeting of the two. The red-haired man extended his hand and asked the boy to consider the incident a friendly brawl, to which the protagonist agreed, adding his gratitude for the diamond map. At this time, the squad's transport landed near the main gate of Shengyu University. Xiaoruo Shui explained how they first needed to go to Shenglin, and from there, they would go to the dark forest. After some time, the plane with the main character's detachment ended up in the city. After leaving the ship, the blonde shared how the university provided them with a place to live. Shenglin is a city adjacent to the edge of the dark forest, and there is a very unusual terrain here. From that moment on, the girl asked the squad to be more careful than usual. At this time, a group of people standing nearby were unhappy with the appearance of the Shengyu University students. One of the ninja reported to his master as the squad disembarked from the small aircraft. Remembering what had recently happened, the long-haired man intended to take revenge. Following this, the man ordered his men to gather more henchmen and set up an ambush. As for the girls, the long-haired man ordered them to be taken prisoner because he felt sorry to kill them. Having moved to the squad, Xiaoruo Shui suggested that her comrades spend the night on the outskirts of the dark forest. Suddenly, the boy sensed the approaching danger and warned his allies, after which the entire alarmed squad found itself under the protective skill dome. One of the people wondered who dared to ambush an ordinary student. Realizing that action was needed, the girl told her comrades to get ready. And a moment after cupola dispelled, the blonde activated the butterfly dance skill. The main character decided to send the greatness of the phoenix in his direction. Thus, the attackers were forced to leave the tree branches and show themselves to the detachment. Seeing which, Xiaoruo Shui ordered her comrades to kill the rats that appeared. Then the entire squad rushed towards the enemy, deciding to finish them off as quickly as possible. One of the ninjas was very unhappy that someone dared to burn his skin. At one time, Lin Shu used the silent step technique to avoid bullets. He noted how, compared to laser training, the enemy's attacks were insignificant. Realizing that he couldn't win with a machine gun, the ninja decided to switch to close combat. He swung his blades and used the crosscut skill. In response, the protagonist decided to demonstrate the tyrant's spear, from the power of which the opponent was sent flying without any weight. But that wasn't all, because Lin Shu then used pear-colored flurry. Xiaoruo Shui, who was watching the boy from the side, noted how much she liked him. At one point, the dark-haired man thought about why, even during a fight, one couldn't refrain from making strange remarks. One of the ninjas, seeing the fear of his allies, reminded them that they only needed to wait for the master. Hearing these words from her rival, the blonde became interested, after which she shared that the enemies would not be able to wait for help. At this time, in the middle of the outskirts of the dark forest, the same support group was moving forward. Here, one of the people reported to the chief about the meeting of the allies with a detachment of students. The same ninja added that their comrades would not last long. The long-haired man became very angry after hearing this. He was going to punish the upstarts. Then the ninja reported that their people told them how soon everyone would die. And then the angry gentleman ordered his men to move forward faster. Suddenly, the ninja told how the deputy chief was nearby. Having learned about this, the blue-eyed man hesitated because they would definitely yell at him and call him a mediocrity. But in the end, he decided to call the deputy head just in case, to be on the safe side. Following this, the long-haired man and his men decided to hurry up and finish off the students. Once the long-haired man arrived, he was amazed because all the allies had already been defeated, after which the main character and his comrades noticed new enemies. The young master asked the squad how they dared to kill the members of the Haichuan Guild. The Shengyu University team that was heading out said that the guests would also be going to another world. The long-haired man was surprised by this statement, calling the students self-confident upstarts. Pointing his finger, he shared how he had already fought with an icy student from Shengyu University. Hearing this, the protagonist immediately remembered Lo Ao, who went to the dark forest. Thinking about this, the boy asked the long-haired man, who was talking about a white-haired girl with a sword on her back. And then the young gentleman realized that the boy was familiar with the ice girl. Taking hold of his spear, Lin Shu declared that if the long-haired man told everything he knew about the blonde, he would spare his life. The fat man who appeared told his boss that he would deal with the 5-rank upstart. After which, the blue-haired man ordered his allies to finish off the squad of students in the name of the Haichuan Guild. The fat man, rushing into the attack, decided to use the volcanic hammer. After dodging, the protagonist sent his opponent flying with a pear-colored flurry. He then activated profound knowledge for the new pear-colored squall. And in a moment, the enemy's huge carcass was driven into the ground dead. Xiaoruo Shui, who was nearby, had no intention of giving in to the boy and attacked the pack of enemies. The young gentleman, who was watching the battle, wondered where this detachment came from. The dark-haired man himself, having dealt with the obstacle, decided to move on to the main goal. Rushing towards the enemy group, Lin Shu once again resorted to pear-colored flurry. At one time, a nearby blonde used the butterfly dance skill. Realizing the approaching danger, the long-haired man began to hide behind the ninjas' backs. But then, to everyone's surprise, a dome appeared around the young master's group. After repelling all the attacks, the owner of the defensive skill herself appeared. Shaggy, seeing his aunt, could not hide his joy, because with her, they would win. A blue-haired woman named Mieko Yoshida is the vice leader of the Haichuan Guild. The red-haired man, seeing this woman, was amazed, because an orange-colored warrior appeared in front of the squad. At one time, Mieko Yoshida asked the students how they dared to attack members of her guild. Xiaoruo Shui told her allies that this woman was an A-class criminal. Hearing this, the blue-haired girl shared how surprised she was that someone from Shengyu knew her name. The blonde then asked if the woman was afraid of attracting the attention of the nearby Alliance garrison. To which Mieko Yoshida stated that she could quickly deal with the weak detachment of students and just as quickly leave the area. After which, the woman, waving her blade, created a wave and directed it at the squad of students. Xiaoruo Shui, understanding the power of this attack, told her comrades to quickly dodge. Having seen the children's actions, the deputy head of the Haichuan Guild noted the speed of the response. The blonde then stated that she, Lin Shu, and Ma Baohuo would deal with the criminal, while the rest of the trio will deal with the enemy group. Thus, 3 students surrounded Mieko Yoshida, intending to deal with her. At one time, the other comrades headed towards the blue-haired man and the gang of ninjas. Taking out the strange thing, the long-haired man noted how, having his aunt nearby, he did not need to fight. Having created a barrier, the young gentleman called the 3 students fools. After all, this is a barrier, the latest technology, so trying to break through it is pointless. Hearing this, the girl suggested that her allies go and help with the criminal. At this time, the 3 students tried to hide from the shockwave of the 7th rank warrior skill. Mieko Yoshida herself noted that if the trio were at the peak of rank 6, they would be able to create few problems. But this is not so. Moreover, among them there is a 5th rank, the woman concluded. She then added that she had the ability to finish off so many talented Shengyu students. Even the thought of it is arousing, said the A-class criminal. Rushing towards Xiaoruo Shui, the blue-haired girl said that she wanted to start by breaking the pretty things. In the next moment, the blonde was sent into the air by the woman's swing. But suddenly, Mieko Yoshida activated her skill, Tyrannosaurus Tail. Sensing the approaching power, the girl activated the dome, thereby protecting herself and Lin Shu. But in the end, the duo, under the pressure of the force, crashed into a tree behind them. Having risen, Xiaoruo Shui now realized how huge the difference between their ranks was. The main character himself thought that with the help of the explosion of anger and the strike of accumulated anger, he could create competition. But to use them most effectively, it is necessary to catch the enemy off guard. Remembering his first goal, Lin Shu decided to take advantage of the family ties between the 2 opponents. The blonde ordered Guoling to take care of the pack so that they wouldn't interfere at the crucial moment, and everyone else had to put in all their strength to defeat the criminal. After these words, the trio of students rushed towards the blue-haired girl with their skills. The boy, keeping up with his comrades, used deep knowledge with pear-colored flurry. Having accepted which, the blue-haired girl emphasized how to master the technique of cognition well. But still, the boy doesn't have much strength, the woman concluded with a sly smile. Following this, Mieko Yoshida was able to reach the protagonist with her blade. Seeing Lin Shu's injury, the blonde was very scared. It later turned out that it was not the dark-haired one, but his clone, which immediately crumbled after receiving damage. The woman who saw this was shocked by such an unexpected outcome. A second later, the blue-haired girl felt the presence of the boy behind her, and then a pear-colored frost squall was sent to Mieko Yoshida. Feeling a chill throughout her body, the woman realized she was slowing down, and then Ma Baohuo got his chance to attack with the Iron Fist of Fury skill, from the power of which this time the enemy was unable to escape, which is why he was sent flying. The red-haired man was once delighted that he was able to fly as a 7th rank warrior. Mieko Yoshida stood up and praised the students with an angry look. As a reward, she intended to cut the children into small pieces. Looking at the approaching opponents, the woman used Tyrannosaurus tail again. The main character directed the pear-colored flurry skill at the enemy, to which Miyako Yoshido noted that, in a normal state, this skill would do nothing to her. Suddenly, the blue-haired girl felt another presence behind her. There was another main character there, which, to put it mildly, surprised the enemy. Swinging her weapon for a powerful blow, the criminal called the boy's ability disgusting. Looking at one of the dark-haired ones, she thought that if he didn't dodge, then he was a clone. Realizing this, the woman moved sharply towards the other boy. But in the end, this duo turned out to be another fake, to the surprise of Miko Yoshido. At that very moment, the blue-haired girl looked up and changed her expression, and all because the main character was there, stuck with a fire attribute skill. Looking at which, the girl could not understand why the boy possessed an attribute opposite to the ice one. Feeling the wild heat, the criminal was amazed that a 5-rank warrior had such an attack. At that time, she began to realize that she would not be able to dodge the blow. The approaching Xiao Ruoshui immediately understood how her opponent wanted to use the dome, and then the girl used the butterfly dance skill, thereby sending her weapon towards the woman. At that very moment, a fiery explosion occurred, causing Miyako Yoshido to disappear into the flames. The long-haired man, who was watching this spectacle, began to worry about his aunt. But the criminal who showed up sometime later noted that she had not known that a 5th ranker could create so many problems. Taking up her sword, she concluded that she would need to take the matter seriously. Returning to the long-haired man, he was glad to think about how the student would not be able to injure his aunt. At one time, the main character noted that there should be a good reward for an A-class criminal. Hearing this, the blue-haired man explained how the reward for Miyako Yoshido was 100 million alliance currency. Having learned about such a large sum, the boy was only happy. Linshu then suggested to his comrades that they kill the woman and divide the 100 million fairly. Miyako Yoshido, who overheard these conversations, said that students could only dream of such things. After which, the strongest 3 of their squad rushed towards the criminal. At one time, the dark-haired man, without waiting for long, decided to take advantage of the greatness of the phoenix. Looking at the skill, the woman asked the boy what he was hoping for by sending such an attack past her, to which Linshu laughed and shared how he had not been aiming at the woman at all. Looking in the direction of the fire, the aunt quickly called out to her tarot. The members of the student group who appeared had no intention of letting the blue-haired girl go. Returning to the main character, he rose above the semblance of a dome. Activating his fire attribute, he noted that their shell was impenetrable, but it was unlikely to protect them from being fried. And the next moment, the blue-haired man and his allies felt the high temperature of the boy's fire. But the main character had no intention of stopping, which is why the troop of opponents was already on its last legs. Fearing for her nephew, Miyako Yoshido wanted to go to him as quickly as possible. And after some time, the members of Linshu's group were overjoyed because the turtles finally emerged from their shells. The trio of comrades then rushed towards the targets that had appeared. At one point, Taro and the ninja recalled how the students had recently fought with his aunt. With an animal fear on his face, he became curious as to why the trio had suddenly turned their attention to them. Realizing that her nephew was in great danger, the criminal began to try to break through. The main character himself was only glad that Miyako Yoshido lost her composure. Asking Ma Baohuo what he was waiting for, the boy activated the explosion of anger. Having learned about his move, the red-haired man decided to use the wrath of the wild monkey. The woman watching the duo noticed how their power had increased significantly. She wondered if students really had the skill to experience a short-term surge of energy. But Linshu had no intention of lingering, and once he was above the enemy, he used Milky Way Fall. Seeing which, the criminal was even more amazed because the attack of the 5th-rank boy reached an unknown force. At that moment, Miyako Yoshido realized that this blow was comparable to an attack by a warrior of the 7th rank. Understanding this, the blue-haired girl hastily activated the defensive skill Dome. But under the power of the fall of the Milky Way, the criminal's shell could not withstand it. Ma Baohuo, who was standing nearby, was waiting for just this moment to use the Iron Fist of Fury. The main character arrived in time and offered his ally to deal with the opponent. Following this, to Miyako Yoshido's astonishment, the trio found themselves in a strange place. Looking around, the woman quickly assumed that it was an illusory area. At one point, the dark-haired man decided not to wait long, deciding to activate the skill. The red-haired man also had no intention of giving in to his comrade in strength. As a result, the criminal, looking at the approaching skills, began to frantically swing her blade. In addition, she used the skill Tyrannosaurus Roar, with the help of which the woman's body gained enormous power. But even with such strength, Miyako Yoshido was defeated by the onslaught of the Heavenly Dragon's Charge and the Heavenly Chaos. Xiao Ruoshui turned around and asked if the criminal had been dealt with, to which the main character, having responded positively, asked his allies not to worry. After these words, Linshu's comrades began to rejoice at their victory over the 7th-rank warrior. The blonde also noted with displeasure how well the two standing behind her got along. At the same time, to the surprise of all members of the squad, aircraft appeared. Looking at which Xiao Ruoshui said that the Alliance army, as usual, arrived after the end of the battle. Then the soldier who appeared suggested that the people in front of him had made a false call, since they were safe and sound. To which the girl suggested going further and checking whether this was really a false call. And then it took the man a couple of moments to recognize the criminal Tyrannosaurus. Pointing his finger at the soldiers standing nearby, the soldier asked them what organization they were from. To which the girls, with a smile on their faces, introduced themselves as students of Shengyu University. On this day, the blue-haired man was personally convinced that the students of this statement are geniuses. He then ordered his comrade to take a photo of the body and send it to headquarters. The soldier then asked the students to give him their alliance card number. Hearing this, Xiao Ruoshui asked the protagonist to get the money and then divide it. Bring 100 million alliance currency, the main character laughed loudly. After some time, Lin Shu finished dividing the money and then suggested that they continue their performance. But then the blue-haired warrior asked the boy, what about the other bodies? To which the protagonist shared how he hopes the military will sort things out themselves. After which the man, laughing, noted that these guys know how to do business. Then he told his people to collect all the equipment from the corpses. Sometime later, members of the Haichuan Guild came across a wasteland with dead people. The head of this guild, named Kubo Daiki, was shocked to see the dead body on the road. With tears in his eyes, he wondered who dared to kill his wife. Vowing to find the killer, the chief ordered his men to begin the search. Having returned to the main character's group, they were still able to reach the town on the border with the dark forest. Xiao Ruoshui addressed her comrades and shared how she was going to go to a local bar to gather information. A few moments later, the main character and the blonde were there. Looking at the visitors, Lin Shu wondered why there were so many 5th-rank warriors here. To which Xiao Ruoshui told how he had overheard about the discovery of the ice lotus fire. Immediately looking at her phone, the blonde was delighted to find information on the forum. It says that an extremely rare plant arose at the bottom of the ice lake. Upon learning of this, the protagonist thought about how this ice lotus fire would bring great things to Lo Ao. Remembering his journey through the dark forest, the boy decided to fight for the rare item. The blonde concluded that it was precisely because of this plant that many warriors rushed here. Sighing heavily, the blonde emphasized that their visit to the dark forest would not be peaceful. Then the girl noticed how people who looked like members of the Haichuan Guild looked into the bar. At the same time, Lin Shu guessed that the alarmed warriors were looking for someone. Deciding to take a sip, the main character realized that they had come for their souls. Xiao Ruoshui replied that this was unlikely, since they did not leave any witnesses and did not take any things. Now the protagonist agreed with his ally's judgment about the dark forest's uneasy visit. The next day, a group of students headed towards the entrance to the dark forest. Here, one of the warriors laughed because even young children decided to find the ice lotus fire. He also emphasized how these kids would be finished off before they even left the city. At that very moment, Lin Shu declared that if the upstart dared to continue talking, he would definitely not leave here alive. The brown-haired man was seriously angry at this statement. He intended to show the 5th rank his strength. Rushing towards the dark-haired man, he declared that he would pay for his tone. A moment later, the warrior's face changed to one of great surprise. The main character said that if the brown-haired man moves, he will hit his head. Then the warrior felt like if he looked at the boy, he would die in the next second. With one sharp movement, Lin Shu put away his spear and allowed the upstart to leave. Grabbing his blade, the brown-haired man thanked the boy and decided to leave. Ma Baohuo, standing nearby, asked his comrade why he was so nervous. To which Xiao Ruoshui shared how the boy did it on purpose. To get rid of unnecessary problems, you need to show your strength. The red-haired man laughed and now realized why the boy had done this. Xiao Ruoshui suggested not to waste time and hit the road. At this time, in one of the buildings of the town on the border with the dark forest, the ninja reported to his master about how only 3 groups arrived in the vicinity of the forest, which are the main suspects. After listening to his ally, Kubo Daiki ordered covert surveillance of potential enemies. The blue-haired man also used his connections to extract information from the Alliance army. And when the boss found the killers, he was going to cut them into small pieces. Once in the dark forest, Ma Baohuo's eyes fell on something interesting. These were trees that seemed rather strange to the red-haired man. Suddenly, Xiao Ruoshui shouted to her comrade to stop and not touch the trees. At the same time, Ma Baohuo managed to catch the black vine that flew towards him. Jumping back, the red-haired man realized that the trees were alive and that they were not well disposed towards people. Then the blonde told the boy to use his fire attribute. After these words, the protagonist used the phoenix's majesty, because of which the tree began to emit frantic sounds of pain. And a moment later, the strange creatures decided to escape. Lin Shu and Ma Baohuo were, to put it mildly, surprised by this sight. The girl told her simple-minded friend how a 5th of the Lois had long ago mutated and turned into monsters. She then asked all her allies to keep their curiosity in check. Moving further, Xiao Ruoshui noticed how the view had become much worse. Suddenly, a spider descended from one of the trees on a web, which greatly frightened the girl. But at the same time, the main character pierced the 8-pointed creature with his spear. It was a 5th-rank steel spider, for the destruction of which the boy received 2 million experience points. Xiao Ruoshui explained how they needed to find the mutated black spiders. But then a huge crowd of the same spiders loomed over the group of students. Looking at Lin Shu, the girl ordered him to attack with fire skills while everyone else held the defense. Thus, the main character began to hit multiple targets, not giving them any chance of survival. While the boy was destroying the 5th-rank steel spiders, the system began to reward the owner with experience points. Lin Shu was only too happy to receive a huge amount of experience for exterminating small fry. Previously, the boy's squad defeated the criminal, but the system did not provide the owner with experience for her, which is why he wanted to make up for lost time. The allies watching the main character could not understand why he was so upset. And after a few moments, to the surprise of the entire squad, the steel spiders were gone. Lin Shu himself thought about how he only had a little time left before leveling up. The blue-haired girl standing nearby mentally called the boy crazy. Xiao Ruoshui, who had run up, was only glad that Lin Shu had been repelled. Moving on, the red-haired man realized that the squad had no landmark. Finding themselves among the rocky terrain, Xiao Ruoshui suggested that the squad spend the night there. Hearing these words, the blue-haired girl, taking off her backpack, could not hide her joy. But then the main character, looking at the system notification about the presence of a monster nearby, asked the girl to freeze. And all because behind Guoling, there was a 6th-rank stone monster. And a moment later, the huge stone turned out to be a creature that was unhappy with the guest's visit to its territory. While under the stone monster, the blue-haired girl began to ask for help. Lin Shu, using the silent step movement technique, was able to save the girl. Guoling, feeling shy, thanked her savior. After which, Xiao Ruoshui told her allies to be much more vigilant. Suddenly, the 6th-rank stone monster released a blue beam from its mouth. Luckily, the university students were able to dodge this barrage of energy. Looking at the hole that had formed, the two were amazed and glad that they had not been hit. The main character, with a smirk on his face, shared that he even liked it. After all, by killing this monster, he will finally be able to reach a new level. A moment later, the bald man rushed at the enemy with his skill, Great Land Sword Flash. But to the surprise of the squad member, the creature's stone layer turned out to be harder. Immediately, the main character appeared in the sky, marking his turn to attack. Finding himself above the enemy, the dark-haired man decided to use the Phoenix's majesty. The creature, on the contrary, only extended its mouth in order to absorb the fire. Looking at this strange sight, Lin Shu was, to put it mildly, amazed. Then the 6th-rank monster released his own fire at the boy. Looking at which the dark-haired man only laughed, because this fire could not defeat him. Realizing the monster's peculiarity, the protagonist decided to roast the creature from behind. Once in the air again, the protagonist activated Phoenix's majesty, from the power of which the stone monster finally received sufficient damage. Looking at the enemy, Lin Shu emphasized how the turtle shell had cracked, but at the same time, the pieces of stone that separated from the creature's body began to move strangely. Seeing this, the dark-haired man became frightened and wondered what was going on. Having experienced the creature's main ability, the main character was amazed. Feeling the attack of the monster Lin Shu, he decided to use the mirror reflection skill. The dark-haired man disappeared for a moment and declared that he would gouge out the monster's eyes. Then, as the boy had said, a pear-colored squall flew into one of the eyes. Ma Bao Hao, watching from the side, remarked how beautifully crafted it was. Returning to the 6th-rank stone creature, he decided to resort to the blue beam, dodging which the blonde asked her comrades to be on guard. The main character, while aiming, noted how the eyes are a weak point. Following this, the boy's skill, Milky Way Fall, was aimed at the monster. Having received a spear in the second eye, the monster began to roar loudly due to the damage received. The blonde noted how the boy was going to break through the eye to the brain. Realizing his exit, Ma Baohuo directed his heavenly fist to help the boy. And then the huge monkey hand touched the spear, giving it the desired power. A moment later, Lin Shu let out a heavy sigh, as his plan to gain a lot of experience had once again failed. Looking at the dejected boy, Xiao Ruoshui thought about his condition. And then she asked Ma Baohuo to give the abnormal crystal to Lin Shu, since he had made the biggest contribution. To which the red-haired man agreed, sharing as if he couldn't even strain himself. The main character was only glad of such circumstances. Then turning to his comrades as elders, Lin Shu thanked them. At the same time, the blonde suggested that the detachment take a well-deserved rest break. This place is quite safe because this territory previously belonged to this monster, which is why other creatures cannot come here. After a rest stop, the group of students came across a huge rift in the middle of the dark forest. Looking into the depths of which the main character was amazed by what he saw. At the same time, the boy emphasized how in pitch darkness, nothing can be seen. Xiao Ruoshui handed over the flashlight and told her comrade to take it and take a look. Turning on her flashlight, she reminded everyone how light attracts black spiders. When the crevice was filled with light, at that very second a multitude of dots appeared, which were the eyes of the spiders. The blonde then ordered the squad to get out special equipment. Upon seeing it, the main character asked what they had in their hands. The girl explained that these were highly enriched portable flamethrowers. Hearing this, Lin Shu asked his comrades why they needed him with his fire attribute, to which Xiao Ruoshui blew a kiss and replied that it was needed to save fuel. The embarrassed boy asked the blonde to tell him everything next time. Suddenly, alarmed spiders appeared, and upon seeing them, the student squad opened fire. The protagonist, not intending to give in to the flamethrower, used the Phoenix's majesty. The system then rewarded the owner with 5 million experience points for each defeated spider. But the 8-pointed creatures did not end, but on the contrary, more and more arrived. Xiaorua Shui told the dark-haired man how they needed to find one mutated spider. At one time, the system never ceased to shower the main character with a wealth of experience. Suddenly, one of the squad members noticed spiders approaching from the other side. Lin Shu decided to take on these uninvited guests, and a moment later, the boy began to cut down the enemies in his path with a grin on his face, at the sight of which the two comrades again thought what a crazy guy he was. But then a huge spider appeared in front of the main character, its coloring very different from the others. Dodging the attack, Lin Shu wondered what was wrong with this monster. Then, with the help of the Eye of Analysis, he learned how this creature has resistance to fire and enormous strength. The next second, the boy asked Xiao Ruoshui if this was a mutated specimen, to which the girl, having answered positively, added that with such a size it would be better to kill the spider. After these words, Lin Shu decided to finish off the monster and get the desired experience points. Looking at the dark-haired creature, he already began to anticipate how much they would give for that experience. One of the group members noted that at this rate, they would run out of fuel in their flamethrowers. Hearing this, the protagonist declared that his comrades need not worry because they had a flamethrower with them. To the student's surprise, a blue spider jumped out of the crack. Having noticed which, the bald man emphasized how perfect it would be for catching. Lin Shu told his allies to focus on capturing the spider while he and Guo Lin bought time. After these words, the comrades threw down their discharged flamethrowers and wished Lin Shu good luck. Xiao Ruoshui added that once they finished, they would immediately provide support. At this time, the ninjas sitting on the tree branches noticed 4 students near the mutated monster. One suggested to the other that they report the discovery to the head of the guild as quickly as possible. But then a female voice said that there was no need to bother the guild leader with such trifles. In addition, they can deal with a group of students themselves. One of the ninjas noted how these people should not be underestimated because they were able to defeat the deputy chief. To which Heko loudly clicked her tongue and suggested that these youngsters could not possess such an unknown power. Then the woman, embarrassed, began to think about how if she defeated the students, she would be appointed deputy of the guild. Besides, she had no intention of going ahead, Heko concluded her thoughts. She then noted how the main skill of a ninja lies in stealth assassinations. Returning to the fore, Ma Baohuo used the bloody mess skill to send the spider flying. Having received the desired moment, the 2 students rushed towards the monster with a box at the ready. And a moment later, the mutated creature was successfully captured. Suddenly, the students heard a strange sound nearby, and a second later, suddenly appearing ninjas jumped on the duo. Seeing the members of the Haichuan Guild, the two were, to put it mildly, shocked. At one time, angry ninjas longed for the quick death of the pathetic student killers. Worried about the lives of his comrades, Ma Baohuo rushed to their rescue. But at the same time, even more ninjas appeared out of nowhere behind the duo. At the same time, the red-haired man called out to Xiao Ruoshui, asking her to be careful. Realizing that the girl wouldn't have time to react, the big guy decided to take the full brunt of the blow himself, after which, having punched one of the ninjas, he angrily asked how the ninjas dared to attack. The blonde, aware of the danger, ordered her comrades to gather together. She then added that all members of the squad were required to maintain a protective layer. Guoling, who noticed this scene, wondered what had shaken her. Without thinking for long, the blue-haired girl realized that their comrades had entered into a fight with someone. Then the girl suggested that Lin Shu leave quickly, to which the boy asked him to be calmer. After all, right now, he had quite a few assistants at his side. Following these words, the main character asked his friend for a flashlight. Having moved to the rest of the detachment, by this time they had already surrounded it. Then Heko turned to her comrades and told them to kill their opponents in the name of the young master and deputy. But then the main character appeared and mockingly asked what the ninja were planning to do, to which the woman asked how one kid could deal with them. After this question, Lin Shu turned on the flashlight and noticed how many allies he had. And in a moment, the Haichuan Guild members saw a multitude of spiders in front of them. Approaching the enemy, the boy threw his flashlights to them. Running further, he told the ninja that his friends were strongly attracted to the light behind them. Thus, the enemy with the flashlight was surrounded by a multitude of spiders. Having sensed the full danger, the others decided to retreat. Looking at this ridiculous spectacle, Heko turned to one of her allies and asked him to use the fire attribute. Hearing these words, the ninja named Aramoto began to envelop the entire earth around him in flames. But a second later, the same warrior fell down, dead, without activating his skill. This made Heko, who was standing nearby, become seriously angry at the main character. The boy noted that he calls this technique a hidden murder. Following these words, the dark-haired man decided to use Phoenix's majesty, from the fire of which the rest of the spiders headed towards the members of the Haichuan Guild. Having dealt with the enemy detachment for a while, Lin Zhu told his comrades to take care of their wounds, after which the entire group of students drank a special healing remedy. At this time, on the other side, the woman ordered the others to go to the students along with the spiders. The ninja were even happy with these words. Their eyes burned with hatred. The main character would be surprised that the enemies even thought of this. Following this, Lin Shu rushed towards the opponents with the skill hotter than the starry sky. Thus, a huge number of hot balls were sent to the ninja squad. The system began rewarding the owner with 5 million experience points for destroying spiders. Having gained time to attack, the protagonist's comrades rushed towards the members of the Haichuan Guild. While dealing with these issues, the students were only too happy to have the chance to punish their offenders. At one time, the main character, fighting off ninjas, exterminated black spiders, and in the end, Lin Shu managed to reach the desired 26th level. Without thinking twice, the boy invested the acquired stat points into strength. Heko, watching from the side, couldn't understand why the little guy wasn't tired yet. The main character, noticing the woman in red, offered her to accept her death. Realizing her hopelessness, Heko began to beg the boy to stop. But in the end, after a couple of moments, the entire enemy squad was dead. Ma Baohuo couldn't hide his joy that they were finally able to defeat the ninja. Baldy also noted how, in addition, they finished off the ill-fated spiders. After searching the Haichuan members' troops, the blonde noted how they had left them many valuables. The red-haired man, sorting through the anomalous crystal, noted how well they had earned. Xiaoro Shui, while putting together the crystals she had received, added that they could also take weapons from the enemies. Having finished collecting the valuables, the girl suggested dividing it upon returning to the university. Putting on the backpack with the container, Ma Baohuo concluded how they were able to complete the task 100%. The rest of the squad members were also very pleased with what they received. Suddenly, the main character announced that he was staying because he had some business to attend to. After these words, the red-haired man assumed that the boy was aiming for the ice lotus fire. While making excuses, the protagonist assured his comrade that he needed to find someone. And then everything came together for Xiaoro Shui. She understood how Lin Zhu was going to find her classmate. The boy himself thought that it was the four who told the blonde everything. At the same time, the girl shared how she was going to go with Lin Shu, in order to keep an eye on him, because being in such a dangerous place, you can lose your life. Having escaped the blonde's grip, the boy reminded her that he already had sufficient strength. But Xiaoro Shui didn't hear these words. She said goodbye to her classmates. Thus, the stunned comrades were left without a pair. Guoling emphasized how best to come to terms with this, because if her sister had decided something for herself, no one could dissuade her. After which, the blue-haired girl told her allies to quickly get ready and head back to the university. After some time, the duo came across the corpses of people who had died at human hands. While looking at the body of the murdered Lin Shu, I noticed the presence of an ice attribute. The protagonist stood up abruptly and assumed that it was Lo Ao who had done this. In addition, the boy noticed the beauty's blade lying nearby. Taking it in his hands, the main character noted how Lo Ao treasured it and never parted with it. This meant that the girl was facing great danger, Lin Shu concluded. After these words, the dark-haired man rushed forward, intending to find the girl as quickly as possible. At the time, Xiaoro Shui noted with displeasure how the boy had not been so agitated when she was attacked by the Haichuan members, to which the boy reminded them how they had a whole group, but Lo Ao was completely alone. Not intending to tease Lin Shu any further, the blonde noticed the human footprints. Xiaoro Shui herself sighed heavily because the young men did not understand the charm of older sisters. Suddenly, the duo heard the sounds of battle very close to them. Hearing the roar of the evolved beast, the boy still wanted to know at least something. At this time, the warrior found himself in the air due to a strong blow. In addition, the same evolved beast rushed towards its target. But then a hand that suddenly appeared managed to pull the muscle man away, thereby saving him. Then the blue-haired man thanked the boy for this help. The protagonist then sent the Phoenix's majesty at the alarmed monster. At the sight of the boy's attack, those nearby were, to put it mildly, stunned. Returning to Lin Shu, he was also amazed that the monster was still alive. Without thinking twice, the main character finished off the monster with a few fiery blows. While fleeing the battlefield, the warriors noted the very high temperature of the boy's flame. Looking at the defeated buffalo, Lin Shu noticed that he had not received a system notification. At that moment, the boy realized that this creature was only pretending to be defeated. But then one of the warriors noted how they had spent a ton of effort, and the boy only finished them off. Then the boy realized that the long-haired man wanted the anomalous crystal of this monster for himself. Hearing this, the warrior responded positively, adding what a smart boy he was. To which the boy responded that they should take it, since he wasn't going to fight. Heading towards the evolved monster, the long-haired man noted the boy's prudence. After all, he will receive a rare 6th rank crystal from this beast. Suddenly, the monster rose up and sent the warrior flying, causing him significant damage. Looking at his wound, the long-haired man emphasized the severe pain in his chest, after which the main character appeared with his skill, Accumulated Power Strike, with which the boy finished off the evolved buffalo in one blow. Thus, the system rewarded the owner with 22 million experience points. At the same time, the long-haired man realized that the boy did it on purpose, because he knew everything, to which the protagonist accused the warrior of his negligence towards the monster. The muscle man who arrived began to calm his comrade down, noting how the boy had defeated the buffalo himself. The blue-haired man said that they needed this anomalous buffalo crystal, which is why he offered an exchange. Handing over another 6th rank anomalous crystal, the muscleman assured him that it would also be useful. Having taken the red crystal, Lin Shu allowed the warriors to take the defeated buffalo. Then, taking out the blade of Lo Ao, the boy asked the people if they had seen the owner. Here, one of the squad members shared how he had already seen this sword. After these words, the dark-haired man rushed towards the warrior, trying to find out as much information as possible. The headband told how she saw this sword on a girl with white hair, how she was being pursued by a large group of people, led by a girl with a cybernetic arm. After these words, the protagonist assumed that it was Lo Ao's enemy. Suddenly, the warrior asked why the boy had the blade and whether something had shaken the girl. He asked himself. To which Lin Shu responded by lowering his eyes and sharing that he himself didn't know. After which, the boy thanked them for the information and said goodbye to the warriors. After some time, the protagonist and Xiao Roshui found themselves at a fire. Having heard from the boy how he was ready to watch over her, the blonde thanked him. Then she noted that if he had a beautiful sister with him, then he would be respected more. After some time, Xiao Roshui fell into her dreams, and the boy began absorbing the 6th rank abnormal crystal. Suddenly, kunai flew at the duo, which they successfully dodged. Then the main character asked the named guest who he was. To which the blue-haired man, without intending to answer, noted his joy to the Tolma that he had finally found the killers. It was then that the two students realized that the person in front of them was a member of the Haichuan Guild. Using the eye of analysis, the boy realized that the person in front of him was a 7th rank warrior. At one time, the blue-haired man, grabbing the blade, called himself the leader of the Haichuan Guild, Kuba Daiki. After these words, the main character asked again if he was really the head of the guild. And then Lin Shu suggested how a good reward should be placed on the head of such a person. Thinking about numbers, the boy asked the blue-haired man if he knew the price of his head. The boy immediately remembered how they were in the depths of the dark forest, which is why the Alliance army would not come here. Remembering his smartphone, the boy decided to simply take a photo of the body of the defeated Cube Daiki. After these words, the head of the Haichuan Guild became seriously angry, intending to punish the boy. Lin Shu himself thought how, after just a few words, the blue-haired man had already lost his temper. Without thinking twice, the skills Phoenix's Majesty and Butterfly Dance were sent at the enemy. At the sight of which, Cuba Daiki wondered if the two really thought they could defeat him. Following this question, the blue-haired man activated his skill, Soaring Dragon Strike, under the power of which, the two skills of Lin Shu and Xiao Roshui were dispelled. The main character was shocked because one blow from the enemy was enough for this. The blue-haired man had no intention of waiting for his opponents, which is why he rushed forward. Looking at the head of the Haichuan Guild, the protagonist was even more amazed by his speed. At one time, a skill called Earth Dragon Execution was sent to the boy. Kuba Daiki was amazed that the kid was able to repel his attack with an ability more powerful than the dome. This was a passive ability gained from the rank of 5th rank warrior. Xiaorua Shui, who was standing nearby, noted how difficult it would be for them to deal with this opponent. The next moment, the main character and the blonde found themselves at the enemy's door. The blue-haired boy was still trying to understand how the kid was able to parry his blow at full force. But then the boy's skill, Pear-Colored Flurry, was sent to Kubo Daiki, at the sight of which the head of the Haichuan Guild became interested in how long the boy would last. In response to the spear strike, he swung his blade and sent out his Soaring Dragon Strike. Having struck the boy with his blade, the blue-haired man could not understand why he died so easily. The next moment, Kubo Daiki realized that it was just a clone. The protagonist, who found himself behind, sent a pear-colored frost squall at the enemy. While trying to dodge, Guildmaster Haikwan recalled how the kid had recently used the fire attribute. The approaching girl was only glad to get a moment to attack. Looking at the approaching butterfly dance skill, I couldn't believe it. Having completely lost his temper, the blue-haired man was burning with only one desire, to finish off the two. Without wasting any time, he sent the boy into a crucifixion. But once again, the target turned out to be another fake of the main character. Kubo Daiki turned around and noted how he knew it would be just a pathetic clone. He asked the main character if he thought he would fall for this trick twice. Anticipating the taste of victory, the blue-haired man again directed the crosscut at the boy. And then the main character began to make loud sounds of pain. The head of the Haichuan guild was only too happy to add that the boy would go and atone for his sins. But in the end, it turned out to be another mirror image. To Kubo Daiki's surprise, he noted how he had fallen for such a trick again. Looking around, the blue-haired man noticed how he found himself in a strange place that was different from the dark forest. Looking forward, the guild leader saw a boy in front of him in an illusory space. Feeling the onslaught of the heavenly dragon, the blue-haired man was amazed by such power. Realizing his hopelessness, Kubo Daiki decided to resort to the diamond skill. Called the Black Dragon's Wrath, it's something that no 5th rank warrior can withstand. Thus, two powerful skills touched each other, creating air bursts. From such a confrontation, the main character found himself in the air. As he stood up, he was amazed that the enemy was able to interrupt his heavenly dragon charge with such ease. At one time, Kubo Daiki noted how good the boy was for his age. Lin Shu spat out blood and thought that fortunately, the anger explosion could be used again. Even if the boy can't kill him, this ability can at least seriously injure the enemy. Thinking about this, the protagonist began to prepare for the upcoming battle. But then a voice suddenly appeared and asked Lin Shu where he got the blade. Looking back, the dark-haired man ordered the stranger to put down his sword. Kubo Daiki also became interested in the man who appeared and asked who he was. The white-haired man quickly approached and asked the boy where he got this blade. In response, the protagonist ordered the stranger to remove his dirty hands from the blade. Grabbing the spear, the blonde-haired man noted how the boy wasn't so nervous, even when the swordsman was pressing him. The protagonist was amazed that the stranger was able to grab his spear with one hand. Looking at the blade, the stranger assumed that this sword was very important to the boy. Watching the two's conversation, Kubo Daiki emphasized how strong the white-haired one looked. But then the head of the Haichuan guild had the idea that these two might be acquainted with each other. Then the blue-haired man decided to seize the initiative by using the Black Dragon's Wrath. The white-haired man turned around and asked the swordsman who he thought he was. And a moment later, with the help of the Star Slash skill, Kubo Daiki was defeated. The duo were greatly surprised, as the stranger had defeated the 7th rank warrior with one blow. Then the boy understood why the system was unable to provide information about the blonde guy. Suddenly, the stranger remarked how he had helped get rid of the troubles. Following this, he asked in gratitude to tell everything known about the blade behind the boy's back. But then Lin Shu, thinking about the lost experience points, asked the white-haired man who asked him for help. Thinking about how a 7th rank warrior would be worth a lot of points, the boy began taking a photo of the corpse. When asked what he was doing, Lin Shu explained that the swordsman was a wanted criminal. And since there was no connection here, he decided to take a photo on his phone and receive a reward. Hearing this, the blonde guy thought what a strange guy, because it was he who defeated the criminal. And then, to the dark-haired man's surprise, the stranger assumed that he was Lin Shu from Shengyu University. After these words, the main character asked the stranger how he knew him. The blonde one shared this, as the owner of the blade told him. After which, the main character assumed that the white-haired man knew Lo Eo. Then the stranger decided to introduce himself. He was Luo Huatian, or Luo Eo's older brother. At that very moment, the main character realized that his brother-in-law was standing in front of him. He also shared how Lo Eo had not told him anything about her brother. The blonde guy told how he couldn't find her at the university, which is why he followed her here. The boy told how he learned from the warriors on the way that Lo Eo was facing enemy pursuit. Upon learning of the enemy with a cybernetic arm, Luo Huatian noted how he had not known about his sister's enemy being like that. Seeing Lin Shu's stunned expression, the white-haired man added that he was always traveling and was rarely at home. Having hugged the main character, he suggested that they unite and find Lo Eo. As for the blonde's whereabouts, Luo Huatian had no idea where she might be. But he was confident that Lo Eo would go to the place where the warriors were concentrated. Realizing that this place would be the location of the ice lotus fire, Lin Shu wondered where to look for it. Expecting this question, Luo Huatian took out a special device for searching for ice lotus fire, after which the trio followed the map to the desired location. After some time, the blonde man noticed a large crowd of people. Why did the device find people and not the lotus itself? This was intentional, because where there are people, there should be a plant. Lin Shu noted how others would see them as competitors, but he was there for that, Luo Huatian said. Hearing these words, the protagonist now confirmed for sure that he is Lo Eo's brother, because he is familiar with this manner of speech. At this time, one of the members of the warrior squad felt a strange presence. Having learned that there were only 3 people, they were amazed that all sorts of greenhorns would compete for the lotus. Lin Shu appeared and greeted the group, adding that he was only interested in one thing. Had they seen the white-haired girl? The approaching warrior reminded him how information costs money in this world. To which the protagonist replied that he first needed to find out whether the information was worth anything. The brown-haired man offered to give the boy something valuable from his backpack, and then he would tell everything. After these words, the dark-haired man said that in that case, he would ask someone else. But then the brown-haired man asked how the boy dared to take his time and just leave. In response to this, the protagonist inquired about what other options the warrior could offer. A moment later, Lin Shu's spear crashed into the axe of the surprised brown-haired man. Looking at their ally, who had fallen to the ground, the warriors laughed, wondering why he had given in, after which the brown-haired man stated that this happened because the boy attacked from behind. Getting up, he concluded that the boy could no longer be bought off with the anomalous crystal. After all, he will give everything he has, the warrior concluded, rushing at the main character. Luo Huatian, who was watching from the side, emphasized how the boy, despite being only a 5th-ranked person, was no less than a 6th-ranked person. But then Xiao Roxue asked the blonde man if he was going to help, reminding him of the previously spoken words about how there is nothing to fear with him, to which the white-haired man replied that the boy did not ask for his help, and besides, he saw that Lin Zhu would not lose. Looking at the blonde, the fair-haired man assumed that she was a rival to his youngest, to which Xiao Roxue responded with alarm, calling Luo Ian a brazen thief. Nevertheless, Luo Huatian decided to give advice that if she decided to become his sister's rival, she should be more careful. At this time, a group of warriors made fun of their comrades, noting his weakness. Putting their hand on his shoulders, they asked if he needed help. The brown-haired man, however, decided to agree to this help with dissatisfaction. So now the main character fought against 3 warriors. Xiao Roxue, who was watching the fight, couldn't believe that the 3 of them had sunk so low. Turning to the blonde man, she asked if he would participate. He reluctantly decided to help his brother-in-law, despite his interest in his strength. At one point, the blonde had already begun to act, activating the butterfly dance. But this attack was immediately noticed by the long-haired man with the spear. The blonde asked the warriors if they really thought they would just watch. The warrior, licking his lips, told how he had planned to leave the girl for last, but since she was impatient, he would be kind enough. Suddenly, in a moment, this long-haired man was cut into many pieces. The remaining 2 were amazed by the invisible strength and speed of the enemy. But a moment later, with the same star-severing skill, the duo was destroyed. The rest of the group was shocked that the 6th-rank warriors were killed with just 1 blow. At the same time, the warriors began to realize the power of the man standing before them. Luo Huatian approached the boy and said how could he not thank him. The main character himself was thinking that his experience points had been taken away from him again. Remembering the warriors, the blonde man asked how they would attack him, one by one or in a crowd. The bearded man who appeared called the trio ignoramuses, for which he wanted to give them back their bags with the contents. Moreover, they have no intention of attacking, the man concluded. After listening to the bearded man, Luo Huatian noted that he could not call him an ignoramus. Following this, the white-haired man told Lin Shu to take the backpacks of the 3 of them. Although the boy didn't get any experience points, he got some good loot. Out of respect for the way the bearded man had handled the matter, the blonde man decided not to create any trouble. Finding themselves alone, one of the warriors asked Old Wang why they let them go so easily, since he was a warrior of the 7th rank. To which the big guy asked his ally if he felt the thirst for blood. Even though he was suppressing it, you could feel how thick the concentration was. And such a figure can only be achieved by shedding rivers of blood and piling up mountains of corpses. Moving to the trio, Luo Huatian noted how brave the boy was to fight with 3 higher-ranked people. The white-haired man didn't care about the backpacks of this trio, he shared. Then the white-haired man concluded that the main character was still quite weak. After these words, Lin Shu immediately remembered Luo Eo, who had said the same thing about him. Suddenly, Luo Huatian slashed his blade in the opposite direction of his direction. It was an evolved insect, split in 2 with a single stroke. Upon seeing it, the main character immediately determined that it was a 7th-rank killer bee. When the boy asked how the white-haired man spotted her, he replied that the monster was betrayed by his thirst for blood. At the moment of the attack, he could sense the killing intent emanating from her. At the moment of attack, the previously defeated warriors also emitted a thirst for blood. This way he could predict what method of attack they would use. Hearing this, the protagonist could not believe that, feeling the thirst for blood, one could know how the enemy would attack. To which Luo Huatian responded by noting that to achieve such an ability, one would need to build a whole mountain of corpses. And the fact that it is missing indicates that the boy did not kill enough, the blonde man concluded. Loio also has this ability, but she is still far from her brother. Now the boy understood why the girl fell so decisively on her opponents. Could it really be that it wasn't her personality that made her constantly grab her sword? Lin Shu wondered. Hearing these words from the dark-haired Luo Huatian, he also noted his sister's bad character. Suddenly, people appeared among the trees, having learned about the location of the lotus. One of the warriors emphasized how they needed to hurry to the top of the mountain. And then the white-haired man shared with the duo how he overheard the people's conversation. Having learned the location, the protagonist suggested that his comrades set out. In addition, the equipment also reacted and detected the direction of the warriors, after which Luo Huatian rushed forward, surprising the students with his reaction. Lin Shu himself thought that his brother-in-law would hardly come here for his sister, and after some time, the trinity found themselves at the foot of a high mountain. Looking up, the white-haired man told them how they needed to climb up because that very lake was located there. However, he didn't intend to wait for the 5 ranked warriors, Luo Huatian shared. Following this, the white-haired man began his high-speed climb up the mountain. The main character, a young boy, once remarked with displeasure that it was possible to be cool without having a high level. Having focused his energy, the dark-haired man offered his son-in-law to see his skills. Taking advantage of Silent Step, the boy began his equally fast climb. Noticing the approach of the young man, Luo Huatian, he was surprised by the presence of a diamond-like technique of movements. As for Xiao Ruoshui, she resorted to lifting herself up using her own strength. As she climbed, the blonde noted how Lin Zhu could pay attention to the weak girl. After some time, Xiao Ruoshui finally reached the top of the mountain. Having found the two, the girl was amazed to see such a huge crowd of warriors. She couldn't understand why people hadn't yet gone in search of the lotus. Then Luo Huatian asked the students if they knew what this lake was. Realizing that they didn't know, the white-haired man decided to demonstrate why the crowd of warriors hadn't yet begun to act. The stone thrown into the water was dissolved in just a few moments. This surprised the main character and the blonde, to put it mildly. Luo Huatian also said that the ice lotus fire had changed the properties of an ordinary lake to such a terrible effect. However, 6th rank warriors can use their source energy to protect themselves from the harmful effects of waters. Additionally, the ice lotus fire itself can be collected after it opens. Only for this additional special equipment is needed. Looking at Lake Luo Huatian, he noted how they were now observing the calm before the storm. Remembering Lo Ao, the protagonist recalled her brother's words that she should appear next to the lotus. In response to this, the white-haired man filled in, as he said that it was only possible, but not certain. Suddenly, Lin Shu noticed that something strange was happening with the water. Then the ice lotus snakes, which were 6th rank, appeared. The dark-haired man became embarrassed at the sight of such evolved monsters. Covering Xiao Ruoshui, the boy told her to be much more careful than usual. Lo Huatian said that the boy was smart for his age. On the other side of the lake, one of the ice lotus serpents managed to grab hold of a man's hand. Feeling the full danger of what was happening, the warriors began to scatter in order to survive. Noticing this picture, the blonde man noted how unsafe it was, even on the shore. But then one of the snakes headed towards the 2 students, which scared them. Without thinking twice, the main character took advantage of the phoenix's majesty. Suddenly, a man appeared in front of the boy and greeted him. The bespectacled man shared his defeat at the hands of the dark-haired man's fire-based combat skill. Then the unknown person invited the main character to join his squad. Looking at that very Lin Shu squad, he saw a crowd of people emitting a murderous aura. Following this, the boy shared how he and his men had recently finished off 3 of their squad. And it looks like they have acquired several strong comrades, Lin Shu concluded. But the bespectacled man still stood his ground. He needed the boy's fiery attribute. Brushing it off, the protagonist once again refused such an offer. Realizing that the dark-haired man did not want to join the squad, the unknown man decided to draw his weapon. Having struck the main character, he then called the entire squad an enemy. Then the boy realized that the bespectacled man wanted to hand him over to the bearded man's squad. Then the dark-haired man, using the eye of analysis, learned the name of the enemy. His name was Kim Song-sol, and he was a warrior of the 7th rank. Seeing his opponent's surprised face, the boy said that he knew him because of the warrior's insignificant appearance. Not intending to tolerate the main character, Kim Song-sol decided to put an end to it. The bearded man and his squad told how they had as many as 4 warriors of the 7th rank on their side. But Luo Huatian only laughed, because even 4 7th rank warriors wouldn't be enough against him. The white-haired man turned to his comrades and said that they were on their own for now. After all, due to the number of enemies, he will not have time to look after the 2. An angry Xiao Ruoshui reminded him how the blonde man had guaranteed their safety. He also added that he was doing this so that Lin Shu could gain real combat experience. Rushing into battle, Luo Huatian told the boy to kill all opponents who showed bloodlust towards him. The main character himself, even without these words, intended to destroy everyone in his path. Having spotted the greenest kid, the bespectacled one intended to get even with him first. Lin Shu himself thought that even though his enemy was at the initial stage of the 7th rank, it would still be very difficult for him. Remembering Lo Ao, the protagonist understood that he couldn't reveal his final trump card just yet. After all, his opponent considers him the weakest link and does not take him seriously. At this time, the ice lotus snakes appeared from the lake again, thirsty for human flesh. Noticing in time the evolved monster rushing behind him, the bespectacled man became alarmed. Kim Song-sol rushed forward and declared that he would make the boy's death more meaningful, after which the bespectacled man appeared behind the main character, deciding to use him as cover. But it wasn't Lin Shu himself, but only his clone with the mirror reflection skill. Looking at the approaching snake, Kim Song-sol was amazed by the dark-haired man's cunning. Following this, the red-haired man used the dome, smiling slyly. He stated that insignificant worms could only dream of penetrating his defensive skill. Unexpectedly, Lin Zhu asked what would happen if he joined. The The dark-haired man extended his blade and activated the accumulated power strike, because of which the dome of the bespectacled man cracked, thereby opening the way for the snake. Having received the bite, the red-haired man began to scream furiously as his arm began to gradually disintegrate. But the protagonist had no intention of recovering. The next attack was the Phoenix's majesty. Turning to the boy, Kim Song-sol showed his angry face. The boy told how he didn't intend to kill the enemy with this attack, because it served to send a 7th-rank warrior into the lake. Thus, Kim Song-sol was completely dissolved in the water of the lake. Seeing this picture, the other warriors became even more afraid to approach the water. Without thinking twice, several people rushed at the boy, ordering him to accept death. But then another ice lotus snake, possessing great speed, appeared from the lake. Using mirror reflection, the protagonist dodged such a surprise. The long-haired one who appeared managed to save his comrade from a fatal bite. The thus evolved monster was sent back to Lin Shu. But this time the main character was unable to dodge, which is why the snake bit him. Seeing this from the side, Xiao Ruoshui became worried about the boy. But in the end, the dark-haired man did not feel any negative effects. And the reason turned out to be that the main character possesses 2 attributes at once. The opponents watching from the side tried to understand why the boy was still alive. At one time, Lin Shu came up with a rather daring idea for confrontation. Looking at the approaching snakes, the main character was only glad to accept them. Thus, numerous bites were found all over the boy's body. Without thinking for long, Lin Shu rushed towards his opponents, which amazed them. Thus the boy began his battle with his new allies. The warriors watching from the sidelines couldn't believe that someone could be so crazy. Suddenly, another individual appeared on the horizon, but it differed from the others in its size. Even the main character was amazed by the size of this evolved monster. Due to the snake's nimble attack, the protagonist headed towards the icy lake. Looking at the boy who had sunk, the warriors began to rejoice at his death. At this time, Luo Huatian reassured the blonde that Lin Shu would be fine. At this time, the same huge snake continued to rage on the shore. The main character, however, was able to survive at this time by using the energy of the source. Having the opportunity to be in the water, Lin Shu decided to look for the ice lotus fire. After swimming just a little, the main character noticed a white glow at the bottom of the lake. The source turned out to be the lost Lo Ao, who also sensed the boy's presence. Then the dark-haired man began to use gestures to describe the path he took to find her. The girl wondered what the main character was trying to convey to her. Then the beauty grabbed Lin Shu's hand, intending to drag him somewhere. A few moments later, the boy noticed something shimmering at the bottom of the lake. This thing turned out to be the real ice lotus fire. The boy immediately noticed how the plant had not yet blossomed, but then the main character felt a strong shaking at the bottom of the lake, after which the ice lotus fire bud finally blossomed. Having moved upward, all the warriors also felt a strong shaking. One of the warriors could not believe that an earthquake could happen in such a place. At that very moment, people realized that the tremors were coming from the depths of the icy lake. And this means one thing, that the ice lotus fire has blossomed after so much time. Without thinking twice, the warriors began to jump into the water, intending to try their luck. The remaining 2 decided to believe that the main character would be able to achieve his goal. At this time, Lin Shu thought about how the warriors were arriving one after another. But the boy was torn away from these thoughts by Lo Ao's touching hand. Having received the dark-haired man's attention, the girl gestured to hide behind the rock. The boy immediately understood the beauty's intention to wait until the warriors had torn each other's throats out. One of the divers noticed the desired ice lotus fire and wanted to take it. But at that very moment, a swordsman appeared, wanting the same thing as his predecessor. Due to the blow, the warrior lost his grip, thereby depriving his body of energy concentration. Thus, everyone who dived was threatened with death from one wrong move. Among this whole pack of adventurers, one stronger man appeared. Watching the bald man, the main character noted how he was about to get the lotus. But as soon as the warrior grabbed the plant stem with his hand, his body began to dissolve. The boy concluded for himself that he couldn't touch this plant with bare hands. At that moment, a killer appeared behind the main character, intending to finish him off stealthily. Suddenly, a furious gun rushed at the uninvited guest. It took the dark-haired man's pet just a moment to latch onto his opponent's face. Seeing this whole scene, Lin Shu was glad that he had such a pet. At this time, the other warriors who had plunged into the lake also noticed Lin Shu. The main character, seeing other people's glances, realized how he had been noticed after all. Without waiting long, the people rushed at the duo, wanting to finish him off first. The boy, with complete displeasure, suggested that the warriors return to their battle. The boy then decided to use the thunder-tearing fist skill. The boy used this skill to hit as many targets as possible. Having struck one enemy, he was sent back, knocking down everyone in his path. Lin Shu was amazed that his skill would be so effective. At the time, the adventurers only became more angry with the main character. Looking at the enemy's surroundings, Lin Shu couldn't understand why everyone was so angry at him. Suddenly, something truly interesting caught the dark-haired man's eye. This was Lo Ao, trying to steal the ice lotus fire. one person was still able to notice the beauty approaching the plant. Not intending to give up the ice lotus fire, the brown-haired man rushed to attack. The protagonist, who reacted in time, managed to neutralize the warrior. At this time, Loeo successfully managed to collect the ice lotus fire using a special card. Looking at the girl, the main character noticed how she wanted to tell him something. From the blonde's gestures, Lin Zhu learned that she was going to go ashore. At the time, the warriors were stunned that the plant had been collected, after which, many warriors rushed towards the blonde, intending to finish her off. Lin Shu, who had appeared, also had no intention of letting people through to the girl so easily. Thus, the protagonist began to destroy everyone in his path with the help of the tearing thunder fist. Feeling pain piercing their entire bodies, some warriors screamed furiously. Others swore that they would cut the main character into small pieces. At one time, the duo was still able to avoid unnecessary battles by heading to the surface. Finding herself on the shore, Xiao Roshui immediately rushed towards the boy. Hugging the main character, the blonde shared her experiences. Lo Eo, seeing another girl, asked the protagonist who she was. Xiao Roshui also asked the dark-haired man who the girl opposite was. Finding himself between the two sides, Lin Shu decided to introduce each girl. Having found out who is who, the two beauties only became inflamed with the fire of rivalry. Unexpectedly, Luo Huadian greeted her sister and asked if she was surprised to see him. Having heard the words from the fair-haired girl, they asked him to close his mouth and not interfere. At the same time, nearby warriors noticed the ice lotus fire. Noticing the looks of the warriors, Lin Zhu suggested to his comrades that they deal with the enemies first. Luo Huadian also agreed to participate in the battle against the greedy humans. Having surrounded the four, the adventurers declared that there was nowhere else to run. Hearing these words, Luo Huatian shared that he had never even thought about escaping. Having acquired his true form, the white-haired man explained how he was an 8th-rank warrior. These words did not frighten some people too much. They believed that a crowd of 7th-rank warriors would be falsely enough for victory. The scarred swordsman stated that the human wave attack tactic could work, to which Luo Huatian merely laughed and suggested that the adventurers attack. At this time, the protagonist noticed how the ice lotus fire began to dissipate. White-haired said that the reason was that the plant had left the lake. Then the blonde man suggested absorbing the ice lotus fire right now. He intended to deal the main blow, while Lin Shu dealt with the rest. Remembering his absorption, the dark-haired man decided to take his turn. The boy then assured the girl that she could focus on absorption. Xiao Ruoshui, who appeared, also agreed with the protagonist's decision. Thus, Lin Shu asked the blonde to look after Luo Eo in his absence. Without thinking twice, the beauty began to swallow, which amazed Xiao Ruoshui, who was standing next to her. But the warriors did not want to simply accept that the ice lotus fire did not belong to them. Luo Huatian suddenly appeared and asked the warrior where he was looking. Following this, a crushing blow was sent towards him, lifting the adventurer's body from the ground. Once again, the rest of the people were amazed by the beastly strength of the 8th-rank warrior. The blonde man who arrived in time noted that it was too late to know fear. At this time, a mouse appeared behind Lo Eo, deciding to attack from behind. But the main character had no intention of letting the red-haired man through to the girl. After which, the main character sent a pear-colored flurry at the enemy. This surprised him, because the warrior considered the boy a warrior with a fire attribute. Intending to lunge despite the ice, the adventurer noticed the tip of a spear out of the corner of his eye. And on that one, there was a real ice lotus serpent, wanting to taste human flesh. And the next second, the evolved monster grabbed the red-haired man. Lin Shu, not hiding his laughter, noted how his opponent had forgotten about the monsters. Then a whole horde of warriors appeared, wanting the death of the dishonorable protagonist. In his turn, the boy asked them how they dared to swear off their honor by attacking in a crowd. Without thinking twice, Lin Shu decided to introduce his allies to their future food, because of which these adventurers began to hate the dark-haired man even more. Moving again to Lo Eo, a red-haired killer was heading towards her, to which Xiao Roshui used the butterfly dance skill to attack the enemy. The red-haired man responded by saying that some 6th-ranked one wouldn't do anything to him. But at the same time, behind this impudent man, the evil shadow of Luo Huatian appeared. With one blow, the blonde man managed to finish off the red-haired scum. Having noticed his brother-in-law, Lin Shu asked him why he had come running back. Luo Huatian shared how it would take him just a couple of minutes to eliminate a bunch of nobodies. The main character was amazed by his comrade's deadly speed. Having transformed back, the blonde man asked the boy if he wanted to learn. However, the boy must acknowledge his mentor and also go with him to the Dark World. After hearing about the Dark World, the protagonist doubted that Luo Huatian was the beauty's brother. After all, this world is a region completely abandoned by humanity. Suddenly, Lo Eo's voice ordered not to listen to the white-haired man. She added, turning to her brother, that Lin Shu would not go anywhere, because this path was terrible. To which Luo Huatian asked his sister not to worry, but to absorb the ice lotus fire. And at that very moment, Lo Eo began to spit blood, to the surprise of his comrades. The main character standing nearby became worried about the beauty. Luo Huatian also said that when absorbing such a powerful source, one cannot be distracted. Hearing this, Lin Shu immediately asked the blonde man how they could help the girl. He also said that he couldn't help because he didn't have the fire attribute. And then the main character remembered that he had the necessary attribute. In addition, in the boy's body, there was the red lotus fire, which is the complete opposite. Realizing this, the dark-haired man headed towards the girl, activating the red lotus flame. Placing his hand against Lo Ao's icy aura, the protagonist began to share the absorbed rank 7 anomalous crystal. Luo Huayan, who was watching this, shared his surprise at the boy's bold actions. And after some time, Lo Ao began to shower the protagonist with her gratitude. The girl was able to completely finish absorbing the ice lotus fire. Now the beauty could release white flames that had powerful attack properties. Looking at the flame, the boy shared how he could also create his own fire. Without thinking twice, Lin Shu put his red lotus fire on display. At that very moment, 2 opposite fires began to attract each other. Seeing this whole scene, Luo Huatian ordered the 2 to stop, because when 2 opposing attributes interact, an explosion occurs. The blonde-haired man exhaled and noted how even an 8th rank warrior could not cope with the surge of this energy. The main character was only glad to get the opportunity to hit the enemy with such power. Luo Huatian noted that this move could later become a joint attack by the 2. Having collected a lot of weapons from the corpses, the white-haired man decided to continue his journey. Looking at the bag full of weapons, Lin Shu wondered if this wasn't junk for an 8th rank warrior, to which the white-haired man concluded that the campaign could not be in vain. Lo Ao was amazed that her brother had come here to help her obtain the ice lotus fire. Thus, Luo Huatian said goodbye to his little sister and future son-in-law. Lo Ao also told how her brother was sent to the Dark World for training at the age of 7. Looking at the corpses, Lin Shu noted how Luo Hutian had eliminated all the witnesses so that they could leave. But suddenly the beauty declared that she couldn't just leave now, after which the main character began to interrogate the girl about why she couldn't. To which Lo Ao, looking at the moon, shared how she was going to save and kill one person. Having heard the last, the main character asked the girl to tell him more. 3 years ago, the beauty and a group of 6 friends went into the ruins to destroy a rank 8 monster. And yet the squad was able to finish off the evolved monster. But what happened next? One of the group members named Zhang Haojie suddenly attacked her comrades in order to take the anomalous crystal. As for Lo Ao, she was very lucky to survive, but the others died. Standing before the corpses of her comrades, the girl vowed to finish off the traitor. To her surprise, Zhang Haojie managed to become the leader of the warrior organization. Finding herself surrounded by a beauty, a powerful blow came, sending her to the bottom of the ice lake. Zhang Haojie had been counting on Luo Io's death at the hands of the other Lotus Seekers and would later come to finish off the remaining adventurers. And now the white-haired one intends to wait for the traitor and then finish him off. Lin Shu immediately decided to stay, but Xiao Ruoshui reminded him that the 3 of them would not be able to withstand the onslaught of an entire crowd of warriors. To which the duo responded by declaring that attacking head-on was their calling. Thus, the next day the required detachment of warriors appeared near the lake. Having noticed them, the trio immediately began to whisper, thinking about the implementation of their plan, after which the main character suggested starting to disperse to ambush the enemy. Having noticed the mountain of corpses, Lin Zhu intended to hide among them. The girls immediately expressed their dissatisfaction. They did not want to hide in the same way. Looking around, the beauties decided to take refuge in the nearby thickets. And then, after some time, a detachment of warriors led by Zhang Haojie appeared on the horizon. Looking around, the girl could not understand why there were so many corpses here. Noticing the blue-haired man's body, one of the warriors recognized him as an 8th rank adventurer. Judging by the positions of the corpses, the girl concluded that there was no confrontation between them. Following this, Zhang Haojie ordered her allies to go in search of the ice lotus fire. Fearing the terrible properties, the comrades wanted to resist such an order, but they could not. Following, several people plunged into the water, creating splashes of water. Lo Ao, watching from the side, noted an excellent opportunity to get rid of these warriors. The girl ordered everyone else to disperse in the area around the lake. And then one bald warrior caught sight of a small group of corpses. In his protest, he emphasized how these bodies had already begun to stink unbearably. The adventurer didn't have to think for long because his belly was ripped open by the tip of the weapon. One of the comrades noticed how the bald man suddenly fell onto a pile of corpses. The man with the scar approached his comrade and asked how he was. But when the warrior approached a certain distance, he could no longer say a word. At the same time, the trio of warriors continued to descend to the bottom of the lake to search for the ice lotus fire. As a result, what was required, the adventurers were unable to find the plants. Suddenly, his comrades began to tell the warrior to turn around quickly. And when the adventurer turned around, he saw a blonde approaching. Having finished with one in an instant, Lo Ao immediately switched to the next. Fearing for his life, the dark-haired man took a breath of oxygen and tried to call for help. But then, halfway through the sentence, the beauty's blade was thrust into the warrior. The people who noticed this immediately told Zhang Haojie about the ambush that had been set up. The hidden protagonist thought about how quickly Lo Ao gave herself away. Not daring to stand still any longer, Lin Shu rushed into battle, activating his skill. Called hotter than the starry sky, they create fireballs. At that very moment, the entire detachment, shocked by the events, learned of the attack. And a moment later, an explosion that could be heard throughout the entire area thundered in the middle of the lakeshore. Xiaorua Shui, who had appeared, also had no intention of sitting in ambush any longer. Using the butterfly dance skill, the blonde managed to hit a couple of enemies. Zhang Haoji, who had activated her defensive skill, called her comrades fools. Thus, 3 students from Shengyu University appeared before the traitor's squad. Noticing a familiar blonde, Zhang Haoji asked her if she really thought she could win. To which Lo Ao responded by stating that 3 people should be enough to defeat the non-entity. Throwing herself at the beauty, the traitor ordered her comrades to deal with the duo. After which, many warriors rushed to attack the main character and Xiao Ruo Shui. As Lin Shu plunged into the battle, he thought that even if Luo Ao was a rank 7, it would still be difficult for her to stand up to in rank 8. Thinking about how to help the beauty, the boy came to the conclusion that he first needed to throw off the rest of the warriors. Following this, the protagonist resorted to using Heavenly Dragon Charge, after using which all opponents were struck by an unknown power. One of the adventurers couldn't believe that the strength of a 5th rank warrior was so enormous. Xiao Ruo Shui, who had appeared, allowed her to leave everyone else to her while the protagonist went to help Luo Ao. In response to this, the dark-haired man asked the blonde if she could handle it. Rushing into battle, Xiao Ruo Shui assured the boy that she would be fine. The main character rushed towards the beauty, using the pear-colored flurry skill. Zhang Haoji turned around and wondered who dared to attack her. Having dispelled her defensive technique, the girl immediately used Cleave, which still managed to hit the main character, splitting him in 2. Zhang Haoji couldn't believe it would be so easy. And at that very moment, the cybernetic hand realized that this was not a real boy, but a clone. Having missed the dark-haired man's attack, the girl became seriously angry. Using the dome again, the girl sent the 2 students flying. Following this, she sent a circular-shaped weapon at her opponents. It turned out to be a spiked disc, and Lin Shu felt its full weight upon receiving it. Zhang Haoji was only glad to see the boy's changed face. At one point, the spiked disc, to the boy's surprise, suddenly changed its direction. But that was not all, because the next moment the girl released a couple more of these weapons. Because of which the main character took a triple blow from the spiked discs on himself. The girl suggested that the main character have fun with these toys. Having finished with the dark-haired Zhang Haoji for a while, she switched to the main target. But Lo Ao also decided to rush head-on at the traitor from the past. Swinging her blades, the warrior with the cybernetic arm commanded the girl to die. The force of the blows was so great that dust rose up around the duo. At this time, Lin Zhu was trying to predict the trajectory of the spiked disc's attacks. Having failed to achieve the desired result, the protagonist understood that Lo Ao could not win alone. Suddenly the boy suggested that the enemy controlled these discs with the power of thought. But after looking closely at Zhang Haoji's hand, the dark-haired man realized everything. Looking at the approaching discs, he concluded that this was not mind control. Realizing that the device was electronic, Lin Shu decided to take advantage of the high temperatures. With this thought, the protagonist ran to the discs with the greatness of the phoenix. A girl watching from the side noted how a 5th rank warrior would not be able to reach the required temperature. But to Zhang Haoji's surprise, the discs that emerged from the fire were damaged. The boy shared with the traitor that the red lotus fire was in his body. The beauty who appeared behind him reminded the enemy of her presence. In response to the ice flame strike, Zhang Haojie used a defensive technique. Now the girl realized who was the owner of the ice lotus fire. In response, Lo Ao thanked the traitor because it was she who sent the beauty to the bottom of the lake. The main character immediately declared that their married couple were the chosen ones of heaven. Hearing these words, Lo Ao ordered the boy to shut his mouth, because if he did not follow the advice, she would kill him herself. Having agreed, the protagonist suggested discussing this issue without any unnecessary details, after which the dark-haired man directed the Phoenix's majesty at his opponent. The girl noted that no matter how strong the boy's fire was, it was still rank 5. Behind her, Lo Ao also rushed towards the traitor with Ice Flame Strike, looking at which Zhang Haoji emphasized how she could absorb the blonde's undigested energy. Suddenly, the warrior with the cybernetic arm realized that 2 attacks had missed. Lo Ao, seeing the girl's confused look, asked her why she thought the fire was directed at her. At this time, the main character, realizing the full danger of the situation, decided to run away. Understanding what her comrades were up to, Xiao Ruo Shui, who was standing nearby, called them psychopaths. Zhang Haoji still couldn't understand what her opponents were trying to achieve. What this loving couple was striving for was a synthesis of 2 opposing attributes. As the wave approached, the traitor wondered why this energy was so powerful, and a moment after the huge explosion, only a small crater remained. Seeing this scene, Lin Xiu noted how his and Luo Io's combined skill was very powerful. Xiao Ruoshui, who appeared half-naked, called the 2 real lunatics. After all this, the group of students headed to the border town of Shenlin. Finding himself in Lin Shu's place, he wondered what had happened. At this time, martial law was introduced in the city, due to which the king increased his control over those who came to the city. One of the soldiers, noticing Lo Ao, said that the girl needed to wait as there had been a system failure. The soldiers watching from the sidelines noted how their captain had once again decided to engage in arbitrary action. At this time, he, looking at the girl, shared with her that he would have to conduct a search. Having put out her blade, Lo Ao also decided to tell the impudent man that if he made even one move, he would not survive. Seeing this picture, the rest of the soldiers, without waiting long, aimed their guns. And then the main character emphasized how they had already been scanned, which meant they could be released. Looking at the sharp blade, the captain concluded that these people were hiding something if they refused to undergo a search. A big guy suddenly appeared and asked what was going on here. Seeing Comrade Colonel, one of the soldiers informed him of what had happened. Having learned that a group of warriors tried to seize a warrior of the 7th rank, the blonde ordered to speak frankly about what happened. After all, seeing the faces of his subordinates, he was sure that they had already done something. Unexpectedly, the beauty recognized the big guy and even addressed him by name. This caused one of the soldiers to angrily declare that it was impossible to be familiar with the colonels. And at that very moment, Seng-no realized who was standing in front of him, which made him surprised. With this thought, the blonde ordered his subordinate to immediately close his mouth. Approaching the big man who had bowed his head, Lo Ao asked him what he had forgotten in Shenlin. He, afraid to blurt out anything unnecessary, told how he had been demoted in rank, and that was why he ended up here. After which the girl, looking at the impudent man, declared that he had tried to harass her. Following this, the angry Seng-no called his subordinate a fool who imagined himself immortal. Not intending to clownish any longer, the blonde ordered the military to detain the red-haired man. Having finished with one question, Luo Ao asked her friend what happened in Shenlin. He shared how a robbery had taken place at the residence yesterday, and something so rare had been stolen that martial law had been declared. The beauty refused the offer to find housing, after which she headed to the city. The beaten soldier asked the colonel who this white-haired woman was. With a heavy sigh, the blonde man called Lo Ao a member of a noble family from the Heavenly City, a clan that rules the Celestial City, whose representative can commit murder in broad daylight. Turning to the squad, Lin Shu asked the girl how much influence her family had. But the white-haired girl did not want to answer this question. And after some time, the trio found themselves in the Shenglin branch of Shengyu University. Noticing the empty hall, the boy asked the manager why there was no one there. The old man said that due to the announcement of martial law, all students went on vacation. After listening to the man, Xiao Ruoshui asked him when the next eastern transport to the university would leave. He closed his eyes and concluded that there would be no more flights in the near future. Because of this, the trio will have to stay and wait until the situation normalizes. Following this, the old man decided to offer the kids the chance to get the most elite numbers. At that very moment, the main character noted how these numbers would cost an awful lot. Did Strick really want to make money off of them? Lin Shu asked. Suddenly, the blonde threw her card on the table, saying that they were taking the most luxurious rooms. Having thanked the hostess, the blonde man made a payment of 10,000 points. Having learned about such a price, the main character became even more angry at the old man. In response, he only told the trio to rest properly today and under no circumstances to go outside, as it was dangerous there. Once in his room, Lin Shu remembered the personal sauna and hot spring and now realized why it was so expensive. Listening closely, the boy heard some strange rustling sound, reminiscent of Lo Ao's training. Intending to find out what was going on, the dark-haired man headed towards the duo. There, the girls watched as a lone Chital tried to hide from the lasers. But then suddenly the flying transport changed its trajectory directly towards the Shengyu branch. Anticipating what would happen next, the protagonist rushed to the side, after which the shuttle made a not very soft landing right in Trinity's room. At this time, chaos was raging in the luxurious room. The entire room was strewn with debris. People then emerged from the transport, intending to escape as quickly as possible. One of the warriors, carrying a huge box, noticed Lin Shu lying on the floor. He, holding his head, shared how it was about to explode in pain. Realizing that it was only a 5th-rank boy, the chief ordered his comrades to deal with him. Thus, the remaining two watched their allies leave the room. Not intending to chat for long, the red-haired man decided to finish off the boy with one blow. Xiao Ruoshui appeared at the right time and used the butterfly dance skill. Having taken this unexpected blow, the warrior was surprised that there was someone else in the room. Lin Shu grabbed his weapon and decided to punish the uninvited guests. Using the fire attribute, the boy sent out the Phoenix's Majesty. In response, the bald man used a defensive skill with a grin on his face. At that very second, the white-haired girl pointed her blade at the enemy. That's why he, looking at the approaching swing, couldn't hide his surprise. Baldy was more surprised by the fact that his opponent was a 7th-rank warrior. But then the main character with his pear-colored squall decided to remind everyone of himself. Xiaoruo Shui, who had arrived just in time, also kept up with her comrades. Thus the red-haired man saw before him the corpse of his comrade. Realizing his helplessness, he decided to escape from the Trinity. Slowly approaching Lo Ao ordered the enemy to stand his ground. Following this, the white-haired girl sent her ice flame strike at the warrior. Feeling the burns on his body, the red-haired man realized that his opponent was the wielder of the ice lotus fire. Thinking about saving his life, the warrior decided to remain without an arm, but with life. Lin Shu, who was watching this scene, noticed how brave the red-haired man was. Realizing that a battle was already underway on the lower floors, the boy wondered what they should do. Xiaoruo Shui noticed that besides them, the only other person in the building was an old man, who was quite difficult. But the student still decided to help the blonde man fight off the invading rats. Meanwhile, on one of the lower floors, an enemy warrior was defeated. The nearby allies could not believe that their enemy was capable of killing a 6th-rank warrior in one blow. Realizing the opponent's authority, one of the people asked him to state his name, to which the man responded by introducing himself as a simple, unfortunate old man watching the entrance. Heading towards the crowd of warriors, he assumed that they had robbed the residents of the city's head. In response, the chief of the thieves suggested that the old man hide if he valued his life. Pointing his finger at the container, he only responded by suggesting that the soldiers leave it and hide themselves. The same adventurer did not agree, because he risked his life for this treasure. In that case, he would have to kill everyone and take what he wanted himself, the blonde man concluded. By this time, the same armless warrior appeared in the corridor. He ran up to the commander and reported the theft of his assignment and the loss of his bald man, and all because his opponents turned out to be 3, among whom was a warrior of the 7th rank. After hearing about the ice lotus fire, the head of the thieves was greatly surprised. The old man who overheard this conversation thought how he now knew who had gotten the lotus. Suddenly the main character appeared, and the first thing he did was ask the old man if he was okay. He responded by sharing his surprise that someone in such a dire situation would worry about his well-being. Returning to the head of the thieves, he ordered the two to deal with the students, after which the warriors, not paying attention to the old man, rushed towards their targets. Suddenly, the old man declared that while he was here, no one was allowed to touch the Shengyu students. Following these words, the blonde activated the skill Change Qian and Kun. Having finished with the two in an instant, the old man switched to the next opponents. Thus, once again, with the help of the Qian and Kun change skill, several thieves were defeated. The protagonist asked the old man if he was a deity. In response, the old man told the students to come closer and see the treasure. When the container was opened, the 4 saw a meteorite in front of them. Taking it, the blonde man emphasized how he held in his hands the rarest raw material for smelting. Then, turning to the students, he asked if they would like such a treasure for themselves. In response to this, Lin Zhu reminded them that the military garrison should arrive any minute. The old man said that he was doing this only out of respect for the fact that the kids had recently decided not to leave him in trouble, after which he told how he was in debt to the Luo family, so he wanted to give the stone as a gift. The blonde man grabbed the meteorite with both hands and broke it in 2. The protagonist, observing this, recalled how his grandfather was going to give them this stone. Taking the contents of the meteorite, he said that this was the real treasure. Strick held out his hand with the blue crystal and asked the boy to take it quickly. Trying to restore the original appearance, he shared that the head of the house's residence does not know what is inside, which means there will be no problems. Suddenly, in the middle of the huge room, an explosion thundered from one of the walls. The soldiers who appeared ordered everyone present to remain still and raise their hands. Turning to Commander Cheng, the old man shared his dissatisfaction with the fact that they simply broke into the Shengyu branch. Seeing Mr. Z in front of him, the blonde man immediately apologized for his mistake. The girl, hearing this surname, showed by her appearance that she knew it. Standing in front of the students is Jia Xing himself, the deputy head of the Warrior Alliance and one of the founders of Shengyu University. The same commander said that he came here for the souls of the thieves who had landed. Pointing to the bodies of the uninvited guests, Xia Xing said that he had already dealt with them. He then suggested that the soldiers check the contents of the container for treasure. The blonde, happy with this outcome, thanked the old man for his assistance, after which the 2 soldiers reported to Comrade Colonel that all the bodies had been identified, as had the meteorite. But there was only one bad news. The stone was split in 2. After examining the treasure, the commander concluded that everything was in order, because the main thing was that nothing was missing. The main character was shocked that the residents really didn't know about the contents of the meteorite. After apologizing again, the blonde assured Jiaxing that a repair crew would arrive tomorrow. Having learned that the damage had been covered, the old man asked that his gratitude be conveyed to the head of the residence. And when the soldiers left the branch, the blonde man suggested that the students move to other rooms. In response, the boy noted how they had paid for a luxury room, but they hadn't even spent the night there. To this, Shisheng replied that the Shengyu branch is not responsible for force majeure. The next day, the main character, while going down the stairs, stretched and yawned. As he headed towards the exit, he shared how he wanted to sleep after yesterday's events. Having descended to the bottom, the trio saw a huge crowd of people in front of them. The girl who suddenly appeared turned to the trio and suggested that they were the people they needed. Having handed over the envelopes, she told how the director asked her to hand them over. When asked where Director Sia was, the girl said that he had been busy with branch affairs since early morning. The boy tore open the envelope and saw an invitation to an exam for star-level warriors. Without hiding his joy, the main character noted how the old man was a good person. There was still half a year left until the exam itself, and Lin Shu intended to train during this entire time. And after some time, all 3 students found themselves on board the ship. Suddenly, a man approached the seated students and greeted Xiao Ruoshui. He shared how he didn't think that she would be performing some kind of task here. At one time, the girl, having recognized Kim Junsu, noted how he had previously not carried out tasks outside for fear of damaging his reputation. To which he replied that this time he had gone on the instructions of the head teacher. Having noticed the main character, Kim Junsu ordered him to leave and give him his place. Surprised by these words, Lin Zhu asked the man opposite if he had any problems with his head. In response, the green-eyed man asked how the boy dared to speak to him in such a tone. Swinging his fist, he intended to teach the weakling to think. Lin Shu also declared that he would never follow the lead of the rabble. Thus, Kim Junsu's ordinary fist met Lin Shu's thunder-tearing fist. And of course, the green-eyed man suffered a defeat, from which he asked his opponent how he dared raise his hand against him. The main character suggested that he should thank luck for the fact that they were now on board an aircraft. After these words, Kim Junsun, not intending to tolerate the upstart, rushed at him. But at that very moment, a loud male voice interrupted this squabble and ordered them to stop. It was the teacher who decided to remind the students about the rules. The bespectacled man added that upon returning to the university, he would report everything to the head teacher. Kim Junsung began to cover himself with his hand, calling the protagonist the instigator. Lin Shu once noted how there is now a talented actor on board. As a result, the teacher concluded that the failing grade would receive the punishment they deserved. Finally, the green-eyed man wished the boy to enjoy his arrest properly. The main character himself thought that this man was clearly not all there. Following this, the boy asked Loeo why she didn't say anything when the teacher arrived. In response, the white-haired girl stated that Lin Shu's imprisonment would be beneficial. Hearing these words, he asked what benefit there could be in punishment. The beauty told the boy to wait for his time, and then he would understand. And by the evening, the aircraft dropped off all the students outside. Finally, Xiao Ruoshui said goodbye to the protagonist, assuring him that she would give him a share of the points from the task when she received them. Seeing the girl heading in the opposite direction from the 10th group building, Lin Shu asked her if she would report. To which the white-haired girl responded by explaining how there was no point in that, since she had taken the day off directly from the rector. Once again, the protagonist realized how good it is to have connections. Thus, the main character found himself in the office of a teacher who was very dissatisfied. Having heard about the fight on the aircraft, the dark-haired man tried to justify himself. But the tablet that arrived with a notification about the students' fight turned out to be faster. Looking at the screen, the boy noted how it usually took half a month to wait for an answer to his question. The teacher asked the boy to pay attention to where the conclusion would take place. The Shengyu Students' Detention Center is the Thunder Zone, located in the Northern Institute area. In that zone, the rector annually raises 8 ranked Thunderbirds, capable of generating electrical charges around themselves. Thus, their place of residence is always covered by clouds and lightning flashes all the time. Moreover, Lin Shu is at the 5th rank, and activating the dome is impossible. Remembering Luo Ao's words, the boy thought that this Thunder Zone should be beneficial to him. His current training with electrical discharges in the gravity room is of no use to him. Looking at the dark-haired man, the teacher saw that he was completely unaware of the seriousness of his situation. Having learned that the punishment would begin tomorrow, the main character was shocked because he had only just arrived. After which Nian told the boy to go home and get ready for tomorrow. Arriving home, Lin Shu saw the levitating federal freight transport vehicle and wanted to find out what was going on. Looking forward, the dark-haired man saw Lo Ao standing next to a huge piece of equipment. Having noticed the main character, the girl immediately asked him for his black ray and the recently obtained meteorite. When her partner questioned her, the beauty said that she wanted to take up reforging. Thinking that the girl was trained in blacksmithing, Lin Shu decided to hand over his things. The white-haired one said that there was special equipment behind her for reforging. The boy couldn't believe that the girl could throw his spear and expensive crystal as if it were trash. Having finished setting up, the blonde concluded that it would be finished in 3 days. The boy noted how well Loeo handled the equipment. To which she said that there are dozens of such devices, and they are much better than theirs. In addition, the blonde told how she acquired this equipment for 100 million. He was shocked to learn that the girl had spent such a sum while the boy was reporting to the teacher. The blonde looked at Linju and asked him if it was really that much. Hiding his emotional pain, the protagonist declared that he did not want to talk to rich people. The next day, Lin Shu found himself in front of the gate to the Thunder Zone. The teacher, looking at the metal doors, announced that they had arrived. Seeing the massive lightning bolts flashing non-stop, Lin Shu began to realize his situation. A few moments later, the duo found themselves at the entrance for registration. The man who appeared, checking the data, established the identity of the main character. Lin Shu, immersed in his thoughts, awaited the next events. At the same time, a student who needed immediate medical attention was carried out from the opposite gate. Without wasting any time, the staff sent the muscle man to the 4th medical bay for treatment. Seeing this scene, Lin Shu asked what this student had done. The man said that he had stolen a combat skill card and was later caught red-handed. This man was sent for emergency treatment 8 times in 4 days. The main result of punishment is to bring the prisoner to a state of half-death. After hearing this, the main character asked the teacher if this was too cruel. Then the same man asked the main character to undress and follow him. The boy had to strip down to his underwear. This measure is taken to prevent offenders from intentionally using clothing that insulates against electricity. But the dark-haired man was still very shocked by this circumstance. Thus, the main character had to stay in this place for 3 whole days. The man said that staff monitors students' conditions around the clock, so there's no need to worry about their lives. At this time, the punished students noticed a new lucky guy. The red-haired man was sure that the 5th ranker wouldn't last even an hour before heading to the medical bay. Looking up, Lin Shu saw a whole flock of legendary rank 8 thunderbirds. One of the punished advised the newcomer to sit down and prepare to receive electrical attacks. Without thinking twice, the main character decided to do just that, and he noticed the high concentration of spiritual energy. At the same time, birds began to concentrate lightning to attack people, after which a golden column of electric current was sent to the students. As he took the next charge, the bald man activated his defensive technique. All those nearby who were at fault used the dome to avoid injury. Observing the others, Lin Shu couldn't hide his dissatisfaction with the justice. But at that very moment, a strong electric charge flew at the main character. The students watching from the side assumed that the boy was finished. While receiving another lightning bolt, the boy noticed a system notification. Electrical energy was detected. The system decided to activate the passive skill absorption. Now the dark-haired man was even glad to accept the lightning, because in this way, the growth of experience points began at a rapid pace. Despite the pain, he felt a tremendous sensation, which made Lin Shu decide to try activating the cultivation technique. Thus, the energy received from the golden discharges began to harden the boy's body. After the discharges were over, the staff intended to carry the dark-haired man out on a stretcher, but he only assured the teachers that he was fine. One of the men, describing the boy's condition, told him not to persist. In response, the main character again stated that everything was fine with him. The big guy who approached shared his surprise. He didn't expect the newbie to be able to withstand a direct lightning strike. Lin Shu then asked the elder when the next batch would be. Having learned that she would only be back in an hour, the dark-haired man sighed hopelessly. The staff, rescuing the half-dead students, noticed that the Thunderbirds had gone wild. At the same time, something rather interesting caught the bespectacled man's eye. This was the main character, watching whom the man could not believe that he was only a 5th-rank warrior. At first, the staff thought he would hardly adapt, but after just 1 day, he already feels like a fish in water. The same bespectacled man called the dark-haired man a real walking prison cell. The main character was able to reach level 29 in such a short time, and when Lin Shu manages to reach 30th, he will officially become a 6th-rank warrior. The observing staff had only one thought, that this student's brain was completely fried. Suddenly, one of the men noticed a flock of thunderbirds approaching. Realizing that the animal's condition was unstable, the staff decided to report this to Director Zhang. The main character was only too happy to accept the electric charge, which was accompanied by receiving experience points. But Lin Shu noticed how the flock of birds had dispersed in earnest, which is why he decided to run away. Looking at the approaching student, people were angry at him because it was he who provoked the birds. Trying to hide from the attacks, the protagonist began to ask the thunderbirds to stop. Then the boy, not intending to endure any more blows, ordered them to fly away. This surge of energy was so strong that it broke all the birds that flew to the ground. Realizing he had created a new technique, the boy began to think about a name. Having decided on which one, he saw a new flock of birds appear. Looking at which, the main character shouted about his intentions to add fire. Thus, using his new skills, Lin Shu's flame discharge struck his opponents. The people watching this spectacle could not believe that this was a 5th-rank warrior. The bespectacled man understood that if this continued, it would be the end for the rector's birds. And so, after some time, the teacher of the 10th group began to shout out the name of the main character. Once on site, Teacher Nian was amazed by what he saw in front of him. There was Lin Shu, covered in numerous cuts and emitting lightning. Seeing this whole picture, the teacher asked the student how he managed to deal with the birds. Lin Shu assured the people who arrived that the birds were all alive, because he had held back. Zhang asked the boy how he would order him to report to the rector after everything that had happened. The teacher of the 10th group, who spoke up, decided to remind them that it was the birds who attacked first. In response, the bespectacled man told how the boy absorbed electricity, which is what caused this event. Not daring to continue, Zhang told his men to send Lin Shu to the medical bay. Lin Shu asked if his imprisonment in this place had ended, to which the bespectacled man stated that he had only increased his sentence with his actions. The boy tried to justify himself in response, but no one listened to him anymore. After some time, Lin Shu ran into the courtyard and greeted Luo Ao. Posing in front of the beauty, he shared how he was able to increase his strength. By this time, the reforging of the Black Ray into the Thunder Black Ray spear was completed, which the dark-haired man was only glad about. Without thinking twice, he rushed to the girl, wanting to thank her as much as possible. But this attempt was unsuccessful. A fist flew into Lin Shu's face. Once at home, the boy's pet did not want to leave its owner. The main character tried to make out what Gun Gun was saying, but was unable to do so. Suddenly, Lin Shu heard a strange sound coming from his backpack, which prompted him to check the contents. And when the backpack opened, the dark-haired man saw a cracked egg, after which an 8th-rank iceberg chick appeared from it. Seeing this creature, the main character was, to put it mildly, surprised, as was Gun Gun. At one point, the bird, having noticed its owner, began to squeak. Taking the chick in his hands, Lin Shu noted how it seemed very pleasant with its cool feathers. A second later, to the boy's surprise, the pet's expression suddenly changed. Thinking about what had happened, the boy assumed that his hands were too warm. After rummaging through the refrigerator, he collected some ice for his new pet. Finding itself in favorable conditions, the bird seemed to come to life, after which the main character decided to tell how he became a father bird and she became a mother bird. But instead of the white-haired girl, the boy found only the food left for him. Sitting down at the table, Lin Shu decided to spend the 3 spins he had accumulated for leveling up. After using the first spin, the system congratulated the bearer on receiving a large set of anomalous crystal. The crystals turned out to be 3rd ranked, which is why they were useless for the boy. Seeing the chick's reaction to the abnormal crystal, Lin Shu guessed that it also feeds on them like Gong Gong. The bird, having received the anomalous crystal of the 3rd rank, was only happy to eat it. Returning to Lin Shu, he realized that he now had 2 pets that fed on valuables. After using the second spin, the protagonist received a diamond card of bodybuilding technique. This was the same map created 100 years ago by the man who was nicknamed the God of Muscles. Now the boy had 2 diamond cards in his hands, but being of rank 5 he couldn't use them. Thus the boy gradually moved on to his final spin. The system congratulated the bearer on receiving the combat skill All-Round Defeat. But to study it, you need to collect a complete set, Sistema explained. Upon learning of this, Lin Zhu became very angry and threw the card on the table. The next day, classmates were very happy to see the class monitor. The familiar trio tried to find out how the boy managed to find Lo Ao, after which the main character intended to begin the story from the moment he discovered the beauty's blade. But suddenly a familiar voice asked why no one was training. This was the white-haired one, and her classmates were amazed when they saw her. Following this, the beauty grabbed her lover and headed to the training room. Having learned that the girl was planning to install a 10-fold increase, he began to beg for mercy. Suddenly, a blue-haired man appeared and told how the people from the 7th group wanted to meet Li Ping and Zhang Yi. Hearing this, the 4 decided to personally find out what was going on, and then, depending on the circumstances, call the headman. At this time, the gathered crowd of students challenged the 10th group to a competition. The girl, reminding about the loss of the 7th group, asked why there was anything to prove. And this group is seeking a new competition in order not to be the worst. Zhang Yi understood that because of their victory, the 7th group was considered the worst in Southern University. The student, unable to bear these words, intended to show his strength. But then, to the surprise of everyone gathered, the hand was stopped by someone. This man turned out to be the main character, and upon seeing him, everyone nearby could not hide their shock. Staring at the boy, the students wondered when he had managed to return. Following this, he asked his comrades what had happened in his absence. The red-haired man told how the 5-on-5 tournament was held between the groups. Having overheard this conversation, the green-eyed man stated that even with these two, the 10th group would lose. The boy, in response, was even glad to provide the opportunity to measure strength. Then he suggested that the students attack him with their entire insignificant crowd. And the leader of this gang decided to do just that, rushing at the boy with a mountain-crushing fist. In response, Lin Shu resorted to using thunder-tearing fist. Thus, the dark-haired man did not even give his opponent a chance to strike. Ignoring the loss of their comrade, the entire 7th group also decided to attack. But the main character, using Chain of Strike and Flaming Palm, dealt with them. Finally, the boy used the fire attribute, Flaming Palm. Having finished with the problem, he noted how the students, even having the opportunity, were unable to show their strength. Realizing everything that had happened, the green-eyed man assured Lin Shu that this was not the end. At the time, classmates were happy about the return of their strong class leader. Having heard about the 5th group's supposed victory, the boy asked his friend to think more broadly. Looking at his guys, the protagonist announced that their goal was to defeat all the groups and become the first in the Southern Institute. The next day, students showed up again, eager to see Lin Shu. After leaving the building, the main character could not understand why everyone at this university wanted to meet him. The fifth group, having presented itself in all its guise, decided to issue an official challenge to the 10th. Leaping said he saw on his phone that someone had written that the class president had challenged all the students at Shengyu. Having looked for himself, the boy was sure that the 7th group had done it. And then I decided to accept the challenge of the 5th group and fight in the arena. The dark-haired man also suggested that the students ask the other groups if there was anyone else willing to lose. To which the bald man, without hiding his anger, said that Lin Shu could only dream of victory. Taking up the initiative, everyone nearby also began to insult the 10th group. Thus, the two groups intended to meet in the arena in the afternoon. Zhang Yi asked the boy who he was going to include in the group as the 5th one, besides them. The main character decided to remind them that they have a very strong girl named Lo Ao, who, having unexpectedly appeared, concluded that she would fight only against the first group. Hearing this, Lin Shu asked the white-haired girl if she really thought the other groups were unworthy. Lo Ao responded to this by saying that the first group was also unworthy, but they were very disgusting to her. After hearing this statement, her classmates thought how everyone was inferior to her in bragging. After some time, the appointed time arrived for the battle between the 5th and 10th groups, after which the first 5, consisting of students from the 10th, appeared on the arena. The teacher asked the student if the commotion on the university forum was his fault. He spoke about yesterday's events and suggested that it was an enemy group. Having received a negative answer, Teacher Neon said that he thought so. The boy assured the long-haired man that he would have thrown mud not only at the Southern University, but also at the Northern University. When the two fives were in full force in the arena, the referee announced the start of the competition. Lin Shu asked the enemy what kind of spear he was using while directing his attack. In response to this, the 5th group chose to attack the enemy 5. Lin Shu himself thought about how the opponents had concentrated all their power against him alone. But the enemy's strength won't be enough against his tyrant's spear skill, with the help of which the main character began to destroy the enemy 5. Having finished with one part of the opponents, he threw himself with his feet into the main upstart of the detachment. The comrades watching this fast-paced battle began to shout at their leader. The boy who arrived just in time couldn't believe that the students were calling their clumsy movements spearmanship. Having finished with the short one, the protagonist concluded that they were only disgracing themselves. The remaining two could not believe that most of their squad had been defeated by one man. The members of the 10th group, watching from the side, could not hide their joy. But then, to the surprise of everyone present, Lin Shu sat down on the ground, declaring that he had dealt with the strongest. The same boy suggested that the allies fight the remaining ones. After these words, the 4 did not immediately understand what the headman had told them. Then they asked why their headman had suddenly come to such a decision. In response, Lin Shu stated that all subsequent events in the arena did not concern him. The remaining 3 of their enemy 5 were only happy with this outcome. But then the students decided to show their strength, and the class monitor noticed the results of their training. The first one was Jiang Li, who used the tiger intimidation skill. A nearby running comrade also had no intention of giving in to the demonstration of new strength. Watching the trio of beaten-up musclemen, the main character called them disgraces. The swordsman rushed forward and shared how tired he was of their shouts to the headman. Zhang Yi, who laughed, was glad to accept the student who couldn't restrain himself. After which, the same swordsman was struck by the girl's skill called Handao Strike. Having split into pairs, the 10th group began to press hard on the remaining 2. Lin Shu also noted how, even with such a shameful sight, his comrades turned on their heads during the fight. And after some time, the 10th group, which arrived at its block, could not hide its smiles. The dark-haired one decided to remind them that it was still too early for them to rejoice, since they had only won 2 groups. The 2 passing by were heatedly discussing a newcomer named Yu Muqing, who had climbed to the 30th level of the competition tower on the first day. After overhearing this conversation, Zhang Li couldn't believe that someone had overtaken the village headman. Luo Ao, who was standing nearby, shared how she had already uploaded the recordings of Yu Muqing's fight. Seeing the boy's surprised face, the beauty reminded him how he is a very arrogant person who gets into all sorts of troubles. Lin Shu himself thought about how he heard these words from a man who would grab his sword at any opportunity. While looking through the records, the boy found out that this newbie was using a barda. The girl also told how Yu Muqing defeated a second-year student nicknamed the Sword God. To the dark-haired man's surprise, Ouyang Han suddenly appeared. Seeing him, Lin Shu assumed that he had come again to give the diamond card. Receiving a refusal afterwards, the boy assumed that he had decided to challenge them. In response, the short-haired man shared how he came there to conclude a deal. Hearing this, the protagonist was amazed and asked Ouyang Han what had come over him. He also told how he hoped to exchange for a diamond map of the Shunpo movement technique, which had previously belonged to him. After listening to the student, Lin Shu asked why he, who earned money with his own blood, should give it away. After showing the card, Young Han explained that this was the shadow double, which ranked 20th among all movement techniques. And when combined with the creation of greenhouse clones, Lin Shu will gain a great element of surprise in battle. Without thinking twice, the dark-haired man rushed to the short-haired man and said that he was ready. Young Han himself was shocked by the abrupt change in the protagonist's attitude. Suddenly realizing something, the boy decided to ask why the man opposite him had become so kind. He also said that his father had obtained this card with great difficulty, and if it was discovered that he was missing, he would be thrown out into the street. After listening to Young Han, the boy decided to agree, but he had to help him with one thing. After which, expecting anything, the short-haired man asked Lin Shu what he could help him with. Having reduced the distance, the protagonist whispered it, assuring her of the ease of the request. Hearing this, Young Han tried to refuse with displeasure. In response, the boy reminded him how Young Han would be left without a map. And in the end, not daring to ruin his life, the short-haired man decided to agree. Thus, Lin Shu and Young Han handed each other cards and made an exchange. Looking at the back of the running student, the boy said goodbye, asking him not to forget his promise. Looking at the 20th card in the ranking, Lin Shu smirked. A few days later, the main character and his squad found themselves back in the arena. The top 5 in Group 10 had one victory left over the last group from the south. Turning to Li Ping, the boy asked him to give in to the beauty, since their opponent was the first group. After which, the red-haired man, looking at the backs of his comrades, wished them good luck. Once in the arena, the first thing that caught my eye was a blue-haired student who introduced himself as Choi Yeonki, who also declared that he was not a scumbag like Zhuo Qiqing. In response, the protagonist, agreeing with these words, added that he would lose faster than Zhuo Qiqing. Without thinking twice, the swordsman rushed towards his opponent, intending to shut him up. The trio that appeared, heading towards Lo Ao, wanted to take revenge on her for the betrayal of the first group. After which, the same 3 rushed towards the white-haired girl, ordering her to accept death. Observing the numerical superiority, Zhang Yi suggested to her comrades to help the beauty. But the fat man who appeared had no intention of letting the students out of the 10th room go. In just a second, the bald man closed the distance and crossed his weapons. As a result, Zhang Yi felt severe pain and found herself outside the arena. The duo that appeared intended to punish the fat man for his actions. At one time, a student from the first group resorted to spinning a club. Having taken damage from one blow, the duo realized the strength of the first group. Zhang Yi stood up and declared that as long as Luo Ao and Lin Shu were standing, they would definitely win. The audience started laughing, calling the 10th group a rabble of weaklings. The blue-haired man, looking at the main character, emphasized how there were only 2 of them left. While he was busy holding the boy back, Lo Ao would have to fight against 4 of them alone. Having finished speaking, Choi Yeonki used Fire Slash. Lin Shu himself was amazed at the stupidity of his opponent, who decided to compete with him using fire. Then he decided to show his opponent a real fire, called the Greatness of the Phoenix. The blue-haired man couldn't believe that his opponent's fire was so strong. Using the flame absorption skill, he declared that no matter how fierce the fire was, it was useless against his abnormal flame blade. Having absorbed the fire of the main character, Choi Yeonki decided to offer him the opportunity to feel his own fire. But in response, the dark-haired man sent out a pear-colored frost squall. At the sight of which, the blue-haired man could not hide his surprise. Suddenly, the boy suggested that his opponent look back. Thinking back to the other 5 members of the enemy, Lin Shu noted how they were nothing compared to Luo Ao. Amazed by the girl's strength, Choi Yeonki then saw a frost flame strike directed at himself. Thus, the headman of the first group experienced 2 different types of fire at once. After which, the judge announced the victory of the 10th group, which meant that the Southern University received first place. The protagonist's comrades, watching the colorful explosion, were very happy. Teacher Neon arrived and congratulated the students on becoming the best among the Southern Institute. After these warm words, the students began to inquire about their award. Shaggy explained how by defeating 9 groups, they would receive 9 points, but by managing to get 10 levels of reward, they would receive an even higher level. It was then that the main character realized that the teacher was leading them to the conclusion that their next battle would be with the first-place team from the Northern Institute. And now the battle for absolute supremacy will take place between the 2 remaining groups. Remembering how they had already fought with the first group, the comrades already assumed their victory. Shaggy also told how the first group of the Northern Institute became even stronger after acquiring a new member. Hearing the familiar name, the students thought that he was very famous for his strength. Luo Ao, who spoke up, said that Yu Mucheng had already reached the 7th rank. Upon learning this, the 10th group that had gathered nearby was shocked by such information. The main character simply asked his comrades to relax, because as long as he and Luo Ao were there, any enemy would lose. Having left the arena's environs, the beauty noted the possibility of losing. Lin Shu himself was amazed to see that such a thing was not the girl's style. After which he told the white-haired girl to relax, because they would definitely win. Seeing that the dark-haired man was heading in the other direction from the house, Loeo asked where he was going. The boy said that he needed to settle some business. After some time, the main character found himself in a forest, where he had an appointment with Uyang Hanam. Approaching him, the boy asked if he had been able to find where the power station was. To which the short-haired man responded by saying that, when he gets down to business, little can stop him. Looking at the huge building, Lin Shu noted how remote he was. Uyang Han responded that this was done to make it more difficult to cut off the university's electricity in the event of an attack. Following this, the short-haired man decided to ask why the boy had dragged him here. Holding out a handful of small grenades, the boy asked the student to help him distract attention. Seeing the explosives, Uyang Han reluctantly assumed that the dark-haired man was going to blow up the power plant. In response, Lin Shu pointed to the side and said that there were only flame projectiles with low power that needed to be detonated to the side. After these words, the short-haired man asked the main character what he was trying to achieve. Lin Shu rushed forward and declared that he was going to go recharge. Left alone, Uyang Han thought that if he had known earlier, he would not have agreed. And a few moments later, several explosions occurred among the trees. Workers at the power plant turned their attention to the sudden incident. And while everyone was busy with the fire that had broken out, Lin Shu quietly made his way into the station. As he approached the huge cable, he thought about how there were no cameras in the area. The dark-haired man raised his fist and laughed as he decided to start his exercises. Having broken through the protective layer, the main character began to absorb electricity. At this time, the person supervising the power plant wanted to understand what had happened. Looking at the extinguished light bulb, he could not understand why the electricity had gone out. At the same time, Uyang Han tried his best to escape from the scene. He was amazed that the main character had created a stir among the staff. Yusak ordered his subordinates to immediately comb the area. At this time, the system congratulated the owner on reaching level 30, which meant reaching rank 6. Emitting electric current, the protagonist was pleased with the result. Having finished the absorption, the boy began to rejoice at the opportunity to improve the diamond cards. By this time, local personnel appeared, wanting to catch the offender. Realizing that it was time to finish, Lin Shu jumped into the forest territory at that moment. The people who flashed by decided to follow the main character, one of whom ordered the others not to allow the intruder to escape. The boy himself, hiding behind the tree, thought how the staff could not find him. But then the man standing behind was delighted to find the dark-haired man. Without thinking twice, the mustachioed man decided to grab the boy before he had time to escape. The man's target turned out to be only a pathetic fake. It was a mirror image. Why was the mustachioed man so surprised by this outcome, smelling something burnt? He also assumed that the intruder, having damaged the lines, turned into a roast, but the old man wondered why he was alive. As the man thought about this, the thought crossed his mind that this was the same student who had harmed the rector's birds. Returning to the main character, he tried not to show himself to Lo Ao in his new form. Suddenly, a beauty appeared and asked the uninvited guest who he was. At that very moment, the main character began to try to stop the girl. Having looked closely, the white-haired girl still managed to recognize the main character in a strange form. Recalling the recent power outages, she asked the boy if he was involved. Lin Shu chuckled and said that he only did this for the sake of victory. Suddenly the boy fell to the floor, at which the girl suggested that he visit the medical bay. The boy himself thought that this wasn't the best idea, since the staff was now combing the area looking for him. After taking a shower, the protagonist noticed how his regeneration had increased significantly after reaching rank 6. Realizing that there was the most important thing received, Lin Shu decided to check it. Thus, the next second, the dark-haired man activated a defensive technique. Looking at his dome, the boy noticed how it was different from the others. It was emitting electric sparks. And defensive techniques of this type are useful not only for defense, but also for counterattacks. To the protagonist's surprise, the dome suddenly deactivated on its own, apparently consuming a lot of energy. Following this, the boy decided to begin studying diamond combat skill cards. Having applied the card, he began to try to receive information. Half an hour later, Lin, exhausted, realized how the card had sucked all the juices out of him, with 0 results. The boy got angry and threw down the card, accusing Uyang Han of cheating. Suddenly, a system window appeared in front of Lin Shu, prompting him to use the Eye of Analysis to perceive the skill card. Having applied the card, the protagonist thought about how, having achieved the 6th rank, his Eye of Analysis became more useful. And after some time, the system told the carrier about gaining access to the card information. After looking at Lin Shu's tons of information, I now understood why I couldn't read it on my own. And when the boy began to absorb, he felt a strong pain throughout his head. And after some time, Lin Shu began to spit blood directly onto the floor. He realized how powerful the card in 20th place was. The boy stood up and walked slowly towards the sofa. Sitting down, Lin Shu decided to try to absorb the diamond card bodybuilding technique. In order to win the upcoming competition, the main character decided to try hard. With the study of this diamond map, everything turned out to be quite simple for the main character. But when the boy absorbed the information to the end, he wondered if this was really a yoga technique. A second later, the protagonist took the first position with displeasure. As the dark-haired man assumed his next pose, he assumed that the creator of this technique was a pervert. But for the sake of the competition the day after tomorrow, Lin Shu was ready to make every effort. The main character slept all night in an unusual position due to his knowledge of technology. Having noticed the main character on the way, the white-haired girl, without thinking twice, gave him a punch. After waking up, Lin Shu began to justify himself by saying that he was studying a technique that required difficult positions. After saying goodbye to the girl, the protagonist told how he decided to stay home to train. After yesterday's training in strange positions, he felt as if his body would fall apart. The next day, the boy and his friends headed to the arena. Yu Mucheng, who was there, noticed Ouyang Han's strange state, and this was because he had already lost to Lin Shu. The red-haired man told the short-haired man that he didn't have to worry because he wasn't participating. Hearing these words, Ouyang Han asked in what way he had escaped. It had been decided. And the fact is that the boy is the only 6th-rank warrior among all of them. After which, Yu Mucheng suggested that the short-haired man watch their victory closely. Ouyang Han, angry, noticed how this rabble left him, the headman, aside. He suddenly thought about how he was looking forward to the moment when Lin Shu would count the ignoramus's teeth. By this time, the 2 strongest 5 teams from their universities faced each other. And then the boy asked his opponents where Ouyang Han was. Yu Mucheng spoke up and said that this person's presence was not necessary. In response, the boy asked the red-haired man how he dared speak on behalf of the first northern one. Yu Mucheng himself thought about how he would punish the upstart from the 10th for his words. The short-haired man himself, observing this squabble, was only glad. After the start of the competition was announced, the first group rushed at their opponents. The students surrounded Lin Shu's comrades and suggested that they surrender while they could. Yu Mucheng himself at this time emphasized how he and Luo Ao had not seen each other for a long time, after which the 2 crossed their weapons, causing a splash in the air. The redhead, noticing the beauty's behavior, decided to remind her of something important. But the girl who made the attack did not allow the impudent man to finish his sentence. Finding herself on the sidelines, Zhang Yi said how they would have to fight against the 6th ranks, even though they were 4th ranks. At this time, one of the members of the first group noted how Lin Shu's comrades could not withstand even one attack. In response to these words, the protagonist chose to use the Phoenix's majesty. The fat man, having resorted to defensive techniques, said that 6th-rank warriors have a very convenient ability. The main character stated that they would see how long the enemy could last. Following these words, a multitude of Phoenix Majesty skills were sent towards the fat man, because of which the dome was covered with explosive balls with high temperatures. Inside his dome, the member of the first group was amazed that the boy's skill did not consume any energy at all. Then the allies who noticed this picture decided to help get rid of Lin Shu. The main character himself announced the end of the introduction and the beginning of the main part. Looking at the enemy's approaching skill called Bird King's Dance, the fat man became frightened. And a moment later, a loud explosion thundered in the middle of the large arena, the power of which was enough to finish off one of the rivals. The comrades, who had recovered from their wounds, were very happy with this outcome. Zhang Yi also noticed how Luo Ao was at a disadvantage throughout the entire battle. She didn't think that Yu Mucheng would be so strong compared to the aces of their group. The fighting redhead shared how, according to his observations, Luo Ao had not made any progress at all. Having overheard this conversation, the main character was going to help the beauty. But at that very moment, he was surrounded by 3 people who didn't think it would be so easy to let the boy pass. One of them was terribly curious about how far the boy would escape from their circle, after which, a column of dust rose up in the arena due to the skills being activated simultaneously. The trio who saw this became very worried about their headman. And when the dust cleared, the same 3 appeared. Only in the center was the activated dome. Teacher Nian was amazed that Lin Shu had managed to reach the 6th rank. The main character himself, having apologized, decided to tell how he now also possesses defensive technology. One of the students, getting really angry, declared that he would decide everything for the dark-haired man. And then, throughout Cupola, the main character began to be hit by a multitude of different attacks. But the boy merely suggested that his opponents keep their eyes open, since his defensive skill is not so simple. Following this, the boy clenched his fist and used the exceptional ability, Electric Dome. The radiating electricity struck the arrogant students with pain all over their bodies. The girl was amazed to learn that the headman's dome had an electrical element. The main character's opponents, trying to move on from what had recently happened, were thinking in the same vein. Lin Shu, without waiting for his opponent's reaction, sent a pear-colored flurry at him. Looking at the approaching danger, he thought how he had not yet recovered from paralysis. Using his defensive technique, the member of the first group declared that the boy had gone too far. The main character himself ordered his opponent to immediately get out of the arena. Thus, the pear-colored squall headed towards the student dome again. Staring at the approach, he clenched his teeth and awaited his fate. The next second, the dark-haired man's spear pierced the enemy's defensive technique with a loud sound. Leaping, like everyone else nearby, began to praise the name of the protagonist. Returning to Yumucheng, he recalled how the decision about his marriage with Luo Ao was made by the heads of their families. In response to this, the girl stated that no one would force her to do this without her consent. Noticing Lin Shu, who had arrived just in time, the red-haired man assumed that the beauty had fallen in love with him. But given their strength, they were never meant to be together, Yumucheng concluded. In response, the protagonist told Luo to leave the arena and tend to his wounds. Then the girl decided to trust the boy and leave the fighting arena. The trio of observers could not understand why the beauty voluntarily decided to leave. Yumucheng asked his opponent if he really wanted to have a man-to-man battle for the sake of a girl. Having answered negatively, Lin Zhu added that he simply decided to give the worthless guy a beating himself. Following this, the red-haired man's skill called Dragon Halberd headed towards the boy's dome. Rishi shared how he developed resistance to electrical charges as a child. This means that he cannot be struck by lightning, Yumucheng concluded. After which, the main character took on the skill Whistle of the Soaring Dragon. Following this, the enemy rushed towards the main character to demonstrate his strength. The same red-haired man crossed his weapons and declared that there was a huge difference between them. In response to these words, Lin Shu used Phoenix Majesty several times. Looking at Yumucheng's skills, he decided to show off his defensive technique. Having activated the dome, the red-haired man waved his hand and waited to receive the boy's attacks. In response, the protagonist decided to use the Phoenix's Majesty, the Dance of the Bird King. After which, a huge amount of flame headed towards the protective equipment. But in the end, the reflective ability of the red-haired dome sent Lin Shu flying. The astonished protagonist shared how he had not expected to learn of such a quality of the enemy dome. Yumucheng began his attack by using the Soaring Dragon's whistle. Thus, the red-haired man's weapon was able to seriously injure the boy. But it turned out to be just another clone, which the opponent was not very happy about. The main character himself, having activated the shadow double techniques, decided to show his strength. As he plunged into the battle, Yumucheng couldn't believe that his opponent had managed to obtain such a skill. While all the redhead's attention was focused on the clones, he completely forgot about the original. At this time, the real Lin Shu himself rushed forward with a fiery spear at the ready. Soaring above the red-haired protagonist, he activated a heat hotter than the starry sky. After which, the entire arena was engulfed in a huge explosion. Finding himself on the ground, the boy thought that it was finally all over. But to everyone's surprise, Yumucheng appeared among the dissolving tongues of flame. The red-haired man declared that such an insignificant fire would do nothing to him. The main character himself was amazed that his opponent managed to dispel the hotter than the starry sky. Without waiting for his opponent to take action, the red-haired man resorted to the Great Dragon technique. The boy shared how he also had his own dragon. This skill turned out to be Heavenly Dragon Charge, directed at the enemy. And when the two different dragons touched, the arena was again filled with an air explosion. Even nearby spectators received minor damage from the wave. Looking at the rising dust, Zhang Yi, like everyone else, expected to see a winner. And the next second, the arena appeared. Yumucheng had lost. As for the main thing, with the help of that, the 10th group got the desired victory. At that very moment, his classmates began to rejoice, calling their class leader the best among them all. After which, the 10th group in full force headed towards the boy. Having noticed Lo Ao arriving in time, the dark-haired man wanted to boast about his victory. But without finishing his line, the main character fell to the ground without strength. 2 days later, the dark-haired man found himself in the university's medical bay. The first thing the boy saw was the green cap of the flask. The classmates, having noticed the class leader who had woken up, began to rejoice. Seeing the beauty Lin Shu come, he covered himself and asked why she was here. The redhead, noticing the embarrassed face, reminded her how these two were husband and wife. After these words, the main character and the beauty politely asked the two to leave the room. Left alone, the girl told him how the rector was waiting for the boy on a very important matter. Looking at the back of the white-haired Lin Shu as she left, he assumed that this was all because of the infiltration into the power plant. And after some time, the main character, finding himself in the rector's office, greeted him. A nearby acquaintance, who was looking after the power plant, recognized the offender. Thinking about his mistake, the main character pretended not to understand anything. But then the mustachioed man couldn't take it anymore and called the student a little bastard. Turning to the mustachioed man, Lin Shu asked if he had any evidence. Thinking about the words to provide evidence, the bespectacled man decided to do so. Following this, Director Bolya's finger moved towards the red knob, after which, Lin Shu was shown numerous videos of his misdeeds. The same Rector Bolya emphasized how the student really cannot live in peace. Having provided evidence, the mustachioed man again asked the boy if he understood that he was to blame for everything that had happened. And then Lin Shu decided to tell that he did this in order to increase his strength before an important competition. The offense should have been punished, but due to Lin Shu's determination, the rector decided to give him the opportunity to atone for his guilt. Recently, strange energy flows were detected under the university, so it became necessary to send people there. Hearing this, the protagonist recalled the 7-rank and 8-rank warriors. The red-haired one shared that under the island, there are plenty of powerful, evolved beasts, and if they send someone high-ranking, those fish will group up in front of the danger, thus creating a wave of monsters. Then Lin Shu, to spite the mustachioed man, inquired about his reward. The bespectacled man assured the student that the reward would be acceptable, after which he asked the mustachioed man to leave the office. Having listened to the rector, the person in charge of the power plant did just that. Left alone, Director Boley decided to discuss the reward for the 10th group, which was 100,000 for each participant. Also, for his outstanding performance in the arena, the rector decided to personally reward Lin Shu with a diamond card. The red-haired man took out 3 cards and asked which card he would take. And then the main character asked why they decided to reward him separately. The red-haired man told how one man asked him to look after him. And then the thought flashed through Lin Shu's mind that this was his beloved Luo Ao. The bespectacled man noted how even a girl from a heavenly family would find it difficult to force him to do anything. Following this, the director asked the boy if he knew Boli Howlin. Hearing this, the main character immediately realized that they were talking about his wayward teacher. Pointing his finger, the dark-haired man asked the man opposite if he was the princess's grandfather, to which the bespectacled man stated that the student was not concerned about their relationship, and that it was he who provided the black ray. Hearing the last, the boy was amazed and thanked Director Boley. Following this, the red-haired man told how Lin Zhu, after defeating Yu Mucheng, became the enemy of an entire family. In response, the main character frivolously replied that he was not afraid of anyone. After this conversation, the main character headed home. Having entered the territory, he greeted Lo Ao, surprised by something. And there, sitting at the entrance, the white-haired girl fed the grown bird a slice of bread. Switching to Gun Gun, the protagonist was amazed at the change in his pet. The beauty thoughtfully suggested that the pet had evolved. After which, the white-haired girl asked Lin Shu where he found Gun Gun. The boy decided to tell how he had been in an underground laboratory, where he had encountered a 6th-rank monster. The girl then decided to ask what the rector wanted from him. The boy only talked about receiving the award and the incident at the power plant. Realizing that the dark-haired man was keeping something quiet, the beauty decided to leave him. Suddenly, Luo Ao shared how the decision to get engaged to Yu Mucheng did not concern her at all, since she did not agree with it. After listening to the girl, Lin Shu, having shortened the distance, assumed that the girl was telling him this because she liked her. In response to this, the white-haired girl punched the main character in the face and told him to shut his mouth. And after a whole day, the main character found himself on the shore of Xingyu Island. The man who approached told how the rector asked him to hand over the blade, since he couldn't swing a spear underwater. Unexpectedly, the bespectacled man shared how energy flows were noticed again. Heading towards the water, Lin Shu said goodbye to the people, assuring them that everything would be fine with him. And the next second, the main character began his dive into the water. Noticing the installation, the boy wondered how the university island had been created artificially. Suddenly, the dark-haired man saw a large fish trying to break the equipment. It was the Black-Tooth Slave, an evolved rank 5 monster. But the most important thing was that there were a huge number of the same fish. Yet, in the midst of this whole picture, there was something more interesting. This something was a huge red rift from which the fish were arriving. A few moments later, the boy saw the same rift close. Looking around, Lin Shu began to hurriedly search for the hole that had moved. The informant shared with the protagonist about a new discovery of energy flows. Without thinking twice, the main character decided to go to this place. Once at the scene, the protagonist noticed a human silhouette, but it was without a wetsuit. Using the eye of analysis, the boy learned that it was an artificial intelligent machine. Having reported to the informant, the one on the other side noted the seriousness of the situation. The next second, Lin Zhu saw the robot create a rift on its own. Observing this, the dark-haired man immediately reported what had happened. And then, to the main character's surprise, a horde of 5 ranked monsters poured out of the hole, who at one time began to frantically try to break the island's installations. Lin Shu immediately realized that he couldn't handle it on his own, which is why he asked for reinforcements. At that very moment, a group of warriors consisting of 6 ranks was dispatched. The boy himself understood that the spatial rift would not last long. Intending to catch the robot, he at one time managed to notice a person. Without thinking twice, the artificial intelligence machine decided to eliminate the threat. The boy himself, trying to hide, was stunned by the robot's abrupt actions. Having raised the strange installation, the artificial intelligent machine decided to begin activation, after which the boy was blinded by a sudden flash of light, after which the main character saw a new spatial rift behind him. Looking at the arriving monsters, Lin Shu asked for support to be sent immediately. At the same time, Director Bolya was informed about the appearance of a cluster of monsters. Watching the monitor, the bespectacled man understood that if things continued like this, a wave of animals would form. The red-haired man was greatly upset by the appearance of a horde of alien creatures. Without wasting any time, he ordered the convocation of students of 6th rank and above. Returning to Lin Shu, he continued to recount everything he had seen. Following this, the informant told the protagonist to return to the surface. After all, right now, more than 1,000 sea monsters are heading in his direction. Realizing the danger of the situation, the protagonist decided to escape as quickly as possible. At one time, evolved animals and alien creatures attacked each other. At this time, to Lin Shu's surprise, a creature decided to attack him. But the main character only easily dealt with the emerging danger. Suddenly, the boy noticed how an entire robot had recently been torn to pieces. The boy was unhappy that some small fry dared to cause trouble in Shengyu. Noticing the strange device, the main character assumed that it was very expensive. Having turned off the headset, he swam up to the strange thing, intending to steal it in the confusion. And when Lin Shu touched the stone, the system notified the carrier of the detection of energy. Using the absorption skill, he gained a whopping 10 million experience points. In addition, there were a huge number of such stones along Lin Shu's path. Without wasting any time, the boy began collecting and absorbing copious amounts of experience points. By this time, students and teachers on the shore had already encountered the second wave of monsters. Thus, while the boy was in the water, a big battle was going on land. Suddenly, Director Payne appeared along with his 9th rank bird. The people watching the rector's battle could not hide their surprise. In a matter of seconds, the redhead defeated an entire wave of monsters. Then the bespectacled man ordered the escort detachment to go underwater and look for Lin Shu. Hearing about the dark-haired Lo Ao, she asked the rector with concern where he was. He also told how his people lost contact with the boy while he was underwater. The white-haired girl grabbed her wetsuit and announced that she was going to search. Finally, she suggested that the rector pray that the boy was okay. Why were the remaining people each surprised in their own way by the girl's statement? Then, at the reminder of Director Bowley, a special detachment also moved out. At this time, the main character noticed that the device in his hands no longer worked. But he was more concerned with one question: why couldn't he absorb the orange crystal, as he had with the fragments? Without daring to rack his brains, Lin Shu decided to head to the surface. The suddenly appearing algae had no intention of letting the boy go. Using the blade, the dark-haired man was amazed that even such a low-ranking monster decided to attack. A moment later, the evolved algae grabbed Lin Shu again. By this time, another beast, this time of the 5th rank, had set its sights on the main character. In response, the boy chose to use flame discharge. The creatures gathered in the area, noticing the surge of energy, decided to target him. But then the main character noticed huge eyes among the numerous army of creatures. Having noticed who it was, Lin Shu wanted to know who it was. Suddenly, a huge fish began to suck in all creatures in its path. This creature was an alien creature of the 8th rank. Remembering his 6th rank, Lin Shu thought about it and decided to hide. By this time, the alien creature was close to the main character. Feeling the monster sucking in, the dark-haired man was seriously afraid for his life. At one time, the rest of the gathered fish were unable to resist the direction of the current. The boy himself, turning to the enemy, told him that his teeth would not hold up, after which a flame discharge was sent into the alien creature. Because of which the fish only became angry, she waved her fin and sent Lin Shu to the side. Thus, the boy, having swum several dozen meters, crashed into a boulder on the bottom. The alien creature had no intention of stopping before the nimble food. Anticipating the approaching danger, the protagonist resorted to defensive techniques. But even the dome's special ability didn't stop the creation, but only provoked it. Lin Shu himself understood that if this continued, it would be the end for him. After using the explosion of anger skill, the boy again saw no result. Realizing that he needed to act, he decided to use his blade, after which, a small dagger pierced the monster's eye with great speed. Having received this type of damage, the rank 8 alien creature began to chatter furiously. As a result, due to such abrupt movements, the dark-haired man lost his weapon. The angry fish rushed at the protagonist with even greater enthusiasm, after which, the activated dome appeared in the mouth of the alien creature. At this time, Lo Ao, who had arrived, saw how the dark-haired man began to be absorbed. Worried about the main character, the white-haired girl shouted his name. Rushing towards the alien creature, the beauty ordered it to spit out Lin Shu.